The Complete Poems. By Emily Dickinson. 1. Awake ye muses 9, sing me a strain divine. Awake ye muses 9, sing me a strain divine. Unwind the solemn twine, and tie my valentine. Oh, the earth was made for lovers, for damsel, and hopeless swain. For sighing, and gentle whispering, and unity made of twain. All things do go according, in earth, or sea, or air. God hath made nothing single but thee in his world so fair. The bride, and then the bridegroom, the two, and then the one. Adam, and Eve, his consort, the moon, and then the sun. The life doth prove the precept, who obey shall happy be. Who will not serve the sovereign, be hanged on fatal tree. The high do seek the lowly, the great do seek the small. None cannot find who seeketh, on this terrestrial ball. The bee doth court the flower his suit receives. And they make merry wedding, whose guests are 100 leaves. The wind doth woo the branches they are one. And the father fawn demandeth the maiden for his son. The storm doth walk the seashore humming a mournful tune. The wave with eye so pensive, looketh to see the moon. Their spirits meet together, they make their solemn vows. No more he singeth mournful, her sadness she doth lose. The worm doth woo the mortal, death claims a living bride. Night unto day is married, morn unto eventide. Earth is a merry damsel, and heaven a knight so true. And earth is quite coquettish, and beseemeth in vain to sue. Now to the application, to the reading of the roll. To bringing thee to justice, and marshalling thy soul. Thou art a human solo, a being cold, and lone. Wilt have no kind companion, thou reap'st what thou hast sown. Hast never silent hours, and minutes all too long. And a deal of sad reflection, and wailing instead of song. There's Sarah, and Eliza, and Emmeline so fair. And Harriet, and Susan, and she with curling hair. Thine eyes are sadly blinded, but yet thou mayest see 6 true, and comely maidens sitting upon the tree. Approach that tree with caution, then up it boldly climb. And seize the one thou lovest, nor care for space, or time. Then bear her to the greenwood, and build for her a bower. And give her what she asketh, jewel, or bird, or flower. And bring the fife, and trumpet, and beat upon the drum. And bid the world good morrow, and go to glory home. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit completeaudiobooks.com for more quality content. 2. There is another sky. There is another sky. Ever serene and fair. And there is another sunshine. Though it be darkness there. Never mind faded forests, Austin. Never mind silent fields. Here is a little forest. Whose leaf is ever green. Here is a brighter garden. Where not a frost has been. In its unfading flowers. I hear the bright bee hum. Prithee, my brother. Into my garden come. 3. Sic transit gloria mundi. Sic transit gloria mundi. How doth the busy bee? Dum vivamus vivamus. I stay mine enemy. O veni vidi vici. O caput capipi. And O memento mori. When I am far from thee. Hurrah for Peter Parley. Hurrah for Daniel Boone. 3 cheers, sir, for the gentleman. Who first observed the moon. Peter put up the sunshine. Paddy arranged the stars. Tell Luna, tea is waiting. And call your brother Mars. Put down the apple Adam. And come away with me. So shalt thou have a pippin. From off my father's tree. I climb the hill of science. I view the landscape o'er. Such transcendental prospect I ne'er beheld before. Unto the legislature. My country bids me go. I'll take my India rubbers. In case the wind should blow. During my education, it was announced to me that gravitation stumbling fell from an apple tree. The earth upon its axis was once supposed to turn by way of a gymnastic. In honor to the sun, it was the brave Columbus, a sailing o'er the tide, who notified the nations of where I would reside. Mortality is fatal. Gentility is fine. Rascality, heroic. Insolvency, sublime. Our fathers being weary, laid down on Bunker Hill. And though full many a morn, yet they are sleeping still. The trumpet, sir, shall wake them. In streams I see them rise, each with a solemn musket, a marching to the skies. A coward will remain, sir, until the fight is done. But an immortal hero will take his hat and run. Goodbye, sir, I am going. My country calleth me. Allow me, sir, at parting, to wipe my weeping ye. In token of our friendship, accept this bonny dune. And when the hand that plucked it hath passed beyond the moon, the memory of my ashes will consolation be. Then farewell, Tuscarora, and farewell, sir, to thee. For, on this wondrous sea, right, comrade, right, on this wondrous sea, sailing silently, ho, pilot, ho, knowest thou the shore, where no breakers roar, where the storm is o'er? In the peaceful west, many the sails at rest, the anchors fast. Thither I pilot thee. Land, ho! Eternity! Ashore at last. 5. I have a bird in spring. I have a bird in spring, which for myself doth sing the spring decoys. And as the summer nears, and as the rose appears, Robin is gone. Yet do I not repine, knowing that bird of mine, though flown, learneth beyond the sea melody new for me, and will return, fast in safer hand, held in a truer land. Armin. And though they now depart, tell I my doubting heart, they're thine. In a serener bright, in a more golden light, I see each little doubt and fear, each little discord here removed. Then will I not repine, knowing that bird of mine, though flown, shall in distant tree bright melody for me return. 6. Frequently the woods are pink. Frequently the woods are pink. Frequently are brown. Frequently the hills undress. Behind my native town, oft a head is crested, I was wont to see, and as oft a cranny, where it used to be. And the earth, they tell me, on its axis turned. Wonderful rotation, by but 12 performed. 7. The feet of people walking home. The feet of people walking home, with gayer sandals go. The crocus, till she rises. The vassal of the snow. The lips at hallelujah. Long years of practice bore, till by and by, these bargemen walked, singing, on the shore. Pearls are the divers' farthings. Extorted form the sea. Pinions, the seraph's wagon. Pedestrian once, as we. Night is the morning's canvas. Larceny, legacy. Death, but our rapt attention to immortality. My figures fail to tell me how far the village lies. Whose peasants are the angels? Whose cantons dot the skies? My classics veil their faces. My faith that dark adores which from its solemn abbeys such resurrection pours. 8. There is a word. There is a word which bears a sword, can pierce an armed man. It hurls its barbed syllables, and is mute again. But where it fell, the saved will tell. On patriotic day, some epaulette brother gave his breath away. Wherever runs the breathless sun, wherever roams the day, there is its noiseless onset. There is its victory. Behold the keenest marksman, the most accomplished host. Time's sublimest target is a soul forgot. 9. Through lane it lay, through bramble. Through lane it lay, through bramble. Through clearing, and through wood. Banditti often passed us. Upon the lonely road, the wolf came peering curious. The owl looked puzzled down. The serpent's satin figure glid stealthily along. The tempests touched our garments. The lightning's poignards gleamed fierce from the crag above us. The hungry vulture screamed. The satyr's fingers beckoned. The valley murmured, "Come." These were the mates. This was the road. These children fluttered home. 10. My wheel is in the dark. My wheel is in the dark. I cannot see a spoke, yet know its dripping feet go round and round. My foot is on the tide. An unfrequented road, yet have all roads a clearing at the end. Some have resigned the loom. Some, in the busy tomb, find quaint employ. Some with new, stately feet pass royal through the gate, flinging the problem back at you and I. 11. I never told the buried gold. I never told the buried gold. Upon the hill that lies, I saw the sun, his plunder done, crouch low to guard his prize. He stood as near as stood you here. A pace had been between. Did but a snake bisect the break, my life had forfeit been. That was a wondrous booty. I hope 'twas honest gained. Those were the fairest ingots that ever kissed the spade. Whether to keep the secret, whether to reveal, whether while I ponder kid may sudden sail, could a shrewd advise me. We might e'en divide, should a shrewd betray me. Atropos, decide. 12. The morns are meeker than they were. The morns are meeker than they were. The nuts are getting brown. The berry's cheek is plumper. The rose is out of town. The maple wears a gayer scarf. The field, a scarlet gown. Lest ishc mold fashioned, I'll put a trinket on. 13. Sleep is supposed to be. Sleep is supposed to be, by souls of sanity, the shutting of the eye. Sleep is the station grand, down which on either hand the hosts of witness stand. Morn is supposed to be, by people of degree, the breaking of the day. Morning has not occurred. That shall aurora be, east of eternity. One with the banner gay, one in the red array. That is the break of day. 14. One sister have I in our house. One sister have I in our house. And one, a hedge away. There's only one recorded, but both belong to me. One came the road that I came, and wore my last year's gown. The other, as a bird her nest builded our hearts among. She did not sing as we did. It was a different tune. Herself to her a music, as bumblebee of June. Today is far from childhood, but up and down the hills I held her hand the tighter, which shortened all the miles. And still her hum, the year among, deceives the butterfly. Still in her eye the violets lie, mouldered this many May. I spilt the dew but took the morn. I chose this single star. From out the wide night's numbers. Sue, forevermore. 15. The guest is gold and crimson. The guest is gold and crimson. An opal guest and grey. Of ermine is his doublet. His capuchin gay. He reaches town at nightfall. He stops at every door. Who looks for him at morning? I pray him to explore the lark's pure territory, or the lapwing's shore. 16. I would distill a cup. I would distill a cup, and bear to all my friends, drinking to her no more astir, by beck, or burn, or more. 17. Baffled for just a day or two. Baffled for just a day or two. Embarrassed, not afraid. Encounter in my garden an unexpected maid. She beckons, and the woods start. She nods, and all begin. Surely, such a country I was never in. 18. The gentian weaves her fringes. The gentian weaves her fringes. The maple's loom is red. My departing blossoms obviate parade. A brief, but patient illness. An hour to prepare. And one below this morning is where the angels are. It was a short procession. The bobolink was there. An aged bee addressed us. And then we knelt in prayer. We trust that she was willing. We ask that we may be. Summer, sister, seraph. Let us go with thee. In the name of the bee. And of the butterfly. And of the breeze, amen. 19. A sepal, petal, and a thorn. A sepal, petal, and a thorn. Upon a common summer's morn. A flask of dew, a bee or two. A breeze, a caper in the trees. And I'm a rose. 20. Distrustful of the gentian. Distrustful of the gentian. And just to turn away. The fluttering of her fringes. Chid my perfidy. Weary for I will singing go. I shall not feel the sleet, then. I shall not fear the snow. Flees sow the phantom meadow. Before the breathless bee. So bubble brooks in deserts. On ears that dying lie. Burn so the evening spires. To eyes that closing go. Hangs so distant heaven. To a hand below. 21. We lose, because we win. We lose, because we win. Gamblers, recollecting which. Toss their dice again. 22. All these my banners be. All these my banners be. I sow my pageantry. In May. It rises train by train. Then sleeps in state again. My chancel, all the plain. Today. To lose, if one can find again. To miss, if one shall meet. The burglar cannot rob, then. The broker cannot cheat. So build the hillocks gaily. Thou little spade of mine. Leaving nooks for daisy. And for columbine. You and I the secret. Of the crocus know. Let us chant it softly. There is no more snow. To him who keeps an orchis heart. The swamps are pink with June. 23. I had a guinea golden. I had a guinea golden. I lost it in the sand. And though the sum was simple, and pounds were in the land, still had it such a value unto my frugal eye, that when I could not find it, I sat me down to sigh. I had a crimson robin, who sang full many a day. But when the woods were painted, he, too, did fly away. Time brought me other robins. Their ballads were the same. Still, for my missing troubadour, I kept the house at hame. I had a star in heaven. One Pleiad was its name. And when I was not heeding, it wandered from the same. And though the skies are crowded, and all the night ashine, I do not care about it, since none of them are mine. My story has a moral. I have a missing friend. Pleiad, its name, and robin, and guinea in the sand. And when this mournful ditty, accompanied with tear, shall meet the eye of traitor, in country far from here, grant that repentance solemn may seize upon his mind, and he no consolation beneath the sun may find. 24. There is a morn by men unseen. There is a morn by men unseen, whose maids upon remoter green keep their seraphic May, and all day long, with dance and game, and gambo, I may never name, employ their holiday. Here to like measure, move the feet, which walk no more the village street, nor by the wood are found. Here are the birds that sought the sun, when last year's distaff idle hung, and summer's brows were bound. Ne'er saw I such a wondrous scene, ne'er such a ring on such a green, nor so serene array, as if the stars some summer night should swing their cups of chrysolite, and revel till the day. Like thee to dance, like thee to sing, people upon that mystic green, I ask. Each new May morn, I wait thy far, fantastic bells, announcing me in other dells, unto the different dawn. 25. She slept beneath a tree. She slept beneath a tree, remembered but by me. I touched her cradle mute. She recognized the foot, put on her carmine suit, and see. 26. It's all I have to bring today. It's all I have to bring today. This, and my heart beside. This, and my heart, and all the fields, and all the meadows wide. Be sure you count, should I forget. Someone the sum could tell. This, and my heart, and all the bees, which in the clover dwell. 27. Morns like these, we parted. Morns like these, we parted. Noons like these, she rose, fluttering first, then firmer, to her fair repose. Never did she lisp it, and 'twas not for me. She was mute for transport, I, for agony. Till the evening nearing, one the shutters drew. Quick, a sharper rustling, and this linnet flew. 28. So has a daisy vanished. So has a daisy vanished from the fields today. So tiptoed many a slipper to paradise away. Oozed so, in crimson bubbles, day's departing tide. Blooming, tripping, flowing. Are ye then with God? 29. If those I loved were lost, if those I loved were lost, the crier's voice would tell me. If those I loved were found, the bells of Ghent would ring. Did those I loved repose, the daisy would impel me. Philip, when bewildered, bore his riddle in. 30. Adrift. A little boat adrift. Adrift. A little boat adrift. And night is coming down. Will no one guide a little boat unto the nearest town? So sailors say, on yesterday, just as the dusk was brown, one little boat gave up its strife, and gurgled down and down. So angels say, on yesterday, just as the dawn was red, one little boat, o'erspent with gales, red-rimmed its masts, redecked its sails, and shot, exultant on. 31. Summer for thee, grant I may be. Summer for thee, grant I may be. When summer days are flown, thy music still, when whippoorwill and oriole are done. For thee to bloom, I'll skip the tomb, and row my blossoms o'er. Pray gather me, anemone, thy flower, forevermore. 32. When roses cease to bloom, sir. When roses cease to bloom, sir. And violets are done. When bumblebees in solemn flight have passed beyond the sun, the hand that paused to gather upon this summer's day will idle lie in auburn. Then take my flowers, pray. 33. If recollecting were forgetting. Oh, if remembering were forgetting. Then I remember not. And if forgetting, recollecting. How near I had forgot. And if to miss, were merry. And to mourn were gay. How very blithe the maiden who gathered these today. 34. Garland for queens, may be. Garlands for queens, may be. Laurels, for rare degree of soul or sword. Ah, but remembering me. Ah, but remembering thee. Nature in chivalry. Nature in charity. Nature in equity. The rose ordained. 35. Nobody knows this little rose. Nobody knows this little rose. It might a pilgrim be. Did I not take it from the ways and lift it up to thee? Only a bee will miss it. Only a butterfly, hastening from far journey, on its breast to lie. Only a bird will wonder. Only a breeze will sigh. Ah! Little rose, how easy for such as thee to die. 36. Snowflakes. Snowflakes. I counted till they danced so. Their slippers leaped the town. And then I took a pencil to note the rebels down. And then they grew so jolly. I did resign the prig. And 10 of my once stately toes are marshalled for a jig. 37. Before the ice is in the pools. Before the ice is in the pools. Before the skaters go. Or any check at nightfall is tarnished by the snow. Before the fields have finished. Before the Christmas tree, wonder upon wonder will arrive to me. What we touch the hems of on a summer's day. What is only walking just a bridge away. That which sings so, speaks so. When there's no one here. Will the frock I wept in answer me to wear? 38. By such and such an offering. By such and such an offering. To Mr. So and so. The web of live woven. So martyrs' albums show. 39. It did not surprise me. It did not surprise me. So I said, or thought. She will stir her pinions. And the nest forgot. Traverse broader forests. Build in gayer boughs. Breathe in ear more modern. God's old-fashioned vows. This was but a birdling. What and if it be? One within my bosom had departed me. This was but a story. What and if indeed there were just such coffin in the heart instead? 40. When I count the seeds. When I count the seeds that are sown beneath to bloom so, by and by. When I con the people lain so low to be received as high. When I believe the garden mortal shall not see. Pick by faith its blossom and avoid its bee. I can spare this summer, unreluctantly. 41. I robbed the woods. I robbed the woods. The trusting woods. The unsuspecting trees. Brought out their burrs and mosses. My fantasy to please. I scanned their trinkets curious, I grasped, I bore away. What will the solemn hemlock? What will the oak tree say? 42. A day. Help. Help. Another day. A day. Help. Help. Another day. Your prayers, O passer-by, from such a common ball as this, might date a victory. From marshallings as simple, the flags of nations swung. Steady, my soul, what issues Upon thine arrow hang. 43. Could live, did live. Could live, did live. Could die, did die. Could smile upon the whole. Through faith in one he met not. To introduce his soul. Could go from scene familiar. To an untraversed spot. Could contemplate the journey. With unpuzzled heart. Such trust had one among us. Among us not today. We who saw the launching. Never sailed the bay. 44. If she had been the mistletoe. If she had been the mistletoe. And I had been the rose. How gay upon your table. My velvet life to close. Since I am of the druid. And she is of the dew. I'll deck tradition's buttonhole. And send the rose to you. 45. There's something quieter than sleep. There's something quieter than sleep. Within this inner room. It wears a sprig upon its breast. And will not tell its name. Some touch it, and some kiss it. Some chafe its idle hand. It has a simple gravity. I do not understand. I would not weep if I were they. How rude in one to sob. Might scare the quiet fairy. Back to her native wood. While simple-hearted neighbors chat of the early dead. We, prone to periphrasis. Remark that birds have fled. 46. I keep my pledge. I keep my pledge. I was not called. Death did not notice me. I bring my rose. I plight again. By every sainted bee. By daisy called from hillside. By bobolink from lane. Blossom and I. Her oath, and mine. Will surely come again. 47. Heart. We will forget him. Heart. We will forget him. You and I, tonight. You may forget the warmth he gave. I will forget the light. When you have done, pray tell me. That I may straight begin. Haste. Lest while you're lagging. I remember him. 48. Once more, my now bewildered dove. Once more, my now bewildered dove. Bestirs her puzzled wings. Once more her mistress, on the deep. Her troubled question flings. Thrice to the floating casement. The patriarch's bird returned. Courage. My brave Columba, there may yet be land. 49. I never lost as much but twice. I never lost as much but twice. And that was in the sod. Twice have I stood a beggar. Before the door of God. Angels, twice descending. Reimbursed my store. Burglar, banker, father. I am poor once more. 50. I haven't told my garden yet. I haven't told my garden yet. Lest that should conquer me. I haven't quite the strength now. To break it to the bee. I will not name it in the street. For shops would stare at me. That one so shy, so ignorant. Should have the face to die, the hillsides must not know it, where I have rambled so. Nor tell the loving forests the day that I shall go, nor lisp it at the table, nor heedless by the way hint that within the riddle one will walk today. 51. I often passed the village. I often passed the village. When going home from school. And wondered what they did there. And why it was so still. I did not know the year then. In which my call would come. Earlier, by the dial. Then the rest have gone. It's stiller than the sundown. It's cooler than the dawn. The daisies dare to come here. And birds can flutter down. So when you are tired. Or perplexed, or cold. Trust the loving promise. Underneath the mold. Cry, it's I, take Dolly. And I will enfold. 52. Whether my bark went down at sea. Whether my bark went down at sea. Whether she met with gales. Whether to isles enchanted. She bent her docile sails. By what mystic mooring she is held today? This is the errand of the eye. Out upon the bay. 53. Taken from men, this morning. Taken from men, this morning. Carried by men today. Met by the gods with banners. Who marshalled her away? One little maid, from playmates. One little mind from school. There must be guests in Eden. All the rooms are full. Far, as the east from even. Dim, as the border star. Courtiers quaint. In kingdoms. Our departed are. 54. If I should die. If I should die. And you should live. And time should gurgle on. And morn should beam. And noon should burn. As it has usual done. If birds should build as early. And bees as bustling go. One might depart at option. From enterprise below. 'Tis sweet to know that stocks will stand. When we with daisies lie. That commerce will continue. And trades as briskly fly. It makes the parting tranquil. And keeps the soul serene. That gentleman so sprightly. Conduct the pleasing scene. 55. By chivalries as tiny. By chivalries as tiny. A blossom, or a book. The seeds of smiles are planted. Which blossom in the dark. 56. If I should cease to bring a rose. If I should cease to bring a rose. Upon a festal day. 'Twill be because beyond the rose. I have been called away. If I should cease to take the names. My buds commemorate. 'Twill be because death's finger. Claps my murmuring lip. 57. To venerate the simple days. To venerate the simple days. Which lead the seasons by. Needs but to remember. That from you or I. They may take the trifle. Termed mortality. 58. Delayed till she had ceased to know. Delayed till she had ceased to know. Delayed till in its vest of snow. Her loving bosom lay. An hour behind the fleeting breath. Later by just an hour than death. Oh lagging yesterday. Could she have guessed that it would be? Could but a crier of the joy. Have climbed the distant hill. Had not the bliss so slow a pace. Who knows but this surrendered face. Were undefeated still. Oh if there may departing be. Any forgot by victory. In her imperial round. Show them this meek apparelled thing. That could not stop to be a king. Doubtful if it be crowned. 59. A little east of Jordan. A little east of Jordan. Evangelist's record. A gymnast and an angel. Did wrestle long and hard. Till morning touching mountain. And Jacob, waxing strong. The angel begged permission. To breakfast, to return. Not so. Said cunning Jacob. I will not let thee go. Except thou bless me, stranger. The which acceded to. Light swung the silver fleeces. Peniel, hills beyond. And the bewildered gymnast. Found he had worsted God. 60. Like her the saints retire. Like her the saints retire. In their chapeaux of fire. Martial as she. Like her the evenings steal. Purple and cochineal. After the day. Departed, both, they say. I.e. Gathered away. Not found. Argues the aster still. Reasons the daffodil. Profound. 61. Papa above. Papa above. Regard a mouse. O'erpowered by the cat. Reserve within thy kingdom. A mansion for the rat. Snug in seraphic cupboards. To nibble all the day. While unsuspecting cycles. Will solemnly away. 62. Sown in dishonor. Sown in dishonor. Ah! Indeed. May this dishonor be. If I were half so fine myself, I'd notice nobody. Sown in corruption. Not so fast. Apostle is Askew. Corinthians 1:15 narrates a circumstance or two. 63. If pain for peace prepares. If pain for peace prepares. Lo, what, Augustan, years our feet await. If springs from winter rise, can the anemones be reckoned up? If night stands fast, then noon to gird us for the sun. What gaze, when from 1,000 skies, on our developed eyes, noons blaze. 64. Some rainbow, coming from the fair. Some rainbow, coming from the fair. Some vision of the world Kashmir, I confidently see. Or else a peacock's purple train, feather by feather, on the plain, fritters itself away. The dreamy butterflies bestir. Lethargic pools resume the whir of last year's sundered tune. From some old fortress on the sun, baronial bees march, one by one, in murmuring platoon. The robins stand as thick today as flakes of snow stood yesterday. On fence, and roof, and twig, the orchis binds her feather on. For her old lover, dawn the sun, revisiting the bog, without commander, countless. Still, the regiments of wood and hill, in bright detachment stand. Behold, whose multitudes are these? The children of whose turban seas? Or what Circassian land? 65. I can't tell you, but you feel it. I can't tell you, but you feel it. Nor can you tell me. Saints, with ravished slate and pencil, solve our April day. Sweeter than a vanished frolic, from a vanished green. Swifter than the hoofs of horsemen, round a ledge of dream. Modest, let us walk among it, with our faces veiled, as they say polite archangels do in meeting God. Not for me, to prate about it. Not for you, to say to some fashionable lady, charming April day. Rather, heavens, Peter Parley, by which children slow to sublimer recitation are prepared to go. 66. So from the mold. So from the mold. Scarlet and gold. Many a bulb will rise, hidden away, cunningly, from sagacious eyes. So from cocoon, many a worm leaps so highland gay. Peasants like me, peasants like thee, gaze perplexedly. 67. Success is counted sweetest. Success is counted sweetest by those who ne'er succeed. To comprehend a nectar requires sorest need. Not one of all the purple host who took the flag today can tell the definition so clear of victory as he, defeated, dying, on whose forbidden ear the distant strains of triumph break, agonized and clear. 68. Ambition cannot find him. Ambition cannot find him. Affection doesn't know how many leagues of nowhere lie between them now. Yesterday, undistinguished, eminent today. For our mutual honor, immortality. 69. Low at my problem bending. Low at my problem bending. Another problem comes, larger than mine, serener, involving statelier sums. I check my busy pencil. My figures file away. Wherefore, my baffled fingers? Thy perplexity. 70. Arcturus is his other name. Arcturus is his other name. I'd rather call him, star. It's very mean of science to go and interfere. I slew a worm the other day. A savant, passing by, murmured resurgam, centipede. O Lord, how frail are we! I pull a flower from the woods. A monster with a glass computes the stamens in a breath, and has her in a class. Whereas I took the butterfly aforetime in my hat. He sits erect in cabinets. The clover bells forgot. What once was heaven is zenith now, where I propose to go. When time's brief masquerade was done, is mapped and charted too. What if the poles should frisk about and stand upon their heads? I hope I'm ready for the worst, whatever prank betides. Perhaps the kingdom of heaven's changed. I hope that children there won't be new-fashioned when I come, and laugh at me and stare. I hope the Father in the skies will lift his little girl, old-fashioned, not everything, over the style of pearl. 71. A throw upon the features. A throw upon the features. A hurry in the breath. An ecstasy of parting, denominated death. An anguish at the mention, which when to patience grown, I've known permission given to rejoin its own. 72. Glowing is her bonnet. Glowing is her bonnet. Glowing is her cheek. Glowing is her kirtle. Yet she cannot speak. Better as the daisy from the summer hill, vanish unrecorded, save by tearful rill, save by loving sunrise, looking for her face, save by feet unnumbered, pausing at the place. 73. Who never lost, are unprepared. Who never lost, are unprepared. A coronet to find. Who never thirsted. Flagons, and cooling tamarind. Who never climbed the weary league. Can such a foot explore the purple territories on Pizarro's shore? How many legions overcome? The emperor will say. How many colors taken on Revolution Day? How many bullets bearest? Hast thou the royal scar? Angels, right, promoted on this soldier's brow. 74. A lady read, amid the hill. A lady read, amid the hill. Her annual secret keeps. A lady white, within the field, in placid lily sleeps. The tidy breezes, with their brooms, sweep vale, and hill, and tree. Prithee, my pretty housewives, who may expected be? The neighbors do not yet suspect. The woods exchange a smile. Orchard, and buttercup, and bird. In such a little while. And yet, how still the landscape stands. How nonchalant the hedge. As if the resurrection were nothing very strange. 75. She died at play. She died at play. Gambled away her lease of spotted hours. Then sank as gaily as a Turk upon a couch of flowers. Her ghost strolled softly o'er the hill. Yesterday, and today. Her vestments as the silver fleece. Her countenance as spray. 76. Exultation is the going. Exultation is the going of an inland soul to sea. Past the houses, past the headlands, into deep eternity. Bred as we, among the mountains. Can the sailor understand the divine intoxication of the first league out from land? 77. I never hear the word escape. I never hear the word escape without a quicker blood, a sudden expectation, a flying attitude. I never hear of prisons broad, by soldiers battered down. But I tug childish at my bars, only to fail again. 78. A poor, torn heart, a tattered heart. A poor, torn heart, a tattered heart. That sat it down to rest. Nor noticed that the ebbing day flowed silver to the west. Nor noticed night did soft descend. Nor constellation burn. Intent upon the vision of latitudes unknown. The angels, happening that way, this dusty heart espied, tenderly took it up from toil, and carried it to God. There, sandals for the barefoot. There, gathered from the gales, do the blue havens by the hand lead the wandering sails. 79. Going to heaven. Going to heaven. I don't know when. Pray do not ask me how. Indeed I'm too astonished to think of answering you. Going to heaven. How dim it sounds. And yet it will be done. As sure as flocks go home at night. Unto the shepherd's arm. Perhaps you're going too. Who knows? If you should get there first, save just a little space for me. Close to the two I lost. The smallest robe will fit me. And just a bit of crown. For you know we do not mind our dress. When we are going home. I'm glad I don't believe it. For it would stop my breath. And I'd like to look a little more at such a curious earth. I'm glad they did believe it, whom I have never found. Since the might autumn afternoon, I left them in the ground. 80. Our lives are Swiss. Our lives are Swiss. So still, so cool. Till some odd afternoon. The Alps neglect their curtains. And we look farther on. Italy stands the other side. While like a guard between the solemn Alps, the siren Alps, forever intervene. 81. We should not mind so small a flower. We should not mind so small a flower. Except it quiet bring our little garden that we lost back to the lawn again. So spicy her carnations nod. So drunken, reel her bees. So silver steal 100 flutes from out 100 trees. That whoso sees this little flower by faith may clear behold the bobolinks around the throne and dandelions gold. 82. Whose cheek is this? Whose cheek is this? What rosy face has lost a blush today? I found her, Pleiad, in the woods, and bore her safe away. Robins, in the tradition, did cover such with leaves. But which the cheek, and which the pall, my scrutiny deceives. 83. Heart, not so heavy as mine. Heart, not so heavy as mine. Wending late home, as it passed my window, whistled itself a tune. A careless snatch, a ballad, a ditty of the street. Yet to my irritated ear, an anodyne so sweet. It was as if a bobolink, sauntering this way, caroled, and paused, and caroled, then bubbled slow away. It was as if a chirping brook, upon a dusty way, set bleeding feet to minuets, without the knowing why. Tomorrow, night will come again. Perhaps, weary and sore. Ah, bugle, by my window, I pray you pass once more. 84. Her breast is fit for pearls. Her breast is fit for pearls. But I was not a diver. Her brow is fit for thrones. But I have not a crest. Her heart is fit for home. I, a sparrow, build there, sweet of twigs and twine, my perennial nest. 85. They have not chosen me, he said. They have not chosen me, he said. But I have chosen them. Brave, broken-hearted statement, uttered in Bethlehem. I could not have told it. But since Jesus dared Sovereign. No a daisy. They dishonor shared. 86. South winds jostle them. South winds jostle them. Bumblebees come. Hover, hesitate. Drink, and are gone. Butterflies pause. On their passage cashmere. I, softly plucking. Present them here. 87. A darting fear, a pomp, a tear. A darting fear, a pomp, a tear. A waking on a morn. To find that what one waked for inhales the different dawn. 88. As by the dead we love to sit. As by the dead we love to sit. Becomes so wondrous dear. As for the lost we grapple. Though all the rest are here. In broken mathematics. We estimate our prize. Vast, in its fading ration. To our penurious eyes. 89. Some things that fly there be. Some things that fly there be. Birds, ours, the bumblebee. Of these no elegy. Some things that stay there be. Grief, hills, eternity. Nor this behoveth me. There are that resting, rise. Can I expound the skies? How still the riddle lies. 90. Within my reach. Within my reach. I could have touched. I might have chanced that way. Soft sauntered through the village. Sauntered as soft away. So unsuspected violets. Within the fields lie low. Too late for striving fingers. That passed, an hour ago. 91. So bashful when I spied her. So bashful when I spied her. So pretty, so ashamed. So hidden in her leaflets. Lest anybody find. So breathless till I passed her. So helpless when I turned. And bore her, struggling, blushing. Her simple haunts beyond. For whom I robbed the dingle. For whom betrayed the dell. Many will doubtless ask me. But I shall never tell. 92. My friend must be a bird. My friend must be a bird. Because it flies. Mortal, my friend must be. Because it dies. Barbs has it, like a bee. Ah, curious friend. Thou puzzlest me. 93. Went up a year this evening. Went up a year this evening. I recollect it well. Amid no bells nor bravos. The bystanders will tell. Cheerful, as to the village. Tranquil, as to repose. Chastened, as to the chapel. This humble tourist rose. Did not talk of returning. Alluded to no time. When, were the gales propitious. We might look for him. Was grateful for the roses. In life's diverse bouquet. Talked softly of new species. To pick another day. Beguiling thus the wonder. The wondrous nearer drew. Hands bustled at the moorings. The crown respectful grew. Ascended from our vision. To countenances new. A difference, a daisy. Is all the rest I knew. 94. Angels, in the early morning. Angels in the early morning. May be seen the dews among. Stooping, plucking, smiling, flying. Do the buds to them belong? Angels when the sun is hottest. May be seen the sands among. Stooping, plucking, sighing, flying. Parched the flowers they bear along. 95. My nosegays are for captives. My nosegays are for captives. Dim, expectant eyes. Fingers denied the plucking. Patient till paradise. To such, if they should whisper of morning and the more, they bear no other errand. And I, no other prayer. 96. Sexton. My master's sleeping here. Sexton. My master's sleeping here. Pray lead me to his bed. I came to build the bird's nest. And sow the early seed. That when the snow creeps slowly from off his chamber door, daisies point the way there. And the troubadour. 97. The rainbow never tells me. The rainbow never tells me that gust and storm are by. Yet is she more convincing than philosophy. My flowers turn from forums, yet eloquent declare what Cato couldn't prove me, except the birds were here. 98. One dignity delays for all. One dignity delays for all. One mitred afternoon. None can avoid this purple. None evade this crown. Coached insurers, and footmen. Chamber and state and throng. Bells, also, in the village. As we ride grand along. What dignified attendance. What service when we pause. How loyally at parting their 100 hats they raise. How pomp surpassing ermine, when simple you and I present our meek escutcheon, and claim the rank to die. 99. New feet within my garden go. New feet within my garden go. New fingers stir the sod. A troubadour upon the elm betrays the solitude. New children play upon the green. New weary sleep below. And still the pensive spring returns. And still the punctual snow. 100. A science, so the savants say. A science, so the savants say. Comparative anatomy. By which a single bone is made a secret to unfold. Of some rare tenant of the mold. Else perished in the stone. So to the eye perspective led. This meekest flower of the mead. Upon a winter's day. Stands representative in gold. Of rose and lily, manifold. And countless butterfly. 101. Will there really be a morning? Will there really be a morning? Is there such a thing as day? Could I see it from the mountains? If I were as tall as they? Has it feet like water lilies? Has it feathers like a bird? Is it brought from famous countries, of which I have never heard? Oh, some scholar! Oh, some sailor! Oh, some wise men from the skies! Please to tell a little pilgrim where the place called morning lies. 102. Great Caesar. Condescend. Great Caesar. Condescend. The daisy, to receive. Gathered by Cato's daughter. With your majestic leave. 103. I have a king, who does not speak. I have a king, who does not speak. So, wondering, through the hours meek, I trudge the day away. Half glad when it is night, and sleep. If, haply, through a dream, to peep in parlors, shut by day. And if I do, when morning comes, it is as if 100 drums did round my pillow roll. And shouts fill all my childish sky. And bells keep saying, victory, from steeples in my soul. And if I don't, the little bird within the orchard is not heard. And I omit to pray, Father, thy will be done, today. For my will goes the other way. And it were perjury. 104. Where I have lost, I softer tread. Where I have lost, I softer tread. I sow sweet flower from garden bed. I pause above that vanished head. And mourn. Whom I have lost, I pious guard. From accent harsh, or ruthless word. Feeling as if their pillow heard. Though stone. When I have lost, you'll know by this. A bonnet black, a dusk surplice. A little tremor in my voice like this. Why, I have lost, the people know. Who dressed in flocks of purest snow. Went home a century ago. Next bliss. 105. To hang our head, ostensibly. To hang our head, ostensibly. And subsequent. To find That such was not the posture of our immortal mind. Affords the sly presumption that in so dense a fuzz, you, too, take cobweb attitudes upon a plain of gauze. 106, the daisy follows soft the sun. The daisy follows soft the sun. And when his golden walk is done, sits shyly at his feet. He, walking, finds the flower near. Wherefore, marauder, art thou here? Because, sir, love is sweet. We are the flower, thou the sun. Forgive us, if as days decline, we nearer steal to thee. Enamored of the parting west, the peace, the flight, the amethyst, night's possibility. 107, 'twas such a little, little boat. 'Twas such a little, little boat that toddled down the bay. 'Twas such a gallant, gallant sea that beckoned it away. 'Twas such a greedy, greedy wave that licked it from the coast. Nor ever guessed the stately sails. My little craft was lost. 108, surgeons must be very careful. Surgeons must be very careful when they take the knife. Underneath their fine incisions stirs the culprit, life. 109, by a flower, by a letter. By a flower, by a letter. By a nimble love. If I weld the rivet faster. Final fast, above. Never mind my breathless anvil. Never mind repose. Never mind the sooty faces tugging at the forge. 110, artists wrestled here. Artists wrestled here. Lo, a tint cashmere. Lo, a rose. Student of the year. For the easel here. Say repose. 111, the bee is not afraid of me. The bee is not afraid of me. I know the butterfly. The pretty people in the woods receive me cordially. The brooks laugh louder when I come. The breezes madder play. Wherefore, mine eyes, thy silver mists. Wherefore, O summer's day. 112. Where bells no more affright the morn. Where bells no more affright the morn. Where Scrabble never comes. Where very nimble gentlemen are forced to keep their rooms. Where tired children placid sleep through centuries of noon. This place is bliss, this town is heaven. Please, Pater, pretty soon. Oh, could we climb where Moses stood and view the landscape o'er. Not father's bells, nor factories could scare us any more. 113, our share of night to bear. Our share of night to bear. Our share of morning. Our blank in bliss to fill. Our blank in scorning. Here a star, and there a star. Some lose their way. Here a mist, and there a mist. Afterwards, day. 114, good night, because we must. Good night, because we must. How intricate the dust. I would go, to know. O incognito. Saucy, saucy seraph. To elude me so. Father. They won't tell me. Won't you tell them to? 115, what inn is this? What inn is this? Where for the night? Peculiar traveler comes. Who is the landlord? Where the maids? Behold, what curious rooms. No ruddy fires on the hearth. No brimming tankards flow. Necromancer. Landlord. Who are these below? 116, I had some things that I called mine. I had some things that I called mine. And God, that he called his. Till, recently a rival claim disturbed these amities. The property, my garden, which having sown with care, he claims the pretty acre, and sends a bailiff there. The station of the parties forbids publicity, but justice is sublimer than arms, or pedigree. I'll institute an action. I'll vindicate the law. Jove! Choose your counsel. I retain, Shaw. 117, in rags mysterious as these. In rags mysterious as these. The shining courtiers go. Veiling the purple, and the plumes. Veiling the ermine so. Smiling, as they request an alms. At some imposing door. Smiling when we walk barefoot. Upon their golden floor. 118, my friend attacks my friend. My friend attacks my friend. O battle picturesque. Then I turn soldier too. And he turns satirist. How martial is this place. Had I a mighty gun. I think I'd shoot the human race. And then to glory run. 119, talk with prudence to a beggar. Talk with prudence to a beggar. Of potos, and the mines. Reverently, to the hungry. Of your viands, and your wines. Cautious, hint to any captive. You have passed enfranchised feet. Anecdotes of air in dungeons. Have sometimes proved deadly sweet. 120, if this is fading. If this is fading. Oh, let me immediately fade. If this is dying. Bury me, in such a shroud of red. If this is sleep. On such a night. How proud to shut the eye. Good evening, gentle fellow men. Peacock presumes to die. 121, as watchers hang upon the east. As watchers hang upon the east. As beggars revel at a feast. By savory fancy spread. As brooks in deserts babble sweet. On ear too far for the delight. Heaven beguiles the tired. As that same watcher, when the east opens the lid of amethyst. And lets the morning go. That beggar, when an honored guest. Those thirsty lips to flagons pressed. Heaven to us, if true. 122, a something in a summer's day. A something in a summer's day. As slow her flambeaux burn away. Which solemnizes me. A something in a summer's noon. A depth, an azure, a perfume. Transcending ecstasy. And still within a summer's night. A something so transporting bright. I clap my hands to see. Then veil my too inspecting face. Let such a subtle, shimmering grace flutter too far for me. The wizard fingers never rest. The purple brook within the breast still chafes its narrow bed. Still rears the east her amber flag. Guides still the sun along the crag. His caravan of red. So looking on, the night, the morn. Conclude the wonder gay. And I meet. Coming through the dews. Another summer's day. 123, many cross the Rhine. Many cross the Rhine. In this cup of mine. Sip old Frankfurt air. From my brown cigar. 124. In lands I never saw, they say. In lands I never saw, they say. Immortal Alps look down. Whose bonnets touch the firmament. Whose sandals touch the town. Meek at whose everlasting feet. A myriad daisy play. Which, sir? Are you and which am I? Upon an August day. 125, for each ecstatic instant. For each ecstatic instant. We must in anguish pay. In keen and quivering ratio. To the ecstasy. For each beloved hour. Sharp pittances of years. Bitter contested farthings. And coffers heaped with tears. 126, to fight aloud, is very brave. To fight aloud is very brave. But gallantier, I know. Who charge within the bosom. The cavalry of woe. Who win, and nations do not see. Who fall, and none observe. Whose dying eyes no country regards with patriot love. We trust, in plumed procession. For such the angels go. Rank after rank, with even feet. And uniforms of snow. 127, Houses, so the wise men tell me. Houses, so the wise men tell me. Mansions. Mansions must be warm. Mansions cannot let the tears in. Mansions must exclude the storm. Many mansions, by his father. I don't know him. Snugly built. Could the children find the way there? Some would even trudge tonight. 128, Bring me the sunset in a cup. Bring me the sunset in a cup. Reckon the morning's flagons up. And say how many do. Tell me how far the morning leaps. Tell me what time the weaver sleeps. Who spun the breadth of blue? Write me how many notes there be. In the new robin's ecstasy. Among astonished boughs. How many trips the tortoise makes. How many cups the bee partakes. The debauchee of dews. Also, who laid the rainbow's piers. Also, who leads the docile spheres. By withes of supple blue. Whose fingers string the stalactite. Who counts the wampum of the night. To see that none is due. Who built this little Alban house. And shut the windows down so close. My spirit cannot see. Who'll let me out some gala day. With implements to fly away. Passing pomposity. 129, Cocoon above. Cocoon below. Cocoon above. Cocoon below. Stealthy cocoon, why hide you so? What all the world suspect? An hour, and gay on every tree. Your secret, perched in ecstasy. Defies imprisonment. An hour in chrysalis to pass. Then gay above receding grass. A butterfly to go. A moment to interrogate. Then wiser than a surrogate. The universe to know. 130, These are the days when birds come back. These are the days when birds come back. A very few, a bird or two. To take a backward look. These are the days when skies resume. The old, old sophistries of June. A blue and gold mistake. O fraud that cannot cheat the bee. Almost thy plausibility induces my belief. Till ranks of seeds their witness bear. And softly through the altered air hurries a timid leaf. O sacrament of summer days. O last communion in the haze. Permit a child to join. Thy sacred emblems to partake. They consecrated bread to take. And thine immortal wine. 131, Besides the autumn poets sing. Besides the autumn poets sing. A few prosaic days. A little this side of the snow. And that side of the haze. A few incisive mornings. A few ascetic eves. Gone, Mr. Bryant's golden rod. And Mr. Thompson's sheaves. Still is the bustle in the brook. Sealed are the spicy valves. Mesmeric fingers softly touch the eyes of many elves. Perhaps a squirrel may remain. My sentiments to share. Grant me, O Lord, a sunny mind. Thy windy will to bear. 132, I bring an unaccustomed wine. I bring an unaccustomed wine. To lips long parching, next to mine. And summon them to drink. Crackling with fever, they essay. I turn my brimming eyes away. And come next hour to look. The hands still hug the tardy glass. The lips I would have cooled, alas, are so superfluous cold. I would as soon attempt to warm the bosoms where the frost has lain. Ages beneath the mold. Some other thirsty there may be, to whom this would have pointed me, had it remained to speak. And so I always bear the cup. If, haply, mine may be the drop some pilgrim thirst to slake. If, haply, any say to me, unto the little, unto me. When I at last awake. 133, as children bid the guest, good night. As children bid the guest good night. And then reluctant turn. My flowers raise their pretty lips. Then put their nightgowns on. As children caper when they wake. Merry that it is morn. My flowers from 100 cribs. Will peep, and prance again. 134, perhaps you'd like to buy a flower. Perhaps you'd like to buy a flower. But I could never sell. If you would like to borrow. Until the daffodil unties her yellow bonnet. Beneath the village door. Until the bees, from clover rows. Their hock and sherry draw. Why, I will lend until just then. But not an hour more. 135, water, is taught by thirst. Water, is taught by thirst. Land, by the oceans past. Transport, by throw. Peace, by its battles told. Love, by memorial mold. Birds, by the snow. 136, have you got a brook in your little heart? Have you got a brook in your little heart? Where bashful flowers blow. And blushing birds go down to drink. And shadows tremble so. And nobody knows, so still it flows. That any brook is there. And yet your little draught of life is daily drunken there. Then look out for the little brook in March. When the rivers overflow. And the snows come hurrying from the hills. And the bridges often go. And later, in August it may be. When the meadows parching lie. Beware, lest this little brook of life some burning noon go dry. 137. Flowers, well, if anybody. Flowers, well, if anybody. Can the ecstasy define? Half a transport, half a trouble. With which flowers humble men. Anybody find the fountain? From which floods so contra flow? I will give him all the daisies. Which upon the hillside blow. Too much pathos in their faces. For a simple breast like mine. Butterflies from Street Domingo. Cruising round the purple line. Have a system of aesthetics. Far superior to mine. 138. Pygmy seraphs, gone astray. Pygmy seraphs, gone astray. Velvet people from Vevey. Balls from some lost summer day. Bees' exclusive coterie. Paris could not lay the fold. Belted down with emerald. Venice could not show a check. Of a tint so lustrous meek. Never such an ambuscade. As of briar and leaf displayed. For my little damask maid. I had rather wear her grace. Than an earl's distinguished face. I had rather dwell like her. Than be Duke of Exeter. Royalty enough for me. 2. Subdue the bumblebee. 139, Soul, wilt thou toss again? Soul, wilt thou toss again? By just such a hazard. Hundreds have lost indeed. But tens have won in all. Angel's breathless ballot lingers to record thee. Imps in eager caucus raffle for my soul. 140. An altered look about the hills. An altered look about the hills. A Tyrian light the village fills. A whiter sunrise in the morn. A deeper twilight on the lawn. A print of a vermilion foot. A purple finger on the slope. A flippant fly upon the pane. A spider at his trade again. An added strut in chanticleer. A flower expected everywhere. An axe shrill singing in the woods. Fern odors on untraveled roads. All this and more I cannot tell. A furtive look you know as well. And Nicodemus mystery receives its annual reply. 141, some, too fragile for winter winds. Some, too fragile for winter winds. The thoughtful grave encloses. tenderly tucking them in from frost. Before their feet are cold. Never the treasures in her nest. The cautious grave exposes. Building where schoolboy dare not look. And sportsman is not bold. This covert have all the children. Early aged, and often cold. Sparrow, unnoticed by the father. Lambs for whom time had not a fold. 142, whose are the little beds, I asked. Whose are the little beds, I asked. Which in the valleys lie? Some shook their heads, and others smiled. And no one made reply. Perhaps they did not hear, I said. I will inquire again. Whose are the beds, the tiny beds? So thick upon the plain. 'Tis Daisy, in the shortest. A little further on. Nearest the door, to wake the ist. Little Leontodon. 'Tis Iris, sir, and Aster. Anemone, and Bell. Bartzia, in the blanket red. And chubby Daffodil. Meanwhile, at many cradles. Her busy foot she plied. Humming the quaintest lullaby. That ever rocked a child. Hush! Epigea wakens. The crocus stirs her lids. Rhodora's cheek is crimson. She's dreaming of the woods. Then turning from them reverent. Their bedtime, 'tis, she said. The bumblebees will wake them. When April woods are red. 143, for every bird a nest. For every bird a nest. Wherefore in timid quest. Some little wren goes seeking round. Wherefore when boughs are free. Households in every tree. Pilgrim be found. Perhaps a home too high. Ah, aristocracy. The little wren desires. Perhaps of twig so fine. Of twine e'en superfine. Her pride aspires. The lark is not ashamed. To build upon the ground. Her modest house. Yet who of all the throng. Dancing around the sun. Does so rejoice? 144, she bore it till the simple veins. She bore it till the simple veins. Traced azure on her hand. Till pleading, round her quiet eyes. The purple crayons stand. Till daffodils had come and gone. I cannot tell the sum. And then she ceased to bear it. And with the saints sat down. No more her patient figure. At twilight soft to meet. No more her timid bonnet. Upon the village street. But crowns instead, and courtiers. And in the midst so fair. Whose but her shy, immortal face? Of whom we're whispering here. 145. This heart that broke so long. This heart that broke so long. These feet that never flagged. This faith that watched for star in vain. Give gently to the dead. Hound cannot overtake the hare. That fluttered panting. Here. Nor any schoolboy robbed the nest. Tenderness builded there. 146. On such a night, or such a night. On such a night, or such a night. Would anybody care? If such a little figure slipped quiet from its chair. So quiet, oh how quiet. That nobody might know. But that the little figure rocked softer, to and fro. On such a dawn. Or such a dawn. Would anybody sigh? That such a little figure too sound asleep did lie. For chanticleer to wake it. Or stirring house below. Or giddy bird in orchard. Or early task to do. There was a little figure plump. For every little knoll. Busy needles, and spools of thread. And trudging feet from school. Playmates, and holidays. And nuts. And visions vast and small. Strange that the feet so precious charged should reach so small a goal. 147, bless God, he went as soldiers. Bless God, he went as soldiers. his musket on his breast. Grant God, he charged the bravest of all the martial blessed. Please God, might I behold him in epaulette white. I should not fear the foe then. I should not fear the fight. 148, all overgrown by cunning moss. All overgrown by cunning moss. All interspersed with weed. The little cage of Currer Bell. In quiet, Hayworth, laid. Gathered from many wanderings. Gethsemane can tell. Through what transporting anguish. She reached the asphodel. Soft falled the sounds of Eden. Upon her puzzled ear. Oh, what an afternoon for heaven. When Bronte entered there. 149, she went as quiet as the dew. She went as quiet as the dew. From a familiar flower. Not like the dew did she return. At the accustomed hour. She dropped as softly as a star. From out my summer's eve. Less skillful than Leverrier. It's sorer to believe. 150, she died, this was the way she died. She died, this was the way she died. And when her breath was done. Took up her simple wardrobe. And started for the sun. Her little figure at the gate. The angels must have spied. Since I could never find her. Upon the mortal side. 151, mute thy coronation, meek my vive le roi, fold a tiny courtier in thine ermine, sir, there to rest revering till the pageant by, I can murmur broken, master, it was I. 152, the sun kept stooping, low. The sun kept stooping, low. The hills to meet him rose. On his side, what transaction? On their side, what repose? Deeper and deeper grew the stain. Upon the window pane. Thicker and thicker stood the feet. Until the Tyrian was crowded dense with armies. So gay. So brigadier. That I felt martial stirrings. Who once the cockade wore. Charged from my chimney corner. But nobody was there. 153, dust is the only secret. Dust is the only secret. Death, the only one. You cannot find out all about. In his native town. Nobody know his father. Never was a boy. Hadn't any playmates. Or early history. Industrious. Laconic. Punctual. Sedate. Bold as a brigand. Stiller than a fleet. Builds, like a bird, too. Christ robs the nest. Robin after robin. Smuggled to rest. 154, except to heaven, she is not. Except to heaven, she is not. Except for angels, lone. Except to some wide wandering bee. A flower superfluous blown. Except for winds, provincial. Except by butterflies. Unnoticed as a single dew. That on the acre lies. The smallest housewife in the grass. Yet take her from the lawn. And somebody has lost the face. That made existence, home. 155, the murmur of a bee. The murmur of a bee. A witchcraft yieldeth me. If any ask me why. 'Twere easier to die. Than tell. The red upon the hill. Taketh away my will. If anybody sneer. Take care, for God is here. That's all. The breaking of the day. Addeth to my degree. If any ask me how. Artist, who drew me so. Must tell. 156, you love me, you are sure. You love me, you are sure. I shall not fear mistake. I shall not cheated wake. Some grinning morn. To find the sunrise left. And orchards, unbereft. And Dolly, gone. I need not start, you're sure. That night will never be. When frightened, home to thee I run. To find the windows dark. And no more dolly, Mark. Quite none. Be sure you're sure, you know. I'll bear it better now. If you'll just tell me so. Then when, a little dull bomb groan. Over this pain of mine. You sting, again. 157, Musicians wrestle everywhere. Musicians wrestle everywhere. All day, among the crowded air. I hear the silver strife. And, waking, long before the morn. Such transport breaks upon the town. I think it that, new life. If is not bird, it has no nest. Nor, band, in brass and scarlet, drayest. Nor tambourine, nor man. It is not him from pulpit read. The morning stars, the treble led. On time's first afternoon. Some, say, it is, the spheres, at play. Some say that bright majority. Of vanished dames, and men. Some, think it service in the place. Where we, with late, celestial face. Please God, shall ascertain. 158, Dying. Dying in the night. Dying. Dying in the night. Won't somebody bring the light? So I can see which way to go. Into the everlasting snow. And Jesus. Where is Jesus gone? They said that Jesus always came. Perhaps he doesn't know the house. This way, Jesus, let him pass. Somebody run to the great gate. And see if Dolly's coming. Wait. I hear her feet upon the stair. Death won't hurt, now Dolly's here. 159, a little bread, a crust, a crumb. A little bread, a crust, a crumb. A little trust, a demijohn. Can keep the soul alive. Not portly, mind. But breathing, warm. Conscious, as old Napoleon. The night before the crown. A modest lot, a fame petite. A brief campaign of sting and sweet. Is plenty. Is enough. A sailor's business is the shore. A soldier's, balls. Who asketh more? Must seek the neighboring life. 160, just lost, when I was saved. Just lost, when I was saved. Just felt the world go by. Just girt me for the onset with eternity. When breath blew back. And on the other side. I heard recede the disappointed tide. Therefore, as one returned, I feel. Odd secrets of the line to tell. Some sailor, skirting foreign shores. Some pale reporter, from the awful doors. Before the seal. Next time, to stay. Next time, the things to see. By ear unheard. Unscrutinized by eye. Next time, to tarry. While the ages steal. Slow tramp the centuries. And the cycles wheel. 161, a feather from the whippoorwill. A feather from the whippoorwill. That everlasting, sings. Whose galleries, are sunrise. Whose opera, the springs. Whose emerald nest the ages spin. Of mellow, murmuring thread. Whose beryl egg, what schoolboys hunt. In recess, overhead. 162, my river runs to thee. My river runs to thee. Blue sea. Wilt welcome me? My river wait reply. O sea, look graciously. I'll fetch thee brooks. From spotted nooks. Say, sea, take me. 163. Though my destiny be fustian. Though my destiny be fustian. Hers be damask fine. Though she wear a silver apron. I, a less divine. Still, my little gypsy being. I would far prefer. Still, my little sunburnt bosom. To her rosier. For, when frosts. Their punctual fingers. On her forehead lay. You and I, and Dyar. Holland. Bloom eternally. Roses of a steadfast summer. In a steadfast land. Where no autumn lifts her pencil. And no reapers stand. 164. Mama never forgets her birds. Mama never forgets her birds. Though in another tree. She looks down just as often. And just as tenderly. As when her little mortal nest. With cunning care she wove. If either of her sparrows fall. She notices. Above. 165. A wounded deer leaps highest. A wounded deer leaps highest. I've heard the hunter tell. T is but the ecstasy of death. And then the break is still. The smitten rock that gushes. The trampled steel that springs. A cheek is always redder. Just where the hectic stings. Mirth is the mail of anguish. In which it cautions arm. Lest anybody spy the blood. And, you're hurt, exclaim. 166. I met a king this afternoon. I met a king this afternoon. He had not on a crown indeed. A little palm leaf hat was all. And he was barefoot, I'm afraid. But sure I am he ermine wore. Beneath his faded jacket's blue. And sure I am, the crest he bore. Within that jacket's pocket too. For 'twas too stately for an earl. A marquis would not go so grand. 'Twas possibly a czar petite. A pope, or something of that kind. If I must tell you, of a horse. My freckled monarch held the rein. Doubtless an estimable beast. But not at all disposed to run. And such a wagon. While I live. Dare I presume to see. Another such a vehicle. As then transported me. Two other ragged princes. His royal state partook. Doubtless the first excursion. These sovereigns ever took. I question if the royal coach. Round which the footmen wait. Has the significance, on high. Of this barefoot estate. 167. To learn the transport by the pain. To learn the transport by the pain. As blind men learn the sun. To die of thirst, suspecting. That brooks in meadows run. To stay the homesick feet. Upon a foreign shore. Haunted by native lands, the while. And blue, beloved air. This is the sovereign anguish. This, the signal woe. These are the patient laureates. Whose voices, trained, below. Ascend in ceaseless carol. Inaudible, indeed. To us, the duller scholars. Of the mysterious bard. 168. If the foolish, call them flowers. If the foolish, call them flowers. Need the wiser, tell. If the savants classify them. It is just as well. Those who read the Revelations. Must not criticize. Those who read the same edition. With beclouded eyes. Could we stand with that old Moses? Canaan denied. Scan like him, the stately landscape. On the other side. Doubtless, we should deem superfluous. Many sciences. Not pursued by learned angels. In scholastic skies. Lo amid that glad bell's letra. Grant that we may stand. Stars, amid profound galaxies. At that grand right hand. 169. In ebon box, when years have flown. In ebon box, when years have flown. To reverently peer. Wiping away the velvet dust. Summers have sprinkled there. To hold a letter to the light. Grown tawny now, with time. To con the faded syllables. That quickened us like wine. Perhaps a flower's shriveled check. Among its stores to find. Plucked far away, some morning. By gallant, mouldering hand. A curl, perhaps, from foreheads. Our constancy forgot. Perhaps, an antique trinket. In vanished fashion set. And then to lay them quiet back. And go about its care. As if the little ebon box were none of our affair. 170, portraits are to daily faces. Portraits are to daily faces. As an evening west. To a fine, pedantic sunshine. In a satin vest. 171, wait till the majesty of death. Wait till the majesty of death. Invests so mean a brow. Almost a powdered footman might dare to touch it now. Wait till in everlasting robes that democrat is dressed. Then prate about preferment and station and the rest. Around this quiet courtier obsequious angels wait. Full royal is his retinue. Full purple is his state. A lord might dare to lift the hat to such a modest clay. Since that my lord, the Lord of Lords, receives unblushingly. 172, 'tis so much joy. 'Tis so much joy. T is so much joy. T is so much joy. If I should fail, what poverty! And yet, as poor as I, have ventured upon a throw. Have gained. Yes. Hesitated so. This side the victory. Life is but life, and death but death. Bliss is but bliss and breath but breath. And if, indeed, I fail, at least to know the worst is sweet. Defeat means nothing but defeat. No drearier can prevail. And if I gain, oh, gun at sea. Oh, bells that in the steeples be. At first repeat it slow. For heaven is a different thing. Conjectured, and waked sudden in. And might o'erwhelm me so. 173, a fuzzy fellow, without feet. A fuzzy fellow, without feet. Yet doth exceeding run. Of velvet, is his countenance. And his complexion, dun. Sometime, he dwelleth in the grass. Sometime, upon a bough. From which he doth descend in plush. Upon the passer-by. All this in summer. But when winds alarm the forest folk, he taketh damask residence. And struts in sewing silk. Then, finer than a lady, emerges in the spring. A feather on each shoulder. You'd scarce recognize him. By men, yclept caterpillar. By me. But who am I to tell the pretty secret of the butterfly? 174, at last, to be identified. At last, to be identified. At last, the lamps upon thy side. The rest of life to see. Past midnight. Past the morning star. Past sunrise. Ah, what leagues there were between our feet and day. 175. I have never seen volcanoes. I have never seen volcanoes. But, when travelers tell how those old, phlegmatic mountains, usually so still, bear within, appalling ordnance, fire, and smoke, and gun, taking villages for breakfast, and appalling men. If the stillness is volcanic in the human face, when upon a pain titanic features keep their place, if at length the smoldering anguish will not overcome, and the palpitating vineyard in the dust be thrown, if some loving antiquary on resumption morn will not cry with joy, Pompeii, to the hills return. 176, I'm the little heart's ease. I'm the little heart's ease. I don't care for pouting skies. If the butterfly delay, can I, therefore, stay away? If the coward bumblebee in his chimney corner stay, I must resoluter be. Who'll apologize for me? Dear, old-fashioned, little flower. Eden is old-fashioned, too. Birds are antiquated fellows. Heaven does not change her blue. Nor will I, the little heart's ease, ever be induced to do. 177, Ah, necromancy sweet. Ah, necromancy sweet. Ah, wizard erudite. Teach me the skill, that I instill the pain. Surgeons assuage in vain. Nor herb of all the plain can heal. 178, I cautious, scanned my little life. I cautious, scanned my little life. I winnowed what would fade, from what would last till heads like mine should be a-dreaming laid. I put the latter in a barn. The former blew away. I went one winter morning, and lo, my priceless hay was not upon the scaffold, was not upon the beam. And from a thriving farmer, a cynic, I became. Whether a thief did it, whether it was the wind, whether deities guiltless, my business is, to find. So I begin to ransack. How is it, hearts, with thee? Art thou within the little barn? Love provided thee. 179, if I could bribe them by a rose. If I could bribe them by a rose, I'd bring them every flower that grows. From Amherst to Kashmir. I would not stop for night, or storm, or frost, or death, or anyone. My business were so dear. If they would linger for a bird, my tambourine were soonest heard. Among the April woods, unwearied, all the summer long, only to break in wilder song, when winter shook the boughs. What if they hear me? Who shall say that such an importunity may not at last avail? That, weary of this beggar's face, they may not finally say, yes, to drive her from the hall. 180. As if some little Arctic flower, as if some little Arctic flower, upon the polar hem, went wandering down the latitudes, until it puzzled came to continents of summer, to firmaments of sun, to strange, bright crowds of flowers, and birds of foreign tongue. I say, as if this little flower to Eden wandered in. What then? Why, nothing. Only, your inference therefrom. 181, I lost a world, the other day. I lost a world, the other day. Has anybody found? You'll know it by the row of stars around its forehead bound. A rich man might not notice it. Yet, to my frugal eye, of more esteem than ducats. Oh, find it, sir, for me. 182, if I shouldn't be alive. If I shouldn't be alive. When the robins come, give the one in red cravat a memorial crumb. If I couldn't thank you, being just asleep, you will know I'm trying with my granite lip. 183. I've heard an organ talk, sometimes. I've heard an organ talk, sometimes. In a cathedral aisle. And understood no word it said. Yet held my breath, the while. And risen up, and gone away. A more Bernardine girl. Yet, know not what was done to me in that old chapel aisle. 184, a transport one cannot contain. A transport one cannot contain. May yet a transport be, though God forbid it lift the lid unto its ecstasy. A diagram of rapture. A sixpence at a show, with holy ghosts in cages. The universe would go. 185, faith is a fine invention. Faith is a fine invention. For gentlemen who see. But microscopes are prudent in an emergency. 186. What shall I do, it whimpers so. What shall I do, it whimpers so. This little hound within the heart all day and night with bark and start. And yet, it will not go. Would you untie it? Were you me? Would it stop whining, if to thee I sent it, even now? It should not tease you. By your chair, or, on the mat. Or if it dare, to climb your dizzy knee. Or, sometimes at your side to run. When you were willing. Shall it come? Tell Carlo. He'll tell me. 187, how many times these low feet staggered. How many times these low feet staggered. Only the soldered mouth can tell. Try, can you stir the awful rivet? Try, can you lift the hasps of steel? Stroke the cool forehead, hot so often. Lift, if you care, the listless hair. Handle the adamantine fingers. Never a thimble, more, shall wear. Buzz the dull flies, on the chamber window. Brave, shines the sun through the freckled pane. Fearless, the cobweb swings from the ceiling. Indolent housewife, in Daisy's lane. 188, make me a picture of the sun. Make me a picture of the sun. So I can hang it in my room. And make believe I'm getting warm. When others call it day. Draw me a robin, on a stem. So I am hearing him, I'll dream. And when the orchards stop their tune. Put my pretense, away. Say if it's really, warm at noon. Whether it's buttercups, that skim. Or butterflies, that bloom. Then, skip, the frost, upon the leah. And skip the russet, on the tree. Let's play those, never come. 189, it's such a little thing to weep. It's such a little thing to weep. So short a thing to sigh. And yet, by trades, the sighs of these. We men and women die. 190, he was weak, and I was strong, then. He was weak, and I was strong, then. So he let me lead him in. I was weak, and he was strong then. So I let him lead me, home. 'Twasn't far, the door was near. 'Twasn't dark, for he went, too. 'Twasn't loud, for he said not. That was all I cared to know. Day knocked, and we must part. Neither, was strongest, now. He strove, and I strove, too. We didn't do it, though. 191, the skies can't keep their secret. The skies can't keep their secret. They tell it to the hills. The hills just tell the orchards. And they, the daffodils. A bird, by chance, that goes that way. Soft overhears the whole. If I should bribe the little bird. Who knows but she would tell. I think I won't, however. It's finer, not to know. If summer were an axiom. What sorcery had snow? So keep your secret, father. I would not, if I could. Know what the sapphire fellows do. In your new-fashioned world. 192, poor little heart. Poor little heart. Did they forget thee? Then dinna care. Then dinna care. Proud little heart. Did they forsake thee? Be debonair. Be debonair. Frail little heart. I would not break thee. Couldst credit me? Couldst credit me? Gay little heart. Like morning glory. Wind and sun, wilt thee array. 193, I shall know why, when time is over. I shall know why, when time is over. And I have ceased to wonder why. Christ will explain each separate anguish. In the fair schoolroom of the sky. He will tell me what Peter promised. And I, for wonder at his woe. I shall forget the drop of anguish. That scalds me now, that scalds me now. 194, on this long storm the rainbow rose. On this long storm the rainbow rose. On this late morn the sun. The clouds, like listless elephants. Horizons straggled down. The birds rose smiling in their nests. The gales indeed were done. Alas! How heedless were the eyes, on whom the summer shone. The quiet nonchalance of death, no daybreak can bestir. The slow archangel's syllables must awaken her. 195, for this, accepted breath. For this, accepted breath. Through it, compete with death. The fellow cannot touch this crown. By it, my title take. Ah, what a royal sake! To my necessity, stooped down. No wilderness, can be, where this attendeth me. No desert noon. No fear of frost to come. Haunt the perennial bloom. But certain June. Get Gabriel, to tell, the royal syllable. Get saints, with new, unsteady tongue. To say what trance below most like their glory show. Fittest the crown. 196. We don't cry, Tim and I. We don't cry, Tim and I. We are far too grand. But we bolt the door tight, to prevent a friend. Then we hide our brave face deep in our hand. Not to cry, Tim and I. We are far too grand. Nor to dream, he and me. Do we condescend? We just shut our brown eye to see to the end. Tim, see cottages. But, oh, so high. Then, we shake, Tim and I. And lest I cry, Tim reads a little hymn. And we both pray. Please, sir, I and Tim always lost the way. We must die, by and by. Clergymen say. Tim shall, if I do. I, too, if he. How shall we arrange it? Tim was so shy. Take us simultaneous, Lord. I, Tim, and me. 197. Morning is the place for dew. Morning is the place for dew. Corn is made at noon. After dinner light, for flowers. Dukes, for setting sun. 198. An awful tempest mashed the air. An awful tempest mashed the air. The clouds were gaunt and few. A black, as of a spectre's cloak, hid heaven and earth from view. The creatures chuckled on the roofs, and whistled in the air, and shook their fists, and gnashed their teeth, and swung their frenzied hair. The morning lit, the birds arose. The monster's faded eyes turned slowly to his native coast. And peace was paradise. 199. I'm wife, I've finished that. I'm wife, I've finished that. That other state. I'm czar, I'm woman now. It's safer so. How odd the girl's life looks behind this soft eclipse. I think that earth feels so. To folks in heaven, now. This being comfort, then. That other kind, was pain. But why compare? I'm wife. Stop there. 200. I stole them from a bee. I stole them from a bee. Because, thee. Sweet plea. He pardoned me. 201. Two swimmers wrestled on the spar. Two swimmers wrestled on the spar. Until the morning sun. When one turned smiling to the land. O God, the other one. The stray ships passing spied a face. Upon the waters borne. With eyes in death still begging raised. And hands beseeching thrown. 202. My eye is fuller than my vase. My eye is fuller than my vase. Her cargo is of dew. And still, my heart, my eye outweighs. East India, for you. 203. He forgot, and I remembered. He forgot, and I remembered. 'Twas an everyday affair. Long ago as Christ and Peter warmed them at the temple fire. Thou wert with him, quoth the damsel. No, said Peter, 'twasn't me. Jesus merely looked at Peter. Could I do aught else to thee? 204. A slash of blue. A slash of blue. A sweep of grey. Some scarlet patches on the way. Compose an evening sky. A little purple, slipped between. Some ruby trousers hurried on. A wave of gold. A bank of day. This just makes out the morning sky. 205. I should not dare to leave my friend. I should not dare to leave my friend. Because if he should die. While I was gone, and I, too late, should reach the heart that wanted me. If I should disappoint the eyes that hunted so, to see, and could not bear to shut until they noticed me. If I should stab the patient faith, so sure I'd come. It listening, went to sleep, telling my tardy name. My heart would wish it broke before. Since breaking then, were useless as next morning's sun, where midnight frosts had lain. 206. The flower must not blame the bee. The flower must not blame the bee that seeketh his felicity too often at her door. But teach the footman from Vevey, mistress is not at home, to say to people any more. 207. Though I get home how late. Though I get home how late. So I get home, 'twill compensate. Better will be the ecstasy that they have done expecting me. When night, descending, dumb, and dark, they hear my unexpected knock. Transporting must the moment be, brewed from decades of agony. To think just how the fire will burn, just how long cheated eyes will turn. To wonder what myself will say, and what itself will say to me. Beguiles the centuries of way. 208. The rose did caper on her cheek. The rose did caper on her cheek. Her bodice rose and fell. Her pretty speech, like drunken men, did stagger pitiful. Her fingers fumbled at her work. Her needle would not go. What ailed so smart a little maid? It puzzled me to know. Till opposite, I spied a cheek that bore another rose. Just opposite, another speech that like the drunkard goes. A vest that like her bodice danced to the immortal tune. Till those two troubled, little clocks ticked softly into one. 209. With thee, in the desert. With thee, in the desert. With thee in the thirst. With thee in the tamarind wood. Leopard breathes, at last. 210. The thought beneath so slight a film, is more distinctly seen, as laces just reveal the surge, or mists, the Apennine. 211. Come slowly, Eden. Come slowly, Eden. Lips and use to thee. Bashful, sip they jessamines. As the fainting bee, reaching late his flower, round her chamber hums, counts his nectars, enters, and is lost in balms. 212. Least rivers, docile to some sea. Least rivers, docile to some sea. My Caspian, thee. 213. Did the harebell loose her girdle? Did the harebell loose her girdle? To the lover bee. Would the bee the harebell hallow? Much as formerly. Did the paradise, persuaded, yield her mote of pearl? Would the Eden be an Eden? Or the Earl, an Earl? 214. I taste a liquor never brewed. I taste a liquor never brewed. From tankards scooped in pearl. Not all the vats upon the Rhine yield such an alcohol. Inebriate of air am I. and debauchee of dew. Reeling, through endless summer days. From inns of molten blue. When landlords turn the drunken bee out of the foxglove's door. When butterflies renounce their drams. I shall but drink the more. Till seraphs swing their snowy hats. And saints to windows run. To see the little tippler. Leaning against the sun. 215. What is paradise? What is paradise? Who live there? Are they farmers? Do they hoe? Do they know that this is Amherst? And that I am coming, too? Do they wear new shoes in Deaton? Is it always pleasant there? Won't they scold us when we're homesick? Or tell God how cross we are? You are sure there's such a person as a father in the sky. So if I get lost there ever, or do what the nurse calls die, I shan't walk the Jasper barefoot. Ransomed folks won't laugh at me. Maybe Eden ain't so lonesome as New England used to be. 216. Safe in their alabaster chambers. Safe in their alabaster chambers. Untouched by morning. And untouched by noon. Sleep the meek members of the resurrection. Rafter of satin. And roof of stone. Light laughs the breeze. In her castle above them. Babbles the bee in a stolid ear. Pipe the sweet birds in ignorant cadence. Ah, what sagacity perished here! Grand go the years in the crescent above them. Worlds scoop their arcs, and firmaments row. Diadems drop and doges surrender. Soundless as dots on a disk of snow. 217. Savior. I've no one else to tell. Savior. I've no one else to tell. And so I trouble thee. I am the one forgot thee so. Dost thou remember me? Nor, for myself, I came so far. That were the little load. I brought thee the imperial heart. I had not strength to hold. The heart I carried in my own. Till mine too heavy grew. Yet, strangest, heavier since it went. Is it too large for you? 218. Is it true, dear Sue? Is it true, dear Sue? Are there two? I shouldn't like to come. For fear of joggling him. If I could shut him up. In a coffee cup. Or tie him to a pin. Till I got in. Or make him fast. To Toby's fist. Hist. Whist. I'd come. 219. She sweeps with many-colored brooms. She sweeps with many-colored brooms. And leaves the shreds behind. O housewife in the evening west. Come back, and dust the pond. You dropped a purple revelling in. You dropped an amber thread. And how you've littered all the east. With duds of emerald, and still, she plies her spotted brooms, and still the aprons fly, till brooms fade softly into stars, and then I come away. 220. Could I, then, shut the door? Could I, then, shut the door? Lest my beseeching face, at last, rejected, be, of her. 221. It can't be summer. It can't be summer. That, got through. It's early, yet, for spring. There's that long town of white to cross. Before the blackbirds sing. It can't be dying. It's too rouge. The dead shall go in white. So sunset shuts my question down. With cuffs of chrysolite. 222. When Katie walks, this simple pair accompany her side. When Katie walks, this simple pair accompany her side. When Katie runs unwearied they follow on the road. When Katie kneels, their loving hands still clasp her pious knee. Ah! Katie! Smile at fortune, with two so knit to thee. 223. I came to buy a smile, today. I came to buy a smile, today. But just a single smile. The smallest one upon your face. Will suit me just as well. The one that no one else would miss. It shone so very small. I'm pleading at the counter. Sir. Could you afford to sell? I've diamonds, on my fingers. You know what diamonds are. I've rubies, live the evening blood. And topaz, like the star. 'Twould be a bargain for a Jew. Say, may I have it, sir? 224, I've nothing else, to bring, you know, I've nothing else, to bring, you know, so I keep bringing these, just as the night keeps fetching stars to our familiar eyes, maybe, we shouldn't mind them, unless they didn't come. Then, maybe, it would puzzle us to find our way home. 225, Jesus. Thy crucifix. Jesus. Thy crucifix. Enable thee to guess. The smaller size. Jesus. Thy second face. Mind thee in paradise. Of ours. 226, should you but fail at, sea. Should you but fail at, sea. In sight of me. Or doomed lie. Next sun, to die. Or rap, at paradise, unheard. I'd harass God. Until he let you in. 227. Teach him, when he makes the names. Teach him, when he makes the names. Such an one, to say. On his babbling, berry, lips. As should sound, to me. Were my ear, as near his nest. As my thought, today. As should sound. Forbid us. Not. Some like Emily. 228, blazing in gold and quenching in purple, blazing in gold and quenching in purple, leaping like leopards to the sky, then at the feet of the old horizon laying her spotted face to die, stooping as low as the otter's window. Touching the roof and tinting the barn, kissing her bonnet to the meadow, and the juggler of day is gone. 229, a burdock, clawed my gown. A burdock, clawed my gown. Not burdocks, blame. But mine. Who went too near. The burdock's den. A bog, affronts my shoe. What else have bogs, to do? The only trade they know. The splashing men. Ah, pity, then. 'Tis minnows can despise. The elephants, calm eyes. Look further on. 230, we, B and I, live by the quaffing. We, B and I, live by the quaffing. 'Tisn't all hock, with us. Life has its ale. But it's many a lay of the dim burgundy. We chant, for cheer, when the wines, fail. Do we, get drunk? Ask the jolly clovers. Do we, beat, our, wife? I, never wed. B, pledges his, in minute flagons. Dainty, as the trees, on our deft head. While runs the Rhine. He and I, revel. First, at the vat, and latest at the vine. Noon, our last cup. Found dead, of nectar. By a humming coroner. In a by time. 231. God permits industrious angels. God permits industrious angels. Afternoons, to play. I met one, forgot my schoolmates. All, for him, straightway. God calls home, the angels, promptly. At the setting sun. I missed mine, how dreary. Marbles. After playing crown. 232, the sun, just touched the morning. The sun, just touched the morning. The morning, happy thing. Suppose that he had come to dwell. And life would all be spring. She felt herself supremer. A raised, ethereal thing. Henceforth, for her, what holiday? Meanwhile, her wheeling king trailed, slow, along the orchards. His haughty, spangled hems leaving a new necessity. The want of diadems. The morning, fluttered, staggered. Felt feebly, for her crown. Her unanointed forehead. Henceforth, her only one. 233, the lamp burns sure, within. The lamp burns sure, within. Though serfs supply the oil, it matters not the busy wick. At her phosphoric toil, the slave forgets to fill. The lamp burns golden, on. Unconscious that the oil is out. As that the slave is gone. 234, you're right, the way is narrow. You're right, the way is narrow. And difficult the gate. And few there be, correct again. That enter in, thereat. 'Tis costly, so are purples. 'Tis just the price of breath. With but the discount of the grave. Termed by the brokers, death, and after that, there's heaven, the good man's dividend, and bad men go to jail, I guess. 235, the court is far away. The court is far away. No umpire, have I. My sovereign is offended. To gain his grace, I'd die, I'll seek his royal feet, I'll say, remember, King, thou shalt, thyself, one day, a child. Implore a larger thing, that empire, is of czars, as small, they say, as I, grant me, that day, the royalty, to intercede, for thee. 236, if he dissolve, then, there is nothing, more. If he dissolve, then, there is nothing, more. Eclipse, at midnight. It was dark, before. Sunset, at Easter. Blindness, on the dawn. Faint star of Bethlehem. Gone down. Would but some God, inform him. Or it be too late. Say, that the pulse just lisps. The chariots wait. Say, that a little life, for his, is leaking, red. His little spaniel, tell him. Will he heed? 237. I think just how my shape will rise. I think just how my shape will rise. When I shall be forgiven. Till hair, and eyes, and timid head are out of sight, in heaven. I think just how my lips will weigh. With shapeless, quivering prayer. That you, so late, consider me. The sparrow of your care. I mind me that of anguish, sent. Some drifts were moved away. Before my simple bosom, broke. And why not this, if they? And so I con that thing, forgiven. Until, delirious, borne. By my long bright, and longer, trust. I drop my heart, unshriven. 238. Kill your balm, and its odors bless you. Kill your balm, and its odors bless you. Bear your jessamine, to the storm. And she will fling her maddest perfume. Haply, your summer night to charm. Stab the bird, that built in your bosom. Oh! Could you catch her last refrain? Bubble. Forgive, some better, bubble. Carol for him, when I am gone. 239, Heaven, is what I cannot reach. Heaven, is what I cannot reach. The apple on the tree. Provided it do hopeless, hang. That, heaven, is, to me. The color, on the cruising cloud. The interdicted land. Behind the hill, the house behind. There, paradise, is found. Her teasing purples, afternoons. The credulous, decoy. Enamored, of the conjurer. That spurned us, yesterday. 240, ah, moon, and star. Ah, moon, and star. You are very far. But were no one farther than you, do you think I'd stop? For a firmament. Or a cubit, or so. I could borrow a bonnet. Of the lark. and a chamois silver boot, and a stirrup of an antelope, and be with you, tonight. But, moon, and star, though you're very far, there is one, farther than you. He is more than a firmament, from me. So I can never go. 241. I like a look of agony. I like a look of agony. Because I know it's true. Men do not sham convulsion, nor simulate a throe. The eyes glaze once, and that is death. Impossible to feign. The beads upon the forehead, by homely anguish strung. 242. When we stand on the tops of things, when we stand on the tops of things, and like the trees, look down, the smoke all cleared away from it, and mirrors on the scene, just laying light, no soul will wink except it have the flaw. The sound ones, like the hills, shall stand, no lighting, scares away, the perfect, nowhere be afraid, they bear their dauntless heads where others dare not go at noon protected by their deeds, the stars dare shine occasionally upon a spotted world, and suns go surer, for their proof as if an axle held. 243. I've known a heaven, like a tent. I've known a heaven, like a tent, to wrap its shining yards, pluck up its stakes, and disappear, without the sound of boards, or rip of nail, or carpenter, but just the miles of stair that signalize a show's retreat. In North America, no trace, no figment of the thing that dazzled yesterday. No ring, no marvel. Men and feats dissolved as utterly as birds' far navigation discloses just a hue, a plash of oars, a gaiety, then swallowed up, of view. 244. It is easy to work when the soul is at play, it is easy to work when the soul is at play, but when the soul is in pain, the hearing him put his playthings up makes work difficult, then, it is simple, to ache in the bone, or the rind. But gimlets, among the nerve, mangle daintier, terribler, like a panther in the glove. 245. I held a jewel in my fingers, I held a jewel in my fingers, and went to sleep, the day was warm, and winds were prosy, I said, 'Twill keep, I woke, and chid my honest fingers, the gem was gone, and now, an amethyst remembrance is all I own. 246. Forever at his side to walk. Forever at his side to walk. The smaller of the two. Brain of his brain. Blood of his blood. 2 lives, 1 being, now. Forever of his fate to taste. If grief, the largest part. If joy, to put my peace away. For that beloved heart. All life, to know each other. Whom we can never learn. And by, a change. Called heaven. Wrapped neighborhoods of men. Just finding out, what puzzled us. Without the lexicon. 247. What would I give to see his face? What would I give to see his face? I'd give my life, of course. But that is not enough. Stop just a minute, let me think. I'd give my biggest bobolink. That makes 2, him, and life. You know who June is. I'd give her roses a day from Zanzibar. And lily tubes, like wells. Bees, by the furlong. Straits of blue. Navies of butterflies, sailed through. And dappled cowslip dells. Then I have shares in primrose banks. Daffodil dowries, spicy stocks. Dominions, broad as dew. Bags of Dublins, adventurous bees. Brought me, from firmamental seas. And purple, from Peru. Now, have I bought it? Shylock. Say. Sign me the bond. I vow to pay. To her, who pledges this. 1 hour, of her sovereign's face. Ecstatic contract. Niggard grace. My kingdom's worth of bliss. 248, why, do they shut me out of heaven? Why, do they shut me out of heaven? Did I sing, too loud? But, I can say a little, minor. Timid as a bird. Wouldn't the angels try me? Just, once, more. Just, see, if I troubled them. But don't, shut the door. Oh, if I, were the gentleman. In the, white robe. And they, were the little hand, that knocked. Could, I, forbid? 249, wild nights, wild nights. Wild nights, wild nights. Were I with thee. Wild nights should be. Our luxury. Futile, the winds. To a heart in port. Done with the compass. Done with the chart. Rowing in Eden. Ah, the sea. Might I but more, tonight. In thee. 250, I shall keep singing. I shall keep singing, birds will pass me on their way to yellower climes, each, with a robin's expectation, with my redbreast, and my rhymes, late, when I take my place in summer, but, I shall bring a fuller tune. Vespers, are sweeter than matins, senior, morning, only the seed of noon. 251, over the fence. Over the fence. Strawberries, grow. Over the fence. I could climb, if I tried, I know. Berries are nice. But, if I stained my apron, God would certainly scold. Oh, dear, I guess if he were a boy, he'd climb, if he could. 252, I can wade grief. I can wade grief. Whole pools of it. I'm used to that. But the least push of joy breaks up my feet. And I tip, drunken. Let no pebble, smile. 'Twas the new liquor. That was all. Power is only pain. Stranded, through discipline. Till weights, will hang. Give balm, to giants. And they'll wilt, like men. Give Himalaya. They'll carry, him. 253. You see I cannot see, your lifetime. You see I cannot see, your lifetime. I must guess. How many times it ache for me, today, confess. How many times for my far sake. The brave eyes film. But I guess guessing hurts. Mine, got so dim. Too vague, the face. My own, so patient, covets. Too far, the strength. My timidness enfolds. Haunting the heart. Like her translated faces. Teasing the want. It, only, can suffice. 254. Hope is the thing with feathers. Hope is the thing with feathers. That perches in the soul. And sings the tune without the words. And never stops at all. And sweetest in the gale is heard. And sore must be the storm. That could abash the little bird. That kept so many warm. I've heard it in the chillest land. And on the strangest sea. Yet. Never, in extremity. It asked a crumb, of me. 255, to die, takes just a little while, to die, takes just a little while, they say it doesn't hurt, it's only fainter, by degrees, and then, it's out of sight, a darker ribbon, for a day, a crape upon the hat. And then the pretty sunshine comes, and helps us to forget, the absent, mystic, creature, that but for love of us, had gone to sleep, that soundest time, without the weariness. 256, if I'm lost, now if I'm lost, now that I was found, shall still my transport be, that once, on me, those jasper gates blazed open, suddenly, that in my awkward, gazing, face, the angels, softly peered, and touched me with their fleeces. Almost as if they cared, I'm banished, now, you know it, how foreign that can be, you'll know, sir, when the Saviour's face turns so, away from you. 257, delight is as the flight, delight is as the flight, or in the ratio of it as the schools would say, the rainbow's way, a skein flung coloured, after rain would suit as bright except that flight were aliment, if it would last, I asked the east. When that bent stripe struck up my childish firmament, and I, for glee, took rainbows, as the common way and empty skies their eccentricity, and so with lives, and so with butterflies, seen magic, through the fright that they will cheat the sight. And dour latitudes far on, some sudden morn, our portion, in the fashion, done. 258, there's a certain slant of light. There's a certain slant of light. On winter afternoons. That oppresses, like the weight of cathedral tunes. Heavenly hurt it gives us. We can find no scar, but internal difference. Where the meanings are, none may teach it anything. T is the seal, despair. An imperial affliction. Sent us of the air. When it comes, the landscape listens. Shadows hold their breath. When it goes, T is like the distance. On the look of death. 259, good night. Which put the candle out? Good night. Which put the candle out? A jealous zephyr, not a doubt. Ah, friend, you little knew how long at that celestial wick the angels labored diligent. Extinguished, now, for you. It might have been the lighthouse spark. Some sailor, rowing in the dark, had importuned to see. It might have been the waning lamp that lit the drummer from the camp to purer reveille. 260. Read, sweet, how others strove. Read, sweet, how others strove. Till we are stouter. What they renounced. Till we are less afraid. How many times they bore the faithful witness. Till we are helped. As if a kingdom cared. Read then, of faith. That shone above the faggot. Clear strains of him. The river could not drown. Brave names of men. And celestial women. Passed out, of record. Into, renown. 261, put up my lute. Put up my lute. What of, my music? Since the sole ear I cared to charm. Passive, as granite, laps my music. Sobbing, will suit, as well as psalm. Would but the Memnon of the desert teach me the strain that vanquished him when he surrendered to the sunrise. Maybe, that would awaken them. 262. The lonesome for they know not what. The lonesome for they know not what. The eastern exiles, be. Who strayed beyond the amber line. Some matter holiday. And ever since, the purple moat. They strive to climb, in vain. As birds, that tumble from the clouds. Do fumble at the strain. The blessed ether, taught them. Some transatlantic morn. When heaven, was too common, to miss. Too sure, to dote upon. 263, a single screw of flesh. A single screw of flesh is all that pins the soul that stands for deity. To mine, upon my side the veil, once witnessed of the gauze, its name is put away as far from mine, as if no plight had printed yesterday. In tender, solemn alphabet, my eyes just turned to see when it was smuggled by my sight into eternity, more hands, to hold, these are but two, one more new-mailed nerve just granted, for the peril's sake, some striding, giant, love. So greater than the gods can show, they slink before the clay, that not for all their heaven can boast will let its keepsake, go. 264, a weight with needles on the pounds, a weight with needles on the pounds, to push, and pierce, besides, that if the flesh resist the heft, the puncture, coolly tries, that not a pore be overlooked of all this compound frame. As manifold for anguish, as species, be, for name. 265, where ships of purple, gently toss. Where ships of purple, gently toss. On seas of daffodil. Fantastic sailors, mingle. And then, the wharf is still. 266, this, is the land, the sunset washes. This, is the land, the sunset washes. These, are the banks of the yellow sea. Where it rose, or whither it rushes. These, are the western mystery. Night after night. Her purple traffic strews the landing with opal bales. Merchantmen, poise upon horizons. Dip, and vanish like orioles. 267, did we disobey him? Did we disobey him? Just one time. Charged us to forget him. But we couldn't learn. Were himself, such a dunce. What would we, do? Love the dull lad, best. Oh, wouldn't you? 268, me, change. Me, alter. Me, change. Me, alter. Then I will, when on the everlasting hill. A smaller purple grows. At sunset, or a lesser glow. Flickers upon Cordillera. At day's superior close. 269, bound, a trouble. Bound, a trouble. And lives can bear it. Limit, how deep a bleeding go. So, many, drops, of vital scarlet. Deal with the soul. As with algebra. Tell it the ages, to a cipher. And it will ache, contented, on. Sing, at its pain, as any workman. Notching the fall of the even sun. 270, one life of so much consequence. One life of so much consequence. Yet I, for it, would pay my soul's entire income. In ceaseless, salary. One pearl, to me, so signal. That I would instant dive. Although, I knew, to take it would cost me, just a life. The sea is full, I know it. That, does not blur my gem. It burns, distinct from all the row. Intact, in diadem. The life is thick, I know it. Yet, not so dense a crowd. But monarchs, are perceptible. Far down the dustiest road. 271. A solemn thing, it was, I said. A solemn thing, it was, I said. A woman, white, to be. And where, if God should count me fit. Her blameless mystery. A hallowed thing, to drop a life. Into the purple well. Too plummetless, that it return. Eternity, until I pondered how the bliss would look. And would it feel as big when I could take it in my hand. As hovering, seen, through fog. And then, the size of this small life. The sages call it small. Swelled, like horizons, in my vest. And I sneered, softly, small. 272. I breathed enough to take the trick. I breathed enough to take the trick. And now, removed from air. I simulate the breath, so well. That one. To be quite sure. The lungs are stirless, must descend. Among the cunning cells. And touch the pantomime, himself. How numb, the bellows feels. 273. He put the belt around my life. He put the belt around my life. I heard the buckle snap. And turned away, imperial. My lifetime folding up. Deliberate, as a duke would do. A kingdom's title deed. Henceforth. A dedicated sort. A member of the cloud. Yet not too far to come at call. And do the little toils. That make the circuit of the rest. And deal occasional smiles. To lives that stoop to notice mine. And kindly ask it in. Whose invitation, know you not? For whom I must decline. 274. The only ghost I ever saw. The only ghost I ever saw. Was dressed in Mechlin, so. He wore no sandal on his foot. And stepped like flakes of snow. His gait was soundless, like the bird. But rapid, like the roe. His fashions, quaint. Mosaic. Or haply, mistletoe. His conversation, seldom. His laughter, like the breeze that dies away in dimples among the pensive trees. Our interview was transient. Of me himself was shy. And God forbid I look behind. Since that appalling day. 275, doubt me. My dim companion. Doubt me. My dim companion. Why, God, would be content with but a fraction of the life poured thee without a stint. The whole of me, forever. What more the woman can say quick, that I may dower thee with last delight I own. It cannot be my spirit. For that was thine, before I seeded all of dust I knew. What opulence the more had I, a freckled maiden, whose farthest of degree was, that she might some distant heaven dwell timidly with thee. Sift her, from brow to barefoot. Strain till your last surmise drop, like a tapestry, away before the fire's eyes. Winnow her finest fondness, but hallow just the snow intact, in everlasting flake. Oh, caviller, for you. 276. Many a phrase has the English language. Many a phrase has the English language. I have heard but one. Low as the laughter of the cricket. Loud, as the thunder's tongue. Murmuring, like old Caspian choirs. When the tide's up lull. Saying itself in new infection. Like a whippoorwill. Breaking in bright orthography. On my simple sleep. Thundering its perspective. Till I stir, and weep. Not for the sorrow done me, but the push of joy. Say it again, Saxon. Hush, only to me. 277. What if I say I shall not wait? What if I say I shall not wait? What if I burst the fleshly gate and pass escaped, to thee? What if I file this mortal off? See where it hurt me, that's enough. And wade in liberty. They cannot take me any more. Dungeons can call, and guns implore. Unmeaning, now, to me. As laughter was, an hour ago. Or laces, or a traveling show. Or who died, yesterday. 278. A shady friend, for torrid days. A shady friend, for torrid days. Is easier to find than one of higher temperature. For frigid, hour of mind. The vein a little to the east scares muslin souls, away. If broadcloth hearts are firmer than those of organdy, who is to blame? The weaver? Ah, the bewildering thread. The tapestries of paradise. So notelessly, are made. 279. Tie the strings to my life, my lord. Tie the strings to my life, my lord. Then, I am ready to go. Just a look at the horses. Rapid. That will do. Put me in on the firmest side. So I shall never fall. For we must ride to the judgment. And it's partly, downhill. But never I mind the steeper. And never I mind the sea. Held fast in everlasting race. By my own choice. And thee. Goodbye to the life I used to live. And the world I used to know. And kiss the hills, for me, just once. Then, I am ready to go. 280. I felt a funeral, in my brain, I felt a funeral, in my brain and mourners to and fro kept treading, till it seemed that sense was breaking through, and when they all were seated a service, like a drum, kept beating, till I thought my mind was going numb, and then I heard them lift a box and creak across my soul with those same boots of lead, again, then space, began to toll as all the heavens were a bell and being, but an ear. And I, and silence, some strange race wrecked, solitary, here, and then a plank in reason, broke and I dropped down, and hit a world, at every plunge and finished knowing, then. 281. 'Tis so appalling, it exhilarates. 'Tis so appalling, it exhilarates. So over horror, it half captivates. The soul stares after it, secure. A sepulchre, fears frost, no more. To scan a ghost, is faint. But grappling conquers it. How easy, torment, now. Suspense kept sawing so. The truth, is bald, and cold. But that will hold. If any are not sure, we show them, prayer. But we, who know, stop hoping, now. Looking at death, is dying. Just let go the breath. And not the pillow at your cheek. So slumbereth. Others, can wrestle. Yours, is done. And so of woe, bleak dreaded, come. It sets the fright at liberty. And terrors free. Gay, ghastly, holiday. 282. How noteless men, and Pleiads, stand. How noteless men, and Pleiads, stand. Until a sudden sky reveals the fact that one is wrapped forever from the eye. Members of the invisible. Existing, while we stare. In leagueless opportunity. Takenless, as the air. Why didn't we detain them? The heavens with a smile sweep by our disappointed heads without a syllable. 283, a mean to move a queen, half child, half heroine, an Orleans in the eye that puts its manner by for humbler company when none are near even a tear, its frequent visitor, a bonnet like a duke, and yet a wren's peruke. We're not so shy of goer by, and hands, so slight, they would elate a sprite with merriment, a voice that alters, low and on the ear can go like lead of snow, or shift supreme, as tone of realm on subject's diadem, too small, to fear. Too distant, to endear, and so men compromise and just, revere. 284, the drop, that wrestles in the sea. The drop, that wrestles in the sea. Forgets her own locality. As I, toward thee. She knows herself an incense small. Yet small, she sighs, if all, is all. How larger, be. The ocean, smiles, at her conceit. But she, forgetting Amphitrite, pleads, me. 285, the robin's my criterion for tune, the robin's my criterion for tune, because I grow, where robins do, but, were I cuckoo born, I'd swear by him, the ode familiar, rules the noon, the buttercups, my whim for bloom. Because, we're orchard sprung, but, were I Britain born, I'd daisies spurn, none but the nut, October fit, because, through dropping it, the seasons flit, I'm taught, without the snow's tableau winter, were lie, to me, because I see, New Englandly. The Queen, discerns like me, provincially. 286, that after horror, that 'twas us, that after horror, that 'twas us, that passed the mouldering pier, just as the granite crumb let go, our Saviour, by a hair, a second more, had dropped too deep for fishermen to plumb. The very profile of the thought puts recollection numb, the possibility, to pass without a moment's bell, into conjecture's presence, is like a face of steel, that suddenly looks into ours with a metallic grin, the cordiality of death. Who drills his welcome in? 287, a clock stopped. A clock stopped. Not the mantles. Geneva's farthest skill. Can't put the puppet bowing. That just now dangled still. An awe came on the trinket, the figures hunched, with pain, then quivered out of decimals. Into degreeless noon, it will not stir for doctors, this pendulum of snow, the shopman importunes it, while cool, concernless no, nods from the gilded pointers, nods from the second slim, decades of arrogance between the dial life, and him. 288, I'm nobody. Who are you? I'm nobody. Who are you? Are you, nobody, too? Then there's a pair of us. Don't tell. They'd advertise, you know. How dreary, to be, somebody. How public, like a frog. To tell one's name, the livelong June. To an admiring bog. 289. I know some lonely houses off the road. I know some lonely houses off the road. A robbered like the look of. Wooden barred. And windows hanging low. Inviting to. A portico. Where two could creep. One, hand the tools. The other peep. To make sure all's asleep. Old-fashioned eyes. Not easy to surprise. How orderly the kitchen look, by night. With just a clock. But they could gag the tick. And mice won't bark. And so the walls, don't tell. None, will. A pair of spectacles ajar just stir. An almanac's aware. Was it the mat, winked? Or a nervous star? The moon, slides down the stair. To see who's there. There's plunder, where? Tankard. Or spoon. Earring, or stone. A watch, some ancient brooch. To match the grandmama. Stayed sleeping, there. Day, rattles, too. Stealths, slow. The sun has got as far as the third sycamore. Screams chanticleer. Who's there? And echoes, trains away. Sneer, where? While the old couple, just astir. Fancy the sunrise, left the door ajar. 290. Of bronze, and blaze. Of bronze, and blaze. The north, tonight. So adequate, it forms. So preconcerted with itself. So distant, to alarms. An unconcern so sovereign. To universe. Or me. Infects my simple spirit. With taints of majesty. Till I take vaster attitudes. And strut upon my stem. Disdaining men, and oxygen. For arrogance of them. My splendors. Are menagerie. But their competeless show. Will entertain the centuries. When I, am long ago. An island in dishonored grass. Whom none but beetles, know. 291. How the old mountains drip with sunset. How the old mountains drip with sunset. How the hemlocks burn. How the dun brake is draped in cinder. By the wizard sun. How the old steeples hand the scarlet. Till the ball is full. Have I the lip of the flamingo? That I dare to tell. Then, how the fire ebbs like billows, touching all the grass with a departing, sapphire, feature, as a duchess passed, how a small dusk crawls on the village till the houses blot and the odd flambeau, no men carry glimmer on the street. How it is night, in nest and kennel, and where was the wood, just a dome of abyss is bowing into solitude, these are the visions flitted Guido, Titian, never told, Domenichino dropped his pencil, paralyzed, with gold. 292, if your nerve, deny you, if your nerve, deny you, go above your nerve, he can lean against the grave if he fear to swerve, that's a steady posture, never any bent held of those brass arms, best giant made, if your soul seesaw. Lift the flesh door, the poltroon wants oxygen, nothing more. 293, I got so I could take his name, I got so I could take his name, without, tremendous gain, that stop sensation, on my soul, and thunder, in the room, I got so I could walk across that angle in the floor. Where he turned so, and I turned, how, and all our sinew tore, I got so I could stir the box, in which his letters grew without that forcing, in my breath, as staples, driven through, could dimly recollect a grace, I think, they call it, God. Renowned to ease extremity, when formula, had failed, and shape my hands, petitions weigh, though ignorant of a word that ordination, utters, my business, with the cloud if any power behind it, be not subject to despair, it care, in some remoter way. For so minute affair as misery, itself, too vast, for interrupting, more. 294. The doomed, regard the sunrise. The doomed, regard the sunrise with different delight. Because, when next it burns abroad, they doubt to witness it. The man, to die, tomorrow, harks for the meadow bird, because its music stirs the axe that clamors for his head. Joyful, to whom the sunrise precedes enamored day. Joyful, for whom the meadow bird has aught but elegy. 295, unto like story, trouble has enticed me, unto like story, trouble has enticed me, how kinsmen fell, brothers and sister, who preferred the glory, and their young will bent to the scaffold, or in dungeons, chanted, till God's full time. When they let go the ignominy, smiling, and shame went still, unto guest crests, my moaning fancy, leads me, worn fair by heads rejected, in the lower country, of honors there, such spirit makes her perpetual mention, that I, grown bold, step martial, at my crucifixion, as trumpets, rolled, feet, small as mine, have marched in revolution firm to the drum, hands, not so stout, hoisted them, in witness, when speech went numb, let me not shame their sublime deportments. Drilled bright, beckoning, Etruscan invitation, toward light. 296, 1 year ago, jots what? 1 year ago, jots what? God, spell the word. I, can't. Was't grace? Not that. Was't glory? That, will do. Spell slower, glory. Such anniversaries shall be. Sometimes, not often, in eternity. When farther parted, than the common woe. Look, feed upon each other's faces, so. In doubtful meal. If it be possible. Their banquets true. I tasted, careless, then. I did not know the wine. Came once a world, did you? Oh, had you told me so. This thirst would blister, easier, now. You said it hurt you, most. Mine, was an acorn's breast. And could not know how fondness grew. In shaggier vest. Perhaps, I couldn't. But. Had you looked in. A giant, eye to eye with you, had been. No acorn, then. So, 12 months ago. We breathed. Then dropped the air. Which bore it best? Was this, the patientest? Because it was a child, you know. And could not value, air. If to be elder, mean most pain. I'm old enough, today, I'm certain, then. As old as thee, how soon? 1 birthday more, or 10? Let me, choose. Ah, sir, none. 297. It's like the light. It's like the light. A fashionless delight. It's like the bee. A dateless, melody. It's like the woods. Private, like the breeze. Phraseless, yet it stirs. The proudest trees. It's like the morning. Best, when it's done. And the everlasting clocks chime, noon. 298, alone, I cannot be, alone, I cannot be, for hosts, do visit me, recordless company, who baffle key, they have no robes, nor names, no almanacs, nor climes, but general homes like gnomes, their coming, may be known by couriers within. Their going, is not, for they've never gone. 299, your riches, taught me, poverty. Your riches, taught me, poverty. Myself, a millionaire. In little wealths, as girls could boast. Till broad as Buenos Aires. You drifted your dominions. A different Peru. And I esteemed all poverty. For life's estate with you. Of mines. I little know, myself. But just the names, of gems. The colors of the commonest. And scarce of diadems. So much, that did I meet the Queen. Her glory I should know. But this must be a different wealth. To miss it, beggars so. I'm sure 'tis India, all day. To those who look on you. Without a stint, without a blame. Might I, but be the Jew. I'm sure it is Golconda. Beyond my power to deem. To have a smile for mine, each day. How better, than a gem? At least, it solaces to know that there exists, a gold. Although I prove it, just in time. Its distance, to behold. Its far, far treasure to surmise. And estimate the pearl. That slipped my simple fingers through. While just a girl at school. 300, morning, means, milking, to the farmer, morning, means, milking, to the farmer, dawn, to the Tenerife, dice, to the maid, morning means just risk, to the lover, just revelation, to the beloved. Epicures, date a breakfast, buy it, brides, an apocalypse, worlds, a flood, faint-going lives, their lapse from sighing, faith, the experiment of our Lord. 301, I reason, earth is short. I reason, earth is short. An anguish absolute. And many hurt. But what of that? I reason, we could die. The best vitality cannot excel decay. But what of that? I reason that in heaven. Somehow, it will be even. Some new equation given. But what of that? 302, like some old-fashioned miracle when summertime is done, seems summer's recollection and the affairs of June as infinite tradition as Cinderella's bays, or Little John, of Lincoln Green, or Bluebeard's galleries. Her bees have a fictitious hum, her blossoms, like a dream, elate us, till we almost weep, so plausible, they seem, her memories like strains, review, when orchestra is dumb, the violin in bays replaced, and ear, and heaven, numb. 303, the soul selects her own society, the soul selects her own society, then, shuts the door, to her divine majority, present no more, unmoved, she notes the chariots, pausing, at her low gate, unmoved, an emperor be kneeling upon her mat. I've known her, from an ample nation, choose one, then, close the valves of her attention, like stone. 304, the day came slow, till 5 o'clock, the day came slow, till 5 o'clock, then sprang before the hills like hindered rubies, or the light a sudden musket, spills, the purple could not keep the east, the sunrise shook abroad. Like breadths of topaz, packed a night, the lady just unrolled, the happy winds, their timbrels took, the birds, in docile rows arranged themselves around their prince the wind, is prince of those, the orchard sparkled like a Jew. How mighty 'twas, to be a guest in this stupendous place, the parlor, of the day. 305, the difference between despair and fear, is like the one between the instant of a wreck and when the wreck has been, the mind is smooth, no motion, contented as the eye upon the forehead of a bust. That knows, it cannot see. 306, the soul's superior instants occur to her, alone, when friend, and earth's occasion have infinite withdrawn, or she, herself, ascended to too remote a height for lower recognition than her omnipotent. This mortal abolition is seldom, but as fair as apparition, subject to autocratic air, eternity's disclosure to favorites, a few, of the colossal substance of immortality. 307, the one who could repeat the summer day, were greater than itself, though he minutest of mankind should be, and he, could reproduce the sun, at period of going down. The lingering, and the stain, I mean, when Orient have been outgrown, and Occident, become unknown, his name, remain. 308, I send 2 sunsets, I send 2 sunsets, day and I, in competition ran, I finished 2, and several stars, while he, was making 1, his own was ampler, but as he was saying to a friend, mine, is the more convenient to carry in the hand. 309, for largest woman's hearth I knew. For largest woman's hearth I knew. 'Tis little I can do. And yet the largest woman's heart could hold an arrow, too. And so, instructed by my own, I tenderer, turn me to. 310, give little anguish, lives will fret, give avalanches, and they'll slant, straighten, look cautious for their breath, but make no syllable, like death, who only shows the marble disk, sublimer sort, than speech. 311, it sifts from leaden sieves. It sifts from leaden sieves. It powders all the wood that it fills with alabaster wool the wrinkles of the road, it makes an even face of mountain, and of plain, unbroken forehead from the east unto the east again. It reaches to the fence, it wraps it rail by rail till it is lost in fleeces, it deals celestial veil to stump, and stack, and stem, a summer's empty room, acres of joints, where harvests were recordless, but for them, it ruffles wrists of posts. As ankles of a queen, then stills its artisans, like ghosts, denying they have been. 312. Her last poems. Her last poems. Poets, ended. Silver, perished, with her tongue. Not on record, bubbled other. Flute, or woman. So divine. Not unto its summer, morning. Robin, uttered half the tune. Gushed too free for the adoring. From the Anglo-Florentine. Late, the praise. 'Tis dull, conferring. On the head too high to crown. Diadem, or ducal showing. Be its grave, sufficient sign. Not, that we, no poet's kinsman. Suffocate, with easy woe. What? And if, ourself a bridegroom. Put her down, in Italy. 313, I should have been too glad, I see. I should have been too glad, I see. Too lifted, for the scant degree of life's penurious round. My little circuit would have shamed. This new circumference, have blamed. The homelier time behind. I should have been too saved, I see. Too rescued, fear too dim to me. That I could spell the prayer I knew so perfect, yesterday. That scalding one, Sabachthani. Recited fluent, here. Earth would have been too much, I see. And heaven. Not enough for me. I should have had the joy. Without the fear, to justify. The palm, without the Calvary. So Savior, crucify. Defeat, whets victory, they say. The reefs, in old Gethsemane. Endear the coast, beyond. 'Tis beggars, banquets, can define. 'Tis parching, vitalizes wine. Faith bleats, to understand. 314, Nature, sometimes sears a sapling, Nature, sometimes sears a sapling, sometimes, scalps a tree, her green people recollect it when they do not die, fainter leaves, to further seasons, dumbly testify, we, who have the souls. Die oftener, not so vitally. 315, he fumbles at your soul as players at the keys before they drop full music on, he stuns you by degrees, prepares your brittle nature for the ethereal blow by fainter hammers, further heard, then nearer, then so slow. Your breath has time to straighten, your brain, to bubble cool, deals, one, imperial, thunderbolt, that scalps your naked soul, when winds take forests in the pause, the universe, is still. 316. The wind didn't come from the orchard, today. The wind didn't come from the orchard, today. further than that. Nor stop to play with the hay. Nor joggle a hat. He's a transitive fellow, very. Rely on that. If he leave a burr at the door, we know he has climbed a fir. But the fir is where, declare. Were you ever there? If he brings odors of clovers, and that is his business, not ours, then he has been with the mowers, wetting away the hours, to sweet pauses of hay. His way, of a June day. If he fling sand, and pebble, little boys' hats, and stubble, with an occasional steeple, and a horse, get out of the way, I say. Who'd be the fool to stay? Would you, say? Would you be the fool to stay? 3:17, just so, Jesus, raps. Just so, Jesus, raps. He, doesn't weary. Last, at the knocker. And first, at the bell. Then, on divinest tiptoe, standing. Might he but spy the lady's soul. When he, retires. Chilled, or weary. It will be ample time for, me. Patient, upon the steps, until then. Here's. I am knocking, low at thee. 318. I'll tell you how the sun rose. I'll tell you how the sun rose. A ribbon at a time. The steeples swam in amethyst. The news, like squirrels, ran. The hills untied their bonnets. The bobolinks, begun. Then I said softly to myself, that must have been the sun. But how he set, I know not. There seemed a purple stile that little yellow boys and girls were climbing all the while, till when they reached the other side a dominie in grey, put gently up the evening bars, and led the flock away. 319. The nearest dream recedes, unrealized. The nearest dream recedes, unrealized. The heaven we chase. Like the June bee, before the schoolboy invites the race. Stoops, to an easy clover. Dips, evades, teases, deploys. Then, to the royal clouds. Lifts his light pinnace. Heedless of the boy. Staring, bewildered, at the mocking sky. Homesick for steadfast honey. Ah! The bee flies not. That brews that rare variety. 320, we play at paste, till qualified, for pearl, then, drop the paste, and deem ourself a fool. The shapes, though, were similar, and our new hands learn gem tactics, practicing sands. 321. Of all the sounds dispatched abroad. Of all the sounds dispatched abroad. There's not a charge to me. Like that old measure in the boughs. That phraseless melody. The wind does, working like a hand. Whose fingers comb the sky. Then quiver down, with tufts of tune. Permitted gods, and me. Inheritance, it is, to us. Beyond the art to earn. Beyond the trait to take away. By robber. Since the gain is gotten not of fingers. And inner than the bone. Hid golden, for the whole of days. And even in the urn. I cannot vouch the merry dust. Do not arise and play. In some odd fashion of its own. Some quainter holiday. When winds go round and round in bands. And thrum upon the door. And birds take places, overhead. To bear them orchestra. I crave him grace of summer boughs if such an outcast be, who never heard that fleshless chant, rise, solemn, on the tree as if some caravan of sound-off deserts, in the sky, had parted rank, then knit and swept, in seamless company. 322. There came a day at summer's full. There came a day at summer's full. Entirely for me. I thought that such were for the saints. Where resurrections, be. The sun, as common, went abroad. The flowers, accustomed, blew. As if no soul the solstice passed. That mocketh all things new. The time was scarce profaned, by speech. The symbol of a word was needless, as at sacrament. The wardrobe, of our Lord. Each was to each the sealed church. Permitted to commune this, time. Lest we too awkward show. At supper of the Lamb. The hours slid fast, as hours will, clutched tight, by greedy hands, so faces on two decks, look back, bound to opposing lands, and so when all the time had leaked, without external sound each bound the other's crucifix, we gave no other bond. Sufficient troth, that we shall rise, deposed, at length, the grave, to that new marriage justified, through Calvaries of love. 323, as if I asked a common alms. As if I asked a common alms. And in my wondering hand, a stranger pressed a kingdom. And I, bewildered stand. As if I asked the Orient. Had it for me a morn? And it sh'd lift its purple dikes. And flood me with the dawn. 324. Some keep the Sabbath going to church. Some keep the Sabbath going to church. I keep it, staying at home. With a bobolink for a chorister. And an orchard. For a dome. Some keep the Sabbath in surplice. I just wear my wings. And instead of tolling the bell, for church. Our little sexton, sings. God preaches, a noted clergyman. And the sermon is never long. So instead of getting to heaven, at last. I'm going, all along. 325. Of tribulation, these are they. Of tribulation, these are they. Denoted by the white. The spangled gowns. A lesser rank. Of victors, designate. All these, did conquer. But the ones who overcame most times. Wear nothing commoner than snow. No ornament. But palms. Surrender, is a sort unknown. On this superior soil. Defeat, an outgrown anguish. Remembered. As the mile. Our panting ankle barely passed. When night devoured the road. But we, stood whispering in the house. And all we said, was, saved. 326, I cannot dance upon my toes, I cannot dance upon my toes, no man instructed me, but oftentimes, among my mind a glee possesseth me that had I ballet knowledge, would put itself abroad in pirouette to blanch a troupe, or lay a prima, mad. And though I had no gown of gauze, no ringlet, to my hair, nor hop to audiences, like birds, one claw upon the air, nor tossed my shape in eider balls, nor rolled on wheels of snow till I was out of sight, in sound, the house encore me so. Nor any know I know the arty mention, easy, here, nor any placard boast me, it's full as opera. 327, before I got my eye put out I liked as well to see, as other creatures, that have eyes and know no other way, but were it told to me, today, that I might have the sky for mine, I tell you that my heart would split, for size of me, the meadows, mine, the mountains, mine, all forests, stintless stars, as much of noon as I could take between my finite eyes, the motions of the dipping birds, the morning's amber road. For mine, to look at when I liked, the news would strike me dead, so safer, guess, with just my soul upon the window pane, where other creatures put their eyes, incautious, of the sun. 328. A bird came down the walk. A bird came down the walk. He did not know I saw. He bit an angleworm in halves. And ate the fellow, raw. And then he drank a dew. From a convenient grass. And then hopped sidewise to the wall. To let a beetle pass. He glanced with rapid eyes. That hurried all around. They looked like frightened beads. I thought. He stirred his velvet head. Like one in danger, cautious. I offered him a crumb. And he unrolled his feathers. And rode him softer home. Then oars divide the ocean. 2 silver for a seam. Or butterflies, off banks of noon. Leap. Splashless as they swim. 329, so glad we are, a stranger deemed so glad we are, a stranger deemed was sorry, that we were, for where the holiday should be there publishes a tear, nor how ourselves be justified, since grief and joy are done so similar, an optician could not decide between. 330, the juggler's hat her country is. The juggler's hat her country is. The mountain gorse, the bees. 331, while asters. While asters. On the hill. Their everlasting fashions, set. And covenant gentians, frill. 332. There are 2 ripenings, one, of sight. There are 2 ripenings, one, of sight. Whose force is spheric wind. Until the velvet product drop spicy to the ground. A homelier maturing. A process in the burr. That teeth of frosts alone disclose. In far October air. 333, the grass so little has to do, the grass so little has to do, a sphere of simple green, with only butterflies to brood and bees to entertain, and stir all day to pretty tunes the breezes fetch along, and hold the sunshine in its lap. And bow to everything, and thread the dews, all night, like pearls, and make itself so fine a duchess were too common for such a noticing, and even when it dies, to pass in odors so divine, like lowly spices, lain to sleep, or spikenards, perishing. And then, in sovereign barns to dwell, and dream the days away, the grass so little has to do I wish I were a hay. 334, all the letters I can write are not fair as this, syllables of velvet, sentences of plush, depths of ruby, undrained, hid, lip, for thee, play it were a humming bird, and just sipped, me. 335. 'Tis not that dying hurts us so. 'Tis not that dying hurts us so. 'Tis living, hurts us more. But dying, is a different way. A kind behind the door. The southern custom, of the bird. That ere the frosts are due. Accepts a better latitude. We, are the birds, that stay. The shiverers round farmers' doors. For whose reluctant crumb we stipulate, till pitying snows persuade our feathers home. 336. The face I carry with me, last. The face I carry with me, last. When I go out of time. To take my rank, in the West. That face, will just be thine. I'll hand it to the angel. That, sir, was my degree. In kingdoms, you have heard the raised refer to, possibly. He'll take it, scan it, step aside. Return, with such a crown. As Gabriel, never capered at. And beg me put it on. And then, he'll turn me round and round. To an admiring sky. As one that bore her master's name. Sufficient royalty. 337, I know a place where summer strives with such a practiced frost, she, each year, leads her daisies back, recording briefly, lost, but when the south wind stirs the pools and struggles in the lanes. Her heart misgives her, for her vow, and she pours soft refrains into the lap of adamant, and spices, and the dew, that stiffens quietly to quartz, upon her amber shoe. 338, I know that he exists. I know that he exists. Somewhere, in silence. He has hid his rare life from our gross eyes. 'Tis an instant's play. 'Tis a fond ambush. Just to make bliss. Earn her own surprise. But, should the play prove piercing earnest? Should the glee, glaze in death's stiff stare? Would not the fun look too expensive? Would not the jest have crawled too far? 339, I tend my flowers for thee. I tend my flowers for thee. Bright absentee. My fuchsia's coral seams. Rip, while the sower dreams. Geraniums, tint, and spot. Low daisies, dot. My cactus, splits her beard. To show her throat. Carnations, tip their spice. And bees, pick up. A hyacinth, I hid. Puts out a ruffled head. And odors fall. From flasks, so small. You marvel how they held. Globe roses, break their satin flake. Upon my garden floor. Yet, thou, not there. I had as lief they bore. No crimson, more. Thy flower, be gay. Her lord, away. It ill becometh me. I'll dwell in calyx, grey. How modestly, alway. Thy daisy. Draped for thee. 340, is bliss then, such abyss? Is bliss then, such abyss? I must not put my foot amiss. For fear I spoil my shoe. I'd rather suit my foot. Than save my boot. For yet to buy another pair. Is possible. At any store. But bliss, is sold just once. The patent lost. None buy it any more. Say, foot, decide the point. The lady cross, or not. Verdict for boot. 341, after great pain, a formal feeling comes. After great pain, a formal feeling comes. The nerves sit ceremonious, like tombs. The stiff heart questions was it he, that bore? And yesterday, or centuries before? The feet, mechanical, go round, a wooden way of ground, or air, or aught, regardless grown, a quartz contentment, like a stone, this is the hour of lead, remembered, if outlived, as freezing persons, recollect the snow. First, chill, then stupor, then the letting go. 342, it will be summer, eventually. It will be summer, eventually, ladies, with parasols, sauntering gentlemen, with canes, and little girls, with dolls, will tint the pallid landscape, as 'twere a bright bouquet. Though, drifted deep, in Parian, the village lies, today, the lilacs, bending many a year, will sway with purple load, the bees, will not despise the tune, their forefathers, have hummed, the wild rose, redden in the bog, the aster, on the hill. Her everlasting fashion, set, and covenant gentians, frill, till summer folds her miracle, as women, do, their gown, or priests, adjust the symbols, when sacrament, is done. 343, my reward for being, was this. My reward for being, was this. My premium, my bliss. An admiralty, less. A scepter, penniless. And realms, just dross. When thrones accost my hands. With me, miss. Me. I'll unroll thee. Dominions dowerless, beside this grace. Election, vote. The ballots of eternity, will show just that. 344. 'Twas the old, road, through pain. 'Twas the old, road, through pain. That unfrequented, one. With many a turn, and thorn. That stops, at heaven. This, was the town, she passed. There, where she, rested, last. Then, stepped. More fast. The little tracks, close pressed. Then, not so swift. Slow, slow, as feet did weary, grow. Then, stopped, no other track. Wait. Look. Her little book. The leaf, at love, turned back. Her very hat. And this worn shoe just fits the track. Herself, though, fled. Another bed, a short one. Women make, tonight. In chambers bright. 2 out of sight, though. For our horse good night. To touch her head. 345, funny, to be a century, funny, to be a century, and see the people, going by, I should die of the oddity, but then, I'm not so staid, as he keeps his secret safely, very, were he to tell, extremely sorry. This bashful globe of ours would be, so dainty of publicity. 346. Not probable, the barest chance. Not probable, the barest chance. A smile too few, a word too much. And far from heaven as the rest. The soul so close on paradise. What if the bird from journey far? Confused by sweets, as mortals, are. Forget the secret of his wing. And perish, but a bough between. Oh! Groping feet. O phantom queen. 347, when night is almost done, when night is almost done, and sunrise grows so near that we can touch the spaces, it's time to smooth the hair, and get the dimples ready, and wonder we could care for that old, faded midnight. That frightened, but an hour. 348. I dreaded that first robin, so. I dreaded that first robin, so. But he is mastered, now. I'm some accustomed to him grown. He hurts a little. Though. I thought if I could only live. Till that first shout got by. Not all pianos in the woods had power to mangle me. I dared not meet the daffodils. For fear their yellow gown would pierce me with a fashion so foreign to my own. I wished the grass would hurry. So, when 'twas time to see, he'd be too tall. The tallest one could stretch, to look at me. I could not bear the bees should come. I wished they'd stay away. In those dim countries where they go. What word had they, for me? They're here, though, not a creature failed, no blossom stayed away in gentle deference to me, the Queen of Calvary, each one salutes me, as he goes, and I, my childish plumes, lift, in bereaved acknowledgment of their unthinking drums. 349, I had the glory, that will do. I had the glory, that will do. An honor, thought can turn her to. When lesser fames invite. With one long, nay. Bliss early shape. Deforming, dwindling, gulfing up. Time's possibility. 350, they leave us with the infinite. They leave us with the infinite. But he is not a man. His fingers are the size of fists. His fists, the size of men. And whom he foundeth, with his arm. As Himalaya, shall stand. Gibraltar's everlasting shoe. Poised lightly on his hand. So trust him, comrade. You for you. And I, for you and me. Eternity is ample. And quick enough, if true. 351. I felt my life with both my hands. I felt my life with both my hands. To see if it was there. I held my spirit to the glass. To prove it possibler. I turned my being round and round. And paused at every pound. To ask the owner's name. For doubt. That I should know the sound. I judged my features, jarred my hair. I pushed my dimples by, and waited. If they twinkled back. Conviction might, of me. I told myself, take courage. Friend. That was a former time. But we might learn to like the heaven. As well as our old home. 352, perhaps I asked too large. Perhaps I asked too large. I take, no less than skies. For earths, grow thick as berries, in my native town. My basket holds, just, firmaments. Those, dangle easy, on my arm. But smaller bundles, cram. 353, a happy lip, breaks sudden, a happy lip, breaks sudden, it doesn't state you how it contemplated, smiling, just consummated, now, but this one, wears its merriment so patient, like a pane, fresh gilded, to elude the eyes. Unqualified, to scan. 354, from cocoon forth a butterfly as lady from her door emerged, a summer afternoon, repairing everywhere, without design, that I could trace except to stray abroad on miscellaneous enterprise the clovers, understood. Her pretty parasol be seen contracting in a field where men made hay, then struggling hard with an opposing cloud, where parties, phantom as herself, to nowhere, seemed to go in purposeless circumference, as 'twere a tropic show. And notwithstanding bee, that worked, and flower, that zealous blew, this audience of idleness disdained them, from the sky, till sundown crept, a steady tide, and men that made the hay, and afternoon, and butterfly, extinguished, in the sea. 355, 'tis opposites, entice, 'tis opposites, entice, deformed men, ponder grace, bright fires, the blanketless, the lost, day's face, the blind, esteem it be enough estate, to see, the captive, strangles new, for deeming, beggars, play. To lack, enamour thee, though, the divinity, be only me. 356, the day that I was crowned was like the other days, until the coronation came, and then, 'twas otherwise, as carbon in the coal and carbon in the gem are one, and yet the former were dull for diadem. I rose, and all was plain, but when the day declined myself and it, in majesty were equally, adorned, the grace that I, was chose, to me, surpassed the crown that was the witness for the grace, 'twas even that, 'twas mine. 357, God is a distant, stately lover, God is a distant, stately lover, woos, as he states us, by his Son, verily, a vicarious courtship, Miles, and Priscilla, were such an one, but, lest the soul, like fair Priscilla, choose the envoy, and spurn the groom, vouches, with hyperbolic archness, Miles, and John Alden, were synonym. 358. If any sink, assure that this, now standing. If any sink, assure that this, now standing. Failed like themselves, and conscious that it rose. Grew by the fact. And not the understanding. How weakness passed, or force, arose. Tell that the worst, is easy in a moment. Dread, but the whizzing, before the ball. When the ball enters silence. Dying, annuls the power to kill. 359, I gained it so, by climbing slow, by catching at the twigs that grow between the bliss, and me, it hung so high as well the sky attempt by strategy, I said I gained it, this, was all, look, how I clutch it lest it fall. And I a pauper go, unfitted by an instant's grace for the contented, beggar's face I wore, an hour ago. 360. Death sets a thing significant. Death sets a thing significant. The eye had hurried by. Except a perished creature. Entreat us tenderly. To ponder little workmanships. In crayon, or in wool. With, this was last her fingers did. Industrious until. The thimble weighed too heavy. The stitches stopped, by themselves. And then, 'twas put among the dust. Upon the closet shelves. A book I have, a friend gave. Whose pencil, here and there, had notched the place that pleased him. At rest, his fingers are. Now, when I read not. For interrupting tears. Obliterate the etchings. Too costly for repairs. 361, what I can do, I will, what I can do, I will, though it be little as a daffodil, that I cannot, must be unknown to possibility. 362, it struck me, every day, the lightning was as nay was if the cloud that instant slit and let the fire through, it burned me, in the night, it blistered to my dream, it sickened fresh upon my sight. With every morn that came, I though that storm, was brief, the maddest, quickest by, but nature lost the date of this, and left it in the sky. 363, I went to thank her. But she slept. Her bed a funneled stone. With nosegays at the head and foot. that travellers had thrown. Who went to thank her? But she slept. T was short to cross the sea. To look upon her like, alive. But turning back, T was slow. 364, the morning after woe, the morning after woe, 'tis frequently the way, surpasses all that rose before, for utter jubilee, as nature did not care, and piled her blossoms on, and further to parade a joy her victim stared upon. The birds declaim their tunes, pronouncing every word like hammers, did they know they fell like litanies of lead, on here and there, a creature, they'd modify the glee to fit some crucifixal clef, some key of Calvary. 365, dare you see a soul at the white heat? Dare you see a soul at the white heat? Then crouch within the door. Red is the fire's common tint. But when the vivid ore has vanquished flame's conditions, it quivers from the forge, without a color but the light of unanointed blaze. Least village has its blacksmith, whose anvil's even ring stands symbol for the finer forge that soundless tugs, within, refining these impatient ores with hammer, and with blaze until the designated light repudiate the forge. 366. Although I put away his life. Although I put away his life. An ornament too grand for forehead low as mine, to wear. This might have been the hand that sowed the flower, he preferred. Or smoothed the homely pane. Or pushed the pebble from his path. Or played his chosen tune. On lute the least, the latest. But just his ear could know that whatsoe'er delighted it, I never would let go. The foot to bear his errand. A little boot I know would leap abroad like antelope, with just the grant to do his weariest commandment, a sweeter to obey than hide and seek, or skip to flutes, or all day chase the bee. Your servant, sir, will weary. The surgeon will not come. The world will have its own to do. The dust will vex your fame. The cold will force your tightest door. Some February day. But say my apron bring the sticks to make your cottage gay, that I may take that promise to paradise, with me, to teach the angels, avarice. You, sir, taught first, to me. 367. Over and over, like a tune. Over and over, like a tune. The recollection plays. Drums off the phantom battlements. Cornets of paradise. Snatches from baptized generations. Cadences too grand, but for the justified processions. At the Lord's right hand. 368. How sick, to wait, in any place, but thine. How sick, to wait, in any place, but thine. I knew last night, when someone tried to twine. Thinking, perhaps, that I looked tired, or alone. Or breaking, almost, with unspoken pain. And I turned, ducal. That right, was thine. One port, suffices, for a brig, like mine. Ours be the tossing, wild though the sea. Rather than a mooring, unshared by thee. Ours be the cargo, unladed, here, rather than the spicy isles, and thou, not there. 369, she lay as if at play, she lay as if at play, her life had leaped away, intending to return, but not so soon, her merry arms, half dropped, as if for lull of sport, an instant had forgot, the trick to start, her dancing eyes, ajar. As if their owner were still sparkling through for fun, at you, her morning at the door, devising, I am sure, to force her sleep, so light, so deep. 370, heaven is so far of the mind, heaven is so far of the mind that were the mind dissolved, the sight of it, by architect could not again be proved, 'tis vast, as our capacity, as fair, as our idea, to him of adequate desire. No further, 'tis, than here. 371, a precious, mouldering pleasure, 'tis, a precious, mouldering pleasure, 'tis, to meet an antique book, in just the dress his century wore, a privilege, I think, his venerable hand to take, and warming in our own. A passage back, or two, to make, to times when he was young, his quaint opinions, to inspect, his thought to ascertain on themes concern our mutual mind, the literature of man, what interested scholars, most, what competitions ran. When Plato was a certainty, and Sophocles, a man, when Sappho was a living girl, and Beatrice wore the gown that Dante deified, facts centuries before he traverses, familiar, as one should come to town. And tell you all your dreams, were true, he lived, where dreams were born, his presence is enchantment, you beg him not to go, old volume shake their vellum heads and tantalize, just so. 372, I know lives, I could miss I could miss without a misery, others, whose instance wanting, would be eternity, the last, a scanty number, 'twould scarcely fill a two, the first, a gnat's horizon could easily outgrow. 373. I'm saying every day. I'm saying every day. If I should be a queen, tomorrow, I'd do this way. And so I deck, a little. If it be, I wake a bourbon. None on me, bend supercilious. With, this was she. Begged in the marketplace. Yesterday. Court is a stately place, I've heard men say, so I loop my apron, against the majesty with bright pins of buttercup, that not too plain, rank, overtake me, and perch my tongue on twigs of singing, rather high, but this, might be my brief term. To qualify, put from my simple speech all plain word, take other accents, as such I heard though but for the cricket, just, and but for the bee, not in all the meadow, one accost me, better to be ready, than did next morn meet me in Aragon. My old gown, on, and the surprised air rustics, where, summoned, unexpectedly, to Exeter. 374, I went to heaven. I went to heaven. 'Twas a small town. Lit, with a ruby. Lathed, with down. Stiller, than the fields. At the full dew. Beautiful, as pictures. No man drew, people, like the moth, of Mechlin, frames. Duties, of gossamer, and eider, names, almost, contented, I, could be, mong such unique society. 375, the angle of a landscape, that every time I wake, between my curtain and the wall upon an ample crack, like a Venetian, waiting, accosts my open eye, is just a bough of apples, held slanting, in the sky. The pattern of a chimney, the forehead of a hill, sometimes, a vein's forefinger, but that's, occasional, the seasons, shift, my picture, upon my emerald bough I wake, to find no, emeralds, then, diamonds, which the snow from polar caskets, fetched me, the chimney, and the hill, and just the steeple's finger, these, never stir at all. 376, of course, I prayed. Of course, I prayed. And did God care? He cared as much as on the air. A bird, had stamped her foot. And cried, give me my reason, life. I had not had, but for yourself. 'Twere better charity to leave me in the atom's tomb. Merry, and not, and gay, and numb, than this smart misery. 377, to lose one's faith, surpass to lose one's faith, surpass the loss of an estate, because estates can be replenished, faith cannot, inherited with life, belief, but once, can be, annihilate a single clause, and beings, beggary. 378, I saw no way, the heavens were stitched, I saw no way, the heavens were stitched, I felt the columns close, the earth reversed her hemispheres, I touched the universe, and back it slid, and I alone, a speck upon a ball, went out upon circumference, beyond the dip of bell. 379, rehearsal to ourselves. Rehearsal to ourselves. Of a withdrawn delight. Affords a bliss like murder. omnipotent, acute. We will not drop the dirk. Because we love the wound. The dirk commemorate, itself. Remind us that we died. 380, there is a flower that bees prefer, there is a flower that bees prefer, and butterflies, desire, to gain the purple democrat the hummingbird, aspire, and whatsoever insect pass, a honey bear away proportioned to his several dearth. And her, capacity, her face be rounder than the moon and ruddier than the gown or orchis in the pasture, or rhododendron, worn, she doth not wait for June, before the world be green, her sturdy little countenance against the wind, be seen. Contending with the grass, near kinsman to herself, for privilege of sod and sun, sweet litigants for life, and when the hills be full, and newer fashions blow, doth not retract a single spice for pang of jealousy, her public, be the noon. Her providence, the sun, her progress, by the bee, proclaimed, in sovereign, swerveless tune, the bravest, of the host, surrendering, the last, nor even of defeat, aware, what cancelled by the frost. 381, a secret told, ceases to be a secret, then, a secret, kept, that, can appall but one, better of it, continual be afraid, than it, and whom you told it to, beside. 382, for death, or rather for death, or rather for the things, would buy, this, put away life's opportunity, the things that death will buy our room, escape from circumstances, and a name, with gifts of life how death's gifts may compare. We know not, for the rates, lie here. 383. Exhilaration, is within. Exhilaration, is within. There can no outer wine so royally intoxicate as that diviner brand. The soul achieves, herself, to drink, or set away, for visitor, or sacrament. 'Tis not of holiday, to stimulate a man, who hath the ample Rhine within his closet, best you can exhale in offering. 384. No rack can torture me. No rack can torture me. My soul, at liberty. Behind this mortal bone, there knits a bolder one. You cannot prick with saw, nor pierce with scimitar. Two bodies, therefore be. Bind one, the other fly. The eagle of his nest no easier divest, and gain the sky. Then mayest thou, except thyself may be, thine enemy. Captivity is consciousness, so's liberty. 385, smiling back from coronation may be luxury, on the heads that started with us, beings peasantry, recognizing in procession ones we former knew, when ourselves were also dusty, centuries ago. Had the triumph no conviction of how many be, stimulated, by the contrast, unto misery. 386, Answer July. Answer July. Where is the bee? Where is the blush? Where is the hay? Ah, said July. Where is the seed? Where is the bud? Where is the May? Answer thee, me. Nay, said the May. Show me the snow. Show me the bells. Show me the jay. Quibbled the jay. Where be the maize? Where be the haze? Where be the burr? Here, said the year. 387, the sweetest heresy received that man and woman know, each other's convert, though the faith accommodate but two, the churches are so frequent, the ritual, so small, the grace so unavoidable, to fail, is infidel. 388. Take your heaven further on. Take your heaven further on. This, to heaven divine has gone. Had you earlier blundered in? Possibly. E'en you had seen an eternity, put on. Now, to ring a door beyond is the utmost of your hand. To the skies, apologize. Nearer to your courtesies than this sufferer polite. Dressed to meet you. See, in white. 389, there's been a death, in the opposite house, there's been a death, in the opposite house as lately as today, I know it, by the numb look such houses have, alway, the neighbors rustle in and out, the doctor, drives away. A window opens like a pod, abrupt, mechanically, somebody flings a mattress out, the children hurry by, they wonder if it died, on that, I used to, when a boy, the minister, goes stiffly in, as if the house were his. And he owned all the mourners, now, and little boys, besides, and then the milliner, and the man of the appalling trade, to take the measure of the house, there'll be that dark parade, of tassels, and of coaches, soon, it's easy as a sign. The intuition of the news, in just a country town. 390, it's coming, the postponeless creature. It's coming, the postponeless creature. It gains the block, and now, it gains the door. Chooses its latch, from all the other fastenings. Enters, with a, you know me, sir. Simple salute, and certain recognition, bold, were it enemy, brief, were it friend, dresses each house in crape, and icicle, and carries one, out of it, to God. 391, a visitor in marl, who influences flowers, till they are orderly as busts, and elegant, as glass, who visits in the night, and just before the sun, concludes his glistening interview, caresses, and is gone. But whom his fingers touched, and where his feet have run, and whatsoever mouth be kissed, is as it had not been. 392, through the dark sod, as education, through the dark sod, as education, the lily passes sure, feels her white foot, no trepidation, her faith, no fear, afterward, in the meadow, swinging her barrel bell. The mold life, all forgotten, now, in ecstasy, and dell. 393, did our best moment last, 'twould supersede the heaven, a few, and they by risk, procure, so this sort, are not given, except as stimulants, in cases of despair, or stupor, the reserve. These heavenly moments are, a grant of the divine, that certain as it comes, withdraws, and leaves the dazzled soul in her unfurnished rooms. 394, 'twas love, not me. 'Twas love, not me. Oh punish, pray. The real one died for thee. Just him, not me. Such guilt, to love thee, most. Doom it beyond the rest. Forgive it, last. 'Twas base as Jesus, most. Let justice not mistake. We two, looked so alike. Which was the guilty sake? 'Twas love's, now strike. 395, reverse cannot befall that fine prosperity whose sources are interior, as soon, adversity a diamond, overtaken far, Bolivian ground, misfortune hath no implement could mar it, if it found. 396. There is a languor of the life. There is a languor of the life. More imminent than pain. 'Tis pain's successor, when the soul has suffered all it can. A drowsiness, diffuses. A dimness like a fog. Envelopes consciousness. As mists. Obliterate a crag. The surgeon, does not blanch, at pain. His habit, is severe. But tell him that it ceased to feel. The creature lying there. And he will tell you, skill is late. A mightier than he has ministered before him. There's no vitality. 397, when diamonds are a legend, and diadems, a tale, I broach and earrings for myself do so, and raise for sale, and though I'm scarce accounted my art, a summer day, had patrons, once, it was a queen. And once, a butterfly. 398, I had not minded, walls, were universe, one rock, and far I heard his silver call the other side the block, I'd tunnel, till my groove pushed sudden through to his, then my face take her recompense. The looking in his eyes, but 'tis a single hair, a filament, a law, a cobweb, wove in adamant, a battlement, of straw, a limit like the veil unto the lady's face, but every mesh, a citadel, and dragons, in the crease. 399, a house upon the height, a house upon the height, that wagon never reached, no dead, were ever carried down, no peddler's cart, approached, whose chimney never smoked, whose windows, night and morn, caught sunrise first, and sunset, last, then, held an empty pane, whose fate, conjecture knew, no other neighbor, did, and what it was, we never lisped, because he, never told. 400, a tongue, to tell him I am true. A tongue, to tell him I am true. Its fee, to be of gold. Had nature, in her monstrous house, a single ragged child, to earn a mine, would run that interdicted way, and tell him, charge thee speak it plain, that so far, truth is true, and answer what I do, beginning with the day, that night, begun. Nay, midnight, 'twas. Since midnight, happened, say. If once more, pardon, boy, the magnitude thou may enlarge my message, if too vast. Another lad, help thee. Thy pay in diamonds, be, and his, in solid gold. Say rubies, if he hesitate. My message, must be told. Say, last I said, was this, that when the hills, come down, and hold no higher than the plain, my bond, have just begun. And when the heavens, disband, and deity conclude, then, look for me. Be sure you say, least figure, on the road. 401, what soft, cherubic creatures, what soft, cherubic creatures, these gentlewomen are, one would as soon assault a plush, or violate a star, such dimity convictions, a horror so refined of freckled human nature, of deity, ashamed. It's such a common, glory, a fisherman's, degree, redemption, brittle lady, be so, ashamed of thee. 402, I pay, in satin cash, I pay, in satin cash, you did not state, your price, a petal, for a paragraph it near as I can guess. 403, the winters are so short, the winters are so short, I'm hardly justified in sending all the birds away, and moving into pod, myself, for scarcely settled, the Phoebes have begun, and then, it's time to strike my tent. An open house, again, it's mostly, interruptions, my summer, is despoiled, because there was a winter, once, and all the cattle, starved, and so there was a deluge, and swept the world away, but Ararat's a legend, now, and no one credits Noah. 404, how many flowers fail in wood, how many flowers fail in wood, or perish from the hill, without the privilege to know that they are beautiful, how many cast a nameless pot upon the nearest breeze, unconscious of the scarlet freight it bare to other eyes. 405, it might be lonelier without the loneliness, I'm so accustomed to my fate, perhaps the other, peace, would interrupt the dark, and crowd the little room, too scant, by cubits, to contain the sacrament, of him. I am not used to hope, it might intrude upon, its sweet parade, blaspheme the place, ordained to suffering, it might be easier to fail, with land in sight, than gain, my blue peninsula, to perish, of delight. 406, some, work for immortality, some, work for immortality, the chiefer part, for time, he, compensates, immediately, the former, checks, on fame, slow gold, but everlasting, the bullion of today, contrasted with the currency of immortality, a beggar, here and there, is gifted to discern beyond the broker's insight, one's, money, one's, the mine. 407, if what we could, were what we would, if what we could, were what we would, criterion, be small, it is the ultimate of talk, the impotence to tell. 408, unit, like death, for whom? Unit, like death, for whom? True, like the tomb. Who tells no secret? told to him. The grave is strict. Tickets admit. Just two, the bearer. And the born. And seat, just one. The living, tell. The dying, but a syllable. The coy dead, none. No chatter, here, no tea. So babbler. And bohea, stay there. But gravity, and expectation, and fear. A tremor just, that all's not sure. 409. They dropped like flakes. They dropped like flakes. They dropped like stars. Like petals from a rose. When suddenly across the June. A wind with fingers, goes. They perished in the seamless grass. No, I could find the place. But God can. Summon every face. Of his repealless list. 410. The first day's night had come. The first day's night had come. And grateful that a thing so terrible had been endured. I told my soul to sing. She said her strings were snapped. Her bow, to atoms blown. And so to mend her, gave me work. Until another morn. And then, a day as huge as yesterday's in pairs. Unrolled its horror in my face. Until it blocked my eyes. My brain, begun to laugh. I mumbled, like a fool. And though 'tis years ago, that day. My brain keeps giggling, still. And something's odd, within. That person that I was. And this one, do not feel the same. Could it be madness, this? For 11, the color of the grave is green, the color of the grave is green, the outer grave, I mean, you would not know it from the field, except it own a stone, to help the fond, to find it, too infinite asleep to stop and tell them where it is. But just a daisy, deep, the color of the grave is white, the outer grave, I mean, you would not know it from the drifts, in winter, till the sun, has furrowed out the aisles, then, higher than the land the little dwelling houses rise. Where each, has left a friend, the color of the grave within, the duplicate, I mean, not all the snows could make it white, not all the summers, green, you've seen the color, maybe, upon a bonnet bound, when that you met it with before. The ferret, cannot find. For 12, I read my sentence, steadily, I read my sentence, steadily, reviewed it with my eyes to see that I made no mistake in its extremest clause, the date, and manner, of the shame, and then the pious form that, God have mercy, on the soul. The jury voted him, I made my soul familiar, with her extremity, that at the last, it should not be a novel agony, but she, and death, acquainted, meet tranquilly, as friends, salute, and pass, without a hint, and there, the matter ends. 413. I never felt at home, below. I never felt at home, below. And in the handsome skies. I shall not feel at home, I know. I don't like paradise. Because it's Sunday, all the time. And recess, never comes. And Eden'll be so lonesome. Bright Wednesday afternoons. If God could make a visit. Or ever took a nap. So not to see us, but they say. Himself, a telescope. Perennial beholds us. Myself would run away. From him, and Holy Ghost, and all. But there's the Judgment Day. 414. 'Twas like a maelstrom, with a notch. 'Twas like a maelstrom, with a notch. That nearer, every day. Kept narrowing its boiling wheel. Until the agony. Toyed coolly with the final inch. Of your delirious hem. And you dropped, lost. When something broke. And let you from a dream. As if a goblin with a gauge. Kept measuring the hours. Until you felt your second. Way, helpless, in his paws. And not a sinew, stirred, could help. And sense was setting numb. When God, remembered, and the fiend. Let go, then, overcome. As if your sentence stood, pronounced. And you were frozen led. From dungeon's luxury of doubt. To gibbets. And the dead. And when the film had stitched your eyes. A creature gasped reprieve. Which anguish was the utterest, then? To perish, or to live? For 15, sunset at night, is natural. Sunset at night, is natural. But sunset on the dawn. Reverses nature, master. So midnights, do, at noon. Eclipses be, predicted. And science bows them in. But do one face us suddenly? Jehovah's watch, is wrong. 416. A murmur in the trees, to note. A murmur in the trees, to note. Not loud enough, for wind. A star, not far enough to seek. Nor near enough, to find. A long, long yellow, on the lawn. A hubbub, as of feet. Not audible, as ours. To us. But dapper, more sweet. A hurrying home of little men. To houses unperceived. All this, and more, if I should tell. Would never be believed. Of robins in the trundle bed. How many isb? Whose nightgowns could not hide the wings. Although I heard them try. But then I promised ne'er to tell. How could I break my word? So go your way, and I'll go mine. No fear you'll miss the road. For 17, is it dead, find it. Is it dead, find it. Out of sound, out of sight. Happy? Which is wiser? You, or the wind? Conscious? Won't you ask that? Of the low ground? Homesick? Many met it, even through them, this cannot testify. Themself, as dumb. For 18, not in this world to see his face, not in this world to see his face, sounds long, until I read the place where this, is said to be but just the primer, to a life, unopened, rare, upon the shelf, clasped yet, to him, and me. And yet, my primer suits me so I would not choose, a book to know than that, be sweeter wise, might someone else, so learned, be, and leave me, just my see, himself, could have the skies. 419. We grow accustomed to the dark. We grow accustomed to the dark. When light is put away. As when the neighbor holds the lamp. To witness her goodbye. A moment, we uncertain step. For newness of the night. Then, fit our vision to the dark. And meet the road, erect. And so of larger, darkness. Those evenings of the brain. When not a moon disclose a sign. Or star, come out, within. The bravest, grope a little. And sometimes hit a tree. Directly in the forehead. But as they learn to see. Either the darkness alters. Or something in the sight. Adjusts itself to midnight. And life steps almost straight. For 20, you'll know it, as you know 'tis noon. You'll know it, as you know 'tis noon. By glory. As you do the sun. By glory. As you will in heaven. Know God the Father, and the Son. By intuition, mightiest things. Assert themselves, and not by terms. I'm midnight, need the midnight say. I'm sunrise, need the majesty. Omnipotence, had not a tongue. His lisp, is lightning, and the sun. His conversation, with the sea. How shall you know? Consult your eye. For 21, a charm invests a face imperfectly beheld, the lady dare not lift her veil for fear it be dispelled, but peers beyond her mesh, and wishes, and denies, lest interview, annulla want that image, satisfies. 422. More life, went out, when he went. More life, went out, when he went. Than ordinary breath. lit with a finer phosphor, requiring in the quench a power of renowned cold, the climate of the grave, a temperature just adequate, so anthracite, to live. For some, an ampler zero, a frost more needle keen, is necessary, to reduce the Ethiop within. Others, extinguish easier, a gnat's minutest fan sufficient to obliterate a tract of citizen, whose peat lift, amply vivid, ignores the solemn news that Popocatapetl exists, or Etna's scarlets, choose. For 23, the months have ends, the years, a knot, the months have ends, the years, a knot, no power can untie to stretch a little further a skein of misery, the earth lays back these tired lives in her mysterious drawers, too tenderly, that any doubt. An ultimate repose, the manner of the children, who weary of the day, themself, the noisy plaything they cannot put away. For 24, removed from accident of loss by accident of gain befalling not my simple days, myself had just to earn, of riches, as unconscious as is the brown Malay of pearls in eastern waters, marked his, what holiday would stir his slow conception, had he the power to dream that put the dower's fraction, awaited even, him. For 25, good morning, midnight. Good morning, midnight. I'm coming home. Day, got tired of me. How could I, of him? Sunshine was a sweet place. I liked to stay. But morn, didn't want me, now. So, good night, day. I can look, can't I? When the east is red. The hills, have a way, then. That puts the heart, abroad. You, are not so fair, midnight. I chose, day. But, please take a little girl. He turned away. For 26, it don't sound so terrible, quite, as it did. It don't sound so terrible, quite, as it did. I run it over, dead, brain, dead. Put it in Latin, left of my school. Seems it don't shriek so, under rule. Turn it, a little, full in the face. A trouble looks bitterest. Shift it, just. Say, when tomorrow comes this way. I shall have weighted down one day. I suppose it will interrupt me some. Till I get accustomed, but then the tomb. Like other new things, shows largest, then. And smaller, by habit. It's shrewder then. Put the thought in advance, a year. How like a fit, then. Murder, where? For 27, I'll clutch, and clutch, I'll clutch, and clutch, next, one, might be the golden touch, could take it, diamonds, wait, I'm diving, just a little late, but stars, go slow, for night, I'll string you, in fine necklace. Tiaras, make, of some, where you on hem, loop up a countess, with you, make, a diadem, and mend my old one, count, hoard, then lose, and doubt that you are mine, to have the joy of feeling it, again, I'll show you at the court. Bear you, for ornament where women breathe, that every sigh, may lift you just as high, as I, and, when I die, in meek array, display you, still to show, how rich I go, lest skies impeach a wealth so wonderful, and banish me. For 28, taking up the fair ideal. Taking up the fair ideal. Just to cast her down. When a fracture, we discover. Or a splintered crown. Makes the heavens portable. And the gods, a lie. Doubtless, Adam, scowled at Eden. For his perjury. Cherishing, our pool ideal, till in purer dress, we behold her, glorified, comforts, search, like this, till the broken creatures, we adored, for whole, stains, all washed, transfigured, mended, meet us, with a smile. For 29, the moon is distant from the sea, the moon is distant from the sea, and yet, with amber hands, she leads him, docile as a boy, along appointed sands, he never misses a degree, obedient to her eye he comes just so far, toward the town. Just so far, goes away, oh, Senior, thine, the amber hand, and mine, the distant sea, obedient to the least command thine eye impose on me. 430. It would never be common, more, I said. It would never be common, more, I said. Difference, had begun. Many a bitterness, had been. But that old sort, was done. Or, if it sometime, showed, as, 'twill. Upon the downiest, morn. Such bliss, had I, for all the years. 'Twould give an easier, pain. I'd so much joy, I told it, red. Upon my simple cheek. I felt it publish, in my eye. 'Twas needless, any speak. I walked, as wings, my body bore. The feet, I former used. Unnecessary, now to me. As boots, would be, to birds. I put my pleasure all abroad. I dealt a word of gold. To every creature, that I met. And dowered, all the world. When, suddenly, my riches shrank. A goblin, drank my due. My palaces, dropped tenantless. Myself, was beggared, too. I clutched at sounds. I groped at shapes. I touched the tops of films. I felt the wilderness roll back. Along my golden lines. The sackcloth, hangs upon the nail. The frock I used to wear. But where my moment of brocade? My drop of India? 431, me, come. My dazzled face. Me, come. My dazzled face. In such a shining place. Me, here. My foreign ear. The sounds of welcome, there, the saints forget our bashful feet, my holiday, shall be that they, remember me, my paradise, the fame. That they, pronounce my name. 432, do people molder equally? Do people molder equally? They bury, in the grave, I do believe a species as positively live as I, who testify it deny that I, am dead, and fill my lungs, for witness, from tanks, above my head. I say to you, said Jesus, that there be standing here, a sort, that shall not taste of death. If Jesus was sincere, I need no further argue, that statement of the Lord is not a controvertible, he told me, death was dead. 433, knows how to forget. Knows how to forget. But could it teach it? Easiest of arts, they say. When one learn how. Dull hearts have died. In the acquisition. Sacrificed for science. Is common, though, now. I went to school. But was not wiser. Globe did not teach it. Nor logarithm show. How to forget. Say, some philosopher. Ah, to be erudite. Enough to know. Is it in a book? So, I could buy it. Is it like a planet? Telescopes would know. If it be invention. It must have a patent. Rabbi of the wise book. Don't you know? 434, to love thee year by year. To love thee year by year. May less appear. Then sacrifice, and cease. However, dear. Forever might be short, I thought to show. And so I pieced it, with a flower, now. 435, much madness is divinest sense. Much madness is divinest sense. To a discerning eye. Much sense the starkest madness. T is the majority. In this, as all, prevails. Assent, and you are sane. Demur, you're straightway dangerous. And handled with a chain. 436, the wind, tapped like a tired man, the wind, tapped like a tired man, and like a host, come in, I boldly answered, entered then my residence within a rapid, footless guest, to offer whom a chair were as impossible as hand a sofa to the air. No bone had he to bind him, his speech was like the push of numerous humming birds at once from a superior bush, his countenance, a billow, his fingers, as he passed let go a music, as of tunes blown tremulous in glass, he visited, still flitting. Then like a timid man again, he tapped, 'twas flurriedly, and I became alone. 437, Prayer is the little implement. Prayer is the little implement through which men reach. Where presence is denied them, they fling their speech by means of it, in God's ear, if then he hear. This sums the apparatus comprised in prayer. 438, Forget. The lady with the amulet. Forget. The lady with the amulet. Forget she wore it at her heart. Because she breathed against. Was treason twixt. Deny. Did rose her be. For privilege of play. Or while of butterfly. Or opportunity, her lord away, the lady with the amulet, will face, the bee, in mausoleum laid, discard his bride, but longer than the little rill. That cooled the forehead of the hill, while other, went the sea to fill, and other, went to turn the mill, I'll do thy will. 439, Undue significance. A starving man attaches undue significance. A starving man attaches to food, far off, he sighs, and therefore, hopeless, and therefore, good, partaken, it relieves, indeed, but proves us that spices fly. In the receipt, it was the distance, was savory. 440, 'Tis customary as we part a trinket, to confer, it helps to stimulate the faith when lovers be afar, 'tis various, as the various taste, Clematis, journeying far, presents me with a single curl of her electric hair. 441, This is my letter to the world, this is my letter to the world that never wrote to me, the simple news that nature told, with tender majesty her message is committed to hands I cannot see, for love of her, sweet, countrymen. Judge tenderly, of me. 442. God made a little gentian. God made a little gentian. It tried, to be a rose. And failed, and all the summer laughed. But just before the snows, there rose a purple creature that ravished all the hill. And summer hit her forehead. And mockery was still. The frosts were her condition. The Tyrian would not come until the north invoke it. Creator, shall I bloom? 443, I tie my hat, I crease my shawl, I tie my hat, I crease my shawl, life's little duties do, precisely, as the very least were infinite, to me, I put new blossoms in the glass, and throw the old, away, I push a petal from my gown. That anchored there, I weigh the time, 'twill be till 6 o'clock I have so much to do, and yet, existence, some way back, stopped, struck, my ticking, through, we cannot put ourself away as a completed man or woman, when the errand's done. We came to flesh, upon, there may be, miles on miles of not, of action, sick or far, to simulate, is stinging work, to cover what we are from science, and from surgery, 2 telescopic eyes to bear on us unshaded. For their sake, not for ours, 'twould start them, we could tremble, but since we got a bomb, and held it in our bosom, nay, hold it, it is calm, therefore, we do life's labor, though life's reward be done, with scrupulous exactness. To hold our senses, on. 444. It feels a shame to be alive. It feels a shame to be alive. When men so brave, are dead. One envies the distinguished dust. Permitted, such a head. The stone, that tells defending whom. This Spartan put away. What little of him we possessed. In pawn for liberty. The price is great, sublimely paid. Do we deserve, a thing that lives, like dollars, must be piled before we may obtain? Are we that weight, sufficient worth? That such enormous pearl as life, dissolved be, for us? In battles, horrid bowl, it may be, a renown to live, I think the man who die, those unsustained, saviors, present divinity. For 45, 'twas just this time, last year, I died. 'Twas just this time, last year, I died. I know I heard the corn. When I was carried by the farms. It had the tassels on. I thought how yellow it would look. When Richard went to mill. And then, I wanted to get out. But something held my will that I thought just how red, apples wedged. The stubble's joints between, and the cart stooping round the fields to take the pumpkins in, I wondered which would miss me, least, and when Thanksgiving came if father'd multiply the plates, to make an even sum, and would it blur the Christmas glee. My stocking hang too high for any Santa Claus to reach the altitude of me, but this sort, grieved myself and so, I thought the other way, how just this time, some perfect year, themself, should come to me. For 46, I showed her heights she never saw. I showed her heights she never saw. Wouldst climb, I said. She said, not so. With me, I said, with me. I showed her secrets, morning's nest. The rope the nights were put across. And now, wouldst have me for a guest? She could not find her yes. And then, I break my life, and lo! A light, for her, did solemn glow. The larger, as her face withdrew. And could she, further, know? For 47, could I do more, for thee? Could I do more, for thee? Wert thou a bumblebee? Since for the queen, have I naught but bouquet. For 48, this was a poet, it is that this was a poet, it is that distills amazing sense from ordinary meanings, and adder so immense from the familiar species that perished by the door, we wonder it was not ourselves arrested it, before. Of pictures, the discloser, the poet, it is he, entitles us, by contrast, to ceaseless poverty, of portion, so unconscious, the robbing, could not harm, himself, to him, a fortune, exterior, to time. For 49, I died for beauty, but was scarce. I died for beauty, but was scarce. Adjusted in the tomb. When one who died for truth was lain. In an adjoining room. He questioned softly why I failed. For beauty, I replied. And I for truth, the two are one. We brethren are, he said. And so, as kinsmen met a night. We talked between the rooms. Until the moss had reached our lips. And covered up our names. For 50, dreams, are well, but waking's better, dreams, are well, but waking's better, if one wake at morn, if one wake at midnight, better, dreaming, of the dawn, sweeter, the surmising robins, never gladden tree. Then a solid dawn, confronting, leading to no day. 451. The outer, from the inner. The outer, from the inner. Derives its magnitude. 'Tis duke, or dwarf. According. As is the central mood. The fine, unvarying axis. That regulates the wheel. Those spokes, spin, more conspicuous. And fling a dust, the while. The inner, paints the outer. The brush without the hand. Its picture publishes, precise. As is the inner brand. On fine, arterial canvas. A cheek, perchance a brow. The star's whole secret, in the lake. Eyes were not meant to know. 452. The Malay, took the pearl. The Malay, took the pearl. Not, I, the earl. I, feared the sea, too much. Unsanctified, to touch. Praying that I might be worthy, the destiny. The swarthy fellow swam. And bore my jewel, home. Home to the hut. What lot had I, the jewel, got, borne on a dusky breast, I had not deemed a vest of amber, fit, the negro never knew I, wooed it, to gain, or be undone, alike to him, 1. 453. Love, thou art high. Love, thou art high. I cannot climb thee. But, were it two, who knows but we, taking turns, at the Chimborazo, ducal, at last, stand up by thee. Love, thou art deep. I cannot cross thee. But, were there two, instead of one, rower, and yacht, some sovereign summer, who knows, but we'd reach the sun. Love, thou art veiled, a few, behold thee, smile, and alter, and prattle, and die, bliss, were an oddity, without thee, nicknamed by God, eternity. 454, it was given to me by the gods. It was given to me by the gods. When I was a little girl. They given us presents most, you know. When we are new, and small. I kept it in my hand. I never put it down. I did not dare to eat, or sleep, for fear it would be gone. I heard such words as, rich, when hurrying to school, from lips at corners of the streets, and wrestled with a smile. Rich. 'Twas myself, was rich, to take the name of gold, and gold to own, in solid bars, the difference, made me bold. 455, triumph, may be of several kinds, triumph, may be of several kinds, there's triumph in the room when that old imperator, death, by faith. 456, so well that I can live without. So well that I can live without. I love thee, then how well is that? As well as Jesus, prove it me that he, loved men, as I, love thee. 457, sweet, safe, houses, sweet, safe, houses, glad, gay, houses, sealed so stately tight, lids of steel, on lids of marble, locking bare feet out, brooks of plush, in banks of satin not so softly phallus the laughter, and the whisper. From their people pearl, no bald death, affront their parlors, no bold sickness come to deface their stately treasures, anguish, and the tomb, hum by, in muffled coaches, lest they, wonder why, any, for the press of smiling, interrupt, to die. 458, like eyes that looked on wastes, like eyes that looked on wastes, incredulous of aught but blank, and steady wilderness, diversified by night, just infinites of naught, as far as it could see, so looked the face I looked upon. So looked itself, on me, I offered it no help, because the cause was mine, the misery a compact as hopeless, as divine, neither, would be absolved, neither would be a queen without the other, therefore, we perish, though we reign. 459, a tooth upon our peace. A tooth upon our peace. The peace cannot deface. Then wherefore be the tooth, to vitalize the grace, the heaven hath a hell, itself to signalize, and every sign before the place is gilt with sacrifice. 460. I know where wells grow, droughtless wells. I know where wells grow, droughtless wells. Deep dug, for summer days. Where mosses go no more away. And pebble, safely plays. It's made of fathoms, and a belt. A belt of jagged stone. Inlaid with emerald, halfway down. And diamonds, jumbled on. It has no bucket, were I rich. A bucket I would buy. I'm often thirsty, but my lips are so high up, you see. I read in an old-fashioned book that people thirst no more. The wells have buckets to them there. It must mean that, I'm sure. Shall we remember Parchang, then? Those waters sound so grand, I think a little well, like mine, dearer to understand. 461, a wife, at daybreak I shall be. A wife, at daybreak I shall be. Sunrise, hast thou a flag for me? At midnight, I am but a maid. How short it takes to make a bride. Then, midnight, I have passed from thee. Unto the east, and victory. Midnight, good night. I hear them call. The angels bustle in the hall. Softly my future climbs the stair. I fumble at my childhood's prayer. So soon to be a child no more. Eternity, I'm coming, sire. Savior, I've seen the face, before. For 62, why make it doubt, it hurts it so, why make it doubt, it hurts it so sick, to guess, so strong, to know, so brave, upon its little bed to tell the very last they said unto itself, and smile, and shake. For that dear, distant, dangerous, sake, but, the instead, the pinching fear that something, it did do, or dare, offend the vision, and it flee, and they no more remember me, nor ever turn to tell me why, oh, master, this is misery. For 63, I live with him, I see his face, I live with him, I see his face, I go no more away for visitor, or sundown, death's single privacy the only one, forestalling mine, and that, by right that he presents a claim invisible. No wedlock, granted me, I live with him, I hear his voice, I stand alive, today, to witness to the certainty of immortality, taught me, by time, the lower way, conviction, every day, that life like this, is stopless, be judgment, what it may. For 64, the power to be true to you, the power to be true to you, until upon my face the judgment push his picture, presumptuous of your place, of this, could man deprive me, himself, the heaven excel, whose invitation, yours reduced. Until it showed too small. For 65, I heard a fly buzz, when I died, I heard a fly buzz, when I died, the stillness in the room was like the stillness in the air, between the heaves of storm, the eyes around, had wrung them dry, and breaths were gathering firm. For that last onset, when the king bee witnessed, in the room, I willed my keepsakes, signed away what portion of me be assignable, and then it was there interposed a fly, with blue, uncertain stumbling buzz, between the light, and me. And then the windows failed, and then I could not see to see. For 66, 'tis little I, could care for pearls, 'tis little I, could care for pearls, who own the ample sea, or brooches, when the emperor, with rubies, pelteth me, or gold, who am the prince of mines, or diamonds, when have I a diadem to fit a dome, continual upon me. For 67, we do not play on graves, we do not play on graves, because there isn't room, besides, it isn't even, it slants and people come, and put a flower on it, and hang their faces so, we're fearing that their hearts will drop. And crush our pretty play, and so we move as for us enemies, away, just looking round to see how far it is, occasionally. 468. The manner of its death. The manner of its death. When certain it must die. 'Tis deemed a privilege to choose. 'Twas Major André's way. When choice of life is past, there yet remains a love. Its little fate to stipulate. How small in those who live. The miracle to tease. With Babel of the styles. How they are dying mostly, now. And customs at St. James. For 69, the red, blaze, is the morning, the red, blaze, is the morning, the violet, is noon, the yellow, day, is falling, and after that, is none, but miles of sparks, at evening, reveal the wit that burned, the territory argent, that never yet, consumed. 470. I am alive, I guess. I am alive, I guess. The branches on my hand are full of morning glory. And at my finger's end, the carmine tingles warm. And if I hold a glass across my mouth, it blurs it. Physicians, proof of breath. I am alive, because I am not in a room. The parlor, commonly, it is. So visitors may come and lean, and view it sidewise. And add how cold it grew. And was it conscious, when it stepped in immortality? I am alive, because I do not own a house entitled to myself, precise. and fitting no one else. And marked my girlhood's name. So visitors may know which door is mine, and not mistake. And try another key. How good, to be alive. How infinite, to be alive, twofold, the birth I had. And this, besides, in thee. For 71, a night, there lay the days between, a night, there lay the days between, the day that was before, and day that was behind, were one, and now, 'twas night, was here, slow, night, that must be watched away, as grains upon a shore. Too imperceptible to note, till it be night, no more. For 72, except the heaven had come so near, except the heaven had come so near, so seemed to choose my door, the distance would not haunt me so, I had not hoped, before, but just to hear the grace depart, I never thought to see. Afflicts me with a double loss, 'tis lost, and lost to me. For 73, I am ashamed, I hide, I am ashamed, I hide, what right have I, to be a bride, so late a dowerless girl, nowhere to hide my dazzled face, no one to teach me that new grace, nor introduce, my soul, me to adorn, how, tell. Trinket, to make me beautiful, fabrics of cashmere, never a gown of dun, more, raiment instead, of pompadour, for me, my soul, to wear, fingers, to frame my round hair oval, as feudal ladies wore, far fashions, fair. Skill to hold my brow like an earl, plead, like a whippoorwill, prove, like a pearl, then, for character, fashion my spirit quaint, white, quick, like a liquor, gay, like light, bring me my best pride, no more ashamed, no more to hide. Meek, let it be, too proud, for pride, baptized, this day, a bride. For 74, they put us far apart, they put us far apart, as separate as sea and her unsown peninsula, we signified, these sea, they took away our eyes, they thwarted us with guns, I see thee, each responded straight through telegraphic signs. With dungeons, they devised, but through their thickest skill, and their opacest adamant, our souls saw, just as well, they summoned us to die, with sweet alacrity we stood upon our stapled feet, condemned, but just, to see. Permission to recant, permission to forget, we turned our backs upon the sun for perjury of that, not either, noticed death, of paradise, aware, each other's face, was all the disk each other's setting, saw. For 75, doom is the house without the door, doom is the house without the door, 'tis entered from the sun, and then the ladder's thrown away, because escape, is done, 'tis varied by the dream of what they do outside. Where squirrels play, and berries die, and hemlocks, bow, to God. For 76, I meant to have but modest needs, I meant to have but modest needs, such as content, and heaven, within my income, these could lie in life and I, keep even, but since the last, included both, it would suffice my prayer. But just for one, to stipulate, and grace would grant the pair, and so, upon this wise, I prayed, Great Spirit, give to me a heaven not so large as yours but large enough, for me, a smile suffused Jehovah's face, the cherubim, withdrew. Grave saints stole out to look at me, and showed their dimples, too, I left the place, with all my might, I threw my prayer away, the quiet ages picked it up, and judgment, twinkled, too, tat one so honest, be extant, it take the tale for true. That, whatsoever ye shall ask, itself be given you, but I, grown shrewder, scan the skies with a suspicious air, as children, swindled for the first all swindlers, be, infer. For 77, no man can compass a despair, no man can compass a despair, as round a goalless road no faster than a mile at once the traveller proceed, unconscious of the width, unconscious that the sun be setting on his progress, so accurate the one. At estimating pain, whose own, has just begun, his ignorance, the angel that pilot him along. For 78, I had no time to hate, I had no time to hate, because the grave would hinder me, and life was not so ample I could finish, enmity, nor had I time to love, but since some industry must be, the little toil of love, I thought. Be large enough for me. 479. She dealt her pretty words like blades. She dealt her pretty words like blades. How glittering they shone. And every one unbarred a nerve. Or wantoned with a bone. She never deemed, she hurt. That, is not steel's affair. A vulgar grimace. In the flesh. How ill the creatures bear. To ache is human, not polite. The film upon the eye. Mortality's old custom. Just locking up, to die. 480. Why do I love you, sir? Why do I love you, sir? Because. The wind does not require the grass. To answer, wherefore when he pass. She cannot keep her place, because he knows, and do not you, and we know not, enough for us. The wisdom it be so, the lightning, never asked an eye wherefore it shut, when he was by, because he knows it cannot speak, and reasons not contained, of talk, there be, preferred by daintier folk, the sunrise, sire, compelleth me. Because he's sunrise, and I see, therefore, then, I love thee. 481. The Himalaya was known to stoop. The Himalaya was known to stoop unto the daisy low, transported with compassion that such a doll should grow where tent by tent, her universe hung out its flags of snow. 482. We cover thee, sweet face, we cover thee, sweet face, not that we tire of thee, but that thyself fatigue of us, remember, as thou go, we follow thee until thou notice us, no more, and then, reluctant, turn away to con thee o'er and o'er. And blame the scanty love we were content to show, augmented, sweet, 100-fold, if thou wouldst take it, now. 483. A solemn thing within the soul. A solemn thing within the soul. To feel itself get ripe. And golden hang, while farther up. The maker's ladders stop. And in the orchard far below. You hear a being, drop. A wonderful, to feel the sun. Still toiling at the cheek. You thought was finished. Cool of eye. And critical of work. He shifts the stem, a little. To give your core, a look. But solemnest, to know. Your chance in harvest moves. A little nearer, every sun. The single, to some lives. 484. My garden, like the beach, my garden, like the beach, denotes there be, a sea, that summer, such as these, the pearls she fetches, such as me. 485. To make one's toilette, after death. To make one's toilette, after death has made the toilette cool of only taste we cared to please is difficult, and still, that's easier, than braid the hair, and make the bodice gay. When eyes that fondled it are wrenched by decalogues, away. 486. I was the slightest in the house, I was the slightest in the house, I took the smallest room, at night, my little lamp, and book, and one geranium, so stationed I could catch the mint that never ceased to fall, and just my basket. Let me think, I'm sure, that this was all, I never spoke, unless addressed, and then, 'twas brief and low, I could not bear to live, aloud, the racket shamed me so, and if it had not been so far, and anyone I knew were going, I had often thought. How noteless, I could die. 487. You love the Lord, you cannot see. You love the Lord, you cannot see. You write him, every day. A little note, when you awake. And further in the day. An ample letter, how you miss. And would delight to see. But then his house, is but a step. And mine's, in heaven, you see. 488. Myself was formed, a carpenter, myself was formed, a carpenter, an unpretending time my plane, and I, together wrought before a builder came, to measure our attainments, had we the art of board sufficiently developed, he'd hire us. At halves, my tools took human, faces, the bench, where we had toiled, against the man, persuaded, we, temples build, I said. 489. We pray, to heaven. We pray, to heaven. We prate, of heaven. Relate, when neighbors die. At what o'clock to heaven, they fled? Who saw them, wherefore fly? Is heaven a place, a sky, a tree? Location's narrow way is for ourselves. Unto the dead. There's no geography. But state, endowal, focus. Where, omnipresence, fly. For 90, to one denied the drink. To one denied the drink. To tell what water is. Would be acuter, would it not? Than letting him surmise. To lead him to the well. And let him hear it drip. Remind him, would it not, somewhat. Of his condemned lip? 491. While it is alive. While it is alive. Until death touches it. While it and I lap one air. Dwell in one blood. Under one sacrament. Show me division can split or pair. Love is like life, merely longer. Love is like death. During the grave. Love is the fellow of the resurrection. Scooping up the dust and chanting live. For 92, civilization, spurns, the leopard. Civilization, spurns, the leopard. Was the leopard, bold? Deserts, never rebuked her satin. Ethiop, her gold. Tawny, her customs. She was conscious. Spotted, her dun gown. This was the leopard's nature, senior. Need, a keeper, frown, pity, the pard, that left her Asia, memories, of palm. Cannot be stifled, with narcotic, nor suppressed, with balm. 493. The world, stands, solemner, to me. The world, stands, solemner, to me. Since I was wed, to him. A modesty befits the soul. That bears another's, name. A doubt, if it be fair, indeed. To wear that perfect, pearl. The man, upon the woman, binds. To clasp her soul, for all. A prayer. That it more angel, prove. A whiter gift, within. To that munificence, that chose. So unadorned, a queen. A gratitude, that such be true. It had esteemed the dream. Too beautiful, for shape to prove. Or posture, to redeem. For 94, going to him. Happy letter. Going to him. Happy letter. Tell him. Tell him the page I didn't write. Tell him, I only said the syntax. And left the verb and the pronoun out. Tell him just how the fingers hurried. Then, how they waited, slow, slow. And then you wished you had eyes in your pages. So you could see what moved them so. Tell him, it wasn't a practiced writer. You guessed, from the way the sentence toiled. You could hear the bodice tug. Behind you. As if it held but the might of a child. You almost pitied it, it worked so. Tell him, no, you may quibble there. For it would split his heart, to know it. And then you and I, were silenter. Tell him, night finished, before we finished. And the old clock kept neighing, day. And you, got sleepy, and begged to be ended. What could it hinder so, to say? Tell him, just how she sealed you, cautious. But, if he ask where you are hid. Until tomorrow, happy letter. Gesture coquette, and shake your head. For 95, its thoughts, and just one heart, its thoughts, and just one heart, an old sunshine, about, make frugal, ones, content, and 2 or 3, for company, upon a holiday, crowded, as sacrament, books, when the unit. Spare the tenant, long eno, a picture, if it care, itself, a gallery too rare, for needing more, flowers, to keep the eyes, from going awkward, when it snows, a bird, if they, prefer, though winter fire, sing clear as plover, to our, ear. A landscape, not so great to suffocate the eye, a hill, perhaps, the profile of a mill turned by the wind, though, such, are luxuries, its thoughts, and just two heart, and heaven, about, at least, a counterfeit. We would not have correct, and immortality, can be almost, not quite, content. 496. As far from pity, as complaint. As far from pity, as complaint. As cool to speech, as stone. As numb to revelation. As if my trade were bone. As far from time, as history. As near yourself, today. As children. To the rainbow's scarf. Or sunset's yellow play. To eyelids in the sepulchre. How dumb the dancer lies. While colors revelations break. And blaze, the butterflies. 497, he strained my faith. He strained my faith. Did he find it supple? Shook my strong trust. Did it then, yield? Hurled my belief. But, did he shatter, it? Racked, with suspense. Not a nerve failed. Wrung me, with anguish. But I never doubted him. Though, for what wrong? He did never say. Stabbed, while I sued. His sweet forgiveness. Jesus, it's your little John. Don't you know, me? 498, I envy seas, whereon he rides. I envy seas, whereon he rides. I envy spokes of wheels. Of chariots, that him convey. I envy crooked hills. That gaze upon his journey. How easy all can see. What is forbidden utterly. As heaven, unto me. I envy nests of sparrows, that dot his distant eaves, the wealthy fly, upon his pane, the happy, happy leaves, that just abroad his window have summer's leave to play, the ear rings of Pizarro could not obtain for me. I envy light, that wakes him. And bells, that boldly ring to tell him it is noon, abroad, myself, be noon to him, yet interdict, my blossom, and abrogate, my bee, lest noon in everlasting night, drop Gabriel, and me. 499, those fair, fictitious people. Those fair, fictitious people. The women, plucked away. From our familiar lifetime. The men of ivory. Those boys and girls, in canvas. Who stay upon the wall. In everlasting keepsake. Can anybody tell? We trust, in places perfecter, inheriting delight beyond our faint conjecture, our dizzy estimate, remembering ourselves, we trust, yet blesseder, than we, through knowing, where we only hope, receiving, where we, pray, of expectation, also. Anticipating us with transport, that would be a pain except for holiness, esteeming us, as exile, themself, admitted home, through easy miracle of death, the way ourself, must come. 500. Within my garden, rides a bird. Within my garden, rides a bird. Upon a single wheel. Whose spokes a dizzy music make. As 'twere a travelling mill. He never stops. But slackens. Above the ripest rose. Partakes without alighting. And praises as he goes. Till every spice is tasted. And then his fairy gig. Reels in remoter atmospheres. And I rejoin my dog. And he and I, perplex us. If positive. 'Twere we. Or bore the garden in the brain. This curiosity. But he, the best logician. Refers my clumsy eye. To just vibrating blossoms. An exquisite reply. 501, this world is not conclusion. This world is not conclusion that a species stands beyond, invisible, as music, but positive, as sound, it beckons, and it baffles, philosophy, don't know, and through a riddle, at the last, sagacity, must go. To guess it, puzzles scholars, to gain it, men have borne contempt of generations and crucifixion, shown, faith slips, and laughs, and rallies, blushes, if any see, plucks at a twig of evidence, and asks a vain, the way. Much gesture, from the pulpit, strong hallelujahs roll, narcotics cannot still the tooth that nibbles at the soul. 502. At least, to pray, is left, is left. At least, to pray, is left, is left. O Jesus, in the air. I know not which thy chamber is. I'm knocking, everywhere. Thou settest earthquake in the south. And maelstrom, in the sea. Say, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Hast thou no arm for me? 503, better, than music. For I, who heard it. Better, than music. For I, who heard it. I was used, to the birds, before. This, was different, 'twas translation. Of all tunes I knew, and more. 'Twasn't contained, like other stanza. No one could play it, the second time. But the composer, perfect. Mozart. Perish with him, that keyless rhyme. So, children, told how brooks in Eden, bubbled a better, melody, quaintly infer, Eve's great surrender, urging the feet, that would, not, fly, children, matured, are wiser, mostly, Eden, a legend, dimly told. Eve, and the anguish, grandame story, but, I was telling a tune, I heard, not such a strain, the church, baptizes, when the last saint, goes up the aisles, not such a stanza splits the silence, when the redemption strikes her bells. Let me not spill, its smallest cadence, humming, for promise, when alone, humming, until my faint rehearsal, drop into tune, around the throne. 504, you know that portrait in the moon. You know that portrait in the moon. So tell me who 'tis like. The very brow, the stooping eyes. A fog for, say, whose sake, the very pattern of the cheek, it varies, in the chin. But, Ishmael, since we met, 'tis long, and fashions, intervene, when moon's at full, 'tis thou, I say, my lips just hold the name, when crescent, thou art worn, I note, but, there, the golden same. And when, some night, bold, slashing clouds cut thee away from me, that's easier, than the other film that glazes holiday. 505. I would not paint, a picture. I would not paint, a picture. I'd rather be the one. Its bright impossibility. To dwell, delicious, on. And wonder how the fingers feel. Whose rare, celestial, stir. Evoke so sweet a torment. Such sumptuous, despair. I would not talk. Like cornets. I'd rather be the one. Raised softly to the ceilings. And out. And easy on. Through villages of ether. Myself endued balloon. By but a lip of metal. The pier to my pontoon. Nor would I be a poet. It's finer, own the ear. Enamored, impotent, content. The license to revere. A privilege so awful. What would the dower be? Had I the art to stun myself? With bolts of melody. 506, he touched me, so I live to know. He touched me, so I live to know. That such a day, permitted so. I groped upon his breast. It was a boundless place to me. And silenced, as the awful sea puts minor streams to rest. And now, I'm different from before. As if I breathed superior air. Or brushed a royal gown. My feet, too, that had wandered so. My gypsy face, transfigured now. To tenderer renown. Into this port, if I might come. Rebecca, to Jerusalem. Would not so ravished turn. Nor Persian, baffled at her shrine. Lift such a crucifixial sign. To her imperial son. 507, she sights a bird, she chuckles, she sights a bird, she chuckles, she flattens, then she crawls, she runs without the look of feet, her eyes increase to balls, her jaws stir, twitching, hungry, her teeth can hardly stand. She leaps, but Robin leaped the first. Ah, pussy, of the sand, the hopes so juicy ripening, you almost bathed your tongue, when bliss disclosed 100 toes, and fled with every one. 508. I'm seated, I've stopped being theirs. I'm seated, I've stopped being theirs. The name they dropped upon my face. With water, in the country church. Is finished using, now. And they can put it with my dolls. My childhood. And the string of spools. I've finished threading, too. Baptized, before, without the choice. But this time, consciously, of grace. Unto supremest name. Called to my full, the crescent dropped. Existence's whole arc, filled up. With one small diadem. My second rank, too small the first, crowned, crowing, on my father's breast, a half-unconscious queen, but this time, adequate, erect, with will to choose, or to reject, and I choose, just a crown. 509. If anybody's friend be dead. If anybody's friend be dead. It's sharpest of the theme. The thinking how they walked alive. At such and such a time. Their costume, of a Sunday. Some manner of the hair. A prank nobody knew but them. Lost. In the sepulchre. How warm, they were, on such a day. You almost feel the date. So short way off it seems. And now, they're centuries from that. How pleased they were. At what you said. You try to touch the smile. And dip your fingers in the frost. When was it, can you tell? You asked the company to tea. Acquaintance, just a few. And chatted close with this grand thing. That don't remember you. Past beaux. And invitations. Past interview, and vow. Past what ourself can estimate. That, makes the quick of woe. 510, it was not death, for I stood up. It was not death, for I stood up. And all the dead, lie down. It was not night, for all the bells. Put out their tongues, for noon. It was not frost, for on my flesh. I felt sirocco's, crawl. Nor fire, for just my marble feet. Could keep a chancel, cool. And yet, it tasted, like them all. The figures I have seen. Set orderly, for burial. Reminded me. Of mine. As if my life were shaven. And fitted to a frame. And could not breathe without a key. And 'twas like midnight, some. When everything that ticked, has stopped. And space stares all around. Or grisly frosts, first autumn morns. Repeal the beating ground. But, most, like chaos, stopless, cool. Without a chance, or spar. Or even a report of land. To justify, despair. 511, if you were coming in the fall. If you were coming in the fall. I'd brush the summer by. With half a smile and half a spurn. As housewives do a fly. If I could see you in a year. I'd win the months in balls. And put them each in separate drawers. Until their time befalls. If only centuries delayed. I'd count them on my hand. Subtracting till my fingers dropped. Into Van Diemen's land. If certain, when this life was out. That yours and mine should be. I'd toss it yonder like a rind. And taste eternity. But now, all ignorant of the length. Of time's uncertain wing. It goads me, like the goblin bee. That will not state its sting. 512, the soul has bandaged moments, the soul has bandaged moments, when too appalled to stir, she feels some ghastly fright come up and stop to look at her, salute her, with long fingers, caress her freezing hair, sip, goblin, from the very lips. The lover, hovered, o'er, unworthy, that a thought so mean cost a theme, so, fair, the soul has moments of escape, when bursting all the doors, she dances like a bomb, abroad, and swings upon the hours, as do the bee, delirious born. Long dungeon from his rose, touch liberty, then know no more, but noon, and paradise, the soul's retaken moments, when, felon led along, with shackles on the plumed feet and staples, in the song, the horror welcomes her, again. These, are not braid of tongue. 513, like flowers, that heard the news of dews, like flowers, that heard the news of dews but never deemed the dripping prize awaited there, low brows, or bees, that thought the summer's name some rumor of delirium no summer, could, for them. Or arctic creatures, dimly stirred, by tropic hint, some travelled bird imported to the wood, or wind's bright signal to the ear, making that homely, and severe, contented, known, before, the heaven, unexpected come. To lives that thought the worshipping a too presumptuous psalm. 514, her smile was shaped like other smiles, her smile was shaped like other smiles, the dimples ran along, and still it hurt you, as some bird did hoist herself, to sing, then recollect a ball, she got, and hold upon the twig. Convulsive, while the music broke, like beads, among the bog. 515. No crowd that has occurred. No crowd that has occurred. Exhibit, I suppose. That general attendance. That resurrection, does. Circumference be full. The long restricted grave. Assert her vital privilege. The dust, connect, and live. On. Atoms, features place. All multitudes that were. Efface in the comparison. As suns, dissolve a star. Solemnity, prevail. Its individual doom. Possess each separate consciousness. August, absorbed, numb. What duplicate, exist? What parallel can be? Of the significance of this. To universe, and me. 516, beauty, be not caused, it is, beauty, be not caused, it is, chase it, and it ceases, chase it not, and it abides, overtake the creases in the meadow, when the wind runs his fingers through it, deity will see to it that you never do it. 517, he parts himself, like leaves, he parts himself, like leaves, and then, he closes up, then stands upon the bonnet of any buttercup, and then he runs against and oversets a rose, and then does nothing, then away upon a jib, he goes. And dangles like a mote suspended in the noon, uncertain, to return below, or settle in the moon, what come of him, at night, the privilege to say be limited by ignorance, what come of him, that day, the frost, possessed the world. In cabinets, be shown, a sepulchre of quaintest floss, an abbey, a cocoon. 518, her sweet weight on my heart and night, her sweet weight on my heart and night had scarcely deigned to lie, when, stirring, for belief's delight, my bride had slipped away, if 'twas a dream, made solid, just the heaven to confirm. Or if myself were dreamed of her, the power to presume, with him remain, who unto me, gave, even as to all, a fiction superseding faith, by so much, as 'twas real. 519, 'twas warm, at first, like us. 'Twas warm, at first, like us. Until there crept upon a chill, like frost upon a glass. Till all the scene, be gone. The forehead copied stone. The fingers grew too cold to ache, and like a skater's brook. The busy eyes, congealed. It straightened, that was all. It crowded cold to cold. It multiplied indifference. As pride were all it could. And even when with chords 'twas lowered, like a weight, it made no signal, nor demurred, but dropped like adamant. 520, I started early, took my dog, I started early, took my dog, and visited the sea, the mermaids in the basement came out to look at me, and frigates, in the upper floor extended hempen hands, presuming me to be a mouse. Aground, upon the sands, but no man moved me, till the tide went past my simple shoe, and past my apron, and my belt, and passed my bodice, too, and made as he would eat me up, as wholly as a dew upon a dandelion's sleeve. And then, I started, too, and he followed, close behind. I felt his silver heel upon my ankle, then my shoes would overflow with pearl, until we met the solid town, no one he seemed to know, and bowing, with a mighty look at me, the sea withdrew. 521, Endow the living, with the tears, endow the living, with the tears, you squander on the dead, and they were men and women, now, around your fireside, instead of passive creatures denied the cherishing till they, the cherishing deny. With death's ethereal scorn. 522, had I presumed to hope, the loss had been to me a value, for the greatness' sake, as giants, gone away, had I presumed to gain a favor so remote, the failure but confirmed the grace in further infinite. 'Tis failure, not of hope, but confident despair, advancing on celestial lists, with faint, terrestrial power, 'tis honor, though I die, for that no man obtain till he be justified by death, this, is the second gain. 523, Sweet, you forgot, but I remembered. Sweet, you forgot, but I remembered. Every time, for two. So that the sun be never hindered. Through decay of you. Say if I erred. Accuse my farthings, blame the little hand. Happy it be for you, a beggar's, seeking more, to spend, just to be rich, to waste my guineas on so best a heart, just to be poor, for barefoot vision you, sweet, shut me out. 524, Departed, to the judgment. Departed to the judgment. A mighty afternoon. Great clouds like ushers leaning. Creation looking on. The flesh surrendered, cancelled. The bodiless begun. Two worlds, like audiences, disperse. And leave the soul alone. 525. I think the hemlock likes to stand. I think the hemlock likes to stand. Upon a marge of snow. It suits his own austerity. And satisfies in all. That men must slake in wilderness. And in the desert, cloy. An instinct for the hoar. The bald. Lapland's necessity. The hemlock's nature thrives, on cold. The gnash of northern winds. Is sweetest nutriment, to him. His best Norwegian wines. To satin races, he is not. But children on the dawn. Beneath his tabernacles. Play. And Dnieper wrestlers, run. 526, to hear an oriole sing. To hear an oriole sing. May be a common thing. Or only a divine. It is not of the bird. Who sings the same, unheard. As unto crowd. The fashion of the ear. Attireth that it hear. In dun, or fair. So whether it be rune. Or whether it be none. Is of within. The tune is in the tree. The skeptic, showeth me. No sir. In thee. 527, to put this world down, like a bundle, to put this world down, like a bundle, and walk steady, away, requires energy, possibly agony, 'tis the scarlet way trodden with straight renunciation by the Son of God, later, his faint confederates. Justify the road, flavors of that old crucifixion, filaments of bloom, Pontius Pilate sowed, strong clusters, from Barabbas' tomb, sacrament, saints partook before us, patent, every drop, with the brand of the Gentile drinker who endorsed the cup. 528, Mine, by the right of the white election. Mine, by the right of the white election. Mine, by the royal seal. Mine, by the sign in the scarlet prison. Bars, cannot conceal. Mine, here, in vision, and in veto. Mine, by the grave's repeal. Tilted, confirmed. Delirious charter. Mine, long as ages steal. 529, I'm sorry for the dead, today. I'm sorry for the dead, today. It's such congenial times. Old neighbors have at fences. It's time, O year, for hay and broad, sunburned acquaintance discourse between the toil, and laugh, a homely species. That makes the fences smile. It seems so straight to lie away from all of the noise of fields, the busy carts, the fragrant cocks, the mower's meter, steals, a trouble lest they're homesick, those farmers, and their wives. Set separate from the farming, and all the neighbors' lives, a wonder if the sepulchre don't feel a lonesome way, when men, and boys, and carts, and June, go down the fields to hay. 5:30, you cannot put a fire out, you cannot put a fire out, a thing that can ignite can go, itself, without a fan, upon the slowest night, you cannot fold a flood, and put it in a drawer, because the winds would find it out. And tell your cedar floor. 5:31, we dream, it is good we are dreaming. We dream, it is good we are dreaming. It would hurt us, were we awake. But since it is playing, kill us. And we are playing, shriek. What harm? Men die, externally, it is a truth, of blood. But we, are dying in drama, and drama, is never dead, cautious, we jar each other, and either, open the eyes, lest the phantasm, prove the mistake, and the livid surprise cool us to shafts of granite, with just an age, and name. And perhaps a phrase in Egyptian, it's prudenter, to dream. 5:32, I tried to think a lonelier thing than any I had seen, some polar expiation, an omen in the bone of death's tremendous nearness, I probed retrieveless things my duplicate, to borrow, a haggard comfort springs. From the belief that somewhere, within the clutch of thought, there dwells one other creature of heavenly love, forgot, I plucked at our partition as one should pry the walls, between himself, and horrors twin, within opposing cells. I almost strove to clasp his hand, such luxury, it grew, that as myself, could pity him, perhaps he, pitied me. 5:33, two butterflies went out at noon, and waltzed upon a farm, then stepped straight through the firmament and rested, on a beam, and then, together bore away upon a shining sea, though never yet, in any port. Their coming, mentioned, be, if spoken by the distant bird, if met in ether sea-bee frigate, or by merchantman, no notice, was, to me. 5:34, we see, comparatively, the thing so towering high we could not grasp its segment unaided, yesterday, this morning's finer verdict, makes scarcely worth the toil, a furrow, our Cordillera, our Apennine, a knoll. Perhaps 'tis kindly, done us, the anguish, and the loss, the wrenching, for his firmament the thing belonged to us, to spare these striding spirits some morning of chagrin, the waking in a gnat's embrace, our giants, further on. 535. She's happy, with a new content. She's happy. With a new content. That feels to her, like sacrament. She's busy, with an altered care. As just apprenticed to the air. She's tearful, if she weep at all. For blissful causes, most of all. That heaven permits so meek as her. To such a fate, to minister. 536, the heart asks pleasure, first. The heart asks pleasure first. And then, excuse from pain. And then, those little anodynes. That deadens suffering. And then, to go to sleep. And then, if it should be. The will of its inquisitor. The liberty to die. 537, me prove it now, whoever doubt. Me prove it now, whoever doubt. Me stop to prove it, now. Make haste, the scruple. Death be scant. For opportunity. The river reaches to my feet. As yet, my heart be dry. O lover, life could not convince. Might death, enable thee? The river reaches to my breast. Still, my hands above. Proclaim with their remaining might. Dost recognize the love? The river reaches to my mouth. Remember, when the sea swept by my searching eyes, the last themselves were quick, with thee. 538, 'Tis true, they shut me in the cold, 'tis true, they shut me in the cold, but then, themselves were warm and could not know the feeling 'twas, forget it, Lord, of them, let not my witness hinder them in heavenly esteem. No paradise could be, conferred through their beloved blame, the harm they did, was short, and since myself, who bore it, do, forgive them, even as myself, or else, forgive not me. 539, The province of the saved should be the art, to save, through skill obtained in themselves, the science of the grave no man can understand but he that hath endured the dissolution, in himself, that man, be qualified. To qualify despair to those who failing knew, mistake defeat for death, each time, till acclimated, to. 540. I took my power in my hand. I took my power in my hand. And went against the world. 'Twas not so much as David had. But I was twice as bold. I aimed by pebble, but myself was all the one that fell. Was it Goliath, was too large? Or was myself too small? 541, Some such butterfly be seen on Brazilian pampas, just at noon, no later, sweet, then, the license closes, some such spice, express and pass, subject to your plucking, as the stars, you knew last night. Foreigners, this morning. 542, I had no cause to be awake, my best, was gone to sleep, and morn a new politeness took, and failed to wake them up, but called the others, clear, and passed their curtains by, sweet morning, when I oversleep. Knock, recollect, to me, I looked at sunrise, once, and then I looked at them, and wishfulness in me arose, for circumstance the same, 'twas such an ample peace, it could not hold a sigh, 'twas Sabbath, with the bells divorced. 'Twas sunset, all the day, so choosing but a gown, and taking but a prayer, the only raiment I should need, I struggled, and was there. 543, I fear a man of frugal speech, I fear a silent man, haranguer, I can overtake, or babbler, entertain, but he who weigheth, while the rest, expend their furthest pound, of this man, I am wary. I fear that he is grand. 544, The martyr poets, did not tell, but wrought their pang in syllable, that when their mortal name be numb, their mortal fate, encourage some, the martyr painters, never spoke. Bequeathing, rather, to their work, that when their conscious fingers cease, some seek in art, the art of peace. 545, 'Tis one by one, the Father counts, and then a tract between set cipherless, to teach the eye the value of its 10, until the peevish student acquired the quick of skill, then numerals are dowered back. Adorning all the rule, 'tis mostly slate and pencil, and darkness on the school distracts the children's fingers, still the eternal rule regards least cipher alike with leader of the band, and every separate urchin sum, is fashioned for his hand. 546, To fill a gap. Insert the thing that caused it. Block it up with other, and 'twill yawn the more. You cannot solder an abyss with air. 547, I've seen a dying eye. Run round and round a room, in search of something, as it seemed. Then cloudier become, and then obscure with fog, and then be soldered down, without disclosing what it be. We're blessed to have seen. 548, Death is potential to that man who dies, and to his friend, beyond that, unconspicuous to anyone but God, of these two, God remembers the longest, for the friend, is integral, and therefore itself dissolved, of God. 549, That I did always love, I bring thee proof that till I loved I never lived, enough, that I shall love alway, I argue thee that love is life, and life hath immortality, this, dost thou doubt, sweet, then have I. Nothing to show but Calvary. 550. I cross till I am weary. I cross till I am weary. A mountain, in my mind. More mountains, then a sea. More seas, and then a desert, find. And my horizon blocks with steady, drifting, grains of unconjectured quantity, as Asiatic rains. Nor this, defeat my pace. It hinder from the west. But as an enemy's salute. One hurrying to rest. What merit had the goal? Except there intervene faint doubt, and far competitor. To jeopardize the gain. At last, the grace in sight. I shout unto my feet. I offer them the whole of heaven. The instant that we meet. They strive, and yet delay. They perish, do we die? Or is this death's experiment reversed, in victory? 551. There is a shame of nobleness, there is a shame of nobleness, confronting sudden pelf, a finer shame of ecstasy, convicted of itself, a best disgrace, a brave man feels, acknowledged, of the brave, one more, ye blessed, to be told. But that's, behind the grave. 552. An ignorance a sunset confer upon the eye, of territory, color, circumference, decay, its amber revelation exhilarate, debase, omnipotence, inspection of our inferior face, and when the solemn features confirm, in victory, we start, as if detected in immortality, an angel is everywhere. 553. One crucifixion is recorded, only, one crucifixion is recorded, only, how many bice not affirmed of mathematics, or history, one Calvary, exhibited to stranger, as many bios persons, or peninsulas, Gethsemane. Is but a province, in the being's center, Judea, for journey, or crusades achieving, too near, our Lord, indeed, made compound witness, and yet, there's nearer crucifixion than that. 554. The black berry, wears a thorn in his side, the black berry, wears a thorn in his side, but no man heard him cry, he offers his berry, just the same to partridge, and to boy, he sometimes holds upon the fence, or struggles to a tree. Or clasps a rock, with both his hands, but not for sympathy, we, tell a hurt, to cool it, this mourner, to the sky a little further reaches, instead, brave black berry. 555. Trust in the unexpected, trust in the unexpected, by this, was William Kidd persuaded of the buried gold, as one had testified, through this, the old philosopher, his talismanic stone discerned, still withholden to effort undivine. 'Twas this, allured Columbus, when Genoa, withdrew before an apparition baptized America, the same, afflicted Thomas, when deity assured 'twas better, the perceiving not, provided it believed. 556. The brain, within its groove the brain, within its groove runs evenly, and true, but let a splinter swerve, 'twere easier for you, to put a current back, when floods have slit the hills, and scooped a turnpike for themselves, and trodden out the mills. 557. She hideth her the last. She hideth her the last. And is the first, to rise. Her night doth hardly recompense the closing of her eyes. She doth her purple work, and putteth her away in low apartments in the sod, as worthily as we. To imitate her life as impotent would be us make of our imperfect mints the julep, of the bee. 558. But little carmine hath her face, but little carmine hath her face, of emerald scant, her gown, her beauty, is the love she doth, itself, exhibit, mine. 559. It knew no medicine. It knew no medicine. It was not sickness, then. Nor any need of surgery. And therefore, 'twas not pain. It moved away the cheeks, a dimple at a time, and left the profile, plainer. And in the place of bloom, it left the little tint that never had a name. You've seen it on a cast's face. Was paradise, to blame? If momently ajar, temerity, drew near, and sickened, ever afterward, for somewhat that it saw. 560, it knew no lapse, nor diminution, it knew no lapse, nor diminution, but large, serene, burned on, until through dissolution, it failed from men. I could not deem these planetary forces annulled, but suffered an exchange of territory. Or world. 561, I measure every grief I meet. I measure every grief I meet. With narrow, probing, eyes. I wonder if it weighs like mine. Or has an easier size. That I wonder if they bore it long, or did it just begin. I could not tell the date of mine. It feels so old a pain. I wonder if it hurts to live, and if they have to try, and whether, could they choose between, it would not be, to die. I note that some, gone patient long, at length, renew their smile, an imitation of a light that has so little oil. I wonder if when years have piled, some thousands, on the harm, that hurt them early, such a lapse could give them any balm, or would they go on aching still through centuries of nerve, enlightened to a larger pain. In contrast with the love, the grieved, are many, I am told. There is the various cause, death, is but one, and comes but once, and only nails the eyes. There's grief of want, and grief of cold, a sort they call despair. There's banishment from native eyes, in sight of native air, and though I may not guess the kind, correctly, yet to me a piercing comfort it affords in passing Calvary, to note the fashions, of the cross, and how they're mostly worn. Still fascinated to presume that some, are like my own. 562, conjecturing a climate of unsuspended suns, adds poignancy to winter. The shivering fancy turns to a fictitious country to palliate a cold, not obviated of degree, nor erased, of latitude. 563, I could not prove the years had feet, I could not prove the years had feet, yet confident they run am I, from symptoms that are past and series that are done, I find my feet have further goals, I smile upon the aims that felt so ample, yesterday, today's, have vaster claims. I do not doubt the self I was competent to me, but something awkward in the fit, proves that, outgrown, I see. 564, my period had come for prayer. My period had come for prayer. No other art would do. My tactics missed a rudiment. Creator, was it you? God grows above, so those who pray horizons, must ascend. And so I stepped upon the north to see this curious friend. His house was not, no sign had he. By chimney, nor by door, could I infer his residence. Vast prairies of air, unbroken by a settler, were all that I could see. Infinitude, hadst thou no face, that I might look on thee? The silence condescended, creation stopped, for me, but awed beyond my errand, I worshipped, did not, pray. 565, one anguish, in a crowd, one anguish, in a crowd, a minor thing, it sounds, and yet, unto the single doe attempted of the hounds 'tis terror as consummate as legions of alarm did leap, full flanked, upon the host, 'tis units, make the swarm. A small leech, on the vitals, the sliver, in the lung, the bung out, of an artery, are scarce accounted, harms, yet might, by relation to that repealless thing, a being, impotent to end, when once it has begun. 566, a dying tiger, moaned for drink, a dying tiger, moaned for drink, I hunted all the sand, I caught the dripping of a rock and bore it in my hand, his mighty balls, in death were thick, but searching, I could see a vision on the retina. Of water, and of me, 'twas not my blame, who sped too slow, 'twas not his blame, who died while I was reaching him, but 'twas the fact that he was dead. 567, he gave away his life, he gave away his life, to us, gigantic sum, a trifle, in his own esteem, but magnified, by fame, until it burst the hearts that fancied they could hold, when swift it slipped its limit, and on the heavens, unrolled. 'Tis ours, to wince, and weep, and wonder, and decay by blossom's gradual process, he chose, maturity, and quickening, as we sowed, just obviated bud, and when we turned to note the growth, broke, perfect, from the pod. 568. We learned the whole of love. We learned the whole of love. The alphabet, the words. A chapter, then the mighty book. Then, revelation closed. But in each other's eyes, an ignorance beheld, diviner than the childhood's. And each to each, a child, attempted to expound what neither understood. Alas, that wisdom is so large, and truth, so manifold. 569, I reckon, when I count it all, I reckon, when I count it all, first, poets, then the sun, then summer, then the heaven of God, and then, the list is done, but, looking back, the first so seems to comprehend the whole. The others look a needless show, so I write, poets, all, their summer, lasts a solid year, they can afford a sun the east, would deem extravagant, and if the further heaven, be beautiful as they prepare for those who worship them. It is too difficult a grace, to justify the dream. 570, I could die, to know, I could die, to know, 'tis a trifling knowledge, newsboys salute the door, carts, joggle by, morning's bold face, stares in the window, were but mine, the charter of the least fly, houses hunch the house. With their brick shoulders, coals, from a rolling load, rattle, how, near, to the very square, his foot is passing, possibly, this moment, while I, dream, here. 571, must be a woe, must be a woe, a loss or so, to bend the eye best beauty's way, but, once aslant it notes delight as difficult as stalactite a common bliss were had for less, the price, is even as the grace, our Lord, thought no extravagance. To pay, a cross. 572, delight, becomes pictorial, delight, becomes pictorial, when viewed through pain, more fair, because impossible than any gain, the mountain, at a given distance, in amber, lies, approached, the amber flits, a little. And that's, the skies. 573, the test of love, is death, the test of love, is death, our Lord, so loved, it saith, what largest lover, hath another, doth, if smaller patience, be, through less infinity, if bravo, sometimes swerve, through fainter nerve. Accept its most, and overlook, the dust, last, least, the cross, request. 574. My first well day, since many ill. My first well day, since many ill. I asked to go abroad, and take the sunshine in my hands, and see the things in pod. A blossom just when I went in, to take my chance with pain. Uncertain if myself, or he, should prove the strongest one. The summer deepened, while we strove. She put some flowers away, and redder-cheeked ones, in their stead. A fond, elusive way, to cheat herself, it seemed she tried. As if before a child. To fade, tomorrow, rainbows held. The sepulchre could hide. She dealt a fashion to the nut. She tied the hoods to seeds. She dropped bright scraps of tint about, and left Brazilian threads on every shoulder that she met. Then both her hands of haze put up, to hide her parting grace from our unfitted eyes. My loss, by sickness, was it loss, or that ethereal gain one earns by measuring the grave, then, measuring the sun? 575, heaven has different signs, to me, heaven has different signs, to me, sometimes, I think that noon is but a symbol of the place, and when again, at dawn, mighty look runs round the world and settles in the hills. An awe if it should be like that upon the ignorant steals, the orchard, when the sun is on, the triumph of the birds when they together victory make, some carnivals of clouds, the rapture of a finished day, returning to the west. All these, remind us of the place that men call paradise, itself be fairer, we suppose, but how ourself shall be adorned, for a superior grace, not yet, our eyes can see. 576, I prayed, at first, a little girl, I prayed, at first, a little girl because they told me to, but stopped, when qualified to guess how prayer would feel, to me, if I believed God looked around each time my childish eye fixed full, and steady, on his own in childish honesty, and told him what I'd like, today, and parts of his far plan that baffled me, the mingled side of his divinity, and often since, in danger, I count the force, would Beto have a God so strong as that? To hold my life for me till I could take the balance that tips so frequent, now, it takes me all the while to poise, and then, it doesn't stay. 577. If I may have it, when it's dead. If I may have it, when it's dead. I'll be contented, so. If just as soon as breath is out. It shall belong to me. Until they lock it in the grave. 'Tis bliss I cannot weigh. For though they lock thee in the grave, myself can own the key. Think of it, lover. I and thee. Permitted, face to face to be. After a life, a death, we'll say. For death was that. And this, is thee. I'll tell thee all, how bald it grew. How midnight felt. At first, to me. How all the clocks stopped in the world. And sunshine pinched me, 'twas so cold. Then how the grief got sleepy, some. As if my soul were deaf and dumb. Just making signs, across, to thee. That this way, thou couldst notice me. I'll tell you how I tried to keep a smile. To show you, when this deep. All waited, we look back for play. At those old times, in Calvary. Forgive me, if the grave comes slow. For coveting to look at thee. Forgive me, if to stroke thy frost out visions paradise. 578, the body grows without, the body grows without, the more convenient way, that if the spirit, like to hide its temple stands, always ajar, secure, inviting, it never did betray the soul that asked its shelter in solemn honesty. 579, I had been hungry, all the years, I had been hungry, all the years, my noon had come, to dine, I trembling drew the table near, and touched the curious wine, 'twas this on tables I had seen, when turning, hungry, lone. I looked in windows, for the wealth I could not hope, to own, I did not know the ample bread, 'twas so unlike the crumb the birds and I, had often shared in nature's, dining room, the plenty hurt me, 'twas so new, myself felt ill, and odd. As berry, of a mountain bush, transplanted, to a road, nor was I hungry, so I found that hunger, was a way of persons outside windows, the entering, takes away. 580, I gave myself to him, I gave myself to him, and took himself, for pay, the solemn contract of a life was ratified, this way, the wealth might disappoint, myself a poorer prove than this great purchaser suspect, the daily own, of love. Depreciate the vision, but till the merchant buy, still fable, in the isles of spice, the subtle cargoes, lie, at least, 'tis mutual, risk, some, found it, mutual gain, sweet debt of life, each night to owe, insolvent, every noon. 581, I found the words to every thought. I found the words to every thought I ever had, but one. And that, defies me. As a hand did try to chalk the sun. To races, nurtured in the dark. How would your own, begin? Can blaze be shown in cochineal? Or noon, in Mazarine? 582, inconceivably solemn. Inconceivably solemn, things go gay pierce, by the very press of imagery, their far parades, order on the eye with a mute pomp, a pleading pageantry, flags, are a brave sight, but no true eye ever went by one, steadily. Music's triumphant, but the fine ear winces with delight our drums too near. 583, a toad, can die of light. A toad, can die of light. Death is the common right. Of toads and men. Of earl and midge. The privilege. Why swagger, then? The gnat's supremacy is large as thine. Life is a different thing. So measure wine. Naked of flask, naked of cask. Bare Rhine. Which ruby's mine? 584. It ceased to hurt me, though so slow. It ceased to hurt me, though so slow. I could not feel the anguish go. But only knew by looking back. That something had benumbed the track. Nor when it altered, I could say. For I had worn it. Every day. As constant as the childish frock. I hung upon the peg, at night. But not the grief, that nestled close as needles, ladies softly pressed to cushions' cheeks, to keep their place, nor what consoled it, I could trace, except, whereas 'twas wilderness, it's better, almost peace. 585, I like to see it lap the miles, I like to see it lap the miles, and lick the valleys up, and stop to feed itself at tanks, and then, prodigious step around a pile of mountains, and supercilious peer in shanties, by the sides of roads. And then a quarry Pareto fit its ribs and crawl between complaining all the while in horrid, hooting stanza, then chase itself downhill, and neigh like Boanerges, then, punctual as a star-stop, docile and omnipotent at its own stable door. 586. We talked as girls do. We talked as girls do. Fond, and late. We speculated fair, on every subject, but the grave. Of ours, none affair. We handled destinies, as cool. As we, disposers, be. And God. A quiet party. To our authority. But fondest, dwelt upon ourself. As we eventual, be. When girls to women, softly raised. We, occupy, degree. We parted with a contract. To cherish, and to write. But heaven made both. Impossible. Before another night. 587, empty my heart, of thee, empty my heart, of thee, its single artery, begin, and leave thee out, simply extinction's date, much billow hath the sea, one Baltic, bay, subtract thyself, in play and not enough of mice left, to put away. Myself meant thee, erase the root, no tree, thee, then, no me, the heavens stripped, eternity's vast pocket, picked. 588. I cried at pity, not at pain. I cried at pity, not at pain. I heard a woman say. Poor child, and something in her voice convicted me, of me. So long I fainted, to myself. It seemed the common way. And health, and laughter. Curious things. To look at, like a toy. To sometimes hear rich people buy. And see the parcel rolled. And carried, I supposed, to heaven. For children, made of gold. But not to touch, or wish for. Or think of. With a sigh. And so, had been to me. Had God willed differently. I wish I knew that woman's name, so when she comes this way to hold my life, and hold my ears for fear I hear her say she's sorry I am dead, again, just when the grave and I have sobbed ourselves almost to sleep our only lullaby. 589, the night was wide, and furnished scant the night was wide, and furnished scant with but a single star, that often as a cloud it met, blew out itself, for fear, the wind pursued the little bush, and drove away the leaves. November left, then clambered up and fretted in the eaves, no squirrel went abroad, a dog's belated feet like intermittent plush, be heard adown the empty street, to feel if blinds be fast, and closer to the fire, her little rocking chair to draw. And shiver for the poor, the housewife's gentle task, how pleasanter, said she unto the sofa opposite, the sleet, than may, know thee. 590. Did you ever stand in a cavern's mouth? Did you ever stand in a cavern's mouth? Widths out of the sun. And look, and shudder, and block your breath. And deem to be alone. In such a place, what horror! How goblin it would be! And fly. As 'twere pursuing you. Then loneliness, looks so, did you ever look in a cannon's face, between whose yellow eye, and yours, the judgment intervened, the question of, to die, extemporizing in your ear as cool as satyr's drums, if you remember, and were saved. It's liker so, it seems. 591. To interrupt his yellow plan. The sun does not allow caprices of the atmosphere, and even when the snow heaves balls of specks, like vicious boy directly in his eye, does not so much as turn his head busy with majesty. 'Tis his to stimulate the earth, and magnetize the sea, and bind astronomy, in place, yet any passing by would deem ourselves, the busier as the minutest bee that rides, emits a thunder, a bomb, to justify. 592. What care the dead, for Chanticleer? What care the dead, for Chanticleer? What care the dead for day? 'Tis late your sunrise vex their face. And purple ribaldry, of morning, pour as blank on them, as on the tier of wall the mason builded, yesterday. And equally as cool. What care the dead for summer? The solstice had no sun. Could waste the snow before their gate. And knew one bird a tune. Could thrill their mortised ear. Of all the birds that be. This one, beloved of mankind. Henceforward cherished be. What care the dead for winter? Themselves as easy freeze, June noon, as January night, as soon the south, her breeze of sycamore, or cinnamon, deposit in a stone and put a stone to keep it warm, give spices, unto men. 593. I think I was enchanted when first a somber girl, I read that foreign lady, the dark, felt beautiful, and whether it was noon at night, or only heaven, at noon, for very lunacy of light I had not power to tell. The bees, became as butterflies, the butterflies, as swans, approached, and spurned the narrow grass, and just the meanest tunes that nature murmured to herself to keep herself in cheer, I took for giants, practicing Titanic opera. The days, to mighty meters stepped, the homeliest, adorned as if unto a jubilee 'twere suddenly confirmed, I could not have defined the change, conversion of the mind like sanctifying in the soul, is witnessed, not explained, 'twas a divine insanity. The danger to be sane should I again experience, 'tis antidote to turn, to tomes of solid witchcraft, magicians be asleep, but magic, hath an element, like deity, to keep. 594. The battle fought between the soul and no man, is the one of all the battles prevalent, by far the greater one, no news of it is had abroad, its bodiless campaign establishes, and terminates. Invisible, unknown, nor history, record it, as legions of a night the sunrise scatters, these endure, enact, and terminate. 595. Like mighty footlights, burned the red like mighty footlights, burned the red at bases of the trees, the far theatricals of day exhibiting, to these, 'twas universe, that did applaud, while chiefest, of the crowd. Enabled by his royal dress, myself distinguished God. 596. When I was small, a woman died, today, her only boy went up from the Potomac, his face all victory to look at her, how slowly the seasons must have turned till bullets clipped an angle and he passed quickly round. If pride shall be in paradise, ourself cannot decide, of their imperial conduct, no person testified, but, proud in apparition, that woman and her boy pass back and forth, before my brain as even in the sky, I'm confident that bravos perpetual break abroad for braveries, remote as this in scarlet Maryland. 597. It always felt to me, a wrong. It always felt to me, a wrong. To that old Moses, done. To let him see, the Canaan. Without the entering. And though, in soberer moments, no Moses there can be, I'm satisfied, the romance, in point of injury, surpasses sharper stated, Of Stephen, or of Paul. For these, were only put to death. While God's adroiter will on Moses, seemed to fasten. With tantalizing play. As boy, should deal with lesser boy. To prove ability. The fault, was doubtless Israel's. Myself, had banned the tribes. And ushered grand old Moses. In Pentateuchal robes. Upon the broad possession. 'Twas little, but titled him, to see. Old man on Nebo. Late as this. My justice bleeds, for thee. 598, 3 times, we parted, breath, and I. 3 times, we parted, breath, and I. 3 times, he would not go. But strove to stir the lifeless fan. The waters, strove to stay point 3 times, the billows tossed me up. Then caught me, like a ball, then made blue faces in my face, and pushed away a sail that crawled leagues off. I like to see, for thinking, while I die, how pleasant to behold a thing where human faces be. The waves grew sleepy, breath, did not, the winds, like children, lulled, then sunrise kissed my chrysalis, and I stood up, and lived. 599. There is a pain, so utter. There is a pain, so utter. It swallows substance up. Then covers the abyss with trance. So memory can step around, across, upon it. As one within a swoon. Goes safely, where an open eye would drop him. Bone by bone. 600. It troubled me as once I was. It troubled me as once I was. For I was once a child. Concluding how an atom fell. And yet the heavens held. The heavens weighed the most, by far. Yet blue, and solid, stood. Without a bolt, that I could prove. Would giants understand? Life set me larger problems, some I shall keep, to solve till algebra is easier, or simpler proved, above, then, to, be comprehended, what sorrow, puzzled me, why heaven did not break away, and tumble, blue, on me. 601, a still, volcano, life, a still, volcano, life, that flickered in the night, when it was dark enough to do without erasing sight, a quiet, earthquake style, too subtle to suspect by natures this side Naples, the north cannot detect. The solemn, torrid, symbol, the lips that never lie, whose hissing corals part, and shut, and cities, ooze away. 602, of Brussels, it was not. Of Brussels, it was not. Of Kidderminster? Nay, the winds did buy it of the woods, they sold it unto me, it was a gentle price, the poorest could afford, it was within the frugal purse of beggar, or of bird. Of small and spicy yards, in hue, a mellow dun, of sunshine, and of sear, composed, but, principally, of sun, the wind, unrolled it fast, and spread it on the ground, upholsterer of the pines, is he, upholsterer, of the pond. 603, he found my being, set it up, he found my being, set it up, adjusted it to place, then carved his name, upon it, and bade it to the east be faithful, in his absence, and he would come again, with equipage of amber. That time, to take it home. 604, unto my books, so good to turn, unto my books, so good to turn, far ends of tired days, it half endears the abstinence, and pain, is missed, in praise, as flavors, cheer retarded guests with banquetings to be. So spices, stimulate the time till my small library, it may be wilderness, without, far feet of failing men, but holiday, excludes the night, and it is bells, within, I thank these kinsmen of the shelf, their countenances kid. Enamor, in perspective, and satisfy, obtained. 605, the spider holds a silver ball, the spider holds a silver ball in unperceived hands, and dancing softly to himself his yarn of pearl, unwinds, he plies from knot to knot, in unsubstantial trade, supplants our tapestries with his In half the period, an hour to rear supreme his continents of light, then dangle from the housewife's broom, his boundaries, forgot. 606. The trees like tassels, hit, and swung. The trees like tassels, hit, and swung. There seemed to rise a tune. From miniature creatures. Accompanying the sun. Far psalteries of summer. Enamoring the ear. They never yet did satisfy. Remotest. When most fair. The sun shone whole at intervals. Then half, then utter hid. As if himself were optional. And had estates of cloud. Sufficient to enfold him. Eternally from view. Except it were a whim of his. To let the orchards grow. A bird. Sat careless on the fence. One gossiped in the lane. On silver matters charmed a snake. Just winding round a stone. Bright flowers slid a calyx. And soared upon a stem. Like hindered flags, sweet hoisted. With spices, in the hem. 'Twas more, I cannot mention. How mean, to those that see. Van Dyck's delineation. Of nature's, summer day. 607. Of nearness to her sundered things. Of nearness to her sundered things. The soul has special times. When dimness, looks the oddity. Distinctness, easy, seems. The shapes we buried, dwell about. Familiar. In the rooms. Untarnished by the sepulchre. The mouldering playmate comes. In just the jacket that he wore. Long buttoned in the mold. Since we, old mornings. Children, played. Divided, by a world. The grave yields back her robberies. The years, are pilfered things. Bright knots of apparitions. Salute us. With their wings. As we, it were, that perished. Themself, had just remained till we rejoined them. And 'twas they, and not ourself. That mourned. 608, afraid. Of whom am I afraid? Afraid. Of whom am I afraid? Not death, for who is he? The porter of my father's lodge. As much abasheth me. Of life? 'Twere odd I fear, a thing. That comprehendeth me. In one or two existences. As deity decree. Of resurrection? Is the East. Afraid to trust the morn. With her fastidious forehead? As soon impeach my crown. 609, I years had been from home. I years had been from home. And now before the door. I dared not enter, lest a face I never saw before stare solid into mine. And ask my business there. My business but a life I left. Was such remaining there? I leaned upon the awe. I lingered with before. The second like an ocean rolled. And broke against my ear. I laughed a crumbling laugh. That I could fear adore. Who consternation compassed. And never winced before that I fitted to the latch. My hand, with trembling carelist back the awful door should spring and leave me in the floor, then moved my fingers off as cautiously as glass and held my ears, and like a thief fled gasping from the house. 610, you'll find, it when you try to die. You'll find, it when you try to die. The easier to let go. For recollecting such as went. You could not spare, you know, and though their places somewhat filled, as did their marble names. With moss, they never grew so full, you chose the newer names, and when this world, sets further back, as dying, say it does, the former love, distincter grows, and supersedes the fresh, and thought of them, so fair invites. It looks too tawdry grace to stay behind, with just the toys we bought, to ease their place. 611. I see thee better, in the dark. I see thee better, in the dark. I do not need a light. The love of thee, a prism be. Excelling violet. I see thee better for the years that hunch themselves between. The miner's lamp, sufficient be to nullify the mine. And in the grave, I see thee best. Its little panels be aglow, all ruddy, with the light I held so high for thee. What need of day to those whose dark hath so surpassing sun? It deem it be continually at the meridian. 6:12. It would have starved a gnat, it would have starved a gnat, to live so small as I, and yet I was a living child, with food's necessity upon me, like a claw, I could no more remove than I could coax a leech away, or make a dragon move. Not like the gnat, had I the privilege to fly and seek a dinner for myself, how mightier he than I, nor like himself, the art upon the window panetto gad my little being out, and not begin again. 6:13. They shut me up in prose. They shut me up in prose. As when a little girl. They put me in the closet. Because they liked me, still. Still. Could themselves have peeped, and seen my brain go round, they might as wise have lodged a bird. For treason, in the pound, himself has but to will and easy as a star abolish his captivity, and laugh, no more have I. 6:14. In falling timbers buried, there breathed a man, outside, the spades were plying, the lungs, within, could he, no, they sought him, could they, no, he breathed, horrid sand partition. Neither, could be heard, never slacked the diggers, but when spades had done, oh, reward of anguish it was dying, then, many things, are fruitless, 'tis a baffling earth, but there is no gratitude like the grace of death. 6:15. Our journey had advanced, our feet were almost come to that odd fork in being's road, eternity, by term, our pace took sudden awe, our feet, reluctant, led, before, were cities, but between. The forest of the dead, retreat, was out of hope, behind, a sealed route, eternity's white flag, before, and God, at every gate. 6:16. I rose, because he sank. I rose, because he sank. I thought it would be opposite. But when his power dropped, my soul grew straight that I cheered my fainting prince, I sang firm, even, chance, I helped his film, with him. And when the dews drew off that held his forehead stiff, I met him, bomb to bomb, I told him best, must pass through this low arch of flesh, no cask so brave it spurned the grave, I told him worlds I knew where emperors grew, who recollected us. If we were true, and so with thews of him, and sinew from within, and ways I knew not that I knew, till then, I lifted him. 6:17. Don't put up my thread and needle, don't put up my thread and needle, I'll begin to sew when the birds begin to whistle, better stitches, so, these were bent, my sight got crooked, when my mind is plain I'll do seams, a queen's endeavor. Would not blush to own, hems, too fine for ladies tracing to the sightless knot, tucks, of dainty interspersion, like a dotted dot, leave my needle in the furrow, where I put it down, I can make the zigzag stitches straight, when I am strong. Till then, dreaming I am sewing fetch the seam I missed, closer, so I, at my sleeping, still surmise I stitch. 6:18. At leisure is the soul that gets a staggering blow, the width of life, before it spreads without a thing to do, it begs you give it work, but just the placing pins, or humblest patchwork, children do. To help its vacant hands. 6:19. Glee, the great storm is over. Glee. The great storm is over. For have recovered the land. 40 gone down together. Into the boiling sand. Ring, for the scant salvation. Toll, for the bonny souls. Neighbor and friend and bridegroom. Spinning upon the shoals. How they will tell the shipwreck. When winter shakes the door. Till the children ask, but the 40? Did they come back no more? Then a silence suffuses the story. And a softness the teller's eye. And the children no further question. And only the waves reply. 620, it makes no difference abroad, it makes no difference abroad, the seasons, fit, the same, the mornings blossom into noons, and split their pods of flame, wild flowers, kindle in the woods, the brooks slam, all the day. No black bird baits his banjo, for passing Calvary, auto da fe, and judgment, are nothing to the bee, his separation from his rose, to him, sums misery. 621, I asked no other thing. I asked no other thing. No other was denied. I offered being for it. The mighty merchant smiled. Brazil? He twirled a button. Without a glance my way. But, madam, is there nothing else that we can show today? 622, to know just how he suffered, would be dear. To know just how he suffered would be dear. To know if any human eyes were near, to whom he could entrust his wavering gaze, until it settled firm on paradise. To know if he was patient, part content, was dying as he thought, or different. Was it a pleasant day to die? And did the sunshine face his way? What was his furthest mind, of home, of God? Or what the distant say? At news that he ceased human nature. On such a day. And wishes, had he any? Just his sigh, accented, had been legible to me. And was he confident until ill fluttered out in everlasting well? And if he spoke, what name was best? What first? What one broke off with? At the drowsiest? Was he afraid, or tranquil? Might he know how consciousness could grow? Till love that was, and love too blessed to be, meet and the junction be eternity? 623, it was too late for man. It was too late for man. But early yet for God. Creation impotent to help. But prayer remained our side. How excellent the heaven, when earth cannot be had. How hospitable, then, the face of our old neighbor, God. 624, forever, is composed of nows, forever, is composed of nows, 'tis not a different time, except for infiniteness, and latitude of home, from this, experienced here, remove the dates, to these, let months dissolve in further months. And years, exhale in years, without debate, or pause, or celebrated days, no different our years would be from Anno Dominis. 625. 'Twas a long parting, but the time. 'Twas a long parting, but the time for interview had come. Before the judgment seat of God. The last, and second time. These fleshless lovers met. A heaven in a gaze. A heaven of heavens, the privilege of one another's eyes. No lifetime, on them. Apparelled as the new. Unborn, except they had beheld. Born infiniter, now. Was bridal, e'er like this? A paradise, the host, and cherubim, and seraphim, the unobtrusive guest. 626, only God, detect the sorrow, only God, detect the sorrow, only God, the Jehovahs, are no babblers, unto God, God the Son, confide it, still secure, God the Spirit's honor, just as sure. 627. The tint I cannot take, is best. The tint I cannot take, is best. The color too remote, that I could show it in bazaar. A guinea at a sight. The fine, impalpable array, that swaggers on the eye. Like Cleopatra's company. Repeated, in the sky. The moments of dominion that happen on the soul, and leave it with a discontent too exquisite, to tell. The eager look, on landscapes, as if they just repressed some secret, that was pushing, like chariots, in the vest. The pleading of the summer, That other prank, of snow. That cushions mystery with tulle. For fear the squirrels, know. Their graspless manners, mock us, until the cheated eye shuts arrogantly, in the grave, another way, to see. 628, they called me to the window, for they called me to the window, for 'twas sunset, some one said, I only saw a sapphire farm, and just a single herd, of opal cattle, feeding far upon so vain a hill, as even while I looked, dissolved. Nor cattle were, nor soil, but in their stead, a sea, displayed, and ships, of such a size as crew of mountains, could afford, and decks, to seat the skies, this, too, the showman rubbed away, and when I looked again. Nor farm, nor opal herd, was there, nor Mediterranean. 629, I watched the moon around the house, I watched the moon around the house until upon a pane, she stopped, a traveller's privilege, for rest, and thereupon I gazed, as at a stranger, the lady in the town doth think no incivility. To lift her glass, upon, but never stranger justified the curiosity like mine, for not a foot, nor hand, nor formula, had she, but like a head, a guillotine slid carelessly away, did independent, amber, sustain her in the sky. Or like a stemless flower, upheld in rolling air be finer gravitations, than bind philosopher, no hunger, had she, nor an inn, her toilette, to suffice, nor avocation, nor concern for little mysteries as harass us, like life, and death. And afterwards, or nay, but seemed engrossed to absolute, with shining, and the sky, the privilege to scrutinize was scarce upon my eyes when, with a silver practice, she vaulted out of gaze, and next, I met her on a cloud, myself too far below to follow her superior road, or its advantage, blue. 630, the lightning playeth, all the while, the lightning playeth, all the while, but when he singeth, then, ourselves are conscious he exist, and we approach him, stern, with insulators, and a glove, whose short, sepulchral base alarms us, though his yellow feet may pass, and counterpass, upon the ropes, above our head, continual, with the news, nor we so much as check our speech, nor stop to cross ourselves. 631. Ourselves were wed one summer, dear. Ourselves were wed one summer, dear. Your vision was in June. And when your little lifetime failed, I wearied, too, of mine. And overtaken in the dark, where you had put me down, by some one carrying a light, I, too, received the sign. 'Tis true, our futures different lay, your cottage faced the sun, while oceans, and the north must be, on every side of mine. 'Tis true, your garden led the bloom, for mine, in frosts, was sown, and yet, one summer, we were queens. But you, were crowned in June. 632, the brain, is wider than the sky, the brain, is wider than the sky, for, put them side by side, the one the other will contain with ease, and you, beside, the brain is deeper than the sea, for, hold them, blue to blue. The one the other will absorb, as sponges, buckets, do, the brain is just the weight of God, for, heft them, pound for pound, and they will differ, if they do, as syllable from sound. 633, when bells stop ringing, church, begins. When bells stop ringing, church, begins. The positive, of bells. When cogs, stop, that circumference. The ultimate, of wheels. 634, you'll know her, by her foot, you'll know her, by her foot, the smallest gamboge hand with fingers, where the toes should be, would more affront the sand, than this quaint creature's boot, adjusted by a stern. Without a button, I could vouch, unto a velvet limb, you'll know her, by her vest, tight-fitting, orange, brown, inside a jacket duller, she wore when she was born, her cap is small, and snug, constructed for the winds. She'd pass for barehead, short way off, but as she closer stands, so finer, 'tis than wool, you cannot feel the seam, nor is it clasped unto a band, nor held upon, of brim, you'll know her, by her voice, at first, a doubtful tone. A sweet endeavor, but as March to April hurries on, she squanders on your ear such arguments of pearl, you beg the robin in your brain to keep the other, still. 635. I think the longest hour of all. I think the longest hour of all is when the cars have come, and we are waiting for the coach. It seems as though the time, indignant, that the joy was come, did block the gilded hands, and would not let the seconds by. But slowest instant, ends. The pendulum begins to count. Like little scholars, loud. The steps grow thicker, in the hall. The heart begins to crowd. Then I, my timid service done. Though, service, 'twas of love. Take up my little violin. And further north, remove. 636, the way I read a letters, this, the way I read a letters, this, 'tis first, I lock the door, and push it with my fingers, next, for transport it be sure, and then I go the furthest off to counteract a knock. Then draw my little letter forth and slowly pick the lock, then, glancing narrow, at the wall, and narrow at the floor for firm conviction of a mouse not exorcised before, peruse how infinite I am to no one that you know. And sigh for lack of heaven, but not the heaven God bestow. 637, the child's faith is new, the child's faith is new, whole, like his principle, wide, like the sunrise on fresh eyes, never had a doubt, laughs, at a scruple, believes all sham but paradise, credits the world, deems his dominion broadest of sovereignties, and Caesar, mean, in the comparison, baseless emperor, ruler of naught, yet swaying all, grown by and by to hold mistaken his pretty estimates of prickly things he gains the skill sorrowful, as certain, men, to anticipate. Instead of kings. 638, to my small hearth his fire came, to my small hearth his fire came, and all my house aglow did fan and rock, with sudden light, 'twas sunrise, 'twas the sky, impaneled from no summer brief, with limit of decay. 'Twas noon, without the news of night, nay, nature, it was day. 639, my portion is defeat, today, my portion is defeat, today, a paler luck than victory, less paeans, fewer bells, the drums don't follow me, with tunes, defeat, a somewhat slower, means, more arduous than balls. 'Tis populous with bone and stain, and men too straight to stoop again, and piles of solid moan, and chips of blank, in boyish eyes, and scraps of prayer, and death surprise stamped visible, in stone, there's somewhat prouder, over there. The trumpets tell it to the air, how different victory to him who has it, and the one who to have had it, would have been contenteder, to die. 640. I cannot live with you. I cannot live with you. It would be life. And life is over there. Behind the shelf. The sexton keeps the key to. Putting up. Our life, his porcelain. Like a cup. Discarded of the housewife. Quaint, or broke. A newer Sevres pleases. Old ones crack. I could not die, with you. For one must wait. To shut the other's gaze down. You, could not. And could I stand by. And see you, freeze. Without my right of frost. Death's privilege. Nor could I rise, with you, because your face would put out Jesus, that new grace glow plain, and foreign on my homesick eye, except that you then he shone closer by, they'd judge us, how, for you, served heaven, you know, or sought to. I could not, because you saturated sight, and I had no more eyes for sordid excellence as paradise, and were you lost, I would be, though my name rang loudest on the heavenly fame, and were you, saved, and I, condemned to be where you were not. That self, were hell to me, so we must meet apart, you there, I, here, with just the door ajar that oceans are, and prayer, and that white sustenance, despair. 641. Size circumscribes, it has no room. Size circumscribes, it has no room. For petty furniture. The giant tolerates no gnat. For ease of gianture. Repudiates it. All the more. Because intrinsic size. Ignores the possibility. Of calumnies, or flies. 642, me from myself, to banish. Me from myself, to banish. Had I art. Impregnable my fortress. Unto all heart. But since myself, assault me. How have I peace? Except by subjugating. Consciousness. And since we're mutual monarch. How this be? Except by abdication. Me, of me. 643. I could suffice for him, I knew. I could suffice for him. I knew. He could suffice for me. Yet hesitating fractions, both. Surveyed infinity. Would I be whole, he sudden broached. My syllable rebelled. 'Twas face to face with nature, forced. 'Twas face to face with God. Withdrew the sun, to other wests. Withdrew the furthest star. Before decision, stooped to speech. And then, be audibler. The answer of the sea unto. The motion of the moon. Herself adjust her tides, unto. Could I, do else, with mine? 644, you left me, sire, 2 legacies, you left me, sire, 2 legacies. A legacy of love a heavenly Father would suffice had he the offer of, you left me boundaries of pain, capacious as the sea, between eternity and time. Your consciousness, and me. 645, bereavement in their death to feel bereavement in their death to feel whom we have never seen, a vital kinsmanship import our soul and theirs, between, for strangers do not mourn, there be immortal friends. Whom death see first, 'tis news of this that paralyze ourselves, who, vital only to our thought, such presence bear away in dying, 'tis as if our souls absconded, suddenly. 646, I think to live, may be a bliss I think to live, may be a bliss to those who dare to try, beyond my limit to conceive, my lip, to testify, I think the heart I former wore could widen, till to meth other, like the little bank. Appear, unto the sea, I think the days, could every one in ordination stand, and majesty, be easier, than an inferior kind, no numb alarm, less difference come, no goblin, on the bloom, no start in apprehension's ear, no bankruptcy, no doom. But certainties of sun, midsummer, in the mind, a steadfast south, upon the soul, her polar time, behind, the vision, pondered long, so plausible becomes that I esteem the fiction, real, the real, fictitious seems, how bountiful the dream. What plenty, it would be, had all my life but been mistake just rectified, in thee. 647, a little road, not made of man. A little road not made of man. Enabled of the eye. Accessible to thill of bee. Or cart of butterfly. If town it have, beyond itself. T is that I cannot say. I only sigh, no vehicle bears me along that way. 648. Promise this, when you be dying. Promise this, when you be dying. Some shall summon me. Mine belong your latest sighing. Mine, to belt your eye. Not with coins, though they be minted. From an emperor's hand. Be my lips, the only buckle. Your low eyes, demand. Mine to stay, when all have wandered. To devise once more. If the life be too surrendered. Life of mine, restore. Poured like this, my whole libation. Just that you should see. Bliss of death, life's bliss extol through. Imitating you. Mine, to guard your narrow precinct. To seduce the sun. Longest on your south. To linger. Largest dews of morn. To demand. In your low favor. Lest the jealous grass. Greener lean, or fonder cluster. Round some other face. Mine to supplicate Madonna. If Madonna could behold so far a creature. Christ, omitted, me. Just to follow your dear future. Ne'er so far behind. For my heaven. Had I not been most enough, denied? 649, her sweet turn to leave the homestead. Her sweet turn to leave the homestead came the darker way, carriages, be sure, and guests, too, but for holiday 'tis more pitiful endeavour than did loaded co or the curls attempt to caper. It had cast away, never bride had such assembling, never kinsman kneel to salute so fair a forehead, garland be indeed, fitter feet, of her before us, than whatever broward of snow, or trick of lily possibly bestow of her father, whoso ask her. He shall seek as high as the palm, that serve the desert, to obtain the sky, distance, be her only motion, if 'tis nay, or yes, acquiescence, or demurral, whosoever guess, he, must pass the crystal angle that obscure her face. He, must have achieved in person equal paradise. 650. Pain, has an element of blank. Pain, has an element of blank. It cannot recollect when it begun, or if there were a time when it was not. It has no future, but itself. Its infinite realms contain its past, enlightened to perceive new periods of pain. 651, so much summer me for showing illegitimate, would a smile's minute bestowing too exorbitant to the lady with the guinea look, if she should no crumb of Minea Robin's larder would suffice to stow. 652, a prison gets to be a friend, between its ponderous face and ours, a kinsmanship express, and in its narrow eyes, we come to look with gratitude for the appointed beam it deal us, stated as our food. And hungered for, the same, we learn to know the planks, that answer to our feet, so miserable a sound, at first, nor ever now, so sweet, as plashing in the pools, when memory was a boy, but a demurer circuit, a geometric joy. The posture of the key that interrupt the day to our endeavor, not so real the check of liberty, as this phantasm steel, whose features, day and night, are present to us, as our own, and as escapeless, quite, the narrow round, the stint. The slow exchange of hope, for something passiver, content too steep for looking up, the liberty we knew avoided, like a dream, too wide for any night but heaven, if that, indeed, redeem. 653, of being is a bird the likest to the down an easy breeze do put afloat the general heavens, upon, it soars, and shifts, and whirls, and measures with the clouds in easy, even, dazzling pace, no different the birds. Except a wake of music accompany their feet, as did the down emit a tune, for ecstasy, of it. 654, a long, long sleep, a famous, sleep. A long, long sleep, a famous, sleep. That makes no show for morn. By stretch of limb, or stir of lid. An independent one. Was ever idleness like this? Upon a bank of stone. To bask the centuries away. Nor once look up, for noon. 655. Without this, there is not. Without this, there is not. All other riches be. As is the twitter of a bird. Heard opposite the sea. I could not care, to gain. A lesser than the whole. For did not this include themself? As seems. Include the ball. I wished a way might bay me heart to subdivide, 'twould magnify, the gratitude, and not reduce, the gold. 656, the name, of it, is, autumn, the name, of it, is, autumn, the hue, of it, is blood, an artery, upon the hill, a vein, along the road, great globules, in the alleys, and oh, the shower of stain, when winds, upset the basin. And spill the scarlet rain, it sprinkles bonnets, far below, it gathers ruddy pools, then, eddies like a rose, away, upon vermilion wheels. 657, I dwell in possibility, a fairer house than prose, more numerous of windows, superior, for doors, of chambers as the cedars, impregnable of eye, and for an everlasting roof the gambrels of the sky. Of visitors, the fairest, for occupation, this, the spreading wide my narrow hands to gather paradise. 658, whole gulfs, of red, and fleets, of red, whole gulfs, of red, and fleets, of red, and crews, of solid blood, did place upon the west, tonight, as 'twere specific ground, and they, appointed creatures, in authorized arrays. Do, promptly, as a drama, that bows, and disappears. 659. That first day, when you praised me, sweet. That first day, when you praised me, sweet. And said that I was strong. And could be mighty. If I liked. That day, the days among. Glows central, like a jewel. Between diverging golds. The minor one, that gleamed behind. And vaster, of the worlds. 660. 'Tis good, the looking back on grief. 'Tis good, the looking back on grief. To re-endure a day. We thought the mighty funeral. Of all conceived joy. To recollect how busy grass. Did meddle, one by one. Till all the grief with summer. Waved. And none could see the stone. And though the woe you have today be larger, as the sea exceeds its unremembered drop, their water, equally. 661. Could I but ride indefinite. Could I but ride indefinite. As doth the meadow bee. And visit only where I liked. And no one visit me. And flirt all day with buttercups. And marry whom I may. And dwell a little everywhere. Or better. Run away. With no police to follow. Or chase him if he do. Till he should jump peninsulas. To get away from me. I said, but just to be a bee. Upon a raft of air. And row in nowhere all day long. And anchor, off the bar. What liberty! So captives deem. Who tight in dungeons are. 662, Embarrassment of one another. Embarrassment of one another. And God. Is revelation's limit. Allowed. Is nothing that is chief. But still. Divinity dwells under a seal. 663. Again, his voice is at the door. Again, his voice is at the door. I feel the old degree. I hear him ask the servant. For such an one, as me. I take a flower, as I go. My face to justify. He never saw me, in this life. I might surprise his eye. I cross the hall with mingled steps. I, silent, pass the door. I look on all this world contains. Just his face, nothing more. We talk in careless, and it toss. A kind of plummet strain. Each, sounding, shyly. Just, how, deep. The other's one, had been. We walk, I leave my dog, at home. A tender, thoughtful moon. Goes with us, just a little way. And then, we are alone. Alone, if angels are alone. First time they try the sky. Alone, if those veiled faces be. We cannot count, on high. I'd give, to live that hour, again. The purple, in my vein. But he must count the drops, himself. My price for every stain. 664. Of all the souls that stand create. Of all the souls that stand create. I have elected, one. When sense from spirit, files away. And subterfuge, is done. When that which is, and that which was. Apart, intrinsic, stand. And this brief drama in the flesh. Is shifted, like a sand. When figures show their royal front. and mists, are carved away. Behold the atom, I preferred to all the lists of clay. 665, dropped into the ether acre, dropped into the ether acre, wearing the sod gown, bonnet of everlasting laces, brooch, frozen on, horses of blonde, and coach of silver, baggage a strapped pearl, journey of down, and whip of diamond. Riding to meet the earl. 666, ah, Tenerife. Ah, Tenerife. Retreating mountain. Purples of ages, pause for you. Sunset, reviews her sapphire regiment. Day, drops you her red adieu. Still, clad in your mail of ices. Thigh of granite, and thew, of steel. Heedless, alike, of pomp, or parting. Ah, Tenerife, I'm kneeling, still. 667, bloom upon the mountain, stated, bloom upon the mountain, stated, blameless of a name, efflorescence of a sunset, reproduced, the same, seed, had I, my purple sowing should endow the day, not a topic of a twilight, show itself away. Who for tilling, to the mountain come, and disappear, whose be her renown, or fading witness, is not here, while I state, the solemn petals far as north, and east far as south and west, expanding, culminate, in rest. And the mountain to the evening fit his countenance, indicating, by no muscle, the experience. 668. Nature is what we see. Nature is what we see. The hill, the afternoon. Squirrel, eclipse, the bumblebee. Nay, nature is heaven. Nature is what we hear. The bobolink, the sea. Thunder, the cricket. Nay, nature is harmony. Nature is what we know. Yet have no art to say. So impotent our wisdom is. To her simplicity. 669, no romance sold unto. No romance sold unto. Could so enthrall a man. As the perusal of his individual one. 'Tis fictions, when 'tis small enough to credit, 'tisn't true. 670. One need not be a chamber, to be haunted. One need not be a chamber, to be haunted. One need not be a house. The brain has corridors, surpassing material place. Far safer. Of a midnight meeting. External ghost. Than its interior confronting. That cooler host. Far safer, through an abbey gallop. The stones a chase. Then unarmed, one's a self-encounter. In lonesome place. Ourself behind ourself, concealed. Should startle most. Assassin hid in our apartment. Be horror's least. The body, borrows a revolver, he bolts the door, looking a superior spectre, or more. 671, she dwelleth in the ground, she dwelleth in the ground, where daffodils, abide, her maker, her metropolis, the universe, her maid, to fetch her grace, and hue, and fairness, and renown, the firmaments, to pluck her. And fetch her thee, be mine. 672, the future, never spoke, the future, never spoke, nor will he, like the dumb, reveal by sign, a syllable of his profound to come, but when the news be ripe, presents it, in the act, forestalling preparation, escape, or substitute. Indifference to him, the dower, as the doom, his office, but to execute fate's telegram, to him. 673, the love a life can show below, the love a life can show below is but a filament, I know, of that diviner thing that faints upon the face of noon, and smites the tinder in the sun, and hinders Gabriel's wing. 'Tis this, in music, hints and sways, and far abroad on summer days, distills uncertain pain, 'tis this enamors in the east, and tints the transit in the west with harrowing iodine, 'tis this, invites, appalls, endows. Flits, glimmers, proves, dissolves, returns, suggests, convicts, enchants, then, flings in paradise. 674, the soul that hath a guest, the soul that hath a guest doth seldom go abroad, diviner crowd at home, obliterate the need, and courtesy forbid a host's departure when upon himself be visiting the emperor of men. 675, essential oils, are wrung, essential oils, are wrung, the attar from the rose be not expressed by suns, alone, it is the gift of screws, the general rose, decay, but this, in lady's drawer makes summer, when the lady lie in ceaseless rosemary. 676, least be that brew, least be that brew, a honey's weight content her smallest fraction help the amber quantity. 677, to be alive, is power. To be alive, is power. Existence, in itself. Without a further function. Omnipotence, enough. To be alive, and will. 'Tis able as a god. The maker, of ourselves, be what? Such being finitude. 678, Wolf demanded during dying. Wolf demanded during dying. Which obtain the day? General, the British, easy, answered Wolf, to die, Montcalm, his opposing spirit rendered with a smile, sweet, said he, my own surrender liberties beguile. 679, conscious am I in my chamber, conscious am I in my chamber of a shapeless friend, he doth not attest by posture, nor confirm, by word, neither place, need I present him, fitter courtesy hospitable intuition of his company. Presence, is his furthest license, neither he to men or myself to him, by accent, forfeit probity, weariness of him, were quainter than monotony knew a particle, of space's vast society neither if he visit other, do he dwell, or nay, no I. But instinct esteem him immortality. 680. Each life converges to some center. Each life converges to some center. Expressed, or still. Exists in every human nature. A goal. Embodied scarcely to itself, it may be. Too fair. For credibility's presumption. To mar. Adored with caution, as a brittle heaven. To reach. Were hopeless. As the rainbow's raiment. To touch. Yet persevered toward, sure, for the distance. How high? Unto the saint's slow diligence. The sky. Ungained, it may be, by a life's low venture. But then. Eternity enable the endeavoring. Again. 681, soil of flint, if steady tilled, soil of flint, if steady tilled, will refund by hand, seed of palm, by Libyan sun fructified in sand. 682, 'twould ease, a butterfly, 'twould ease, a butterfly, elate, a bee, thou art he neither, thy capacity, but, blossom, were I would rather Bethy moment than a bee's eternity, content of fading is enough for me, fade I unto divinity. And dying, lifetime, ample as the eye, her least attention raise on me. 683, the soul unto itself is an imperial friend, or the most agonizing spy, an enemy, could send, secure against its own, no treason it can fear, itself, its sovereign, of itself the soul should stand in awe. 684, best gains, must have the losses test, best gains, must have the losses test, to constitute them, gains. 685, not revelation, 'tis, that waits, not revelation, 'tis, that waits but our unfurnished eyes. 686, they say that, time assuages, time never did assuage, and actual suffering strengthens as sinews do, with age, time is a test of trouble, but not a remedy, if such it prove too there was no malady. 687, I'll send the feather from my hat. I'll send the feather from my hat. Who knows, but at the sight of that, my sovereign will relent. As trinket, worn by faded child. Confronting eyes long, comforted. Blisters the adamant. 688, speech, is a prank of parliament, speech, is a prank of parliament, tears, is a trick of the nerve, but the heart with the heaviest freight on, doesn't, always, move. 689, the zeros, taught us, phosphorus. The zeros, taught us, phosphorus. We learned to like the fire. By playing glaciers, when a boy. And tinder, guessed, by power. Of opposite, to balance odd. If white, a red, must be. Paralysis, our primer, dumb. Unto vitality. 690, victory comes late. Victory comes late. And is held low to freezing lips. Too wrapped with frost. To take it. How sweet it would have tasted. Just a drop. Was God so economical, his tables spread too high for us, unless we dine on tiptoe? Crumbs, fit such little mouths, cherries, suit robins, the eagle's golden breakfast strangles, them, God keep his oath to sparrows, who of little love, know how to starve. 691, would you like summer? Taste of ours. Would you like summer? Taste of ours. Spices? Buy here. Ill. We have berries, for the parchang. Weary. Furloughs of down. Perplexed. Estates of violet trouble ne'er looked on. Captive. We bring reprieve of roses. Fainting. Flasks of air. Even for death, a fairy medicine. But, which is it, sir? 692. The sun kept setting, setting, still. The sun kept setting, setting, still. No hue of afternoon. Upon the village I perceived. From house to house 'twas noon. The dusk kept dropping, dropping, still. No dew upon the grass. But only on my forehead stopped. And wandered in my face. My feet kept drowsing, drowsing, still. My fingers were awake. Yet why so little sound, myself? Unto my seeming, make. How well I knew the light before, I could see it now, 'tis dying, I am doing, but I am not afraid to know. 693, shells from the coast mistaking, shells from the coast mistaking, I cherished them for all, happening in after ages to entertain a pearl, wherefore so late, I murmured, my need of thee, be done, therefore, the pearl responded. My period begin. 694, the heaven vests for each in that small deity it craved the grace to worship some bashful summer's day, half shrinking from the glory it importuned to see till these faint tabernacles drop in full eternity. How imminent the venture, as one should sue a star, for his mean's sake to leave the ruined entertain despair, a clemency so common, we almost cease to fear, enabling the minutest, and furthest, to adore. 695, as if the sea should part and show a further sea, and that, a further, and the three but a presumption be, of periods of seas, unvisited of shores, themselves the verge of seas to be, eternity, is those. 696. Their height in heaven comforts not. Their height in heaven comforts not. Their glory, not to me. 'Twas best imperfect, as it was. I'm finite, I can't see. The house of supposition. The glimmering frontier that skirts the acres of perhaps. To me, shows insecure. The wealth I had, contented me. If 'twas a meaner size, then I had counted it until it pleased my narrow eyes. Better than larger values. That show however true. This timid life of evidence keeps pleading. I don't know. 697, I could bring you jewels, had I a mind to. I could bring you jewels, had I a mind to. But you have enough of those. I could bring you odors from St. Domingo. Colors, from Vera Cruz. Berries of the Bahamas, have I. But this little blaze, flickering to itself, in the meadow, suits me, more than those. Never a fellow matched this topaz. And his emerald swing. Dower itself, for Bobadillo. Better, could I bring? 698, Life, is what we make of it, life, is what we make of it, death, we do not know, Christ's acquaintance with him justify him, though, he, would trust no stranger, other, could betray, just his own endorsement, that, sufficeth me. All the other distance he hath traversed first, no new mile remaineth, far as paradise, his sure foot preceding, tender pioneer, base must be the coward dare not venture, now. 699. The judge is like the owl. The judge is like the owl. I've heard my father tell. And owls do build in oaks. So here's an amber sill. That's slanted in my path. When going to the barn. And if it serve you for a house. Itself is not in vain. About the price, 'tis small. I only ask a tune. At midnight, let the owl select his favorite refrain. 700, you've seen balloons set, haven't you? You've seen balloons set, haven't you, so stately they ascend, it is as swans, discarded you for duty's diamond, their liquid feet go softly out upon a sea of blonde. They spurn the air, as 't were too mean for creatures so renowned, their ribbons just beyond the eye, they struggle, some, for breath, and yet the crowd applaud, below, they would not encore, death, the gilded creature strains, and spins. Trips frantic in a tree, tears open her imperial veins, and tumbles in the sea, the crowd, retire with an oath, the dust in streets, go down, and clerks in counting rooms observe, 'twas only a balloon. 701, a thought went up my mind today, a thought went up my mind today, that I have had before, but did not finish, some way back, I could not fix the year, nor where it went, nor why it came the second time to me, nor definitely, what it was. Have I the art to say, but somewhere, in my soul, I know, I've met the thing before, it just reminded me, 'twas all, and came my way no more. 702, a first mute coming, in the stranger's house, a first fair going, when the bells rejoice, a first exchange, of what hath mingled, been, for lot, exhibited to faith, alone. 703, out of sight. What of that? Out of sight. What of that? See the bird, reach it. Curve by curve, sweep by sweep. Round the steep air. Danger. What is that to her? Better 'tis to fail, there, than debate, here. Blue is blue, the world through, amber, amber, do, seek, friend, and see, heaven is shy of earth, that's all, bashful heaven, thy lover small, hide, too, from thee. 704, no matter, now, sweet. No matter, now, sweet. But when I'm Earl, won't you wish you'd spoken to that dull girl? Trivial a word, just. Trivial, a smile. But won't you wish you'd spared one? When I'm Earl, I shan't need it, then. Crests, will do. Eagles on my buckles. On my belt, too. Ermine, my familiar gown. Say, sweet, then. Won't you wish you'd smiled, just me upon? 705, suspense, is hostler than death, suspense, is hostler than death, death, whosoever broad is just death, and cannot increase, suspense, does not conclude, but perishes, to live anew, but just anew to die, annihilation, plated fresh. With immortality. 706, life, and death, and giants, life, and death, and giants, such as these, are still, minor, apparatus, hopper of the mill, beetle at the candle, or a fife's fame, maintain, by accident that they proclaim. 707, the grace, myself, might not obtain, the grace, myself, might not obtain, confer upon my flower, refracted but a countenance, for I, inhabit her. 708, I sometimes drop it, for a quick, I sometimes drop it, for a quick, the thought to be alive, anonymous delight to know, and matter, to conceive, consoles a woe so monstrous that did it tear all day, without an instant's respite. 'Twould look too far, to die, delirium, diverts the wretch for whom the scaffold neighs, the hammock's motion lulls the head so close on paradise, a reef, crawled easy from the sea eats off the brittle line, the sailor doesn't know the stroke. Until he's past the pain. 709, publication, is the auction publication, is the auction of the mind of man, poverty, be justifying for so foul a thing possibly, but we, would rather from our garret go white, unto the white Creator, than invest, our snow. Thought belonged to him who gave it, then, to him who bare its corporeal illustration, sell the royal air, in the parcel, be the merchant of the heavenly grace, but reduce no human spirit to disgrace of price. 710, the sunrise runs for both, the sunrise runs for both, the east, her purple trough keeps with the hill, the noon unwinds her blue till one breadth cover two, remotest, still, nor does the night forget a lamp for each, to set, wicks wide away. The north, her blazing sign erects in iodine, till both, can see, the midnight's dusky arms clasp hemispheres, and homes and so upon her bosom, one, and one upon her hem, both lie. 711, strong draughts of their refreshing minds to drink, enables mine through desert or the wildernesses bore its sealed wine, to go elastic, or as one the camel's trait, attained, how powerful the stimulus of an hermetic mind. 712, because I could not stop for death. Because I could not stop for death. He kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves. An immortality that we slowly drove, he knew no haste and I had put away my labor and my leisure too. For his civility, we passed the school, where children strove at recess, in the ring, we passed the fields of gazing grain, we passed the setting sun, or rather, he passed us, the dews drew quivering in chill, for only gossamer, my gown, my tippet, only tulle. We paused before a house that seemed a swelling of the ground, the roof was scarcely visible, the cornice, in the ground, since then, 'tis centuries, and yet feels shorter than the day I first surmised the horses' heads were toward eternity. 713, fame of myself, to justify, fame of myself, to justify, all other plaudit be superfluous, an incense beyond necessity, fame of myself to lack, although my name be else supreme, this were an honor honorless, a feudal diadem. 714, rest at night the sun from shining, nature, and some men, rest at noon, some men, while nature and the sun, go on. 715, the world, feels dusty when we stop to die, we want the dew, then, honors, taste dry, flags, vex a dying face, but the least fan stirred by a friend's hand, cools, like the rain, mine be the ministry. When thy thirst comes, and Hybla bombs, dews of Thessaly, to fetch. 716, the day undressed, herself, the day undressed, herself, her garter, was of gold, her petticoat, of purple plain, her dimities, as old exactly, as the world, and yet the newest star, enrolled upon the hemisphere be wrinkled, much as her. Too near to God, to pray, too near to heaven, to fear, the lady of the Occident retired without a care, her candle so expire the flickering be seen on ball of mast in Bosporus, and dome, and window pane. 717, the beggar lad, dies early, the beggar lad, dies early, it's somewhat in the cold, and somewhat in the trudging feet, and haply, in the world, the cruel, smiling, bowing world, that took its cambric way. Nor heard the timid cry for bread, sweet lady, charity, among redeemed children if trudging feet may stand the barefoot time forgotten, so, the sleet, the bitter wind, the childish hands that teased for pence lifted adoring them. To him whom never ragged coat did supplicate in vain. 718. I meant to find her when I came. I meant to find her when I came. Death had the same design. But the success was his, it seems. And the surrender, mine. I meant to tell her how I longed for just this single time. But death had told her so the first. And she had passed. With him. To wander, now, is my repose. To rest would be a privilege of hurricane. To memory, and me. 719, the south wind, has a pathos. A south wind, has a pathos. Of individual voice. As one detect on landings. An emigrant's address. A hint of ports and peoples. And much not understood. The fairer, for the farness. And for the foreignhood. 720, no prisoner be, where liberty, himself, abide with thee. 721, behind me, dips eternity, before me, immortality, myself, the term between, death but the drift of eastern grey dissolving into dawn away, before the west begin, 'tis kingdoms, afterward, they say. In perfect, pauseless monarchy, whose prince, is son of none, himself, his dateless dynasty, himself diversify, in duplicate divine, 'tis miracle before me, then, 'tis miracle behind, between, a crescent in the sea. With midnight to the north of her, and midnight to the south of her, and maelstrom, in the sky. 722, sweet mountains, ye tell me no lie, sweet mountains, ye tell me no lie, never deny me, never fly, those same unvarying eyes turn on me, when I fail, or feign, or take the royal names in vain, their far, slow, violet gaze. My strong Madonnas, cherish still, the wayward nun, beneath the hill, whose service, is to you, her latest worship, when the day fades from the firmament away, to lift her brows on you. 723, it tossed, and tossed, it tossed, and tossed, a little brig I knew, o'ertook by blast, it spun, and groped delirious, for morn, it slipped, and slipped, as one that drunken, stepped, its white foot tripped. Then dropped from sight, ah, brig, good night to crew and you, the ocean's heart too smooth, too blue, to break for you. 724, it's easy to invent a life, God does it, every day, creation, but the gamble of his authority, it's easy to efface it, the thrifty deity could scarce afford eternity to spontaneity, the perished patterns murmur. But his perturbless plan proceed, inserting here, a son, there, leaving out a man. 725, where thou art, that, is home, where thou art, that, is home, Kashmir, or Calvary, the same, degree, or shame, I scarce esteem location's name, so I may come, what thou dost, is delight, bondage as play, be sweet. Imprisonment, content, and sentence, sacrament, just we two, meet, where thou art not, is woe, though, bands of spices, row, what thou dost not, despair, though, Gabriel, praise me, sire. 726, we thirst at first, 'tis nature's act, we thirst at first, 'tis nature's act, and later, when we die, a little water supplicate, of fingers going by, it intimates the finer want, whose adequate supply is that great water in the west. Termed immortality. 727. Precious to me, she still shall be. Precious to me, she still shall be. Though she forget the name I bear. The fashion of the gown I wear. The very color of my hair. So like the meadows, now. I dared to show a tress of theirs. If haply she might not despise a buttercup's array. I know the whole, obscures the part. The fraction, that appeased the heart. Till numbers empery. Remembered, as the milliner's flower. When summer's everlasting dower confronts the dazzled bee. 728. Let us play yesterday. Let us play yesterday. I, the girl at school. You, an eternity, the untold tale. Easing my famine. At my lexicon. Logarithm, had I, for drink. 'Twas a dry wine. Somewhat different, must be. Dreams tint the sleep. Cunning reds of morning. Make the blind, leap. Still at the egg life. Chafing the shell. When you troubled the ellipse. And the bird fell. Manacles be dim, they say. To the new free. Liberty, commoner. Never could, to me. 'Twas my last gratitude. When I slept, at night. 'Twas the first miracle. Let in, with light. Can the lark resume the shell? Easier, for the sky. Wouldn't bonds hurt more than yesterday? Wouldn't dungeons sore afraid on the man, free, just long enough to taste, then, doomed new, God of the manacle as of the free, take not my liberty away from me. 729, Altar. When the hills do. Altar. When the hills do. Falter. When the sun. Question if his glory. Be the perfect one. Surfeit. When the daffodil. Doth of the dew. Even as herself, O friend. I will of you. 730, defrauded I a butterfly, the lawful heir, for thee. 731, I want, it pleaded, all its life, I want, it pleaded, all its life, I want, was chief it said when skill entreated it, the last, and when so newly dead, I could not deem it late, to hear that single, steadfast sigh. The lips had placed as with a please toward eternity. 732, she rose to his requirement, she rose to his requirement, dropped the playthings of her life to take the honorable work of woman, and of wife, if aught she missed in her new day of amplitude, or awe, or first perspective, or the gold. In using, whereaway, it lay unmentioned, as the sea develop pearl, and weed but only to himself, be known the fathoms they abide. 733, the spirit is the conscious ear. The spirit is the conscious ear. We actually hear when we inspect, that's audible, that is admitted, here, for other services, as sound, there hangs a smaller ear outside the castle, that contain. The other, only, here. 734. If he were living, dare I ask? If he were living, dare I ask? And how if he be dead? And so around the words I went. Of meeting them, afraid. I hinted changes, lapse of time. The surfaces of years. I touched with caution, lest they crack. And show me to my fears. Reverted to adjoining lives. Adroitly turning out. Wherever I suspected graves. 'Twas prudenter, I thought. And he, I pushed, with sudden force. In face of the suspense. Was buried. He. My life just holds the trench. 735, upon concluded lives there's nothing cooler falls, than life's sweet calculations, the mixing bells and palls, make lacerating tune, to ears the dying side, 'tis coronal, and funeral, saluting, in the road. 736, have any like myself? Have any like myself? Investigating March. New houses on the hill descried. And possibly a church. That were not, we are sure. As lately as the snow. And are today, if we exist. Though how may this be so? Have any like myself conjectured who may beta occupants of the adobes, so easy to the sky, 'twould seem that God should beta nearest neighbor to, and heaven, a convenient grace for show, or company, have any like myself preserved the charm secure. By shunning carefully the place all seasons of the year excepting March, 'tis then my villages be seen, and possibly a steeple, not afterward, by men. 737, the moon was but a chin of gold a night or two ago, and now she turns her perfect face upon the world below, her forehead is of amplest blonde, her cheek, a beryl hewn, her eye unto the summer dew. The likest I have known, her lips of amber never part, but what must be the smile upon her friend she could confer were such her silver will, and what a privilege to be but the remotest star, for certainty she take her way beside your palace door. Her bonnet is the firmament, the universe, her shoe, the stars, the trinkets at her belt, her dimities, of blue. 738, you said that I was great, one day. You said that I was great, one day. Then, great it be, if that please thee. Or small, or any size at all. Nay, I'm the size suit thee. Tall, like the stag, would that? Or lower, like the wren. Or other heights of other ones. I've seen, tell which, it's dull to guess, and I must be rhinoceros or mouse, at once, for thee, so say, if queen it be, or page, please thee, I'm that, or not. Or other thing, if other thing there be, with just this stipulus, I suit thee. 739, I many times thought peace had come when peace was far away, as wrecked men, deem they sight the land, at center of the sea, and struggle slacker, but to prove as hopelessly as I. How many the fictitious shores, before the harbor be. 740, you taught me waiting with myself, appointment strictly kept, you taught me fortitude of fate, this, also, I have learnt, an altitude of death, that could no bitterer debar than life, had done, before it. Yet, there is a science more, the heaven you know, to understand that you be not ashamed of me, in Christ's bright audience upon the further hand. 741, Drama's vitalist expression is the common day that arise and set about us, other tragedy perish in the recitation, this, the best enact when the audience is scattered and the box is shut. Hamlet, to himself were Hamlet, had not Shakespeare wrote, though the Romeo left no record of his Juliet, it were infinite enacted in the human heart, only theatre recorded owner cannot shut. 742, for trees, upon a solitary acre, without design or order, or apparent action, maintain, the sun, upon a morning meets them, the wind, no nearer neighbor, have they, but God, the acre gives them, place. They, him, attention of passer-by, of shadow, or of squirrel, haply, or boy, what deed is theirs unto the general nature, what plan they severally, retard, or further, unknown. 743, the birds reported from the south, a news expressed to me, a spicy charge, my little posts, but I am deaf, today, the flowers, appealed, a timid throng, I reinforced the door. Go blossom for the bees, I said, and trouble me, no more, the summer grace, for notice strove, remote, her best array, the heart, to stimulate the eye refused too utterly, at length, a mourner, like myself, she drew away austere. Her frosts to ponder, then it was I recollected her, she suffered me, for I had mourned, I offered her no word, my witness, was the crape I bore, her, witness, was her dead, thenceforward, we, together dwelt, I never questioned her, our contract. A wiser sympathy. 744, remorse, is memory, awake. Remorse is memory awake. Her company's astir. A presence of departed acts. At window and at door. Its past set down before the soul. And lighted with a match. Perusal to facilitate. Of its condensed dispatch. Remorse is cureless, the disease. Not even God can heal. For T is his institution. The complement of hell. 745, renunciation, is a piercing virtue, the letting go of presence, for an expectation, not now, the putting out of eyes, just sunrise, less day, day's great progenitor, out via renunciation, is the choosing. Against itself to justify unto itself, when larger function, make that appear, smaller, that covered vision, here. 746, never for society he shall seek in vain, who his own acquaintance cultivate, of men wiser men may weary, but the man within never knew satiety, better entertained than could border ballad, or Biscayan him, neither introduction. Need you, unto him. 747, it dropped so low, in my regard, it dropped so low, in my regard, I heard it hit the ground, and go to pieces on the stones at bottom of my mind, yet blamed the fate that flung it, less than I denounced myself for entertaining plated wares. Upon my silver shelf. 748, Autumn, overlooked my knitting, Autumn, overlooked my knitting, dyes, said he, have I, could disparage a flamingo, show me them, said a cochineal, I chose, for deeming it resemble thee, and the little border, dusker, for resembling me. 749, all but death, can be adjusted, all but death, can be adjusted, dynasties repaired, systems, settled in their sockets, citadels, dissolved, wastes of lives, resown with colors by succeeding springs, death, unto itself, exception, is exempt from change. 750, growth of man, like growth of nature, growth of man, like growth of nature, gravitates within, atmosphere, and sun endorse it, bid it stir, alone, each, its difficult ideal must achieve, itself, through the solitary prowess of a silent life. Effort, is the sole condition, patience of itself, patience of opposing forces, and intact belief, looking on, is the department of its audience, but transaction, is assisted by no countenance. 751, my worthiness is all my doubt, my worthiness is all my doubt, his merit, all my fear, contrasting which, my quality do lowlier, appear, lest I should insufficient proof for his beloved need, the chiefest apprehension upon my thronging mind. 'Tis true, that deity to stoop inherently incline, for nothing higher than itself can rest upon, so I, the undivine abode of his elect content, conform my soul, as 'twere a church unto her sacrament. 752, so the eyes accost, and sunder so the eyes accost, and sunder in an audience, stamped, occasionally, forever, so may countenance entertain, without addressing countenance of one in a neighboring horizon, gone, as soon as known. 753, my soul, accused me, and I quailed, my soul, accused me, and I quailed, as tongue of diamond had reviled all else accused me, and I smiled, my soul, that morning, was my friend, her favor, is the best disdain. Toward artifice of time, or men, but her disdain, 'twere lighter bear a finger of enamelled fire. 754, my life had stood, a loaded gun, my life had stood, a loaded gun, in corners, till a day the owner passed, identified, and carried me away, and now we roam in sovereign woods, and now we hunt the doe, and every time I speak for him, the mountains straight reply, and do I smile, such cordial light upon the valley glow, it is as a Vesuvian face had let its pleasure through, and when at night, our good day done, I guard my master's head, 'tis better than the eiderduck's deep pillow, to have shared, to foe of his, I'm deadly foe, none stir the second time, on whom I lay a yellow eye, or an emphatic thumb, though I than he, may longer live he longer must, than I, for I have but the power to kill, without, the power to die. 755, no bobolink, reverse his singing no bobolink, reverse his singing when the only tree ever he minded occupying by the farmer bee, clove to the root, his spacious future, best horizon, gone, whose music be his only anodyne, brave bobolink. 756, one blessing had I than the rest, one blessing had I than the rest, so larger to my eyes that I stopped gauging, satisfied, for this enchanted size, it was the limit of my dream, the focus of my prayer, a perfect, paralyzing bliss. Contented as despair, I knew no more of want, or cold, phantasms both become for this new value in the soul, supremest earthly sum, the heaven below the heaven above, obscured with ruddier blue, life's latitudes lent over, full. The judgment perished, too, why bliss so scantily disperse, why paradise defer, why floods be served to us, in bowls, I speculate no more. 757, the mountains, grow unnoticed, the mountains, grow unnoticed, their purple figures rise without attempt, exhaustion, assistance, or applause, in their eternal faces the sun, with just delight looks long, and last, and golden. For fellowship, at night. 758, these, saw visions, these, saw visions, latched them softly, these, held dimples, smoothed them slow, this, addressed departing accents, quick, sweet mouth, to miss thee so, this, we stroked, unnumbered satin. These, we held among our own, fingers of the slim aurora, not so arrogant, this noon, these, a just, that ran to meet us, pearl, for stocking, pearl for shoe, paradise, the only palace fit for her reception, now. 759, he fought like those who've not to lose, he fought like those who've not to lose, bestowed himself to balls as one who for a further life had not a further use, invited death, with bold attempt, but death was coy of him. As other men were coy of death, to him, to live, was doom, his comrades, shifted like the flakes when gusts reverse the snow, but he, was left alive because of greediness to die. 760, most she touched me by her muteness, most she touched me by her muteness, most she won me by the way she presented her small figure, plea itself, for charity, were a crumb my whole possession, were there famine in the land. Were it my resource from starving, could I such a plea withstand, not upon her knee to thank me sank this beggar from the sky, but the crumb partook, departed, and returned on high, I supposed, when sudden such a praise began. 'Twas as space sat singing to herself, and men, 'twas the winged beggar, afterward I learned to her benefactor making gratitude. 761, from blank to blank, from blank to blank, a threadless way I pushed mechanic feet, to stop, or perish, or advance, alike indifferent, if end I gained it ends beyond indefinite disclosed, I shut my eyes, and groped as well. 'Twas lighter, to be blind. 762, the whole of it came not at once, the whole of it came not at once, 'twas murder by degrees, a thrust, and then for life a chance, the bliss to cauterize, the cat reprieves the mouse she eases from her teeth. Just long enough for hope to tease, then mashes it to death, 'tis life's award, to die, contenteder if once, then dying half, then rallying for consciouser eclipse. 763, he told a homely tale and spotted it with tears, upon his infant face was set the cicatrice of years, all crumpled was the cheek no other kiss had known than flake of snow, divided with the redbreast of the barn. If mother, in the grave, or father, on the sea, or father in the firmament, or brethren, had he, if commonwealth below or commonwealth above have missed a barefoot citizen, I've ransomed it, alive. 764, presentiment, is that long shadow, on the lawn, presentiment, is that long shadow, on the lawn, indicative that suns go down, the notice to the startled grass that darkness, is about to pass. 765, you constituted time, I deemed eternity a revelation of yourself, 'twas therefore deity the absolute, remove the relative away, that I unto himself adjust my slow idolatry. 766, my faith is larger than the hills, my faith is larger than the hills, so when the hills decay, my faith must take the purple wheel to show the sun the way, 'tis first he steps upon the vane, and then, upon the hill. And then abroad the world he go to do his golden will, and if his yellow feet should miss, the bird would not arise, the flowers would slumber on their stems, no bells have paradise, how dare I, therefore, stint a faith in which so vast depends. Lest firmament should fail for me, the rivet in the bands. 767, to offer brave assistance to lives that stand alone, when one has failed to stop them, is human, but divine to lend an ample sinew unto a nameless man, whose homely benediction no other, stopped to earn. 768, when I hoped, I recollect just the place I stood, at a window facing west, roughest air, was good, not a sleet could bite me, not a frost could cool, hope it was that kept me warm, not merino shawl. When I feared, I recollect just the day it was, worlds were lying out to sun, yet how nature froze, icicles upon my soul prickled blue and cool, bird went praising everywhere, only me, was still, and the day that I despaired, this, if I forget. Nature will, that it be night after sun has set, darkness intersect her face, and put out her eye, nature hesitate, before memory nigh. 769, 1 and 1, are one and one, are one, two, be finished using, well enough for schools, but for minor choosing, life, just, or death, or the everlasting, more, would be too vast for the soul's comprising. 770. I lived on dread. I lived on dread. To those who know the stimulus there is in danger, other impetus is numb and vitalless. As 'twere a spur upon the soul, a fear will urge it where to go without the scepter's aid were challenging despair. 771. None can experience sting. None can experience stint. Who bounty have not known the fact of famine, could not be except for fact of corn. Want is a meager art acquired by reverse. The poverty that was not wealth cannot be indigence. 772. The hallowing of pain like hallowing of heaven obtains at a corporeal cost. The summit is not given to him who strives severe at middle of the hill, but he who has achieved the top, all, is the price of all. 773. Deprived of other banquet I entertained myself, at first, a scant nutrition, an insufficient loaf, but grown by slender addings to so esteemed a size 'tis sumptuous enough for me, and almost to suffice. A robin's famine able, red pilgrim, he and I, a berry from our table reserve, for charity. 774. It is a lonesome glee. It is a lonesome glee. Yet sanctifies the mind with fair association. Afar upon the wind, a bird to overhear. Delight without a cause. A restless as invisible. A matter of the skies. 775. If blame be my side, forfeit me. If blame be my side, forfeit me. But doom me not to forfeit thee. To forfeit thee. The very name is sentence from belief, and house. 776. The color of a queen, is this, the color of a queen, is this, the color of a sun at setting, this an amber, beryl, and this, at noon, and when at night, auroran wits fling suddenly on men, 'tis this, and witchcraft, nature keeps a rank, for iodine. 777. The loneliness one dare not sound, the loneliness one dare not sound, and would as soon surmise as in its grave go plumbing to ascertain the size, the loneliness whose worst alarm is lest itself should see, and perish from before itself. For just as scrutiny, the horror not to be surveyed, but skirted in the dark, with consciousness suspended, and being under lock, I fear me this, is loneliness, the maker of the soul its caverns and its corridors illuminate, or seal. 778. This that would greet, an hour ago, this that would greet, an hour ago, is quaintest distance, now, had it a guest from paradise, nor glow, would it, nor bow, had it a notice from the noon nor beam would it nor warm. Match me the silver reticence, match me the solid calm. 779. The service without hope, is tenderest, I think, because 'tis unsustained by stint, rewarded work, has impetus of gain, and impetus of goal, there is no diligence like that knows not an until. 780. The truth, is stirless, other force, may be presumed to move, this, then, is best for confidence, when oldest cedars swerve, and oaks untwist their fists, and mountains, feeble, lean, how excellent a body, that stands without a bone, how vigorous a force that holds without a prop, truth stays herself, and every man that trusts her, boldly up. 781. To wait an hour, is long, if love be just beyond, to wait eternity, is short, if love reward the end. 782. There is an arid pleasure, as different from joy, as frost is different from dew, like element, are they, yet one, rejoices flowers, and one, the flowers abhor, the finest honey, curdled, is worthless, to the bee. 783. The birds begun at 4 o'clock. The birds begun at 4 o'clock. Their period for dawn. A music numerous as space. But neighboring as noon. I could not count their force. Their voices did expend. As brook by brook bestows itself. 2. Multiply the pond. Their witnesses were not. Except occasional man. In homely industry arrayed. To overtake the morn. Nor was it for applause. That I could ascertain. But independent ecstasy. Of deity and men. By 6. The flood had done. No tumult there had been. Of dressing, or departure. And yet the band was gone. The sun engrossed the east. The day controlled the world. The miracle that introduced. Forgotten, as fulfilled. 784, bereaved of all, I went abroad, bereaved of all, I went abroad, no less bereaved was I upon a new peninsula, the grave preceded me, obtained my lodgings, ere myself, and when I sought my bed, the grave it was reposed upon. The pillow for my head, I waked to find it first awake, I rose, it followed me, I tried to drop it in the crowd, to lose it in the sea, in cups of artificial drowse to steep its shape away, the grave, was finished, but the spade remained in memory. 785, they have a little odor, that to me they have a little odor, that to mice meter, nay, 'tis melody, and spiciest at fading, indicate, a habit, of a laureate. 786. Sever service of myself. Sever service of myself. I hasten to demand. To fill the awful vacuum. Your life had left behind. I worried nature with my wheels. When hers had ceased to run. When she had put away her work. My own had just begun. I strove to weary brain and bone, to harass to fatigue that glittering retinue of nerves, vitality to clog to some dull comfort those obtain who put a head away they knew the hair to, and forget the color of the day, affliction would not be appeased. The darkness braced as firm as all my stratagem had been the midnight to confirm, no drug for consciousness, can be, alternative to die is nature's only pharmacy for being's malady. 787. Such is the force of happiness. Such is the force of happiness. The least, can lift a ton. Assisted by its stimulus. Who misery, sustain. No sinew can afford. The cargo of themselves. Too infinite for consciousness. Slow capabilities. 788, joy to have merited the pain, joy to have merited the pain, to merit the release, joy to have perished every step, to compass paradise, pardon, to look upon thy face, with these old-fashioned eyes, better than new, could be, for that. Though bought in paradise, because they looked on thee before, and thou hast looked on them, prove me, my hazel witnesses the features are the same, so fleet thou wert, when present, so infinite, when gone, an Orient's apparition. Remanded of the morn, the height I recollect, 'twas even with the hills, the depth upon my soul was notched, as floods, on whites of wheels, to haunt, till time have dropped his last decade away and haunting actualize, to last at least, eternity. 789, on a columnar self, on a columnar self, how ample to rely in tumult, or extremity, how good the certainty that lever cannot pry, and wedge cannot divide conviction, that granitic base, though none be on our side, suffice us, for a crowd. Ourself, and rectitude, and that assembly, not far off from furthest spirit, God. 790, nature, the gentlest mother is, nature, the gentlest mother is impatient of no child, the feeblest, or the waywardest, her admonition mild, in forest, and the hill, by traveller, be heard, restraining rampant squirrel. Or too impetuous bird, how fair her conversation, a summer afternoon, her household, her assembly, and when the sun go down, her voice among the isles incite the timid prayer of the minutest cricket, the most unworthy flower. When all the children sleep, she turns as long away as will suffice to light her lamps, then bending from the sky, with infinite affection, and infiniter care, her golden finger on her lip, wills silence, everywhere. 791, God gave a loaf to every bird, God gave a loaf to every bird, but just a crumb, to me, I dare not eat it, though I starve, my poignant luxury, to own it, touch it, prove the feat, that made the pellet mine. Too happy, for my sparrow's chance, for ampler coveting, it might be famine, all around, I could not miss an ear, such plenty smiles upon my board, my garner shows so fair, I wonder how the rich, may feel, an Indiaman, an earl. I deem that I, with but a crumb, am sovereign of them all. 792, through the straight pass of suffering. Through the straight pass of suffering. The martyrs, even, trod their feet, upon temptations. Their faces, upon God. A stately, shriven, company. Convulsion, playing round. Harmless, as streaks of meteor. Upon a planet's bond. Their faith, the everlasting troth. Their expectation, fair. The needle, to the north degree. Wades, so, through polar air. 793. Grief is a mouse. Grief is a mouse. And chooses wainscot in the breast. For his shy house. And baffles quest. Grief is a thief, quick startled. Pricks his ear, report to hear. Of that vast dark. That swept his being, back. Grief is a juggler, boldest at the play. Lest if he flinch, the eye that way. Pounce on his bruises, one, say, or three. Grief is a gourmand, spare his luxury. Best grief is tongueless, before he'll tell. Burn him in the public square. His ashes will. Possibly, if they refuse, how then know? Since a rack couldn't coax a syllable, now. 794, a drop fell on the apple tree, a drop fell on the apple tree, another, on the roof, a half a dozen kissed the eaves, and made the gables laugh, a few went out to help the brook that went to help the sea, myself conjectured were they pearls. What necklace could be, the dust replaced, in hoisted roads, the birds jocoser sung, the sunshine threw his hat away, the bushes, spangles flung, the breezes brought dejected lutes, and bathed them in the glee, then Orient showed a single flag. And signed the fade away. 795, her final summer was it, her final summer was it, and yet we guessed it not, if tenderer industriousness pervaded her, we thought a further force of life developed from within, when death lit all the shortness up it made the hurry plain. We wondered at our blindness when nothing was to see but her Carrara guide post, at our stupidity, when duller than our dullness the busy darling lay, so busy was she, finishing, so leisurely, were we. 796, who giants know, with lesser men who giants know, with lesser men are incomplete, and shy, for greatness, that is ill at ease in minor company, a smaller, could not be perturbed, the summer gnat displays, unconscious that his single fleet do not comprise the skies. 797. By my window have I for scenery. By my window have I for scenery. Just a sea, with a stem. If the bird and the farmer, deem it a pine, the opinion will serve, for them. It has no port. Nor a line, but the jays that split their route to the sky. Or a squirrel, whose giddy peninsula may be easier reached, this way. For inlands, the earth is the underside. And the upper side, is the sun. And its commerce, if commerce it have. Of spice, I infer from the odors born. Of its voice, to affirm, when the wind is within. Can the dumb, define the divine? The definition of melody, is. That definition is none. It, suggests to our faith. They, suggest to our sight. When the latter, is put away. I shall meet with conviction I somewhere met. That immortality. Was the pine at my window a fellow of the royal infinity? Apprehensions are God's introductions, to be hallowed, accordingly. 798, she staked her feathers, gained an ark, she staked her feathers, gained an ark, debated, rose again, this time, beyond the estimate of envy, or of men, and now, among circumference, her steady boat be seen, at home, among the billows, as the bow where she was born. 799, despair's advantage is achieved by suffering, despair, to be assisted of reverse one must reverse have bore, the worthiness of suffering like the worthiness of death is ascertained by tasting, as can no other mouth. Of savours, make us conscious, as did ourselves partake, affliction feels impalpable until ourselves are struck. 800, 2, were immortal twice. 2, were immortal twice. The privilege of few. Eternity, obtained, in time. Reversed divinity. That our ignoble eyes. The quality conceive. Of paradise superlative. Through their comparative. 801, I play at riches, to appease I play at riches, to appease the clamouring for gold, it kept me from a thief, I think, for often, overbold with want, and opportunity, I could have done a sin and been myself that easy thing an independent man. But often as my lot displays too hungry to be born I deem myself what I would be, and novel comforting my poverty and I derive, we question if the man, who own, esteem the opulence, as we, who never can, should ever these exploring hands. Chance sovereign on a mine, or in the long, uneven term to win, become their turn, how fitter they will be, for want, enlightening so well, I know not which, desire, or grant, be wholly beautiful. 802, time feels so vast that were it not for an eternity, I fear me this circumference engross my finity, to his exclusion, who prepare by processes of size for the stupendous vision of his diameters. 803, who court obtain within himself sees every man a king, and poverty of monarchy is an interior thing, no man depose whom fate ordain, and who can add a crown to him who doth continual conspire against his own. 804, no notice gave she, but a change. No notice gave she, but a change. No message, but a sigh. For whom, the time did not suffice. That she should specify, she was not warm, though summer shone in her scrupulous of cold. Though rhyme by rhyme, the steady frost upon her bosom piled, of shrinking ways, she did not fright though all the village looked, but held her gravity aloft, and met the gaze, direct, and when adjusted like a seed in careful fitted ground. Unto the everlasting spring hindered but a mound her warm return, if so she chose, and we, imploring drew, removed our invitation by as some she never knew. 805. This bauble was preferred of bees. This bauble was preferred of bees. By butterflies admired. At heavenly, hopeless distances. Was justified of bird. Did noon, enamel, in herself. Was summer to a score. Who only knew of universe. It had. Created her. 806, a plated life, diversified a plated life, diversified with gold and silver paint to prove the presence of the Orion particles, 'tis when a value struggle, it exist, a power, will proclaim although annihilation pile whole chaoses on him. 807, expectation, is contentment, gain, satiety, but satiety, conviction of necessity of an austere trait in pleasure, good, without alarm is a too established fortune, danger, deepens some. 808, so set its sun in thee. So set its sun in thee. What day be dark to me? What distance, far? So I the ships may see. That touch, how seldomly. Thy shore. 809, unable are the love to die. Unable are the love to die. For love is immortality. Nay, it is deity. Unable they that love, to die. For love reforms vitality into divinity. 810, her grace is all she has. Her grace is all she has. And that, so least displays. One art to recognize, must be another art, to praise. 8:11, the veins of other flowers. The veins of other flowers. The scarlet flowers are. Till nature leisure has for terms. As, branch, and, jugular. We pass, and she abides. We conjugate her skill. While she creates and federates. Without a syllable. 8:12, a light exists in spring. A light exists in spring. Not present on the year. At any other period. When March is scarcely here. A color stands abroad. On solitary fields. That science cannot overtake. But human nature feels. It waits upon the lawn. It shows the furthest tree. Upon the furthest slope you know. It almost speaks to you. Then as horizons step. Or noons report away. Without the formula of sound. It passes and we stay. A quality of loss. Affecting our content. As trade had suddenly encroached. Upon a sacrament. 8:13, this quiet dust was gentlemen and ladies. This quiet dust was gentlemen and ladies. And lads and girls. Was laughter and ability and sighing. And frocks and curls, this passive place a summer's nimble mansion where bloom and bees. Exists an oriental circuit then cease, like these. 8:14, one day is there of the series. One day is there of the series. Termed Thanksgiving Day. Celebrated part at table. Part in memory. Neither patriarch nor pussy. I dissect the play. Seems it to my hooded thinking. Reflex holiday. Had there been no sharp subtraction. From the early sum. Not an acre or a caption. Where was once a room. Not a mention, whose small pebble. Wrinkled any sea. Unto such, were such assembly. 'Twere Thanksgiving Day. 815. The luxury to apprehend. The luxury to apprehend. The luxury, 'twould be. To look at thee a single time. An epicure of me. In whatsoever presence makes. Till for a further food. I scarcely recollect to starve. So first am I supplied. The luxury to meditate. The luxury it was. To banquet on thy countenance. A sumptuousness bestows. On plainer days. Whose table far. As certainty can see. Is laden with a single crumb. The consciousness of thee. 8:16, a death blow is a life blow to some. A death blow is a life blow to some. Who till they died, did not alive become. Who had they lived, had died but when. They died, vitality begun. 8:17, given in marriage unto thee. Given in marriage unto thee. O thou celestial host. Bride of the Father and the Son. Bride of the Holy Ghost, other betrothal shall dissolve, wedlock of will, decay, only the keeper of this ring conquer mortality. 8:18, I could not drink it, sweet. I could not drink it, sweet. Till you had tasted first. Though cooler than the water was. The thoughtfulness of thirst. 8:19, all I may, if small. All I may, if small. Do it not display. Larger for the totalness. 'Tis economy. To bestow a world. And withhold a star. Utmost, is munificence. Less, though larger, poor. 820. All circumstances are the frame. All circumstances are the frame. In which his face is set. All latitudes exist for his. Sufficient continent. The light his action. And the dark. The leisure of his will. In him existence serve or set. A force illegible. 821, away from home are some and I. Away from home are some and I. An emigrant to be. In a metropolis of homes. Is easy, possibly. The habit of a foreign sky. We, difficult, acquire. As children, who remain in face. The more their feet retire. 822. This consciousness that is aware. This consciousness that is aware. Of neighbors and the sun. Will be the one aware of death. And that itself alone. Is traversing the interval. Experience between. And most profound experiment. Appointed unto men. How? Adequate unto itself. Its properties shall be. Itself unto itself and none. Shall make discovery. Adventure most unto itself. The soul condemned to be. Attended by a single hound. Its own identity. 823, not that we did, shall be the test not that we did, shall be the test when act and will are done but what our Lord infers we would had we diviner been. 824, the wind begun to knead the grass, the wind begun to knead the grass, as women do a dough, he flung a handful at the plain, a handful at the sky, the leaves unhooked themselves from trees, and started all abroad. The dust did scoop itself like hands, and throw away the road, the wagons, quickened on the street, the thunders gossiped low, the lightning showed a yellow head, and then a livid toe, the birds put up the bars to nests, the cattle flung to barns. Then came one drop of giant rain, and then, as if the hands that held the dams, had parted hold, the waters wrecked the sky, but overlooked my father's house, just quartering a tree. 825, an hour is a sea between a few, and me, with them would harbor be. 826, love reckons by itself, alone, love reckons by itself, alone, as large as I, relate the sun to one who never felt it blaze, itself is all the like it has. 827, the only news I know. The only news I know. Is bulletins all day. From immortality, the only shows I see, tomorrow and today, perchance eternity, the only one I meet is God, the only street, existence, this traversed if other news there be. Or admirable show, I'll tell it you. 828, the robin is the one that interrupt the morn with hurried, few, express reports when March is scarcely on, the robin is the one that overflow the noon with her cherubic quantity, and April but begun, the robin is the one. That speechless from her nest submit that home, and certainty and sanctity, are best. 829, ample make this bed. Ample make this bed. Make this bed with awe. In it wait till judgment break. Excellent and fair. Be its mattress straight, be its pillow round, let no sunrise, yellow noise interrupt this ground. 830, to this world she returned. To this world she returned. But with a tinge of that. A compound manner. As a sod. Espoused a violet. That chiefer to the skies. Then to himself, allied. Dwelt hesitating, half of dust. And half of day, the bride. 831, dying. To be afraid of thee. Dying. To be afraid of thee. One must to thine artillery. Have left exposed a friend. Then thine old arrow is a shot. Delivered straighter to the heart. The leaving love behind. Not for itself, the dust is shy. But, enemy, beloved be. Thy batteries divorce. Fight sternly in a dying eye. Two armies, love and certainty. And love and the reverse. 832, Soto. Explore thyself. Soto. Explore thyself. Therein thyself shalt find. The undiscovered continent. No settler had the mind. 833. Perhaps you think me stooping. Perhaps you think me stooping. I'm not ashamed of that. Christ stooped until he touched the grave. Do those at sacrament. Commemorative dishonor. Or love annealed of love. Until it bend as low as death. Redignified. Above? 8:34, before he comes we weigh the time. Before he comes we weigh the time. 'Tis heavy and 'tis light. When he depart, an emptiness is the prevailing freight. 8:35, nature and God, I neither knew. Nature and God, I neither knew. Yet both so well knew me. They startled, like executors of my identity, yet neither told, that I could learn, my secret as secure as Herschel's private interest. Or Mercury's affair. 8:36, truth, is as old as God. Truth, is as old as God. His twin identity. And will endure as long as he. A co-eternity. And perish on the day. Himself is borne away. From mansion of the universe. A lifeless deity. 8:37, how well I knew her not. How well I knew her not. Whom not to know has been a bounty in perspective, now. Next door to mine the pain. 8:38, impossibility, like wine. Impossibility, like wine. Exhilarates the man who tastes it. Possibility is flavorless, combine a chance's faintest tincture and in the former dram enchantment makes ingredient as certainly as doom. 8:39, always mine. Always mine. No more vacation. Term of light this day begun. Failless as the fair rotation of the seasons and the sun. Old the grace, but new the subjects. Old, indeed, the East. Yet upon his purple program. Every dawn, is first. 840. I cannot buy it, 'tis not sold. I cannot buy it, 'tis not sold. There is no other in the world. Mine was the only one. I was so happy I forgot to shut the door and it went out. And I am all alone. If I could find it anywhere, I would not mind the journey there. Though it took all my store. But just to look it in the eye. Didst thou? Thou didst not mean, to say. Then, turn my face away. 841, a moth the hue of this. A moth the hue of this. Haunts candles in Brazil. Nature's experience would make our reddest second pale. Nature is fond, I sometimes think, of trinkets, as a girl. 842, good to hide, and here am hunt. Good to hide, and here am hunt, better, to be found if one care to, that is, the fox fits the hound, good to know, and not tell, best, to know and tell can one find the rare ear not too dull. 843. I made slow riches but my gain. I made slow riches but my gain was steady as the sun. And every night, it numbered more than the preceding one. All days I did not earn the same. But my perceiveless gain inferred the less by growing than the sun that it had grown. 844, spring is the period. Spring is the period. Express from God. Among the other seasons. Himself abide. But during March and April. None stir abroad. Without a cordial interview. With God. 845, be mine the doom. Be mine the doom. Sufficient fame. To perish in her hand. 846. Twice had summer her fair verdure. Twice had summer her fair verdure. Proffered to the plain. Twice a winter's silver fracture. On the river's been. 2 full autumns for the squirrel. Bounteous prepared. Nature. Hadst thou not a berry for thy wandering bird? 847, finite, to fail, but infinite to venture, finite, to fail, but infinite to venture, for the one ship that struts the shoreman's the gallant, overwhelmed creature nodding in navies nevermore. 848. Just as he spoke it from his hands. Just as he spoke it from his hands. This edifice remain. A turret more, a turret less. Dishonor his design. According as his skill prefer. It perish, or endure. Content, sower. It ornament. His absent character. 849, the goodwill of a flower. The goodwill of a flower. The man who would possess. Must first present. Certificate. Of minted holiness. 850, I sing to use the waiting. I sing to use the waiting. My bonnet but to tie. And shut the door unto my house. No more to do have I. Till his best step approaching. We journey to the day. And tell each other how we sung. To keep the dark away. 851. When the astronomer stops seeking. When the astronomer stops seeking. For his Pleiades face. When the lone British lady. Forsakes the Arctic race. When to his covenant needle. The sailor doubting turns. It will be amply early. To ask what treason. Means. 852, apology for her. Apology for her. Be rendered by the bee. Herself, without a parliament. Apology for me. 853, when one has given up one's life. When one has given up one's life. The parting with the rest. Feels easy, as when day lets go. Entirely the west. The peaks, that lingered last. Remain in her regret. As scarcely as the iodine. Upon the cataract. 854, banish air from air. Banish air from air. Divide light if you dare. They'll meet. While cubes in a drop. Or pellets of shape. Fit. Films cannot annul. Odors return whole. Force flame. And with a blonde push. Over your impotence. Flit steam. 855, to own the art within the soul. To own the art within the soul. The soul to entertain. With silence as a company. And festival maintain. Is an unfurnished circumstance. Possession is to one. As an estate perpetual. Or a reduceless mine. 856, there is a finished feeling. There is a finished feeling. Experienced at graves. A leisure of the future. A wilderness of sighs. By death's bold exhibition. Preciser what we are. And the eternal function. Enabled to infer. 857, uncertain lease, develops luster uncertain lease, develops luster on time uncertain grasp, appreciation of some, the shorter fate, is oftener the chiefest because inheritors upon a tenure prize. 858, this chasm, sweet, upon my life. This chasm, sweet, upon my life. I mention it to you. When sunrise through a fissure drop. The day must follow too. If we demur, its gaping sides. Disclose as, 'twere a tomb. Ourself am lying straight wherein. The favorite of doom when it has just contained a life then, darling, it will close and yet so bolder every day so turbulent it grows. I'm tempted half to stitch it up with a remaining breath I should not miss in yielding, though to him, it would be death, and so I bear it big about my burial, before a life quite ready to depart can harass me no more. 859, a doubt if it be us. A doubt if it be us. Assists the staggering mind. In an extremer anguish. Until it footing find. An unreality is lent. A merciful mirage. That makes the living possible. While it suspends the lives. 860, absence disembodies, so does death absence disembodies, so does death hiding individuals from the earth superposition helps, as well as love, tenderness decreases as we prove. 861, split the lark, and you'll find the music. Split the lark, and you'll find the music. Bulb after bulb, in silver rolled. Scantily dealt to the summer morning. Saved for your ear when lutes be old. Loose the flood, you shall find it patent. Gush after gush, reserved for you. Scarlet experiment. Skeptic Thomas. Now, do you doubt that your bird was true? 862, light is sufficient to itself. Light is sufficient to itself. If others want to see, it can be had on window panes. Some hours in the day. But not for compensation. It holds as large a glow. To squirrel in the Himalaya. Precisely, as to you. 863, that distance was between us, that distance was between us, that is not of mile or main, the will it is that situates, equator, never can. 864, the robin for the crumb. The robin for the crumb. Returns no syllable. But long records the lady's name. In silver chronicle. 865, he outstripped time with but about. He outstripped time with but about. He outstripped stars and sun. And then, unjaded, challenged God. In presence of the throne. And he in mighty list. Unto this present, run. The larger glory for the less. A just sufficient ring. 866, fame is the tint that scholars leave, fame is the tint that scholars leave upon their setting names, the iris not of Occident that disappears as comes. 867. Escaping backward to perceive. Escaping backward to perceive. The sea upon our place. Escaping forward, to confront. His glittering embrace. Retreating up. A billow's height. Retreating blinded down. Our undermining feet to meet. Instructs to the divine. 868, they ask but our delight. They ask but our delight. The darlings of the soil. And grant us all their countenance. For a penurious smile. 869, because the bee may blameless hum. Because the bee may blameless hum. For thee a bee do I become. List even unto me. Because the flowers unafraid. May lift a look on thine, a maid. Alway a flower would be. Nor robins need not hide. When thou upon their crypts intrude. So wings bestow on me. Or petals, or a dower of buzz. That be to ride, or flower of furs. I that way worship thee. 870, finding is the first act. Finding is the first act. The second, loss. Third, expedition 4. The golden fleece. Fourth, no discovery. Fifth, no crew. Finally, no golden fleece. Jason, Shem, 2. 871, the sun and moon must make their haste, the sun and moon must make their haste, the stars express around, for in the zones of paradise the Lord alone is burned, his eye, it is the east and west, the north and south when he do concentrate his countenance like glow worms, flee away, O poor and far, O hind-red eye that hunted for the day, the Lord a candle entertains entirely for thee. 872, as the starved maelstrom laps the navies, as the starved maelstrom laps the navies, as the vulture teased forces the broods in lonely valleys, as the tiger eased by but a crumb of blood, fast scarlet till he meet a man. Dainty adorned with veins and tissues and partakes, his tongue cooled by the morsel for a moment grows a fiercer thing till he esteem his dates and cocoa a nutrition mean I, of a finer famine deem my supper dry for but a berry of Domingo and a torrid eye. 873, ribbons of the year. Ribbons of the year. Multitude brocade. Worn to nature's party once. Then, as flung aside. As a faded bead. Or a wrinkled pearl. Who shall charge the vanity of the maker's girl? 874, they won't frown always, some sweet day. They won't frown always, some sweet day. When I forget to tease, they'll recollect how cold I looked. And how I just said, please. Then they will hasten to the door. To call the little girl. Who cannot thank them for the ice that filled the lisping full? 875, I stepped from plank to plank. I stepped from plank to plank. A slow and cautious way. The stars about my head I felt. About my feet the sea. I knew not but the next would be my final inch. This gave me that precarious gait some call experience. 876, it was a grave, yet bore no stone. It was a grave, yet bore no stone. Enclosed, 'twas not of rail. A consciousness its acre, and it held a human soul. Entombed by whom, for what offense? If home or foreign born? Had I the curiosity? 'Twere not appeased of men. Till resurrection, I must guess. Denied the small desire. A rose upon its ridge to sow. Or take away a briar. 877, each scar I'll keep for him. Each scar I'll keep for him. Instead I'll say of gem. In his long absence worn. A costlier one. But every tear I bore. Were he to count them o'er. His own would fall so more. I'll miss some them. 878, the sun is gay or stark. The sun is gay or stark. According to our D. If merry, he is merrier, if eager for the dead or an expended day he helped to make too bright his mighty pleasure suits us not it magnifies our freight. 879, each second is the last. Each second is the last. Perhaps, recalls the man. Just measuring unconsciousness. The sea and spar between. To fail within a chance. How terribler a thing. Then perish from the chances list. Before the perishing. 880, the bird must sing to earn the crumb the bird must sing to earn the crumb what merit have the two no breakfast if it guarantee the rose content may bloom to gain renown of lady's drawer but if the lady come but once a century, the rose superfluous become. 881, I've none to tell me to but thee. I've none to tell me to but thee. So when thou failest, nobody that it was a little tie, it just held two, nor those it held since somewhere thy sweet face has spilled beyond my boundary. If things were opposite, and me it were, that ebbed from thee on some unanswering shore, wouldst thou seek so, just say that I the answer may pursue unto the lips it eddied through, so, overtaking thee. 882, a shade upon the mind there passes. A shade upon the mind there passes. As when on noon. A cloud the mighty sun encloses. Remembering. That some there be too numb to notice. O God! Why give if thou must take away? The loved? 883, the poet's light but lamps, the poet's light but lamps, themselves, go out, the wicks they stimulate, if vital lighten here as do the suns, each age a lens disseminating their circumference. 884, an everywhere of silver. An everywhere of silver. With ropes of sand. To keep it from effacing. The track called land. 885, our little kinsman, after rain. Our little kinsman, after rain. In plenty may be seen. A pink and pulpy multitude. The tepid ground upon. A needless life, it seemed to me. Until a little bird. As to a hospitality. Advanced and breakfasted. As I of he, so God of me. I pondered, may have judged. And left the little angleworm. With modesties enlarged. 886, these tested our horizon. These tested our horizon. Then disappeared. As birds before achieving. A latitude, our retrospection of thema fixed delight but our anticipation a dice, a doubt. 887, we outgrow love, like other things. We outgrow love, like other things. And put it in the drawer. Till it an antique fashion shows. Like costumes grandsires wore. 888, when I have seen the sun emerge when I have seen the sun emerge from his amazing house, and leave a day at every door a deed, in every place, without the incident of fame or accident of noise, the earth has seemed to me a drum. Pursued of little boys. 889, crisis is a hare. Crisis is a hare. Toward which the forces creep. Past which forces retrograde. If it come in sleep. To suspend the breath. Is the most we can. Ignorant is it life or death. Nicely balancing, let an instant push or an atom press. Or a circle hesitate in circumference it, may jolt the hand that adjusts the hair that secures eternity from presenting, here. 890. From us she wandered now a year. From us she wandered now a year. Her tarrying, unknown. If wilderness prevent her feet. Or that ethereal zone. No eye hath seen and lived. We ignorant must be. We only know what time of year. We took the mystery. 891, to my quick ear the leaves, conferred, to my quick ear the leaves, conferred, the bushes, they were bells, I could not find a privacy from nature's sentinels, in cave if I presumed to hide the walls, begun to tell. Creation seemed a mighty crack, to make me visible. 892, who occupies this house? Who occupies this house? A stranger I must judge. Since no one know his circumstance. 'Tis well the name and age are writ upon the door. Or I should fear to pause. Where not so much as honest dog. Approach encourages. It seems a curious town. Some houses very old. Some, newly raised this afternoon. Were I compelled to build. It should not be among inhabitants so still. But where the birds assemble. And boys were possible. Before myself was born. 'Twas settled, so they say. A territory for the ghosts. And squirrels, formerly. Until a pioneer, as settlers often do. Liking the quiet of the place. Attracted more unto. And from a settlement. A capital has grown. Distinguished for the gravity. Of every citizen. The owner of this house. A stranger he must be. Eternity's acquaintances. Are mostly so, to me. 893, drab habitation of whom? Drab habitation of whom? Tabernacle or tomb? Or dome of worm? Or porch of gnome? Or some elf's catacomb? 894, of consciousness, her awful mate. Of consciousness, her awful mate. The soul cannot be rid. As easy the secreting her. Behind the eyes of God, the deepest hid is sighted first and scant to him the crowd, what triple lenses burn upon. The escapade from God. 895, a cloud withdrew from the sky. A cloud withdrew from the sky. Superior glory be. But that cloud and its auxiliaries are forever lost to me. Had I but further scanned. Had I secured the glow in an hermetic memory. It had availed me now. Never to pass the angel. With a glance and a bow. Till I am firm in heaven. Is my intention now. 896. Of silken speech and specious shoe. Of silken speech and specious shoe. A trader is the bee. His service to the newest grace. Present continually. His suit a chance. His troth a term. Protracted as the breeze. Continual ban propoundeth he. Continual. Divorce. 897, how fortunate the grave. How fortunate the grave. All prizes to obtain. Successful certain, if at last. First suitor not in vain. 898. How happy I was if I could forget. How happy I was if I could forget. To remember how sad I am. Would be an easy adversity. But the recollecting of bloom. Keeps making November difficult. Till I who was almost bold. Lose my way like a little child. And Perish of the cold. 899, herein a blossom lies. Herein a blossom lies. A sepulchre, between. Cross it, and overcome the bee. Remain, 'tis but a rind. 900, what did they do since I saw them? What did they do since I saw them? Were they industrious? So many questions to put them. Have I the eagerness? That could I snatch their faces? That could their lips reply? Not till the last was answered. Should they start for the sky? Not if their party were waiting. Not if to talk with me were to them now, homesickness. After eternity, not if the just suspect me and offer a reward would I restore my booty to that bold person, God. 901. Sweet, to have had them lost. Sweet, to have had them lost. For news that they be saved. The nearer they departed us. The nearer they, restored, shall stand to our right hand. Most precious and the dead. Next precious. Those that rose to go. Then thought of us, and stayed. 902. The first day that I was alive. The first day that I was alive. I recollect it, how still. That last day that I was alive. I recollect it, as well. 'Twas stiller, though the first was still. 'Twas empty, but the first was full. This was my finalist occasion. But then, my tenderer experiment toward men. Which choose I? That, I cannot say. Which choose they? Question memory. 903, I hide myself within my flower. I hide myself within my flower. That fading from your vase. You, unsuspecting, feel for me almost a loneliness. 904. Had I not this, or this, I said. Had I not this, or this, I said. Appealing to myself. In moment of prosperity. Inadequate, were life. Thou hast not me, nor me, it said. In moment of reverse. And yet thou art industrious. No need, hadst thou, of us. My need, was all I had, I said, the need did not reduce, because the food, exterminate, the hunger, does not cease, but diligence, is sharper, proportioned to the chance, to feed upon the retrograde, enfeebles, the advance. 905, between my country, and the others. Between my country, and the others. There is a sea. But flowers, negotiate between us. As ministry. 906, the admirations, and contempts, of time, the admirations, and contempts, of time, show justice, through an open tomb, the dying, as it were a height reorganizes estimate and what we saw not we distinguish clear, and mostly, see not. What we saw before, 'tis compound vision, light, enabling light, the finite, furnished with the infinite, convex, and concave witness, back, toward time, and forward, toward the God of him. 907, till death, is narrow loving, till death, is narrow loving, the scantest heart extant will hold you till your privilege of finiteness, be spent, but he whose loss procures you such destitution that your life too abject for itself. Thenceforward imitate, until, resemblance perfect, yourself, for his pursuit delight of nature, abdicate, exhibit love, somewhat. 908, 'tis sunrise, little maid, hast thou. 'Tis sunrise, little maid, hast thou. No station in the day. 'Twas not thy wont, to hinder so. Retrieve thine industry. 'Tis noon, my little maid. Alas, and art thou sleeping yet? The lily, waiting to be wed. The bee, hast thou forgot, my little maid, 'tis night, alas that night should be to thee instead of morning, hadst thou broached thy little plan to die, dissuade thee, if I could not, sweet, I might have aided, thee. 909, I make his crescent fill or lack, I make his crescent fill or lack, his nature is at full or quarter, as I signify, his tides, do I control, he holds superior in the sky or gropes, at my command behind inferior clouds, or round a mist's slow colonnade, but since we hold a mutual disk, and front a mutual day, which is the despot, neither knows, nor whose, the tyranny. 910, experience is the angled road. Experience is the angled road preferred against the mind by, paradox, the mind itself, presuming it to lead quite opposite, how complicate the discipline of man, compelling him to choose himself his pre-appointed pain. 911, too little way the house must lie. Too little way the house must lie from every human heart that holds an undisputed lycée white inhabitant, too narrow is the right between, too imminent the chance, each consciousness must emigrate and lose its neighbor once. 912, peace is a fiction of our faith. Peace is a fiction of our faith. The bells a winter night, bearing the neighbor out of sound, that never did alight. 913, and this of all my hopes, and this of all my hopes, this is the silent and bountiful colored, my morning rose early and sere, its end never bud from a stem stepped with so gay a foot, never a worm so confident bored at so brave a root. 914, I cannot be ashamed. I cannot be ashamed, because I cannot see the love you offer. Magnitude reverses modesty. And I cannot be proud, because a height so high involves alpine requirements and services of snow. 915. Faith is the peerless bridge. Faith is the peerless bridge, supporting what we see unto the seen that we do not. Too slender for the eye, it bears the soul as bold as it were rocked in steel, with arms of steel at either side. It joins, behind the veil. To what could we presume? The bridge would cease to be. To our far, vacillating feet, a first necessity. 916, his feet are shod with gauze. His feet are shod with gauze. His helmet is of gold. His breast, a single onyx, with chrysoprase, inlaid. His labor is a chant. His idleness, a tune. Oh, for a bee's experience of clovers, and of noon. 917, love, is anterior to life, love, is anterior to life, posterior, to death, initial of creation, and the exponent of breath. 918, only a shrine, but mine. Only a shrine, but mine. I made the taper shine. Madonna dim, to whom all feet may come. Regard a nun. Thou knowest every woe. Needless to tell thee, so. But canst thou do the grace next to it, heal? That looks a harder skill to us. Still, just as easy, if it be thy will. To thee, grant me. Thou knowest, though, so why tell thee? 919, if I can stop one heart from breaking. If I can stop one heart from breaking, I shall not live in vain. If I can ease one life the aching, or cool one pain, or help one fainting robin unto his nest again, I shall not live in vain. 920. We can but follow to the sun. We can but follow to the sun. As oft as he go down, he leave ourselves a sphere behind. 'Tis mostly, following. We go no further with the dust than to the earthen door. And then the panels are reversed. And we behold, no more. 921, if it had no pencil. If it had no pencil, would it try mine? Worn, now, and dull, sweet, writing much to thee. If it had no word, would it make the daisy most as big as I was when it plucked me? 922, those who have been in the grave the longest, those who have been in the grave the longest, those who begin today, equally perish from our practice. Death is the other way, foot of the bold did least attempt it, it is the white exploit. Once to achieve, annuls the power once to communicate. 923, how the waters closed above him, how the waters closed above him we shall never know, how he stretched his anguish to us that, is covered too, spreads the pond her base of lilies bold above the boy whose unclaimed hat and jacket sum the history. 924, love, is that later thing than death, love, is that later thing than death, more previous, than life, confirms it at its entrance, and usurps it, of itself, tastes death, the first, to hand the sting the second, to its friend. Disarms the little interval, deposits him with God, then hovers, an inferior guard, lest this beloved chargined, once in an eternity, a smaller than the large. 925, struck, was I, not yet by lightning. Struck, was I, not yet by lightning. Lightning, lets away power to perceive his process. With vitality. Maimed, was I, yet not by venture. Stone of stolid boy. Nor a sportsman's peradventure. Who mine enemy? Robbed, was I, intact to bandit. All my mansion torn. Sun, withdrawn to recognition. Furthest shining, done. Yet was not the foe, of any. Not the smallest bird. In the nearest orchard dwelling. Be of me, afraid. Most, I love the cause that slew me. Often as I die. Its beloved recognition. Holds a sun on me. Best, at setting, as is nature's. Neither witnessed rise. Till the infinite aurora. In the other's eyes. 926, patience, has a quiet outer, patience, has a quiet outer, patience, look within, is an insect's futile forces infinites, between, scaping one, against the other fruitlesser to fling, patience, is the smile's exertion. Through the quivering. 927, absent place, an April day, absent place, an April day, daffodils a blow homesick curiosity to the souls that snow, drift may block within it deeper than without, daffodil delight but him it duplicate. 928. The heart has narrow banks. The heart has narrow banks. It measures like the sea. In mighty, unremitting base. And blue monotony. Till hurricane bisect. And as itself discerns. Its insufficient area. The heart convulsive learns. That calm is but a wall. Of unattempted gauze. An instant's push demolishes. A questioning, dissolves. 929, how far is it to heaven? How far is it to heaven? As far as death this way. Of river or of ridge beyond. Was no discovery. How far is it to hell? As far as death this way. How far left hand the sepulchre? Defies topography. 930. There is a June when corn is cut. There is a June when corn is cut. And roses in the seed. A summer briefer than the first. But tenderer indeed. As should a face suppose the graves. Emerge a single noon. In the vermilion that it wore. Affect us. And return. 2 seasons, it is said, exist. The summer of the just. And this of ours, diversified. With prospect, and with frost. May not our second with its first. So infinite compare. That we but recollect the one. The other to prefer. 931, noon, is the hinge of day, noon, is the hinge of day, evening, the tissue door, morning, the east compelling the sill till all the world is ajar. 932. My best acquaintances are those. My best acquaintances are those. With whom I spoke no word. The stars that stated come to town. Esteemed me never rude. Although to their celestial call. I failed to make reply. My constant, reverential face. Sufficient courtesy. 933, two travelers perishing in snow, two travelers perishing in snow. The forests as they froze together heard them strengthening each other with the words that heaven, if heaven, must contain what either left behind, and then the cheer too solemn grew. For language, and the wind-long steps across the features took that love had touched the morn with reverential hyacinth. The tailless days went on till mystery impatient drew, and those they left behind led absent, were procured of heaven. As those first furnished, said. 934, that is solemn we have ended. That is solemn we have ended. Be it but a play. Or a glee among the garret. Or a holiday. Or a leaving home, or later. Parting with a world. We have understood for better. Still to be explained. 935, death leaves us homesick, who behind? Death leaves us homesick, who behind? Except that it is gone. Are ignorant of its concern. As if it were not born, through all their former places, we like individuals go who something lost, the seeking for. Is all that's left them, now. 936, this dust, and its feature, this dust, and its feature, accredited, today, will in a second future, cease to identify, this mind, and its measure, a too minute area for its enlarged inspection as comparison, appear, this world, and its species. A too concluded show for its absorbed attention as remotest scrutiny. 937, I felt a cleaving in my mind. I felt a cleaving in my mind. As if my brain had split. I tried to match it, seam by seam. But could not make them fit. The thought behind, I strove to join. Unto the thought before. But sequence revelled out of sound. Like balls, upon a floor. 938, fairer through fading, as the day fairer through fading, as the day into the darkness dips away, half her complexion of the sun, hindering, haunting, perishing, rallies her glow, like a dying friend, teasing with glittering amend. Only to aggravate the dark through an expiring, perfect, look. 939, what I see not, I better see, what I see not, I better see, through faith, my hazel eye has periods of shutting, but, no lid has memory, for frequent, all my sense obscured I equally behold as someone held a light unto the features so beloved. And I arise, and in my dream, do thee distinguished grace, till jealous daylight interrupt, and mar thy perfectness. 940, on that dear frame the years had worn. On that dear frame the years had worn. Yet precious as the house. In which we first experienced light. The witnessing, to us. Precious. It was conceiveless fair. As hands the grave had grimed. Should softly place within our own. Denying that they died. 941, the lady feeds her little bird. The lady feeds her little bird at rarer intervals. The little bird would not dissent but meekly recognize the gulf between the hand and her, and crumbless and afar and fainting, on her yellow knee. Falls softly, and adore. 942. Snow beneath whose chilly softness. Snow beneath whose chilly softness. Some that never lay. Make their first repose this winter. I admonish thee. Blanket wealthier the neighbor. We so new bestow. Than thine acclimated creature. Wilt thou? Austere snow. 943, a coffin, is a small domain. A coffin, is a small domain. Yet able to contain. A citizen of paradise. In it diminished plain that a grave, is a restricted breadth, yet ampler than the sun, and all the seas he populates and lands he looks upon. To him who on its small repose bestows a single friend, circumference without relief, or estimate, or end. 944, I learned, at least, what home could be. I learned, at least, what home could be, how ignorant I had been of pretty ways of covenant, how awkward at the hymn round our new fireside, but for this pattern, of the way. Whose memory drowns me, like the dip of a celestial sea, what mornings in our garden, guessed, what bees, for us, to hum, with only birds to interrupt the ripple of our theme, and task for both, when play be done, your problem, of the brain. And mine, some foolisher effect, a ruffle, or a tune, the afternoons, together spent, and twilight, in the lanes, some ministry to poorer lives, seen poorest, through our gains, and then return, and night, and home. And then away to you to pass, a new, diviner, care, till sunrise take us back to scene, transmuted, vivider, this seems a home, and home is not, but what that place could be, afflicts me, as a setting sun, where dawn, knows how to be. 945. This is a blossom of the brain. This is a blossom of the brain. A small, italic seed. Lodged by design or happening. The spirit fructified. Shy as the wind of his chambers. Swift as a freshet's tongue. So of the flower of the soul. Its process is unknown. When it is found, a few rejoice. The wise convey it home. Carefully cherishing the spot. If other flower become. When it is lost, that day shall be the funeral of God. Upon his breast, a closing soul. The flower of our Lord. 946. It is an honorable thought and make one lift one's heart as one met sudden gentlefolk upon a daily street that we've immortal place though pyramids decay and kingdoms, like the orchard flit russetly away. 947. Of tolling bell I ask the cause. Of tolling bell I ask the cause. A soul has gone to heaven. I'm answered in a lonesome tone. Is heaven then a prison? That bells should ring till all should know. A soul had gone to heaven. Would seem to me the more the way. A good news should be given. 948. 'Twas crisis, all the length had passed. 'Twas crisis, all the length had passed. That dull, benumbing time. There is in fever or event. And now the chance had come. The instant holding in its claw. The privilege to live. Or warrant to. Report the soul. The other side the grave. The muscles grappled as with leads. That would not let the will. The spirit shook the adamant. But could not make it feel, the second poised, debated, shot, another had begun, and simultaneously, a soul escaped the house unseen. 949. Under the light, yet under. Under the light, yet under. Under the grass and the dirt. Under the beetle's cellar. Under the clover's root. Further than arm could stretch. Were it giant long. Further than sunshine could. Were the day year long. Over the light, yet over. Over the arc of the bird. Over the comet's chimney. Over the cubit's head. Further than guess can gallop. Further than riddle ride. Oh, for a disk to the distance. Between ourselves and the dead. 950. The sunset stopped on cottages. The sunset stopped on cottages. Where sunset hence must be. For treason not of his, but life's. Gone westerly, today. The sunset stopped on cottages. Where morning just begun. What difference, after all? Thou makest. Thou supercilious sun. 951. As frost is best conceived. As frost is best conceived. By force of its result. Affliction is inferred. By subsequent effect. If when the sun reveal. The garden keep the gash. If as the days resume. The wilted countenance. Cannot correct the crease. Or counteract the stain. Presumption is vitality. Was somewhere put in twain. 952. A man may make a remark. A man may make a remark. In itself, a quiet thing. That may furnish the fuse unto a spark. In dormant nature, lain. Let us deport, with skill. Let us discourse, with care. Powder exists in charcoal. Before it. Exists in fire. 953, a door just opened on a street. A door just opened on a street. I, lost, was passing by. An instant's width of warmth disclosed. And wealth, and company, the door as instant shut, and I, lost, was passing by. Lost doubly, but by contrast, most, informing, misery. 954, the chemical conviction. The chemical conviction. That not be lost. Enable in disaster. My fractured trust. The faces of the atoms. If I shall see. How more the finished creatures. Departed me. 955, the hollows round his eager eyes. The hollows round his eager eyes. Were pages where to read. Pathetic histories, although himself had not complained. Biography to all who passed. Of unobtrusive pain. Except for the italic face. Endured, unhelped, unknown. 956, what shall I do when the summer troubles? What shall I do when the summer troubles? What, when the rose is ripe? What when the eggs fly off in music? From the maple keep? What shall I do when the skies chirrup? Drop a tune on me. When the bee hangs all noon in the buttercup? What will become of me? Oh, when the squirrel fills his pockets. And the berries stare. How can I bear their jocund faces? Thou from here, so far. Toldn't afflict a robin. All his goods have wings. I, do not fly, so wherefore? My perennial things. 957, as one does sickness over in convalescent mind, his scrutiny of chances by blessed health obscured, as one rewalks a precipice and whittles at the twig that held him from perdition sown sidewise in the crag. A custom of the soul far after suffering identity to question for evidence that's been. 958. We met as sparks, diverging flints. We met as sparks, diverging flints. Sent various, scattered ways. We parted as the central flint. Were cloven with an adze. Subsisting on the light we bore. Before we felt the dark. A flint unto this day. Perhaps. But for that single spark. 959, a loss of something ever felt I, a loss of something ever felt I, the first that I could recollect bereft I was, of what I knew not too young that any should suspect a mourner walked among the children I notwithstanding went about. As one bemoaning a dominion itself the only prince cast out, elder, today, a session wiser and fainter, too, as wiseness is, I find myself still softly searching for my delinquent palaces, and a suspicion, like a finger touches my forehead now and then. That I am looking oppositely for the sight of the kingdom of heaven. 960. As plan for noon and plan for night. As plan for noon and plan for night. So differ life and death. In positive perspective. The foot upon the earth. At distance, an achievement, strains. The foot upon the grave. Makes effort at conclusion. Assisted faint of love. 961, wert thou but ill, that I might show thee wert thou but ill, that I might show thee how long a day I could endure though thine attention stop not on men or the least signal, me assure, wert thou but stranger in ungracious country. And mine, the door thou paused at, for a passing bounty, no more, accused, wert thou, and myself, tribunal, convicted, sentenced, ermine, not to me half the condition, thy reverse, to follow, just to partake, the infamy. The tenant of the narrow cottage, wert thou, permit to bait a housewife in thy low attendance contenteth me, no service hast thou, I would not achieve it, to die, or live, the first, sweet, proved I, ere I saw thee, for life, be love. 962, midsummer, was it, when they died, midsummer, was it, when they died, a full, and perfect time, the summer closed upon itself in consummated bloom, the corn, her furthest kernel filled before the coming flail. When these, leaned unto perfectness, through haze of burial. 963, a nearness to tremendousness, a nearness to tremendousness, an agony procures, affliction ranges boundlessness, vicinity to law's contentment's quiet suburb, affliction cannot stay in acres, its location is illocality. 964, Unto me. I do not know you. Unto me. I do not know you. Where may be your house? I am Jesus, late of Judea. Now, of paradise. Wagons, have you, to convey me? This is far from thence, arms of mine, sufficient phaeton. Trust omnipotence, I am spotted, I am pardon, I am small, the least is esteemed in heaven the chiefest, occupy my house. 965. Denial, is the only fact. Denial, is the only fact. Perceived by the denied. Whose will, a numb significance. The day the heaven died. And all the earth strove common round. Without delight. Or beam. What comfort was it wisdom, was. The spoiler of our home. 966, all forgot for recollecting just a paltry one, all forsook, for just a strangeress new accompanying, grace of wealth, and grace of station less accounted than an unknown esteem possessing, estimate, who can. Home effaced, her faces dwindled, nature, altered small, sun, if shone, or storm, if shattered, overlooked I all, dropped, my fate, a timid pebble, in thy bolder sea, prove, me, sweet, if I regret it, prove myself, of thee. 967, pain, expands the time, pain, expands the time, ages coil within the minute circumference of a single brain, pain contracts, the time, occupied with shot gamuts of eternities are as they were not. 968. Fitter to see him, I may be. Fitter to see him, I may be. For the long hindrance, grace, to me. With summers, and with winters, grow. Some passing year, a trait bestow. To make me fairest of the earth. The waiting, then, will seem so worth. I shall impute with half a pain. The blame that I was chosen, then. Time to anticipate his gaze. Its first, delight, and then, surprise. The turning o'er and o'er my face. For evidence it be the grace. He left behind one day, so less. He seek conviction. That, be this. I only must not grow so new. That he'll mistake, and ask for me. Of me, when first unto the door. I go, to elsewhere go no more. I only must not change so fair. He'll sigh, the other, she, is where. The love, though, will array me right I shall be perfect, in his sight, if he perceive the other truth, upon an excellenter youth, how sweet I shall not lack in vain, but gain, through loss, through grief, obtain, the beauty that reward him best. The beauty of demand, at rest. 969, he who in himself believes, fraud cannot presume, faith is constancy's result, and assumes, from home, cannot perish, though it fail every second time, but defaced vicariously, for some other shame. 970, color, caste, denomination, these, are times of fair, death's diviner classifying does not know they are, as in sleep, all hue forgotten, tenets, put behind, death's large, democratic fingers. Rub away the brand, if Circassian, he is careless, if he put away chrysalis of blonde, or umber, equal butterfly, they emerge from his obscuring, what death, knows so well, our minuter intuitions, deem unplausible. 971, robbed by death, but that was easy, robbed by death, but that was easy, to the failing eye I could hold the latest glowing, robbed by liberty for her jugular defenses, this, too, I endured, hint of glory, it afforded, for the brave beloved. Fraud of distance, fraud of danger, fraud of death, to bear, it is bounty, to suspense vague calamity, stalking our entire possession on a hair's result, then, seesaw, coolly, on it, trying if it split. 972, unfulfilled to observation. Unfulfilled to observation. Incomplete, to eye. But to faith, a revolution. In locality. Unto us, the suns extinguish. To our opposite. New horizons, they embellish. Fronting us, with night. 973, 'twas awkward, but it fitted me, 'twas awkward, but it fitted me, an ancient fashioned heart, its only lore, its steadfastness, in change, unerudite, it only moved as do the suns, for merit of return, or birds, confirmed perpetual. By alternating zone, I only have it not tonight in its established place, for technicality of death, omitted in the lease. 974. The soul's distinct connection. The soul's distinct connection. With immortality. Is best disclosed by danger. Or quick calamity. As lightning on a landscape. Exhibits sheets of place. Not yet suspected, but for flash. And click, and suddenness. 975, the mountain sat upon the plain. The mountain sat upon the plain in his tremendous chair, his observation omnifold, his inquest everywhere, the seasons played around his knees like children round a sire, grandfather of the days is he. Of dawn, the ancestor. 976, death is a dialogue between. Death is a dialogue between. The spirit and the dust. Dissolve, says death. The spirit, sir. I have another trust. Death doubts it, argues from the ground. The spirit turns away. Just laying off, for evidence. An overcoat of clay. 977, besides this may. Besides this may. We know. There is another. How fair. Our speculations of the foreigner. Some know him whom we knew. Sweet wonder. A nature be. We're saints, and our plain-going neighbor. Keep May. 978, it bloomed and dropped, a single noon, it bloomed and dropped, a single noon, the flower, distinct and red, I, passing, thought another noon another in its stead will equal glow, and thought no more but came another day. To find the species disappeared, the same locality, the sun in place, no other fraud on nature's perfect sum, had I but lingered yesterday, was my retrieveless blame, much flowers of this and further zones have perished in my hands. For seeking its resemblance, but unapproached it stands, the single flower of the earth that I, in passing by unconscious was, great nature's face passed infinite by me. 979, this merit hath the worst, this merit hath the worst, it cannot be again, when fate hath taunted last and thrown her furthest stone, the maimed may pause, and breathe, and glance securely round, the deer attracts no further. Then it resists, the hound. 980, purple, is fashionable twice. Purple, is fashionable twice. This season of the year. And when a soul perceives itself to be an emperor. 981, as sleigh bells seem in summer. As sleigh bells seem in summer. Or bees, at Christmas show. So fairy, so fictitious. The individuals do. Repealed from observation. A party that we knew. More distant in an instant. Then dawn in Timbuktu. 982, no other can reduce. No other can reduce. Our mortal consequence. Like the remembering it be not. A period from hence. But contemplation for. Contemporaneous not. Our single competition. Jehovah's estimate. 983, ideals are the fairly oil. Ideals are the fairly oil. With which we help the wheel. But when the vital axle turns. The eye rejects the oil. 984, 'tis anguish grander than delight. 'Tis anguish grander than delight. 'Tis resurrection pain. The meeting bands of smitten face. We question to, again. 'Tis transport wild as thrills the graves. When cerements let go. And creatures clad in miracle. Go up by 2 and 2. 985, the missing all, prevented me. The missing all, prevented me. From missing minor things. If nothing larger than a world's departure from a hinge, or sun's extinction, be observed. 'Twas not so large that I could lift my forehead from my work. For curiosity. 986, a narrow fellow in the grass. A narrow fellow in the grass. Occasionally rides. You may have met him, did you not? His notice instant is. The grass divides as with a comb. A spotted shaft is seen. And then it closes at your feet. And opens further on. He likes a boggy acre. A floor too cool for corn. Yet when a boy and barefoot, I more than once at noon have passed, I thought, a whip lash, unbraiding in the sun. When stooping to secure it, it wrinkled and was gone. Several of nature's people I know, and they know me. I feel for them a transport of cordiality. Yet never met this fellow, attended or alone, without a tighter breathing, and 0 at the bone. 987, the leaves like women interchange. The leaves like women interchange. Exclusive confidence. Somewhat of nods and somewhat portentous inference. The parties in both cases enjoining secrecy. Inviolable compact. To notoriety. 988, the definition of beauty is. The definition of beauty is. That definition is none. Of heaven, easing analysis. Since heaven and he are one. 989, gratitude, is not the mention. Gratitude, is not the mention. Of a tenderness. But it's still appreciation. Out of plumb of speech. When the sea return no answer. By the line and lead. Proves that there's no sea, or rather. A remoter bed. 990. Not all die early, dying young. Not all die early, dying young. Maturity of fate. Is consummated equally. In ages, or a night. A hoary boy. I've known to drop. Whole statured, by the side. Of junior of 80, 'twas act. Not period, that died. 991, she sped as petals of a rose, she sped as petals of a rose offended by the wind, a frail aristocrat of time indemnity to find, leaving on nature, a default as cricket or as bee, but Andes in the bosoms where she had begun to lie. 992, the dust behind I strove to join, the dust behind I strove to join unto the disk before, but sequence revelled out of sound like balls upon a floor. 993, we miss her, not because we see, we miss her, not because we see, the absence of an eye, except its mind accompany a bridge society as slightly as the roots of stars, ourselves, asleep below, we know that their superior eyes include us, as they go. 994, partake as doth the bee. Partake as doth the bee. Abstemiously. The rose is an estate. In Sicily. 995. This was in the white of the year. This was in the white of the year. That, was in the green. Drifts were as difficult then to think. As daisies now to be seen. Looking back is best that is left. Or if it be, before. Retrospection is prospect's half. Sometimes, almost more. 996, will pass without the parting. Will pass without the parting. So to spare. Certificate of absence. Deeming where I left her I could find her. If I tried. This way, I keep from missing those that died. 997, crumbling is not an instant's act. Crumbling is not an instant's act. A fundamental pause. Dilapidation's processes are organized decays. 'Tis first a cobweb on the soul. A cuticle of dust. A borer in the axis. An elemental rust. Ruin is formal, devil's work. Consecutive and slow. Fail in an instant, no man did. Slipping, is crash's law. 998, best things dwell out of sight. Best things dwell out of sight. The pearl, the just, our thought. Most shun the public air. Legitimate, and rare. The capsule of the wind. The capsule of the mind. Exhibit here, as doth a burr. Germs germ beware. 999, superfluous were the sun. Superfluous were the sun. When excellence be dead. He were superfluous every day. For every day be said. That syllable whose faith just saves it from despair. And whose, I'll meet you, hesitates. If love inquire, where? Upon his dateless fame. Our periods may lie. As stars that drop anonymous. From an abundant sky. 1000, the fingers of the light. The fingers of the light. Tapped soft upon the town. With, I am great and cannot wait. So therefore let me in. You're soon, the town replied. My faces are asleep. But swear, and I will let you by. You will not wake them up. The easy guest complied. But once within the town. The transport of his countenance. Awakened maid and man. The neighbor in the pool. Upon his hip elate. Made loud obeisance and the gnat. Held up his cup for light. 1001, the stimulus, beyond the grave. The stimulus, beyond the grave. His countenance to see. Supports me like imperial drams. Afforded day by day. 1002, aurora is the effort. Aurora is the effort. Of the celestial face. Unconsciousness of perfectness. To simulate, to us. 1003, dying at my music. Dying at my music. Bubble. Bubble. Hold me till the octaves run. Quick. Burst the windows. Retardando. Files left, and the sun. 1004, there is no silence in the earth, so silent. There is no silence in the earth, so silent. As that endured. Which uttered, would discourage nature. And haunt the world. 1005, bind me, I still can sing. Bind me, I still can sing. Banish, my mandolin. Strikes true within. Slay, and my soul shall rise. Chanting to paradise. Still thine. 1006, the first we knew of him was death. The first we knew of him was death. The second, was, renown. Except the first had justified. The second had not been. 1007, falsehood of thee could I suppose. Falsehood of thee could I suppose. 'Twould undermine the sill. To which my faith pinned block by block. Her cedar citadel. 1008, how still the bells in steeples stand. How still the bells in steeples stand. Till swollen with the sky. They leap upon their silver feet. In frantic melody. 1009, I was a Phoebe, nothing more, I was a Phoebe, nothing more, a Phoebe, nothing less, the little note that others dropped I fitted into place, I dwelt too low that any seek, too shy, that any blame, a Phoebe makes a little print. Upon the floors of fame. 1010, up life's hill with my little bundle, up life's hill with my little bundle, if I prove it steep, if a discouragement withhold me, if my newest step older feel than the hope that prompted, spotless be from blame. Heart that proposed as heart that accepted homelessness, for home. 1011, she rose as high as his occasion, she rose as high as his occasion, then sought the dust, and lower lay in low Westminster for her brief crest. 1012, which is best? Heaven. Which is best? Heaven. Or only heaven to come? With that old codicil of doubt, I cannot help esteem the bird within the hand superior to the one. The bush may yield me, or may not. Too late to choose again. 1013, too scanty, 'twas to die for you. Too scanty, 'twas to die for you. The merest Greek could that. The living, sweet, is costlier. I offer even that. The dying, is a trifle, past. But living, this include. The dying multifold, without. The respite to be dead. 1014, did we abolish frost the summer would not cease, if seasons perish or prevail is optional with us. 1015, were it but me that gained the height. Were it but me that gained the height. Were it but they, that failed. How many things the dying play. Might they but live, they would. 1016, the hills in purple syllables. The hills in purple syllables. The day's adventures tell. To little groups of continents. Just going home from school. 1017, to die, without the dying. To die, without the dying. And live, without the life. This is the hardest miracle. Propounded to belief. 1018, who saw no sunrise cannot say. Who saw no sunrise cannot say. The countenance, 'twould be. Who guess at seeing, guess at loss. Of the ability. The emigrant of light, it is. Afflicted for the day. The blindness that beheld and blessed. And could not find its eye. 1019, my season's furthest flower. My season's furthest flower. I tenderer commend. Because I found her kinsmanless. A grace without a friend. 1020, trudging to Eden, looking backward. Trudging to Eden, looking backward. I met somebody's little boy. Asked him his name, he lisped me, Trotwood. Lady, did he belong to thee? Would it comfort, to know I met him? And that he didn't look afraid, I couldn't weep, for so many smiling new acquaintance, this baby made. 1021, far from love the Heavenly Father. Far from love the Heavenly Father. Leads the chosen child. Oftener through realm of briar. Than the meadow mild. Oftener by the claw of dragon. Than the hand of friend. Guides the little one predestined. To the native land. 1022, I knew that I had gained. I knew that I had gained. And yet I knew not how. By diminution it was not. But discipline unto. A rigor unrelieved. Except by the content. Another bear its duplicate. In other continent. 1023, it rises, passes, on our south it rises, passes, on our south inscribes a simple noon, cajoles a moment with the spires and infinite is gone. 1024, so large my will. So large my will. The little that I may. Embarrasses. Like gentle infamy. Affront to him. For whom the whole were small. Affront to me. Who know his meed of all. Birth at the best. Is but a scanty toy. Bought, carried home. To immortality. It looks so small. We chiefly wonder then. At our conceit. In purchasing. 1025, the products of my farm are these. The products of my farm are these. Sufficient for my own. And here and there a benefit. Unto a neighbor's bin. With us, 'tis harvest all the year. For when the frosts begin. We just reverse the zodiac. And fetch the acres in. 1026. The dying need but little, dear. The dying need but little, dear. A glass of water's all. A flower's unobtrusive face. To punctuate the wall. A fan, perhaps, a friend's regret. And certainty that one. No color in the rainbow. Perceive. When you are gone. 1027, my heart upon a little plate. My heart upon a little plate. Her palate to delight. A berry or a bun, would be. Might it an apricot? 1028, 'twas my one glory, 'twas my one glory, let it be remembered I was owned of thee. 1029, nor mountain hinder me. Nor mountain hinder me. Nor sea. Whose Baltic? Whose Cordillera? 1030, that such have died enable us. That such have died enable us. The tranquiller to die. That such have lived. Certificate for immortality. 1031. Fate slew him, but he did not drop. Fate slew him. But he did not drop. She felled, he did not fall. Impaled him on her fiercest stakes. He neutralized them all. She stung him, sapped his firm advance. But when her worst was done, and he, unmoved regarded her, acknowledged him a man. 1032, who is the East? Who is the East? The yellow man. Who may be purple if he can. That carries in the sun. Who is the West? The purple man. Who may be yellow if he can. That lets him out again. 1033, said death to passion. Said death to passion. Give of thine an acre unto me. Said passion, through contracting breaths. 1,000 times thee nay. Bore death from passion. All his east. He, sovereign as the sun. Resituated in the west. And the debate was done. 1034, his bill an augur is. His bill an augur is. His head, a cap and frill. He laboureth at every tree. A worm, his utmost goal. 1035, B. I'm expecting you. B. I'm expecting you. Was saying yesterday. To somebody you know. That you were due. The frogs got home last week. Are settled, and at work. Birds, mostly back. The clover warm and thick. You'll get my letter by the 17th. Reply. Or better, be with me. Yours, Fly. 1036, satisfaction, is the agent. Satisfaction, is the agent. Of satiety. Want, a quiet commissary. For infinity. To possess, is past the instant. We achieve the joy. Immortality contented. Were anomaly. 1037, here, where the daisies fit my head. Here, where the daisies fit my head. 'Tis easiest to lie. And every grass that plays outside is sorry, some, for me. Where I am not afraid to go. I may confide my flower. Who was not enemy of me. Will gentle be, to her, nor separate, herself and maybe distances become, a single bloom we constitute departed, or at home. 1038, her little parasol to lift. Her little parasol to lift. And once to let it down. Her whole responsibility. To imitate be mine. A summer further I must wear. Content if nature's drawer. Present me from sepulchral crease. As blemishless, as her. 1039, I heard, as if I had no ear. I heard, as if I had no ear. Until a vital word came all the way from life to me. And then I knew I heard. I saw, as if my eye were on another, till a thing. And now I know 'twas light because it fitted them, came in. I dwelt, as if myself were out. My body but within. Until a might detected me. And set my kernel in. And spirit turned unto the dust. Old friend, thou knowest me. And time went out to tell the news. And met eternity. 1040, not so the infinite relations, below not so the infinite relations, below division is adhesion's forfeit, on high affliction but a speculation, and woe a fallacy, a figment, we knew. 1041, somewhat, to hope for. Somewhat, to hope for. Be it ne'er so far. Is capital against despair. Somewhat, to suffer. Be it ne'er so keen. If terminable, may be born. 1042, spring comes on the world. Spring comes on the world. I cite the Aprils. Hueless to me until thou come. As, till the bee. Blossoms stand negative. Touched to conditions. By a hum. 1043, lest this be heaven indeed. Lest this be heaven indeed. An obstacle is given. That always gauges a degree. Between ourself and heaven. 1044, a sickness of this world at most occasions. A sickness of this world at most occasions. When best men die. A wishfulness their far condition. To occupy. A chief indifference, as foreign. A world must be. Themselves forsake, contented. For deity. 1045, nature rarer use is yellow. Nature rarer use is yellow. Then another hue. Saves she all of that for sunsets. Prodigal of blue. Spending scarlet, like a woman. Yellow she affords. Only scantly and selectly. Like a lover's words. 1046, I've dropped my brain, my soul is numb. I've dropped my brain, my soul is numb. The veins that used to run. Stop palsied, 'tis paralysis. Done perfecter on stone. Vitality is carved and cool. My nerve in marble lies. A breathing woman. Yesterday, endowed with paradise. Not dumb, I had a sort that moved. A sense that smote and stirred. Instincts for dance, a caper part. An aptitude for bird. Who wrought Carrara in me. And chiseled all my tune. Were it a witchcraft, were it death. I've still a chance to strain. To being. Somewhere, motion, breath. Those centuries beyond. And every limit a decade. I'll shiver, satisfied. 1047, the opening and the close. The opening and the close. Of being, are alike. Or differ, if they do. As bloom upon a stalk. That from an equal seed. Unto an equal bud. Go parallel, perfected. In that they have decayed. 1048, reportless subjects, to the quick. Reportless subjects, to the quick. Continual addressed. But foreign as the dialect. Of Danes, unto the rest, reportless measures, to the ear susceptive, stimulus, but like an oriental tale. To others, fabulous. 1049, pain has but one acquaintance. Pain has but one acquaintance. And that is death. Each one unto the other. Society enough. Pain is the junior party. By just a second's right. Death tenderly assists him. And then absconds from sight. 1050, as willing lid o'er weary eye, as willing lid o'er weary eye, the evening on the day leans till of all our nature's house remains but balcony. 1051. I cannot meet the spring unmoved. I cannot meet the spring unmoved. I feel the old desire. A hurry with a lingering, mixed. A warrant to be fair. A competition in my sense. With something hid in her. And as she vanishes. Remorse. I saw no more of her. 1052, I never saw a more. I never saw a more. I never saw the sea. Yet know I how the heather looks. And what a billow be that I never spoke with God nor visited in heaven, yet certain am I of the spot as if the checks were given. 1053, it was a quiet way. It was a quiet way. He asked if I was his. I made no answer of the tongue, but answer of the eyes. And then he bore me on, before this mortal noise, with swiftness, as of chariots, and distance, as of wheels. This world did drop away, as acres from the feet of one that leaneth from balloon upon an ether street. The gulf behind was not, the continents were new. Eternity it was before. Eternity was due. No seasons were to us. It was not night nor morn, but sunrise stopped upon the place, and fastened it in dawn. 1054, Not to discover weakness is not to discover weakness is the artifice of strength. Impregnability inheres as much through consciousness of faith of others in itself as pyramidal nerve behind the most unconscious clock what skillful pointers move. 1055, The soul should always stand ajar. The soul should always stand ajar that if the heaven inquire he will not be obliged to wait or shy of troubling her depart, before the host have slid the bolt unto the door, to search for the accomplished guest. Her visitor, no more. 1056. There is a zone whose even years. There is a zone whose even years no solstice interrupt. Whose sun constructs perpetual noon. Whose perfect seasons wait. Whose summer set in summer. Till the centuries of June and centuries of August cease. And consciousness is noon. 1057, I had a daily bliss. I had a daily bliss. I half indifferent viewed. Till sudden I perceived it stir. It grew as I pursued. Till when around a height, it wasted from my sight. Increased beyond my utmost scope. I learned to estimate. 1058, Bloom, is result, to meet a flower bloom, is result, to meet a flower and casually glance would scarcely cause one to suspect the minor circumstance assisting in the bright affair so intricately done then offered as a butterfly to the meridian. To pack the bud, oppose the worm, obtain its right of dew, adjust the heat, elude the wind, escape the prowling bee great nature not to disappoint awaiting her that day, to be a flower, is profound responsibility. 1059, Sang from the heart, sire. Sang from the heart, sire. Dipped my beak in it. If the tune drip too much, have a tint too red. Pardon the cochineal. Suffer the vermilion. Death is the wealth of the poorest bird, bear with the ballad. Awkward, faltering, death twists the strings, 'twasn't my blame, pause in your liturgies, wait your chorales, while I repeat your hallowed name. 1060, Air has no residence, no neighbor. Air has no residence, no neighbor. No ear, no door. No apprehension of another. Oh, happy air, ethereal guest at e'en an outcast's pillow, essential host, in life's faint, wailing in. Later than light thy consciousness accost me till it depart, persuading mine. 1061. 3 weeks passed since I had seen her. 3 weeks passed since I had seen her. Some disease had vexed. 'Twas with text and village singing. I beheld her next. And a company, our pleasure. To discourse alone. Gracious now to me as any. Gracious unto none. Born without dissent of either. To the parish night. Of the separated parties. Which be out of sight. 1062. He scanned it, staggered. He scanned it, staggered. Dropped the loop. To past or period. Caught helpless at a sense as if his mind were going blind. Groped up. To see if God was there. Groped backward at himself. Caressed a trigger absently. And wandered out of life. 1063. Ashes denote that fire was. Ashes denote that fire was. Revere the greyest pile. For the departed creature's sake. That hovered there a while. Fire exists the first in light. And then consolidates. Only the chemist can disclose. Into what? Carbonates. 1064, to help our bleaker parts salubrious hours are given which if they do not fit for earth drill silently for heaven. 1065. Let down the bars, O death. Let down the bars, O death. The tired flocks come in. Whose bleeding ceases to repeat. Whose wandering is done. Thine is the stillest night. Thine the securest fold. Too near thou art for seeking thee. Too tender. To be told. 1066, Fame's boys and girls, who never die. Fame's boys and girls, who never die and are too seldom born. 1067, except the smaller size. Except the smaller size. No lives are round. These, hurry to a sphere. And show an end. The larger, slower grow. And later hang. The summers of Hesperides are long. 1068, further in summer than the birds. Further in summer than the birds, pathetic from the grass, a minor nation celebrates its unobtrusive mass. No ordinance be seen, so gradual the grace a pensive custom it becomes enlarging loneliness. 'Tis audiblest, at dusk, when day's attempt is done and nature nothing waits to do but terminate in tune, nor difference it knows of cadence, or of pause, but simultaneous as same, the service emphasize, nor know I when it cease. At candles, it is here, when sunrise is, that it is not, than this, I know no more. The earth has many keys, where melody is noticed. The unknown peninsula, beauty, is nature's fact but witness for her land and witness for her sea. The cricket is her utmost of elegy, to me. 1069, Paradise is of the option. Paradise is of the option. Whosoever will own in Eden notwithstanding. Adam and repeal. 1070, to undertake is to achieve. To undertake is to achieve. Be undertaking blent with fortitude of obstacle and toward encouragement that fine suspicion, natures must permitted to revere departed standards and a few criterion sources here. 1071, perception of an object costs. Perception of an object costs precise the object's loss, perception in itself a gain replying to its price, the object absolute, is not, perception sets it fair and then upbraids a perfectness. That situates so far. 1072, title divine, is mine. Title divine, is mine. The wife, without the sign. Acute degree, conferred on me. Empress of Calvary. Royal, all but the crown. Betrothed, without the swoon. God sends us women. When you hold, garnet to garnet. Gold to gold. Born, bridled, shrouded. In a day. Try victory. My husband, women say. Stroking the melody. Is this, the way? 1073, experiment to me. Experiment to me. Is every one I meet. If it contain a kernel. The figure of a nut. Presence upon a tree. Equally plausibly. But meat within, is requisite. To squirrels, and to me. 1074, count not that far that can be had. Count not that far that can be had. Though sunset lie between. Nor that adjacent, that beside. Is further than the sun. 1075, the sky is low, the clouds are mean. The sky is low, the clouds are mean. A traveling flake of snow. Across a barn or through a rut. Debates if it will go. A narrow wind complains all day. How someone treated him. Nature, like us, is sometimes caught. Without her diadem. 1076, just once. O least request. Just once. O least request. Could adamant refuse? So small a grace. So scanty put. Such agonizing terms. Would not a god of flint be conscious of a sigh? As down his heaven dropped remote. Just once, sweet deity. 1077, these are the signs to nature's inns, these are the signs to nature's inns, her invitation broad to whosoever famishing to taste her mystic bread, these are the rights of nature's house, the hospitality that opens with an equal width. To beggar and to be first sureties of her staunch estate her undecaying cheer the purple in the east is set and in the north, the star. 1078, the bustle in a house. The bustle in a house. The morning after death. Is solemnest of industries. Enacted upon earth. The sweeping up the heart. And putting love away. We shall not want to use again. Until eternity. 1079, the sun went down, no man looked on, the sun went down, no man looked on, the earth and I, alone, were present at the majesty, he triumphed, and went on, the sun went up, no man looked on, the earth and I in one. A nameless bird, a stranger were witness for the crown. 1080. When they come back, if blossoms do. When they come back, if blossoms do. I always feel a doubt. If blossoms can be born again. When once the art is out. When they begin, if robins may. I always had a fear. I did not tell. It was their last experiment. Last year. When it is May, if May return. Had nobody a pang. Lest in a face so beautiful. He might not look again. If I am there, one does not know what party, one may be tomorrow, but if I am there I take back all I say. 1081, superiority to fate. Superiority to fate. Is difficult to gain. 'Tis not conferred of any. But possible to earn. A pittance at a time. Until to her surprise. The soul with strict economy. Subsist till paradise. 1082. Revolution is the pod. Revolution is the pod. Systems rattle from. When the winds of will are stirred. Excellent is bloom. But accept its russet base. Every summer be. The entomber of itself. So of liberty. Left inactive on the stalk. All its purple fled. Revolution shakes it for. Test if it be dead. 1083, we learn it in retreating how vast and one was recently among us, a perished son and dear in the departure how doubly more than all the golden presents it was, before. 1084, at 3:30, a single bird. At 3:30, a single bird. Unto a silent sky. Propounded but a single term. Of cautious melody. At 4:30, experiment. Had subjugated test. And lo, her silver principle. Supplanted all the rest. At 7:30, element. Nor implement, be seen. And place was where the presence was. Circumference between. 1085, if nature smiles, the mother must. If nature smiles, the mother must. I'm sure, at many a whim. Of her eccentric family. Is she so much to blame? 1086. What twigs we held by. What twigs we held by. Oh the view. When life's swift river striven through. We pause before a further plunge. To take momentum. As the fringe. Upon a former garment shows. The garment cast. Our props disclose. So scant. So eminently small. Of might to help, so pitiful. To sink, if we had labored, fond. The diligence were not more blind. How scant, by everlasting light. The discs that satisfied our sight. How dimmer than a Saturn's bar. The things esteemed. For things that are. 1087, we miss a kinsman more. We miss a kinsman more. When warranted to see. Than when withheld of oceans. From possibility. A furlong than a league. Inflicts a pricklier pain. Till we, who smiled at Pyrenees. Of parishes, complain. 1088, ended, ere it begun. Ended, ere it begun. The title was scarcely told. When the preface perished from consciousness. The story, unrevealed. Had it been mine, to print? Had it been yours, to read, that it was not our privilege? The interdict of God. 1089, myself can read the telegrams. Myself can read the telegrams. A letter chief to me. The stocks advance and retrograde. And what the markets say. The weather, how the rains. In counties have begun. 'Tis news as null as nothing. But sweeter so, than none. 1090. I am afraid to own a body. I am afraid to own a body. I am afraid to own a soul. Profound, precarious property. Possession. Not optional. Double estate, entailed at pleasure. Upon an unsuspecting heir. Duke in a moment of deathlessness. And God, for a frontier. 1091, the well upon the brook. The well upon the brook. We're foolish to depend. Let brooks, renew of brooks. But wells, of failless ground. 1092, it was not saint, it was too large, it was not saint, it was too large, nor snow, it was too small, it only held itself aloof like something spiritual. 1093, because 'twas riches I could own, because 'twas riches I could own, myself had earned it, me, I knew the dollars by their names, it feels like poverty and earldom out of sight to hold an income in the air, possession, has a sweeter chink. Unto a miser's ear. 1094, themself are all I have. Themself are all I have. Myself a freckled, bee. I thought you'd choose a velvet cheek. Or one of ivory. Would you, instead of me? 1095, to whom the mornings stand for nights. To whom the mornings stand for nights. What must the midnights be? 1096, these strangers, in a foreign world, these strangers, in a foreign world, protection asked of me, befriend them, lest yourself in heaven be found a refugee. 1097. Dew, is the freshet in the grass. Dew, is the freshet in the grass. 'Tis many a tiny mill. Turns unperceived beneath our feet. An artisan lies still. We spy the forests and the hills. The tents to nature's show. Mistake the outside for the inn. And mention what we saw. Could commentators on the sign of nature's caravan obtain admission as a child? Some Wednesday afternoon. 1098, of the heart that goes in, and closes the door. Of the heart that goes in, and closes the door. Shall the playfellow heart complain? Though the ring is unwhole, and the company broke. Can never be fitted again. 1099, my cocoon tightens, colors tease, my cocoon tightens, colors tease, I'm feeling for the air, a dim capacity for wings demeans the dress I wear, a power of butterfly must be, the aptitude to fly meadows of majesty implies. An easy sweeps of sky, so I must baffle at the hint and cipher at the sign and make much blunder, if at last I take the clue divine. 1100, the last night that she lived. The last night that she lived. It was a common night. Except the dying, this to us made nature different. We noticed smallest things. Things overlooked before. By this great light upon our minds. Italicized, as, were. That others could exist. While she must finish quite. A jealousy for her arose. So nearly infinite. We waited while she passed. It was a narrow time. Too jostled were our souls to speak. At length the notice came. She mentioned, and forgot. Then lightly as a reed. Bent to the water, shivered scarce. Consented, and was dead. And we placed the hair. And drew the head erect. And then an awful leisure was. Our faith to regulate. 1101. Between the form of life and life, between the form of life and life the difference is as bigus liquor at the lip between and liquor in the jug the latter, excellent to keep, but for ecstatic need the corkless is superior, I know for I have tried. 1102. His bill is clasped, his eye forsook, his bill is clasped, his eye forsook, his feathers wilted low, the claws that clung, like lifeless gloves indifferent hanging now, the joy that in his happy throat was waiting to be poured. Gored through and through with death, to be assassin of a bird resembles to my outraged mind the firing in heaven on angels, squandering for you their miracles of tune. 1103. The spry arms of the wind. The spry arms of the wind. If I could crawl between. I have an errand imminent. To an adjoining zone. I should not care to stop. My process is not long. The wind could wait without the gate. Or stroll the town among. To ascertain the house and is the soul at home and hold the wick of mine to it o light, and then return. 1104. The cricket sang. The cricket sang. And set the sun. And workmen finished one by one. There seemed the day upon. The low grass loaded with the dew. The twilight stood, as strangers do. With hat in hand, polite and new. To stay as if, or go. A vastness, as a neighbor, came. A wisdom, without face, or name. A peace, as hemispheres at home. And so the night became. 1105. Like men and women shadows walk, like men and women shadows walk upon the hills today, with here and there a mighty bough or trailing courtesy to neighbors doubtless of their own not quickened to perceive minuter landscape as ourselves. And burrows where we live. 1106. We do not know the time we lose, we do not know the time we lose, the awful moment is and takes its fundamental place among the certainties, a firm appearance still inflates the card, the chance, the friend, the spectre of solidities. Whose substances are sand. 1107. The bird did prance, the bee did play, the bird did prance, the bee did play, the sun ran miles away so blind with joy he could not choose between his holiday the morn was up, the meadows out the fences all but ran. Republic of delight, I thought where each is citizen, from heavy laden lands to thee were seas to cross to come a Caspian were crowded, too near thou art for fame. 1108. A diamond on the hand. A diamond on the hand. To custom common grown. Subsides from its significance. The gem were best unknown. Within a cellar's shrine. How many sight and sigh. And cannot, but are mad for fear. That any other buy. 1109. I fit for them. I fit for them. I seek the dark. Till I am thorough fit, the labor is a sober one with this sufficient sweet that abstinence of mine produce a purer food for them, if I succeed if not I had the transport of the aim. 1110. None who saw it ever told it. None who saw it ever told it. 'Tis as hid as death. Had for that specific treasure. A departing breath. Surfaces may be invested. Did the diamond grow? General as the dandelion. Would you serve it so? 1111. Some wretched creature, Saviour take some wretched creature, Saviour take who would exult to die and leave for thy sweet mercies sake another hour to me. 1112. That this should feel the need of death, that this should feel the need of death the same as those that lived is such a feat of irony as never was achieved, not satisfied to ape the great in his simplicity the small must die, as well as he. Oh the audacity! 1113. There is strength in proving that it can be borne, there is a strength in proving that it can be borne although it tear, what are the sinews of such cordage for except to bear the ship might be of satin had it not to fight. To walk on seas requires cedar feet. 1114. The largest fire ever known. The largest fire ever known. Occurs each afternoon. Discovered is without surprise. Proceeds without concern. Consumes and no report to men. An Occidental town. Rebuilt another morning. To be again burned down. 1115. the murmuring of bees, has ceased. The murmuring of bees, has ceased. But murmuring of some posterior, prophetic, has simultaneous come. The lower meters of the year. When nature's laugh is done. The revelations of the book. Whose genesis was June. Appropriate creatures to her change. The typic mother sends. As accent fades to interval. With separating friends. Till what we speculate, has been. And thoughts we will not show. More intimate with us become. Than persons, that we know. 11:16, there is another loneliness that many die without, not want of friend occasions it or circumstances of lot but nature, sometimes thought and whoso it befall is richer than could be revealed by mortal numeral. 1117. A mind there is no man would own. A mind there is no man would own. But must it be conferred? Demeaning by exclusive wealth. A universe beside. Potacy never to be spent. But hoarded in the mind. What misers wring their hands tonight? For indies in the ground. 1118, exhilaration is the breeze. Exhilaration is the breeze that lifts us from the ground and leaves us in another place whose statement is not found, returns us not, but after time we soberly descend a little newer for the term upon enchanted ground. 1119, paradise is that old mansion. Paradise is that old mansion many owned before, occupied by each an instant then reversed the door. Bliss is frugal of her leases. Adam taught her thrift bankrupt once through his excesses. 1120, this slow day moved along, I heard its axles go as if they could not hoist themselves. They hated motion so, I told my soul to come, it was no use to wait, we went and played and came again and it was out of sight. 1121, time does go on, I tell it gay to those who suffer now, they shall survive, there is a sun, they don't believe it now. 1122, 'tis my first night beneath the sun. 'Tis my first night beneath the sun. If I should spend it here, above him is too low a height for his barometer. Who airs of expectation breathes and takes the wind at prime, but distance his delights confides to those who visit him. 1123, a great hope fell. You heard no noise, the ruin was within. O cunning wreck that told no tale and let no witness in. The mind was built for mighty freight, for dread occasion planned. How often foundering at sea, ostensibly on land, a not admitting of the wound until it grew so wide that all my life had entered it, and there were troughs beside, a closing of the simple lid that opened to the sun until the tender carpenter perpetual nail it down. 1124, had we known the ton she bore, we had helped the terror, but she straighter walked for freight, so be hers the error. 1125, O sumptuous moment, slower go that I may gloat on thee, 'twill never be the same to starve now. I abundance see, which was to famish, then or now, the difference of day. Ask him unto the gallows led, with morning in the sky. 1126, shall I take thee, the poet said. Shall I take thee, the poet said. To the propounded word, be stationed with the candidate. Still I have finer tried, the poet searched philology, and when about to ring forth the suspended candidate, there came unsummoned in that portion of the vision the word applied to fill, not unto nomination the cherubim reveal. 1127, soft as the massacre of suns by evening sabres slain. 1128, these are the nights that beetles love, from eminence remote drives ponderous perpendicular his figure intimate. The terror of the children, the merriment of men depositing his thunder he hoists abroad again. A bomb upon the ceiling is an improving thing, it keeps the nerves progressive conjecture flourishing. Too dear the summer evening without discreet alarm, supplied by entomology with its remaining charm. 1129, tell all the truth but tell it slant, success in circuit lies too bright for our infirm delight. The truth's superb surprise as lightning to the children eased with explanation kind. The truth must dazzle gradually or every man be blind. 1130, that odd old man is dead a year. We miss his stated hat. 'Twas such an evening bright and stiff. His faded lamp went out. Who miss his antiquated wick? Are any whore for him? Waits any indurated mate? His wrinkled coming home? O life, begun in fluent blood, and consummated dull. Achievement contemplating thee, feels transitive and cool. 1131, the merchant of the picturesque. The merchant of the picturesque a counter has and sales but is within or negative precisely as the calls. To children he is small in price and large in courtesy, it suits him better than a check. Their artless currency, of counterfeits he is so shy do one advance so near as to behold his ample flight. 1132, the smouldering embers blush. The smouldering embers blush. O hearts within the coal! Hast thou survived so many years, the smouldering embers smile, soft stirs the news of light the stolid seconds glow unrequisite has fire that lasts. Prometheus never knew. 1133, the snow that never drifts, the snow that never drifts, the transient, fragrant snow that comes a single time a year is softly driving now, so thorough in the tree at night beneath the star that it was February's foot experience would swear. Like winter as a face we stern and former new repaired of all but loneliness by nature's alibi, where every storm so spiced the value could not be, we buy with contrast, pang as good as near as memory. 1134, the wind took up the northern things. The wind took up the northern things and piled them in the south, then gave the east unto the west and opening his mouth the four divisions of the earth did make as to devour while everything to corners slunk. Behind the awful power, the wind, unto his chambers went and nature ventured out, her subjects scattered into place her systems ranged about again the smoke from dwellings rose the day abroad was heard, how intimate, a tempest passed. The transport of the bird. 1135, too cold is this. Too cold is this. To warm with sun. Too stiff to bend it be. To joint this agate were a work. Outstaring masonry. How went the agile kernel out? Contusion of the husk. Nor rip, nor wrinkle indicate. But just an asterisk. 1136, the frost of death was on the pane. The frost of death was on the pane. Secure your flower, said he. Like sailors fighting with a leak. We fought mortality, our passive flower we held to sea, to mountain, to the sun. Yet even on his scarlet shelf to crawl the frost begun, we pried him back ourselves we wedged himself and her between, yet easy as the narrow snake he forked his way along till all her helpless beauty bent and then our wrath begun. We hunted him to his ravine we chased him to his den, we hated death and hated life and nowhere was to go, then sea and continent there is a larger, it is woe. 1137, the duties of the wind are few. The duties of the wind are few. To cast the ships, at sea. Establish march, the flood's escort. And usher liberty. The pleasures of the wind are broad. To dwell extent among. Remain, or wander. Speculate, or forests entertain. The kinsmen of the wind are peaks. Azoph, the equinox. Also with bird and asteroid. A bowing intercourse. The limitations of the wind. Do he exist, or die? Too wise he seems for wakelessness. However, no not I. 1138, a spider sewed at night. A spider sewed at night. Without a light. Upon an ark of white. If rough it was of dame. Or shroud of gnome. Himself in form. Of immortality. His strategy. Was physiognomy. 1139, her sovereign people nature knows as well and is as fond of signifying as if fallible. 1140, the day grew small, surrounded tight the day grew small, surrounded tight by early, stooping night, the afternoon in evening deep its yellow shortness dropped, the winds went out their martial ways the leaves obtained excuse. November hung his granite hat upon a nail of plush. 1141, the face we choose to miss. The face we choose to miss. Be it but for a day. As absent as 100 years. When it has rowed away. 1142. The props assist the house. The props assist the house. Until the house is built. And then the props withdraw. And adequate, erect. The house support itself. And cease to recollect. The augur and the carpenter. Just such a retrospect. Hath the perfected life. A past of plank and nail. And slowness, then the scaffolds drop. Affirming it a soul. 1143, the work of her that went. The work of her that went. The toil of fellows done. In ovens green our mother bakes. By fires of the sun. 1144, ourselves we do inter with sweet derision. Ourselves we do inter with sweet derision. The channel of the dust who once achieves. Invalidates the balm of that religion. That doubts as fervently as it believes. 1145, in thy long paradise of light, in thy long paradise of light no moment will there be when I shall long for earthly play and mortal company. 1146, when Etna basks and purrs, when Etna basks and purrs, Naples is more afraid than when she shows her garnet tooth, security is loud. 1147, after 100 years, nobody knows the place agony that enacted there motionless as peaceweeds triumphant ranged strangers strolled and spelled at the lone orthography of the elder dead winds of summer fields recollect the way. Instinct picking up the key dropped by memory. 1148, after the sun comes out, how it alters the world, wagons like messengers hurry about, yesterday is old, all men meet as if each foreclosed a news, fresh as a cargo from Beatty's nature's qualities. 1149, I notice people disappeared when but a little child, suppose they visited remote or settled regions wild, but did because they died a fact withheld the little child. 1150, how many schemes may die in one short afternoon entirely unknown to those they most concern, the man that was not lost because by accident he varied by a ribbon's width from his accustomed route, the love that would not try. Because beside the door it must be competition, some unsuspecting horse was tied surveying his despair. 1151, soul, take thy risk. Soul, take thy risk with death to be were better than be not with thee. 1152, tell as a marksman, were forgotten tell as a marksman, were forgotten tell, this day endures ruddy as that coeval apple the tradition bears, fresh as mankind that humble story though a statelier tale grown in the repetition hoary. Scarcely would prevail, tell had a son, the ones that knew it need not linger here, those who did not to human nature will subscribe a tear, tell would not bear his head in presence of the ducal hat, threatened for that with death, by Gessler. Tyranny bethought make of his only boy a target that surpasses death, stolid to love supreme entreaty not forsook of faith, mercy of the Almighty begging, tell his arrow sent, God it is said replies in person when the cry is meant. 1153, through what transports of patience I reached the stolid bliss to breathe my blank without thee attest me this and this, by that bleak exultation I won as near as this thy privilege of dying abbreviate me this. 1154, a full-fed rose on meals of tint, a full-fed rose on meals of tint, a dinner for a bee in process of the noon became each bright mortality the forfeit is of creature fair itself, adored before submitting for our unknown sake to be esteemed no more. 1155, distance, is not the realm of fox. Distance, is not the realm of fox. Nor by relay of bird. Abetted, distance is. Until thyself, beloved. 1156, lest any doubt that we are glad that they were born today, lest any doubt that we are glad that they were born today whose having lived is held by us in noble holiday without the date, like consciousness or immortality. 1157, some days retired from the rest in soft distinction lie the day that a companion came or was obliged to die. 1158, best witchcraft is geometry. Best witchcraft is geometry. To the magician's mind. His ordinary acts are feats. To thinking of mankind. 1159. Great streets of silence led away. Great streets of silence led away to neighborhoods of pause. Here was no notice, no dissent. No universe, no laws. By clocks, 'twas morning. And for night. The bells at distance called. But epoch had no basis here. For period exhaled. 1160, he is alive, this morning. He is alive, this morning. He is alive, and awake. Birds are resuming for him. Blossoms, dress for his sake. Bees, to their loaves of honey. Add an amber crumb. Him, to regale, me, only. Motion, and am dumb. 1161, trust adjuster, peradventure. Trust adjuster, peradventure. Phantoms entered, and not you. 1162, the life we have is very great. The life we have is very great. The life that we shall see surpasses it, we know, because it is infinity. But when all space has been beheld, and all dominion shown, the smallest human heart's extent reduces it to none. 1163, God made no act without a cause. God made no act without a cause. Nor heart without an aim. Our inference is premature. Our premise is to blame. 1164, were it to be the last. Were it to be the last. How infinite would be. What we did not suspect was marked. Our final interview. 1165, contained in this short life are magical extents, the soul returning soft at night to steal securer thence as children strictest kept turn soonest to the sea whose nameless fathoms slink away beside infinity. 1166, of Paul and Silas it is said. Of Paul and Silas it is said. There were in prison laid. But when they went to take them out, they were not there instead. Security the same ensures. To our assaulted minds, the staple must be optional. That an immortal binds. 1167. Alone and in a circumstance. Alone and in a circumstance. Reluctant to be told. A spider on my reticence. Assiduously crawled. And so much more at home than I. Immediately grew. I felt myself a visitor. And hurriedly withdrew. Revisiting my late abode. With articles of claim. I found it quietly assumed. As a gymnasium. Where tax asleep and title off. The inmates of the air. Perpetual presumption took. As each were special heir. If any strike me on the street, I can return the blow. If any take my property, according to the law. The statute is my learned friend. But what redress can be? For an offense nor here nor there. So not in equity. That larceny of time and mind. That marrow of the day. By spider. Or forbid it, Lord. That I should specify. 1168, as old as woe. As old as woe. How old is that? Some 18,000 years. As old as bliss. How old is that? They are of equal years together. Chiefest they are found but seldom side by side. From neither of them though he try can human nature hide. 1169, lest they should come, is all my fear. Lest they should come, is all my fear when sweet incarcerated here. 1170, nature affects to be sedate. Nature affects to be sedate upon occasion. Grand, but let our observation shut her practices extend to necromancy and the trades remote to understand. Behold our spacious citizen unto a juggler turned. 1171, on the world you colored morning painted rose, idle his vermilion aimless crept the glows over realms of orchards. I the day before conquered with the robin, misery, how fair till your wrinkled finger shoved the sun away. Midnight's awful pattern in the goods of day. 1172, the clouds their backs together laid. The clouds their backs together laid. The north begun to push. The forests galloped till they fell. The lightning played like mice. The thunder crumbled like a stuff. How good to be in tombs. Where nature's temper cannot reach nor vengeance ever comes. 1173. The lightning is a yellow fork. The lightning is a yellow fork. From tables in the sky. By inadvertent fingers dropped. The awful cutlery. Of mansions never quite disclosed. And never quite concealed. The apparatus of the dark. To ignorance revealed. 1174, there's the Battle of Burgoyne, there's the Battle of Burgoyne, over, every day by the time that man and beast put their work away, sunset, sounds majestic, but that solemn war could you comprehend it you would chasten stare. 1175, we like a hairbreadth scape. We like a hairbreadth scape. It tingles in the mind. Far after act or accident. Like paragraphs of wind. If we had ventured less. The breeze were not so fine. That reaches to our utmost hair. Its tentacles divine. 1176, we never know how high we are, we never know how high we are till we are asked to rise, and then if we are true to plan our statures touch the skies, the heroism we recite would be a normal thing did not ourselves the cubits warp. For fear to be a king. 1177, a prompt, executive bird is the jay, a prompt, executive bird is the jay, bold as a bailiff's hymn, brittle and brief in quality, warrant in every line, sitting a bow like a brigadier confident and straight. Much is the mean of him in mark as a magistrate. 1178. My God, he sees thee. My God, he sees thee. Shine thy best. Fling up thy balls of gold. Till every cubit play with thee. And every crescent hold. Elate the acre at his feet. Upon his atom swim. O sun, but just a second's right. In thy long race with him. 1179, of so divine a loss. Of so divine a loss. We enter but the gain. Indemnity for loneliness. That such a bliss has been. 1180, remember me, implored the thief. Remember me, implored the thief. O hospitality. My guest, today in paradise. I give thee guarantee. That courtesy will fair remain. When the delight is dust. With which we cite this mightiest case. Of compensated trust. Of all we are allowed to hope. But affidavit stands. That this was due where most we fear. Be unexpected friends. 1181, when I hoped I feared, when I hoped I feared, since I hoped I dared everywhere alone as a church remain, spectre cannot harm, serpent cannot charm, he deposes doom who hath suffered him. 1182, remembrance has a rear in front. Remembrance has a rear in front. 'Tis something like a house. It has a garret also. For refuse and the mouse, besides the deepest cellar that ever mason laid, look to it by its fathoms. Ourselves be not pursued. 1183, step lightly on this narrow spot. Step lightly on this narrow spot. The broadest land that grows is not so ample as the breast. These emerald seams enclose. Step lofty, for this name be told. As far as cannon dwell. Or flag subsist or fame export. Her deathless syllable. 1184, the days that we can spare, the days that we can spare are those a function die or friend or nature, stranded then in our economy, our estimates a scheme, our ultimates a sham, we let go all of time without arithmetic of him. 1185, a little dog that wags his tail, a little dog that wags his tail and knows no other joy, of such a little dog am I reminded by a boy who gambles all the living day without an earthly cause because he is a little boy, I honestly suppose. The cat that in the corner dwells her martial day forgot the mouse, but a tradition now of her desireless lot. Another class remind me who neither please nor play, but not to make a bit of noise, beseech each little boy. 1186, too few the mornings be. Too few the mornings be. Too scant the nights. No lodging can be had. For the delights that come to earth to stay. but no apartment find. And ride away. 1187, O shadow on the grass. O shadow on the grass. Art thou a step or not, go make thee fair my candidate my nominated heart, O shadow on the grass while I delay to guess some other thou wilt consecrate, O unelected face. 1188, 'Twas fighting for his life he was. 'Twas fighting for his life he was. That sort accomplish well. The ordinance of vitality is frugal of its ball. It aims once, kills once, conquers once. There is no second war. In that campaign inscrutable. Of the interior. 1189. The voice that stands for floods to me. The voice that stands for floods to me. Is sterile born to some. The face that makes the morning mean. Glows impotent on them. What difference in substance lies? That what is some to me. By other financiers. Be deemed. Exclusive property. 1190, the sun and fog contested the government of day, the sun took down his yellow whip and drove the fog away. 1191, the pungent atom in the air admits of no debate, all that is named of summer days relinquished our estate, for what department of delight has positive are we's limit of dominion or dams, of ecstasy. 1192, an honest tear is durabler than bronze, this cenotaph may each that dies, reared by itself, no deputy suffice, gratitude bears when obelisk decays. 1193, all men for honor hardest work but are not known to earn, paid after they have ceased to work in infamy or earn. 1194, somehow myself survived the night. Somehow myself survived the night. And entered with the day. That it be saved the saved suffice. Without the formula. Henceforth I take my living place. As one commuted lead. A candidate for morning chance. But dated with the dead. 1195, what we see we know somewhat. What we see we know somewhat. Be it but a little. What we don't surmise we do. Though it shows so fickle. I shall vote for lands with locks. Granted I can pick M. Transport's doubtful dividend. Patented by Adam. 1196, to make routine a stimulus remember it can cease, capacity to terminate is a specific grace, of retrospect the arrow that power to repair departed with the torment become, alas, more fair. 1197, I should not dare to be so sad. I should not dare to be so sad. So many years again. A load is first impossible. When we have put it down. The superhuman then withdraws. And we who never saw. The giant at the other side. Begin to perish now. 1198. A soft sea washed around the house. A soft sea washed around the house. A sea of summer air. And rose and fell the magic planks. That sailed without a care. For captain was the butterfly. For helmsman was the bee. And an entire universe. For the delighted crew. 1199, our friends' delight or pain. Our friends' delight or pain. Could bounty but remain. Riches were good. But if they only stay. Ampler to fly away. Riches are sad. 1200, because my brook is fluent I know 'tis dry, because my brook is silent it is the sea, and startled at its rising I try to flee to where the strong assure mice, no more see. 1201, so I pull my stockings off wading in the water for the disobedience sake boy that lived for, or went to heaven perhaps at death and perhaps he didn't Moses wasn't fairly used, Ananias wasn't. 1202. The frost was never seen. The frost was never seen. If met, too rapid past. Or in too unsubstantial team. The flowers notice first. A stranger hovering round. A symptom of alarm. In villages remotely set. But search effaces him. Till some retrieveless night. Our vigilance at waste. The garden gets the only shot. That never could be traced. Unproved is much we know. Unknown the worst we fear. Of strangers is the earth the inn. Of secrets is the air. To analyze perhaps. A Philip would prefer. But labor vaster than myself. I find it to infer. 1203, the past is such a curious creature. The past is such a curious creature. To look her in the face. A transport may recede us. Or a disgrace. Unarmed if any meet her. I charge him fly. Her faded ammunition. Might yet reply. 1204, whatever it is, she has tried it, whatever it is, she has tried it, awful Father of love, is not ours the chastising, do not chastise the dove, not for ourselves, petition, nothing is left to pray, when a subject is finished. Words are handed away, only lest she be lonely in thy beautiful house give her for her transgression license to think of us. 1205, immortal is an ample word. Immortal is an ample word. When what we need is by. But when it leaves us for a time. 'Tis a necessity. Of heaven above the firmest proof. We fundamental know. Except for its marauding hand. It had been heaven below. 1206, the show is not the show is not the show but they that go, menagerie to Mimi neighbor be, fair play, both went to sea. 1207. He preached upon breadth till it argued him narrow. He preached upon breadth till it argued him narrow. The broad are too broad to define. And of truth until it proclaimed him a liar. The truth never flaunted a sign. Simplicity fled from his counterfeit presence. As gold the Parites would shun. What confusion would cover the innocent Jesus? To meet so enabled a man. 1208, our own possessions, though our own. Our own possessions, though our own. 'Tis well to hoard anew. Remembering the dimensions of possibility. 1209, to disappear enhances, the man that runs away is tinctured for an instant with immortality but yesterday a vagrant, today in memory lane with superstitious value we tamper with, again, but never, far as honor. Withdraws the worthless thing and impotent to cherish we hasten to adorn, of death the sternest function that just as we discern the excellence defies us, securest gathered then the fruit perverse to plucking but leaning to the sight. With the ecstatic limit of unobtained delight. 1210, the sea said, come to the brook. The sea said, come to the brook. The brook said, let me grow. The sea said, then you will be a sea. I want a brook, come now. The sea said, go to the sea said, I am he. You cherished, learned waters, wisdom is stale to me. 1211, a sparrow took a slice of twig and thought it very nice I think, because his empty plate was handed nature twice, invigorated, waded in all the deepest sky until his little figure was forfeited away. 1212, a word is dead. A word is dead. When it is said. Some say. I say it just. Begins to live. That day. 1213, we like March. We like March. His shoes are purple. He is new and high. Makes he mud for dog and peddler. Makes he forests dry. Knows the adder tongue his coming. And presents her spot. Stands the sun so close and mighty. That our minds are hot. News is he of all the others. Bold it were to die. With the blue birds exercising. On his British sky. We like March, his shoes are purple. He is new and high. Makes he mud for dog and peddler. Makes he forests dry. Knows the adder's tongue his coming. And begets her spot. Stands the sun so close and mighty, that our minds are hot. News is he of all the others, bold it were to die with the blue birds buccaneering on his British sky. 1214, we introduce ourselves to planets and to flowers, but with ourselves have etiquettes, embarrassments and awes. 1215, I bet with every wind that blew till nature in chagrin employed a fact to visit me and scuttle my balloon. 1216, a deed knocks first at thought, and then, it knocks at will, that is the manufacturing spot, and will at home, and well it then goes out. An actor is entombed so still that only to the ear of God its doom is audible. 1217, fortitude incarnate here is laid away in the swift partitions of the awful sea, babble of the happy cavil of the bold hoary, the fruition, but the sea is old edifice of ocean, thy tumultuous rooms suit me at a venture better than the tombs. 1218, let my first knowing be of thee, with morning's warming light, and my first fearing, lest unknowns engulf thee in the night. 1219, now I knew I lost her. Not that she was gone, but remoteness travelled on her face and tongue, alien, though adjoining, as a foreign race, traversed she though pausing, latitudeless place, elements unaltered, universe the same, but love's transmigration. Somehow this had come henceforth to remember. Nature took the day I had paid so much for. His is penury, not who toils for freedom, or for family, but the restitution of idolatry. 1220, of nature I shall have enough. When I have entered these, entitled to a bumblebee's familiarities. 1221. Some we see no more, tenements of wonder. Occupy to us, though perhaps to them simpler are the days than the supposition. Leave us to presume. That oblique belief which we call conjecture grapples with a theme stubborn as sublime, able as the dust to equip its feature, adequate as drums to enlist the tomb. 1222, the riddle we can guess, we speedily despise, not anything is stale so long as yesterday's surprise. 1223, who goes to dine must take his feast. Or find the banquet mean. The table is not laid without, till it is laid within. For pattern is the mind bestowed, that imitating her, our most ignoble services exhibit worthier. 1224. Like trains of cars on tracks of plush. I hear the level bee ajar across the flowers goes. Their velvet masonry withstands until the sweet assault their chivalry consumes, while he, victorious, tilts away to vanquish other blooms. 1225, its hour with itself. The spirit never shows what terror would enthrall the street, could countenance disclose the subterranean freight, the cellars of the soul. Thank God the loudest place he made is licensed to be still. 1226, the popular heart is a cannon first, subsequent a drum, bells for an auxiliary and afterward of rum, not a tomorrow to know its name nor a past to stare, ditches for realms and a trip to jail for a souvenir. 1227. My triumph lasted till the drums had left the dead alone. And then I dropped my victory, and chastened stole along to where the finished faces conclusion turned on me. And then I hated glory, and wished myself were they. What is to be is best descried when it has also been. Could prospect taste of retrospect. The tyrannies of men were tenderer, diviner. The transitive toward a bayonet's contrition is nothing to the dead. 1228, so much of heaven has gone from earth. So much of heaven has gone from earth. That there must be a heaven. If only to enclose the saints. To affidavit given. The missionary to the mole. Must prove there is a sky. Location doubtless he would plead. But what excuse have I? Too much of proof affronts belief. The turtle will not try. Unless you leave him, then return. And he has hauled away. 1229, because he loves her. Because he loves her. We will pry and see if she is fair. What difference is on her face? From features others wear. It will not harm her magic pace. That we so far behind. Her distances propitiate. As forests touch the wind. Not hoping for his notice vast. But nearer to adore. 'Tis glory's far sufficiency. That makes our trying poor. 1230. It came at last but prompter death. It came at last but prompter death. Had occupied the house. His pallid furniture arranged. And his metallic peace. O faithful frost that kept the date. Had love as punctual been. Delight had aggrandized the gate. And blocked the coming in. 1231. Somewhere upon the general earth. Somewhere upon the general earth. Itself exists today. The magic passive but extant. That consecrated me. In different seasons doubtless play. Were I for right to be. Would pay each atom that I am. But immortality. Reserving that but just to prove. Another date of thee. O God of width. Do not for us. Curtail eternity. 1232, the clover's simple fame. The clover's simple fame. Remembered of the cow. Is better than enameled realms. Of notability, renown perceives itself and that degrades the flower, the daisy that has looked behind has compromised its power. 1233, had I not seen the sun had I not seen the Sunni could have borne the shade but light a newer wilderness my wilderness has made. 1234, if my bark sink is to another sea, mortality's ground floor is immortality. 1235. Like rain it sounded till it curved. Like rain it sounded till it curved. And then I knew 'twas wind. It walked as wet as any wave. But swept as dry as sand. When it had pushed itself away. To some remotest plain. A coming as of hosts was heard. It filled the wells. It pleased the pools. It warbled in the road. It pulled the spigot from the hills. And let the floods abroad. It loosened acres, lifted seas. The sights of centers stirred. Then like Elijah rode away. Upon a wheel of cloud. 1236, like time's insidious wrinkle on a beloved face we clutch the grace the tighter though we resent the crease the frost himself so comely dishevels every prime asserting from his prism that none can punish him. 1237, my heart ran so to thee it would not wait for me and I affronted grew and drew away for whatsoe'er my pace he first achieved they face how general a grace allotted to, not in malignity mentioned I this to thee. Had he obliquity soonest to share but for the greed of him, boasting my premium, basking in Bethlehem ere I be there. 1238, power is a familiar growth, not foreign, not to be, beside us like a bland abyss in every company, escape it, there is but a chance, when consciousness and clay lean forward for a final glance. Disprove that and you may. 1239. Risk is the hair that holds the ton. Risk is the hair that holds the ton. Seductive in the air. That ton is hollow, but the ton. With 100 weights, to spare. Too ponderous to suspect the snare. Espies that fickle chair. And seats itself to be let go. By that perfidious hair. The foolish tongue, the critics say. While that delusive hair. Persuasive as perdition. Decoys its traveler. 1240. The beggar at the door for fame. The beggar at the door for fame more easily supplied, but bread is that diviner thing disclosed to be denied. 1241. The lilac is an ancient shrub. The lilac is an ancient shrub. But ancienter than that. The firmamental lilac. Upon the hill tonight. The sun subsiding on his course. Bequeaths this final plant. To contemplation, not to touch. The flower of Occident. Of one corolla is the west, the calyx is the earth, the capsule's burnished seeds the stars. The scientist of faith his research has but just begun, above his synthesis the flora unimpeachable to time's analysis, I have not seen, may possibly be current with the blind, but let not revelation by theses be detained. 1242. To flee from memory, to flee from memory. Had we the wings many would fly near to slower things. Birds with surprise would scan the cowering van of men escaping from the mind of man. 1243. Safe despair it is that raves. Safe despair it is that raves. Agony is frugal. Puts itself severe away. For its own perusal garrison no soul can be in the front of trouble. Love is one, not aggregate, nor is dying double. 1244. The butterfly's assumption gown. The butterfly's assumption gown. In chrysoprase apartments hung. This afternoon put on. How condescending to descend. And be of buttercups the friend. In a New England town. 1245. The suburbs of a secret. The suburbs of a secret. A strategist should keep. Better than on a dream intrude. To scrutinize the sleep. 1246. The butterfly in honored dust. The butterfly in honored dust assuredly will lie, but none will pass the catacomb so chastened as the fly. 1247. To pile like thunder to its close. To pile like thunder to its close, then crumble grand away while everything created hid. This would be poetry, or love, the two coeval come, we both and neither prove, experience either and consume. For none see God and live. 1248. The incidents of love. The incidents of love are more than its events. Investment's best expositor is the minute per cents. 1249. The stars are old, that stood for me. The stars are old. That stood for me. The west a little worn. Yet newer glows the only gold I ever cared to earn. Presuming on that lone result. Her infinite disdain. But vanquished her with my defeat. 'Twas victory was slain. 1250. White as an Indian pipe. White as an Indian piper. As a cardinal flower. Fabulous as a moon at noon February hour. 1251. Silence is all we dread. Silence is all we dread. There's ransom in a voice. But silence is infinity. Himself have not a face. 1252. Like brooms of steel. Like brooms of steel. The snow and wind had swept the winter street. The house was hooked. The sun sent out faint deputies of heat. Where rode the bird? The silence tide. His ample, plodding steed. The apple in the cellar snug. Was all the one that played. 1253. Had this one day not been? Had this one day not been? Or could it cease to be? How smitten, how superfluous were every other day. Lest love should value less. What loss would value more? Had it the stricken privilege it cherishes before. 1254. Elijah's wagon knew no thill. Elijah's wagon knew no thill. Was innocent of wheel. Elijah's horses as unique as was his vehicle. Elijah's journey to portray expire with him the skill who justified Elijah in feats inscrutable. 1255. Longing is like the seed. Longing is like the seed. that wrestles in the ground, believing if it intercede, it shall at length be found. The hour, and the clime, each circumstance unknown, what constancy must be achieved before it see the sun. 1256. Not any higher stands the grave, not any higher stands the grave for heroes than for men, not any nearer for the child than numb 70. This latest leisure equal lulls the beggar and his queen propitiate this democrat. A summer's afternoon. 1257. Dominion lasts until obtained. Dominion lasts until obtained. Possession just as long. But these, endowing as they flit, eternally belong. How everlasting are the lips, known only to the dew. These are the brides of permanence, supplanting me and you. 1258. Who were the Father and the Son? Who were the Father and the Son? We pondered when a child. And what had they to do with us? And when portentous told, with inference appalling, by childhood fortified, we thought, at least they are no worse than they have been described. Who are the Father and the Son? Did we demand today? The Father and the Son himself would doubtless specify. But had they the felicity, when we desired to know that we better friends had been, perhaps, than time and sue to be? We start, to learn that we believe but once, entirely. Belief, it does not fit so well when altered frequently. We blush, that heaven if we achieve, event ineffable, we shall have shunned until ashamed to own the miracle. 1259. A wind that rose though not a leaf in any forest stirred but with itself did cold engage beyond the realm of bird, a wind that woke alone delight like separation swell restored in arctic confidence to the invisible. 1260. Because that you are going. Because that you are going. And never coming back. And I, however absolute, may overlook your track. Because that death is final. However first it be. This instant be suspended. Above mortality. Significance that each has lived. The other to detect. Discovery not God himself. Could now annihilate. Eternity, presumption. The instant I perceive. That you. Who were existence. Yourself forgot to live. The life that is, will then have been. A thing I never knew. As paradise fictitious. Until the realm of you. The life that is to be, to me. A residence too plain. Unless in my Redeemer's face. I recognize your own. Of immortality who doubts? He may exchange with me. Curtailed by your obscuring face. Of everything but he. Of heaven and hell I also yield. The right to reprehend. To whoso would commute this face. For his less priceless friend. If God is love, as he admits we think that me must be because he is a jealous God, he tells us certainly if all is possible with him as he besides concedes he will refund us finally our confiscated gods. 1261. A word dropped careless on a page. A word dropped careless on a page may stimulate an eye when folded in perpetual seam. The wrinkled maker lie infection in the sentence breeds. We may inhale despair at distances of centuries from the malaria. 1262. I cannot see my soul but know 'tis there. I cannot see my soul but know 'tis there. Nor ever saw his house nor furniture. Who has invited me with him to dwell? But a confiding guest consult as well. What raiment honor him the most? That I be adequately dressed. For he ensures to none. Lest men specified adorn. Procuring him perpetual drayest. By dating it a sudden feast. 1263. There is no frigate like a book. There is no frigate like a book to take us lands away, nor any coursers like a page of prancing poetry. This traverse may the poorest take without oppress of toll. How frugal is the chariot that bears the human soul. 1264. This is the place they hoped before. This is the place they hoped before. Where I am hoping now. The seed of disappointment grew within a capsule gay, too distant to arrest the feet that walk this plank of balm. Before them lies escapeless sea. The way is closed they came. 1265, the most triumphant bird I ever knew or met. The most triumphant bird I ever knew or met. Embarked upon a twig today. And till dominion set. I famished to behold so eminent a sight. And sang for nothing scrutable, but intimate delight. Retired, and resumed his transitive estate. To what delicious accident does finest glory fit? 1266, when memory is full put on the perfect lid, this morning's finest syllable presumptuous evening said. 1267, I saw that the flake was on it but plotted with time to dispute, unchanged, I urged with a candor that cost me my honest heart, but, you, she returned with valor sagacious of my mistake. Have altered, except the pillage for the progress' sake. 1268, confirming all who analyze in the opinion fair that eloquence is when the heart has not a voice to spare. 1269, I worked for chaff and earning wheat. Was haughty and betrayed. What right had fields to arbitrate? In matters ratified? I tasted wheat and hated chaff. And thanked the ample friend. Wisdom is more becoming viewed at distance than at hand. 1270, is heaven a physician? Is heaven a physician? They say that he can heal. But medicine posthumous is unavailable. Is heaven an exchequer? They speak of what we owe, but that negotiation I am not a party to. 1271, September's Baccalaureate. September's Baccalaureate. A combination is of crickets, crows, and retrospects. And a dissembling breeze that hints without assuming an innuendo sear that makes the heart put up its fun and turn philosopher. 1272, so proud she was to die, it made us all ashamed that what we cherished, so unknown to her desire seemed, so satisfied to go where none of us should be immediately, that anguish stooped almost to jealousy. 1273, that sacred closet when you sweep. That sacred closet when you sweep. Entitled, Memory. Select a reverential broom. And do it silently, 'twill be a labor of surprise, besides identity of other interlocutors a probability. August the dust of that domain, unchallenged, let it lie, you cannot supersede itself but it can silence you. 1274, the bone that has no marrow. The bone that has no marrow. What ultimate for that? It is not fit for table. For beggar or for cat. A bone has obligations. A being has the same. A marrowless assembly is culpabler than shame. But how shall finished creatures a function fresh obtain? Old Nicodemus phantom confronting us again. 1275, the spider as an artist. The spider as an artist has never been employed, though his surpassing merit is freely certified by every broom and Bridget throughout a Christian land. Neglected son of genius, I take thee by the hand. 1276, 'twas later when the summer went. 'Twas later when the summer went. Then when the cricket came. And yet we knew that gentle clock meant naught but going home. Tea was sooner when the cricket went. Then when the winter came. Yet that pathetic pendulum keeps esoteric time. 1277. While we were fearing it, it came. While we were fearing it, it came. But came with less of fear. Because that fearing it so long had almost made it fair. There is a fitting, a dismay. A fitting, a despair. 'Tis harder knowing it is due than knowing it is here. They trying on the utmost. The morning it is new is terribler than wearing it a whole existence through. 1278, the mountains stood in haze. The mountains stood in haze. The valleys stopped below. And went or waited as they liked. The river and the sky. At leisure was the sun. His interests of fire. A little from remark withdrawn. The twilight spoke the spire. So soft upon the scene. The act of evening fell. We felt how neighborly a thing was the invisible. 1279, the way to know the bobolink. The way to know the bobolink. From every other bird. Precisely as the joy of him. Obliged to be inferred. Of impudent habiliment. Attired to defy. Impertinent subordinate. At times to majesty. Of sentiments seditious. Amenable to law. As heresies of transport. Or puck's apostasy. Extrinsic to attention. Too intimate with joy. He complements existence. Until allured away. By seasons or his children. Adult and urgent groan. Or unforeseen aggrandizement. Or, happily. Renown. By contrast certifying. The bird of birds is gone. How nullified the meadow. Her sorcerer withdrawn. 1280, the harm of years is on him. The harm of years is on him. The infamy of time. Depose him like a fashion. And give dominion room. Forget his morning forces. The glory of decay. Is a minuter pageant. Than least vitality. 1281. A stagnant pleasure like a pool. A stagnant pleasure like a pool. That lets its rushes grow. Until they heedless tumble in. And make the water slow. Impeding navigation bright. Of shadows going down. Yet even this shall rouse itself. When freshets come. Along. 1282, art thou the thing I wanted? Art thou the thing I wanted? Begone, my tooth has grown. Supply the minor palate. That has not starved so long. I tell thee while I waited. The mystery of food. Increased till I abjured it. And dine without like God. Art thou the thing I wanted? Begone, my tooth has grown. Affront a minor palate thou couldst not goad so long, I tell thee while I waited, the mystery of food increased till I abjured it subsisting now like God. 1283, could hope inspector basis her craft were done, has a fictitious charter or it has none, balked in the vastest instance but to renew, felled by but one assassin, prosperity. 1284, had we our senses but perhaps 'tis well they're not at home so intimate with madness liable with them had we the eyes without our head, how well that we are blind, we could not look upon the earth, so utterly unmoved. 1285, I know suspense, its steps so terse I know suspense, its steps so terse and turns so weak away, besides, suspense is neighborly when I am riding by, is always at the window though lately I descry and mention to my horses the need is not of me. 1286, I thought that nature was enough till human nature came but that the other did absorb as parallax of flame, of human nature just aware there added the divine brief struggle for capacity the power to contain. Is always as the contents but give a giant room and you will lodge a giant and not a smaller man. 1287, in this short life that only lasts an hour how much, how little, is within our power. 1288, lain in nature, so suffice us lain in nature, so suffice us the enchantless pod when we advertise existence for the missing seed, maddest heart that God created cannot move a sod pasted by the simple summer on the longed for dead. 1289, left an immortal youth on that low plane that hath nor retrospection nor again, ransomed from years, sequestered from decay cancelled like dawn incomprehensive day. 1290, the most pathetic thing I do dois play I hear from you, I make believe until my heart almost believes it too but when I break it with the news you knew it was not true I wish I had not broken it, Gloria, so would you. 1291, until the desert knows that water grows his sand suffice, but let him once suspect that Caspian fact Sahara dies utmost is relative, have not or have adjacent sums enough, the first abode on the familiar road. Galloped in dreams. 1292, yesterday is history, 'tis so far away, yesterday is poetry, 'tis philosophy, yesterday is mystery, where it is today while we shrewdly speculate flutter both away. 1293, the things we thought that we should do, the things we thought that we should do, other things have done, but those peculiar industries have never been begun, the lands we thought that we should seek when large enough to run by speculation ceded to speculation's sun, the heaven, in which we hoped to pause when discipline was done, untenable to logic but possibly the one. 1294, of life to own, from life to draw, but never tough the reservoir. 1294, two lengths has every day. Its absolute extent. An area superior. By hope or horror lent. Eternity will be. Velocity or pause. At fundamental signals. From fundamental laws. To die is not to go. On doom's consummate chart. No territory new is staked. Remain thou as thou art. 1296, death's waylaying not the sharpest. Of the thefts of time. There marauds a sorer robber. Silence, is his name. No assault, nor any menace. Doth betoken him. But from life's consummate cluster. He supplants the bomb. 1297, go slow, my soul, to feed thyself, go slow, my soul, to feed thyself upon his rare approach, go rapid, lest competing death prevail upon the coach, go timid, should his final eye determine thee amiss, go boldly, for thou paidst his price. Redemption, for a kiss. 1298. The mushroom is the elf of plants. At evening, it is not. At morning. In a truffled hut. It stop upon a spot. As if it tarried always. And yet its whole career is shorter than a snake's delay. And fleeter than a tear. 'Tis vegetation's juggler. The germ of alibi. Doth like a bubble antedate. And like a bubble. High. I feel as if the grass was pleased. To have it intermit. This surreptitious scion. Of summer's circumspect. Had nature any supple face? Or could she one contemn? Had nature an apostate? That mushroom, it is him. 1299, delights despair at setting. Is that delight is less than the sufficing longing? That so impoverish. Enchantment's perihelion. Mistaken oft has been. For the authentic orbit. Of its anterior sun. 1300, from his slim palace in the dust. He relegates the realm. More loyal for the exodi. That has befallen him. 1301, I cannot want it more. I cannot want it less. My human nature's fullest force expends itself on this. And yet it nothing is. To him who easy owns. Is worth itself or distance. He fathoms who obtains. 1302, I think that the root of the wind is water, it would not sound so deep were it a firmamental product, airs no oceans keep, Mediterranean intonations, to a current's ear. There is a maritime conviction in the atmosphere. 1303, not one by heaven defrauded stay, although he seemed to steal he restitutes in some sweet way secreted in his will. 1304, not with a club, the heart is broken. Nor with a stone. A whip so small you could not see it. I've known. To lash the magic creature. Till it fell. Yet that whip's name, too noble then to tell, magnanimous as bird, by boy descried, singing unto the stone, of which it died. Shame need not crouch in such an earth as ours. Shame, stand erect. The universe is yours. 1305, recollect the face of me. Recollect the face of me. When in thy felicity, due in paradise today. Guest of mine assuredly. Other courtesies have been. Other courtesy may be. We commend ourselves to thee. Paragon of chivalry. 1306, surprise is like a thrilling, pungent. Surprise is like a thrilling, pungent. Upon a tasteless meat. Alone, too acrid, but combined. An edible delight. 1307, that short, potential stir that each can make but once, that bustle so illustrious 'tis almost consequence, is the eclat of death, oh, thou unknown renown that not a beggar would accept had he the power to spurn. 1308, the day she goes or day she stays are equally supreme, existence has a stated wit departed, or at home. 1309, the infinite a sudden guest. The infinite a sudden guest has been assumed to be. But how can that stupendous come, which never went away? 1310, the notice that is called the spring. The notice that is called the spring is but a month from here. Put up my heart thy hoary work, and take a rosy chair. Not any house the flowers keep, the birds enamor care. Our salary the longest day is nothing but a beer. 1311, this dirty, little, heart. This dirty, little, heart is freely mine. I won it with a bun, a freckled shrine, but eligibly fair. To him who sees the visage of the soul, and not the knees. 1312, to break so vast a heart required a blow as vast, no zephyr felled this cedar straight, 'twas undeserved blast. 1313, warm in her hand these accents lie while faithful Nafar the grace so awkward for her sake its fond subjection wear. 1314, when a lover is a beggar abject is his knee, when a lover is an owner different is he, what he begged is then the beggar, O disparity, bread of heaven resents bestowal like an obloquy. 1315, which is the best, the moon or the crescent? Which is the best, the moon or the crescent? Neither, said the moon. That is best which is not, achieve it. You efface the sheen. Not of detention is fruition. Shudder to attain. Transport's decomposition follows. He is prism born. 1316, winter is good, his whore delights. Winter is good, his whore delights. Italic flavor yield. To intellects inebriate. With summer, or the world. Generic as a quarry. And hardy, as a rose. Invited with asperity. But welcome when he goes. 1317. Abraham to kill him. Abraham to kill him. Was distinctly told. Isaac was an urchin. Abraham was old. Not a hesitation. Abraham complied. Flattered by obeisance. Tyranny demurred. Isaac, to his children. Lived to tell the tale. Moral. With a mastiff. Manners may prevail. 1318, frigid and sweet her parting face. Frigid and sweet her parting face. Frigid and fleet my feet. Alien and vain whatever clime. Acrid whatever fate. Given to me without the suit. Riches and name and realm. Who was she to withhold from me? Penury and home. 1319, how news must feel when traveling. How news must feel when traveling. If news have any heart. Alighting at the dwelling. 'Twill enter like a dart. What news must think when pondering? If news have any thought concerning the stupendousness of its perceiveless freight, what news will do when every man shall comprehend as one, and not in all the universe a thing to tell remain? 1320. Dear March, come in. Dear March, come in. How glad I am. I hoped for you before. Put down your hat. You must have walked. How out of breath you are. Dear March, come right up the stairs with me. I have so much to tell. I got your letter, and the birds. The maples never knew that you were coming, till I called. I declare, how red their faces grew. But March, forgive me, and all those hills you left for me to hew. There was no purple suitable. You took it all with you. Who knocks? That April, lock the door, I will not be pursued. He stayed away a year to call when I am occupied, but trifles look so trivial as soon as you have come that blame is just as dear as praise and praise as mere as blame. 1321, Elizabeth told Essex that she could not forgive the clemency of deity however, might survive, that secondary succor we trust that she partook when suing, like her Essex for a reprieving look. 1322. Floss won't save you from an abyss. Floss won't save you from an abyss. But a rope will. Notwithstanding a rope for a souvenir is not beautiful. But I tell you every step is a trough. And every stop a well. Now will you have the rope or the floss? Price is reasonable. 1323, I never hear that one is dead. I never hear that one is dead without the chance of life afresh annihilating me. That mightiest belief, too mighty for the daily mind that tilling its abyss, had madness, had it once or twice the yawning consciousness. Beliefs are bandaged, like the tongue when terror were it told in any tone commensurate would strike us instant dead. I do not know the man so bold he dare in lonely place that awful stranger consciousness deliberately face. 1324, I send you a decrepit flower. I send you a decrepit flower that nature sent to meet parting. She was going south and I designed to stay, her motive for the souvenir if sentiment for me or circumstances prudential withheld invincibly. 1325. Knock with tremor. Knock with tremor. These are Caesars. Should they be at home? Flee as if you trod unthinking on the foot of doom. These receded to a costal centuries ago. Should they rend you with, how are you? What have you to show? 1326, our little secrets slink away, our little secrets slink away, beside God shall not tell. He kept his word a trillion years and might we not as well, but for the niggardly delight to make each other stare is there no sweet beneath the sun. With this that may compare. 1327. The symptom of the gale. The symptom of the gale. The second of dismay. Between its rumor and its face is almost revelry. The house's firmer root. The heavens cannot be found. The upper surfaces of things take covert in the ground. The memory of the sun. Not any can recall. Although by nature's sterling watch, so scant an interval. And when the noise is caught, and nature looks around, we dreamed it. She interrogates. Good morning, we propound. 1328. The vastest earthly day is shrunken small by one defaulting face behind a pall. 1329, whether they have forgotten or are forgetting now or never remembered, safer not to know, miseries of conjecture are a softer woe than a fact of iron hardened with I know. 1330, without a smile, without a throw without a smile, without a throw a summer's soft assemblies go to their entrancing end unknown, for all the times we met, estranged, however intimate, what a dissembling friend. 1331, wonder, is not precisely knowing wonder, is not precisely knowing and not precisely knowing not, a beautiful but bleak condition he has not lived who has not felt, suspense, is his maturer sister, whether adult delight is pain. Or of itself a new misgiving, this is the gnat that mangles men. 1332, pink, small, and punctual, pink, small, and punctual, aromatic, low, covert, in April, candid, in May, dear to the moss, known to the knoll, next to the robin in every human soul, bold little beauty bedecked with thee nature forswears. Antiquity. 1333, a little madness in the spring. A little madness in the spring is wholesome even for the king. But God be with the clown, who ponders this tremendous scene, this whole experiment of green, as if it were his own. 1334, how soft this prison is. How soft this prison is. How sweet these sullen bars. No despot but the king of down invented this repose of fate. If this is all, has he no added realm? A dungeon but a kinsman is. Incarceration, home. 1335, let me not mar that perfect dream. Let me not mar that perfect dream by an auroral stain, but so adjust my daily night that it will come again. Not when we know, the power accosts. The garment of surprise was all our timid mother wore. At home, in paradise. 1336, nature assigns the sun. Nature assigns the sun. That is astronomy. Nature cannot enact a friend. That is astrology. 1337, upon a lilac sea do toss incessantly his plush alarm who fleeing from the spring avenging fling to dooms of bomb. 1338, what tenements of clover. What tenements of clover are fitting for the bee. What edifices azure for butterflies and me. What residences nimble arise and evanesce without a rhythmic rumor or an assaulting guess. 1339. A bee his burnished carriage. A bee his burnished carriage drove boldly to a rose, combinedly alighting. Himself, his carriage was. The rose received his visit with frank tranquility, withholding not a crescent to his cupidity. Their moment consummated, remained for him to flee, remained for her of rapture, but the humility. 1340, a rat surrendered here. A rat surrendered here. A brief career of cheer and fraud and fear, of ignominies due. Let all addicted to beware the most obliging trap. Its tendency to snap cannot resist. Temptation is the friend, repugnantly resigned. At last. 1341, unto the whole, how add. Unto the whole, how add. Has, all, a further realm. Or utmost an ulterior. Oh, subsidy of balm. 1342, was not, was all the statement. Was not, was all the statement, the unpretension stuns, perhaps, the comprehension, they were no lexicons, but lest our speculation in inanition die because God took him, mention, that was philology. 1343, a single clover plank was all that saved a bab I personally knew from sinking in the sky, twixt firmament above and firmament below the billows of circumference were sweeping him away, the idly swaying plank. Responsible to not a sudden freight of wind assumed and bumblebee was not, this harrowing event transpiring in the grass did not so much as ring from Hema wandering, alas. 1344. Not any more to be lacked. Not any more to be lacked. Not any more to be known. Denizen of significance. For a span so worn. Even nature herself has forgot it is there. Sedulous of her multitudes. Notwithstanding despair of the ones that pursued it. suing it not to go. Some have solaced the longing to accompany. Some rescinded the wrench. Others, shall I say, plated the residue of ads with monotony. 1345, an antiquated grace becomes that cherished face as well as prime enjoining us to part we and our pouting heart good friends with time. 1346. As summer into autumn slips. As summer into autumn slips. And yet we sooner say the summer, than the autumn, lest we turn the sun away, and almost count it an affront, the presence to concede of one however lovely, not the one that we have loved. So we evade the charge of years, on one attempting shy the circumvention of the shaft of life's declivity. 1347, escape is such a thankful word. Escape is such a thankful word. I often in the night consider it unto myself no spectacle in sight. Escape, it is the basket in which the heart is caught when down some awful battlement the rest of life is dropped. 'Tis not to sight the Saviour, it is to be the saved, and that is why I lay my head upon this trusty word. 1348, lift it, with the feathers lifted, with the feathers not alone we fly, launch it, the aquatic not the only sea, advocate the azure to the lower eyes, he has obligation who has paradise. 1349, I'd rather recollect a setting. I'd rather recollect a setting than own a rising sun. Though one is beautiful forgetting, and true the other one. Because in going is a drama staying cannot confer to die divinely once a twilight. Then wane is easier. 1350, luck is not chance, luck is not chance, it's toil, fortune's expensive smile is earned, the father of the mine is that old-fashioned coin we spurned. 1351, you cannot take itself from any human soul, that indestructible estate enable him to dwell, impregnable as light that every man behold but take away as difficult as undiscovered gold. 1352, to his simplicity. To his simplicity. To die, was little fate. If duty live, contented. But her confederate. 1353, the last of summer is delight. The last of summer is delight. Deterred by retrospect. 'Tis ecstasy's revealed review. Enchantment syndicate. To meet it, nameless as it is. Without celestial mail. Audacious as without a knock. To walk within the veil. 1354. The heart is the capital of the mind. The heart is the capital of the mind. The mind is a single state. The heart and the mind together make a single continent. One is the population. Numerous enough. This ecstatic nation. Seek, it is yourself. 1355, the mind lives on the heart. The mind lives on the heart. Like any parasite. If that is full of meat, the mind is fat. But if the heart omit, emaciate the wit, the aliment of it. So absolute. 1356, the rat is the concisest tenant. The rat is the concisest tenant. He pays no rent. Repudiates the obligation. On schemes intent. Balking our wit. To sound or circumvent. Hate cannot harm. A foe so reticent. Neither decree prohibit him. Lawful as equilibrium. 1357, faithful to the end, amended. Faithful to the end, amended. From the heavenly clause. Constancy with a proviso. Constancy abhors. Crowns of life are servile prizes. To the stately heart. Given for the giving, solely. No emolument. Faithful to the end, amended from the heavenly clause, lucrative indeed the offer but the heart withdraws, I will give, the base proviso, spare your crown of life, those it fits, too fair to wear it, try it on yourself. 1358, the treason of an accent might ecstasy transfer, of her effacing fathom is no recoverer, the treason of an accent might vilify the joy, to breathe, corrode the rapture of sanctity to be. 1359, the long sigh of the frog upon a summer's day enacts intoxication upon the reverie, but his receding swell substantiates a peace that makes the ear inordinate for corporal release. 1360, I sued the news, yet feared, the news I sued the news, yet feared, the news that such a realm could be, the house not made with hands, it was, thrown open wide to me. 1361, the flake the wind exasperate. The flake the wind exasperate. More eloquently lie than if escorted to its down by arm of chivalry. 1362, of their peculiar light I keep one ray to clarify the sight to seek them by. 1363, Summer laid her simple hat. Summer laid her simple hat on its boundless shelf. Unobserved, a ribbon slipped. Snatch it for yourself. Summer laid her supple glove in its sylvan drawer. Where so or was she? The demand of all. 1364, how know it from a summer's day? How know it from a summer's day, its fervors are as firm, and nothing in the countenance but scintillates the same, yet birds examine it and flee, and vans without a name inspect the admonition. And sunder as they came. 1365, take all away, the only thing worth larceny is left, the immortality. 1366, brother of ingots, ah Peru. Brother of ingots, ah Peru. Empty the hearts that purchased you. Sister of Ophir. Ah, Peru. Subtle the sum that purchase you. Brother of Ophir. Bright adieu. Honor, the shortest route to you. 1367, tomorrow, whose location? Tomorrow, whose location? The wise deceives, though its hallucination is last that leaves. Tomorrow, thou retriever of every tear, of alibi art thou, or ownest where? 1368, love-stricken, why? Love-stricken, why? Is all that love can speak built of but just a syllable? The hugest hearts that break. 1369, trusty as the stars. Trusty as the stars. Who quit their shining working. Prompt as when I lit them. In Genesis' new house. Durable as dawn. Whose antiquated blossom makes a world suspense. Perish and rejoice. 1370, gathered into the earth, and out of story, gathered so that strange fame, that lonesome glory that hath no omen here, but awe. 1371, how fits his umber coat? How fits his umber coat? The tailor of the nut, combined without a seam, like raiment of a dream. Who spun the auburn cloth? Computed how the girth, the chestnut aged grows. In those primeval clothes, we know that we are wise, accomplished in surprise. Yet by this countryman, this nature, how undone. 1372, the sun is one, and on the tear the sun is one, and on the tear he doth as punctual callus on the conscientious flower and estimates them all. 1373, the worthlessness of earthly things the ditty is that nature sings, and then, enforces their delight till synods are inordinate. 1374, a saucer holds a cup. A saucer holds a cup. In sordid human life. But in a squirrel's estimate. A saucer hold a loaf. A table of a tree. Demands the little king. And every breeze that run along. His dining room do swing, his cutlery, he keeps. Within his russet lips, to see it flashing when he dines do Birmingham eclipse, convicted, could we be of our minutiae the smallest citizen that flies is hardier than we. 1375, death warrants are supposed to be an enginery of equity. A merciful mistake. A pencil in an idol's hand. A devotee has oft consigned to crucifix or block. 1376, dreams are the subtle dower. Dreams are the subtle dower that make us rich an hour, then fling us poor out of the purple door into the precinct raw possessed before. 1377, forbidden fruit of flavor has that lawful orchards mocks, how luscious lies within the pod the pea that duty locks. 1378, his heart was darker than the starless night. His heart was darker than the starless night, for that there is a morn, but in this black receptacle can be no abode of dawn. 1379, his mansion in the pool the frog forsakes, he rises on a log and statements makes, his auditors 2 worlds deducting me, the orator of April is hoarse today, his mittens at his feet no hand hath he, his eloquence a bubble. As fame should be, applaud him to discover to your chagrin Demosthenes has vanished in waters green. 1380, how much the present moment means to those who've nothing more, the fop, the carp, the atheist, stake an entire store upon a moment's shallow rim while their commuted feet the torrents of eternity do all but inundate. 1381, I suppose the time will come. Aid it in the coming. When the bird will crowd the tree. And the bee be booming that I suppose the time will come. Hinder it a little when the corn in silk will dress and in chintz the apple. I believe the day will be when the jay will giggle at his new White House. The earth that, too, halt a little. 1382. In many and reportless places. We feel a joy. Reportless, also, but sincere as nature. Or deity. It comes. Without a consternation. Dissolves, the same. But leaves a sumptuous destitution. Without a name. Profane it by a search, we cannot. It has no home. Nor we who having once inhaled it. Thereafter roam. 1383, long years apart, can make no long years apart, can make no breach a second cannot fill, the absence of the which does not invalidate the spell, the embers of 1,000 years uncovered by the hand that fondled them when they were fire. Will stir and understand. 1384. Praise it, 'tis dead. Praise it, 'tis dead. It cannot glow. Warm this inclement ear. With the encomium it earned. Since it was gathered here. Invest this alabaster zest. In the delights of dust. Remit it, since it flitted it. In recusance. August. 1385, secrets is a daily word yet does not exist, muffled, it remits surmise, murmured, it has ceased, dungeoned in the human breast doubtless secrets lie, but that great inviolate, goes nor comes away. Nothing with a tongue or ear, secret stapled there will emerge but once, and dumb, to the sepulchre. 1386, summer, we all have seen, a few of us, believed, a few, the more aspiring unquestionably loved, but summer does not care, she goes her spacious way as eligible as the moon to our temerity, the doom to be adored. The affluence conferred, unknown as to an ecstasy the embryo endowed. 1387, the butterfly's Numidian gown with spots of burnish roasted onies proof against the sun yet prone to shut its spotted fan and panting on a clover lean as if it were undone. 1388, those cattle smaller than a bee that herd upon the eye, whose tillage is the passing crumb, those cattle are the fly, of barns for winter, blameless, extemporaneous stalls they found to our objection. On eligible walls, reserving the presumption to suddenly descend and gallop on the furniture, or odious or offend, of their peculiar calling unqualified to judge to nature we remand them to justify or scourge. 1389, touch lightly nature's sweet guitar unless thou know'st the tune or every bird will point at thee because a bard too soon. 1390, these held their wick above the west, till when the red declined, or how the amber aided it, defied to be defined, then waned without disparagement in a dissembling hue that would not let the eye decide. Did it abide or no? 1391, they might not need me, yet they might. They might not need me but, they might. I'll let my head be just in sight. A smile as small as mine might be. Precisely their necessity. 1392, hope is a strange invention, hope is a strange invention, a patent of the heart, in unremitting action yet never wearing out, of this electric adjunct not anything is known but its unique momentum embellish all we own. 1393, lay this laurel on the one. Lay this laurel on the one. Too intrinsic for renown. Laurel, veil your deathless tree. Him you chasten, that is he. 1394, whose pink career may have a close. Whose pink career may have a close. Portentous as our own, who knows? To imitate these neighbors fleet. In awe and innocence, or meet. 1395, after all birds have been investigated and laid aside. After all birds have been investigated and laid aside. Nature imparts the little bluebird, assured. Her conscientious voice will soar unmoved. Above ostensible vicissitude. First at the march, competing with the wind. Her panting note exalts us, like a friend. Last to adhere when summer cleaves away. Elegy of integrity. 1396, she laid her docile crescent down, she laid her docile crescent down, and this confiding stone still states to dates that have forgot the news that she is gone, so constant to its stolid trust the shaft that never knew. It shames the constancy that fled before its emblem flew. 1397, it sounded as if the streets were running. It sounded as if the streets were running. And then, the streets stood still. Eclipse, was all we could see at the window. And awe, was all we could feel. By and by, the boldest stole out of his covert. To see if time was there. Nature was in an opal apron. Mixing fresher air. 1398, I have no life but this, I have no life but this, to lead it here, nor any death, but less dispelled from there, nor tie to earths to come, nor action new, except through this extent, the realm of you. 1399, perhaps they do not go so far, perhaps they do not go so far as we who stay, suppose, perhaps come closer, for the lapse of their corporeal clothes, it may be know so certainly how short we have to fear that comprehension antedates. And estimates us there. 1400, what mystery pervades a well? What mystery pervades a well? That water lives so far. A neighbor from another world. Residing in a jar. Whose limit none have ever seen. But just his lid of glass. Like looking every time you please. In an abyss's face. The grass does not appear afraid. I often wonder he can stand so close and look so bold. At what is awe to me. Related somehow they may be. The sedge stands next the sea. Where he is floorless. And does no timidity betray. But nature is a stranger yet. The ones that sight her most. Have never passed her haunted house. Nor simplified her ghost. To pity those that know her not. Is helped by the regret. That those who know her less. The nearer her they get. 1401, to own a Susan of my own. To own a Susan of my own. Is of itself a bliss. Whatever realm I forfeit, Lord. Continue me in this. 1402, to the stanch dust we safe commit thee, tongue if it hath, inviolate to thee, silence, denote, and sanctity, enforce thee, passenger, of infinity. 1403, my Maker, let me be my Maker, let me be enamored most of thee, but nearer this I more should miss. 1404, March is the month of expectation. March is the month of expectation. The things we do not know. The persons of prognostication. Are coming now. We try to show becoming firmness. But pompous joy. Betrays us, as his first betrothal. Betrays a boy. 1405, bees are black, with gilt singles. Bees are black, with gilt singles. Buccaneers of buzz. Ride abroad in ostentation. And subsist on fuzz. Fuzz ordained, not fuzz contingent. Marrows of the hill. Jugs, a universe's fracture. Could not jar or spill. 1406, no passenger was known to flee, no passenger was known to flee, that lodged a night in memory, that wily, subterranean inn contrives that none go out again. 1407, a field of stubble, lying sere a field of stubble, lying sere beneath the second sun, its toils to brindled people thrust, its triumphs, to the bin, accosted by a timid bird irresolute of alms, is often seen, but seldom felt. On our New England farms. 1408, the fact that earth is heaven, the fact that earth is heaven, whether heaven is heaven or not, if not an affidavit of that specific spot, not only must confirm us that it is not for us but that it would affront us to dwell in such a place. 1409, could mortal lip divine? Could mortal lip divine the undeveloped freight of a delivered syllable? 'Twould crumble with the weight. 1410. I shall not murmur if at last. I shall not murmur if at last. The ones I loved below permission have to understand. For what I shunned them so. Divulging it would rest my heart. But it would ravage theirs. Why, Katie? Treason has a voice. But mine, dispels, in tears. 1411, of paradise existence all we know is the uncertain certainty, but its vicinity infer by its bisecting messenger. 1412, shame is the shawl of pink. Shame is the shawl of pink. In which we wrap the soul. To keep it from infesting eyes. The elemental veil. Which helpless nature drops. When pushed upon a scene. Repugnant to her probity. Shame is the tint divine. 1413, sweet skepticism of the heart, sweet skepticism of the heart, that knows, and does not know, and tosses like a fleet of bomb, affronted by the snow, invites and then retards the truth lest certainty be circumpared with the delicious throe of transport thrilled with fear. 1414, unworthy of her breast. Unworthy of her breast. Though by that scathing test. What soul survive? By her exacting light. How counterfeit the white we chiefly have. 1415, a wild blue sky abreast of winds, a wild blue sky abreast of winds that threatened it, did run and crouched behind his yellow door was the defiant sun, some conflict with those upper friends so genial in the main that we deplore peculiarly. Their arrogant campaign. 1416. Crisis is sweet and yet the heart. Crisis is sweet and yet the heart. Upon the hither side. Has dowers of perspective. To denizens denied. Inquire of the closing rose. Which rapture she preferred. And she will point you sighing. To her rescinded bud. 1417, how human nature dotes. How human nature dotes. On what it can't detect. The moment that a plot is plumbed. Perspective is extinct. Perspective is the friend. Reserved for us to know. When constancy is clarified. Of curiosity. Of subjects that resist. Redoubtablest is this. Where go we? Go we anywhere? Creation after this? 1418, how lonesome the wind must feel nights, how lonesome the wind must feel nights, when people have put out the lights and everything that has an in closes the shutter and goes in, how pompous the wind must feel noons. Stepping to incorporeal tunes correcting errors of the sky and clarifying scenery, how mighty the wind must feel morns encamping on 1,000 dawns espousing each and spurning all then soaring to his temple tall. 1419, it was a quiet seeming day, it was a quiet seeming day, there was no harm in earth or sky, till with the closing sun there strayed an accidental Rita strolling hue, one would have said to westward of the town, but when the earth began to jar, and houses vanished with a roar and human nature hid we comprehended by the awe as those that dissolution saw the poppy in the cloud.